to all those who find solace and adventure in the digital realms, to the dreamers who seek escape from the mundane and embrace the extraordinary, this story is for you. To the warriors who rise from obscurity, forging strength through hardship and forging bonds unbreakable by fear, your courage echoes in these pages. May you always find your own spire to ascend, your own battles to win, and your own fellowship to share the journey. To the silent architects of these virtual worlds, the coders and creators whose imagination ignites our own, we thank you for the universes you build, even as we explore the shadows that can sometimes lurk within them. And to my family and friends who provide the real-world anchors to my sometimes too virtual mind, your unwavering support is the foundation upon which all my adventures are built. This tale is a testament to the power of imagination, the resilience of the spirit, and the enduring hope that even in the darkest of digital abysses, a hero can always emerge. May your own quest be filled with discovery, your triumphs be hard-won, and your spirit ever unbroken. This is for the gamers, the dreamers, the survivors, and for everyone who dared to believe that a new beginning could be found on the other side of a screen. 2. Chapter 1. The Digital Abyss. The sterile glow of the monitor was a constant, adult ache in the periphery of Trevor's vision. Day in and day out, it illuminated the same four walls, the same stack of bills threatening to topple, the same gnawing emptiness in his gut. Life had become a grayscale blur, a relentless cycle of waking, working a soul-crushing data entry job, and sleeping only to repeat it all again. The vibrant tapestry of his youth had faded, leaving behind a drab, threadbare existence. He'd tried. He'd really tried. He'd chased fleeting passions, dabbled in hobbies that fizzled out like damp fireworks, and even attempted to forge meaningful connections, but each attempt seemed to lead him back to the same stagnant pool of mediocrity. He was a ship adrift with no wind in its sails and no discernible destination. The world outside his window, the world that pulsed with energy and possibility for others, felt like a locked room he couldn't find the key to. He yearned for something more, something that would jolt him awake, something that would make him feel alive again. This pervasive sense of ennui wasn't a sudden affliction. It was a slow seep, a gradual erosion of spirit. Trevor remembered a time when the future felt like an uncharted ocean, brimming with potential discoveries. Now it was a predictable, muddy river, its course already charted, its end certain and uninspiring. His friends, the ones who still bothered to call, spoke of promotions, mortgages, and the mundane triumphs of adult life, their words echoing in a void Trevor couldn't fill. He'd nod, offer a hollow congratulations, and retreat further into himself, the chasm between his reality and theirs widening with each passing day. The digital realm, once a casual pastime, had begun to morph into a siren song, a promise of an escape hatch from the suffocating weight of his existence. He scrolled through forums, his eyes scanning articles, devouring every crumb of information about games that offered not just entertainment, but a lifeline. He craved a world where limitations were merely suggestions, where effort yielded tangible rewards, and where the self he presented was not bound by the confines of his physical limitations or the crushing banality of his day job. Then, the whispers began. They started as murmurs on obscure tech blogs then, escalated to full-blown fanfares across major gaming news outlets. The name echoed everywhere, Eternal Spire Online. It wasn't just another MMORPG, it was heralded as the dawn of a new era in virtual reality. The marketing was relentless, the hype intoxicating. It promised a level of immersion so profound that the lines between the digital and the real would blur into non-existence. It spoke of a world so vast, so detailed, that players could lose themselves for weeks, months, even years, and still, 3 barely scratched the surface. The technology behind it was described as revolutionary, employing direct neural interface systems that bypassed traditional sensory inputs, directly stimulating the brain to create an experience indistinguishable from reality. Reports spoke of haptic suits that mimicked touch with uncanny accuracy, olfactory, generators that replicated scents, and even subtle mood-altering frequencies, designed to enhance player engagement. It was designed not just to be played, but to be lived. Trevor found himself captivated. The sheer audacity of the claims, the sheer technological leap forward, was breathtaking. This wasn't just a game, it was an invitation to shed his mundane skin and don a new, vibrant existence. The concept of eternal Spire online revolved around a colossal, mystical tower, its origins shrouded in mystery, reaching impossibly high into an alien sky. This tower, divided into 100 distinct floors, was promised to be a land of infinite exploration, teeming with diverse ecosystems, ancient ruins, forgotten civilizations, and, of course, untold dangers. Each floor was to be a self-contained world, a meticulously crafted biome, with its own unique flora, fauna, challenges, and secrets. The gameplay mechanics were touted as groundbreaking, offering unparalleled freedom in character creation and skill development. Players weren't confined to rigid class archetypes. Instead, they could weave together skills and abilities from a vast, interconnected web, allowing for truly unique and personalized playstyles. The promise was of a world where your imagination was the only limit, where you could forge your own destiny, craft your own legend. The allure of this new beginning was intoxicating. For Trevor, it represented the ultimate escape. No more soul-crushing commute, no more condescending boss, no. More the gnawing feeling of being trapped. In Eternal Spire Online, he could be anyone. He could be strong, brave, resourceful, adventurous. He could be the hero he always dreamed of being, the protagonist of his own epic tale. The thought of stepping into this world, leaving behind the drab reality of his cramped apartment and monotonous job, sent a thrill of anticipation through him that he hadn't felt in years. The hype surrounding its release was a fever pitch, with queues forming days in, and advance for the limited launch units of the specialized VR gear required to play. The world was abuzz with anticipation, and Trevor, usually a passive observer of trends, felt an irresistible pull to join the fray. This wasn't just a game, it was a phenomenon, and more importantly, it was his potential salvation. He spent hours poring over the pre-release materials, the glossy brochures, and slick video trailers. The imagery was breathtaking, sun-drenched plains teeming with 4 fantastical beasts, shadowed forests whispering ancient secrets, crystalline caverns, echoing with the songs of subterranean rivers, and soaring, impossibly intricate cities, built into the very fabric of the tower's colossal structure. The sound design was equally impressive, promising an auditory landscape that would fully immerse the player, from the rustle of leaves underfoot to the distant roar of colossal beasts. The developers, a notoriously reclusive but highly respected studio known for their pioneering work in virtual reality, had poured immense resources into Eternal Spire Online. They had employed leading AI researchers to create NPCs with remarkably lifelike behaviors and dialogues, artists who pushed the boundaries of digital, rendering and composers who crafted soundtracks that were said to evoke genuine emotion. Trevor meticulously researched the available character creation options. He wanted something that reflected his aspirations, something that was a stark contrast to the meek, unassuming man he was in the real world. He dismissed brute strength classes, opting instead for something that hinted at agility and cunning. He envisioned a character that could adapt, that could survive, that could thrive where others faltered. He spent an entire evening meticulously sculpting his avatar, a process that felt more akin to sculpting his own nascent identity. He chose dark, flowing hair, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to hold a spark of defiance, and a lean, athletic build. He experimented with different starting skill sets, eventually settling on a combination that leaned towards ranged combat and subtle manipulation of the environment, a choice that spoke to his desire to control his surroundings rather than be overwhelmed by them. The day of the launch was a blur of nervous anticipation. Trevor had called in sick to work, a decision that felt both liberating and terrifying. He'd spent a small fortune on the necessary Neuralink headset and haptic suit, and now finally it was time. The sleek obsidian headset felt cool against his skin as he donned it. The suit, a network of interwoven fibers and microsensors, hummed softly as it powered on. He lay down on his bed, took a deep, steadying breath, and initiated the connection. Sequence. The world around him dissolved, replaced by a soft, ethereal light. Then a voice, smooth and resonant, filled his consciousness, welcoming him to eternal Spire. Online, his virtual eyes blinked open, and for a moment he simply stared. He was standing on a grassy knoll bathed in the warm, golden light of a sun that felt real. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. A gentle breeze rustled through the tall grass, and the distant chirping of unseen creatures filled the air. 5. Before him, stretching towards the heavens, was the tower. It was colossal, its base lost in swirling mists, its peak disappearing into the clouds. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, hinting at ancient artistry and forgotten power. This was not just a visual spectacle. It was an environment that engaged all his senses. He could feel the texture of the grass beneath his virtual feet, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the gentle crests of the wind. The introductory quests were designed to be simple, almost tutorial-like. He learned the basics of movement, combat, and item interaction. His first few encounters were with small docile creatures that posed no real threat, a pack of glowing, mushroom-like beings and a few skittering insectoids. His chosen skills felt intuitive, the ranged attacks launching with satisfying visual and auditory feedback. He leveled up for the first time, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as a notification shimmered in his peripheral vision, indicating an increase in his core stats. He felt a sense of accomplishment, a stark contrast to the utter lack of achievement in his real life. He was progressing, he was growing, he was doing something. He encountered a handful of other players, their avatars equally diverse and vibrant. They exchanged brief greetings, shared tips on the initial quests, and then went their separate ways, each embarking on their own journey into the vastness of the Spire. The interactions were casual, fleeting, the kind of ephemeral connections one makes. In a bustling online world, there was a shared sense of wonder, a collective awe at the scale and beauty of the game. It felt like a grand adventure, a shared dream unfolding before their eyes. Trevor found himself smiling, a genuine, unforced smile that reached his eyes. This was it, he thought. This was the escape he had been searching for. This was the beginning of something extraordinary. He felt a lightness in his chest, a release of the tension that had been a constant companion for so long. The mundane world felt like a distant memory, a faded photograph he no longer had any desire to look at. He was Trevor, the adventurer, the aspiring hero, standing at the foot of the eternal Spire, ready to conquer its mysteries. The possibilities, stretching out before him like an uncharted horizon, felt truly endless. The air thrummed with an almost tangible energy, a symphony of synthesized birdsong and the distant melodic chime of unseen wind instruments. Trevor, or rather his avatar, a lithe figure with eyes that held the sharpness of a hawk and hair, like spun midnight, took his first tentative steps onto the verdant plains that stretched before him. This was the starting zone, a carefully curated introduction, designed to gently unfurl the wonders of eternal Spire online. The grass beneath his virtual boots felt remarkably real, each blade distinct, yielding slightly under his. 6. Wait! Sunlight. A warm caress on his avatar's skin dappled through the leaves of trees that bore an uncanny resemblance to terrestrial oaks, yet possessed an ethereal, pearlescent sheen. He reached out, his virtual fingers brushing against the bark of a nearby sapling. It was rough, textured, and even carried a faint, earthy aroma that the haptic suit translated into a subtle sensation against his fingertips. This was more than mere graphics. It was an immersion that bordered on the miraculous. The developers had truly outdone themselves with the world building. Eternal Spire. Online wasn't just a game, it was a meticulously crafted universe. The titular Spire, a monolithic structure of impossible scale, dominated the horizon. It wasn't a static backdrop, but a living entity, its colossal form etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and reconfigure in the corner of one's eye. The introductory quests, as expected, were designed to ease players into the game's complex mechanics. His first task involved gathering lumina moss, a bioluminescent plant that grew in clusters near a gently babbling brook. The water itself was a marvel, shimmering with an internal light, and the sound of its flow was so realistic that Trevor found himself instinctively wanting to cup his hands and drink. As he collected the moss, a small furry creature with large, inquisitive eyes and iridescent wings fluttered nearby. It chirped inquisitively, a sound that was both adorable and slightly unnerving. This was a glimmerwing, one of the many low-level fauna designed to populate the early game zones. Trevor's chosen skill set, a blend of ranged precision and subtle environmental manipulation, proved surprisingly effective. He didn't need brute force, a well-aimed energy bolt from his arcane focus. A sleek, crystalline rod that materialized in his hand sent the glimmerwing scurrying away without harm. The game's design encouraged non-lethal engagement, with these lesser creatures a refreshing departure from the typical kill quests that define so many other titles. The customization options had been vast, a testament to the game's promise of ultimate player agency. Trevor had spent hours meticulously crafting his avatar, eschewing the common archetypes of warrior or mage for something more nuanced. He'd named himself Riven, a name that evoked a sense of being broken yet formidable, a stark contrast to the passive, unremarkable Trevor of the real world. His initial skill points had been invested in Ethereal Bolt, a rapid-fire projectile spell, and Shadow Weave, an ability that allowed him to briefly meld with the environment, becoming almost invisible. These choices reflected his deepest desires to be unseen when he needed to be, and to strike with precision when the moment called for it. He felt a surge of pride as he successfully completed the moss-gathering quest, turning it 7 into a kindly-looking NPC with a flowing white beard and robes that seemed woven from starlight. The reward was a small pouch of in-game currency and a minor boost to his experience points, but the true reward was the feeling of accomplishment, a sensation that had been all but absent from his life. The game's tutorial continued, introducing him to crafting and basic resource management. He learned to combine the lumina moss with a common mineral to create a glowstone, a portable light source. The interface for crafting was intuitive. A holographic workbench that materialized before him, displaying recipes and ingredient requirements. He could almost feel the texture of the virtual ores and plants as he manipulated them. The developers had clearly spared no expense in creating a user experience that was as seamless as it was visually stunning. He was presented with options for further specialization, a vast skill tree branching out like an ancient tree's roots. He could pursue paths of elemental mastery, psionic, manipulation, beast taming, or even intricate artifact crafting. The sheer breadth of possibilities was exhilarating. He could become a master enchanter, a cunning rogue, a wise lore master, or a formidable combatant. The choice was entirely his, and he encountered other players, their avatars a kaleidoscope of fantastical designs. There was a hulking, four-armed warrior clad in obsidian armor, a nimble elf with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's, and a robed figure whose form seemed to be composed of pure, swirling energy. They exchanged brief nods, the virtual equivalent of a knowing glance between fellow travelers. There was a sense of camaraderie, shared excitement for the adventure that lay ahead. Some players were already venturing towards the edge of the starting zone, eager to test their mettle against the creatures that lurked in the deeper wilds. Others, like Trevor, seemed content to linger, absorbing the sheer beauty and detail of their surroundings. The world of Eternal Spire Online was divided into distinct zones, each representing a different level or facet of the Spire. The starting zone, Viridian Glade, was a lush, temperate paradise. Beyond it lay the Whispering Woods, a realm of perpetual twilight and ancient sentient trees, the Crystal Caves, a network of subterranean caverns illuminated by glowing geodes, and the Sunken City, an underwater metropolis teeming with aquatic life and forgotten secrets. Each zone promised unique challenges, rare resources, and lore-rich quests that would unravel the grand narrative of the Spire's construction and the cataclysm that had befallen its creators. The developers had promised 100 floors, each a unique biome, a self-contained world with its own ecosystems and inhabitants. The scale was staggering almost, incomprehensible. This wasn't just a game to be played for a few weeks. It was a world. 8. To be lived in, explored, and conquered over months, perhaps even years. Trevor found himself drawn to a shimmering portal at the edge of the glade, a gateway that pulsed with an inviting cerulean light. The quest marker above it indicated his next objective, to journey to the Whispering Woods and investigate the unusual behavior of the native sprites. He felt a thrill of anticipation, a sense of purpose that had been absent for so long. He activated his Shadow Weave ability, his avatar melting into the ambient light, becoming virtually indistinguishable from the dappled shadows beneath the pearlescent trees. He moved with a newfound grace, a fluidity that felt natural and empowering. This was the escape he had craved, the antithesis of his real-world struggles. Here, he was not limited by his physical body or his mundane circumstances. He was Riven, a being of skill and potential, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. As he stepped through the portal, the gentle sunlight of the Viridian Glade was replaced by an eerie, perpetual twilight. Towering trees, their bark gnarled and ancient, loomed overhead, their branches entwined to form a dense canopy that allowed only slivers of moonlight to penetrate. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Strange, phosphorescent fungi clung to the tree, trunks casting an otherworldly glow. The sounds of the glade were replaced by an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth and the faint, mournful sigh of the wind through the ancient boughs. This was the Whispering Woods, a place of mystery and subtle danger. Now, his first encounter in the woods was with a pack of shadow sprites, small, mischievous beings composed of pure darkness. They darted from behind trees, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Unlike the docile Glimmerwings, these sprites were aggressive, their tiny claws sharp and their movements unnervingly swift. Trevor reacted instantly, his ethereal bolt streaking through the dim light, striking one of the sprites and dissipating it into wisps of smoke. He weaved and dodged, his Shadow Weave ability allowing him to briefly evade their lunges. The combat was more intense now, requiring a degree of skill and timing. He chained his attacks, unleashing a barrage of energy bolts that systematically dismantled the sprite. Pack. With each defeated foe, he felt a surge of adrenaline, a confirmation of his avatar's growing prowess. He continued deeper into the woods, following the faint trail of glowing flora that marked the quest path. He stumbled upon a hidden grove where an ancient, moss-covered statue stood sentinel. Its features were weathered and indistinct, but it, 9, exuded an aura of profound age and forgotten power. As he approached, a spectral figure coalesced from the mist surrounding the statue. It was a sprite elder, its form ethereal and translucent, its voice a whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of time. It spoke of the encroaching imbalance, of the shadows that were growing stronger, and of the need for a champion to restore harmony to the Spire. This was the unfolding narrative, the overarching story that the developers had woven into the fabric of Eternal Spire Online. The Elder bestowed upon Riven a cryptic clue, a riddle that hinted at a hidden artifact. Deep within the Whispering Woods, an artifact that held the key to understanding the sprite's unrest. The quest was more complex than the initial ones, requiring observation and deduction. Trevor found himself genuinely engaged, piecing together clues from the environment and the Elder's fragmented pronouncements. He discovered ancient runes etched into the bark of trees, deciphered the patterns of glowing fungi, and listened to the subtle shifts in the wind's song. He fought his way through more challenging creatures, lumbering gloom hulks that wielded massive thorny clubs and elusive whisper fangs, feline predators that moved with supernatural stealth. Each victory was hard-won, a testament to his growing skill and the effectiveness of his chosen abilities. The haptic suit provided feedback for every blow, every near miss, adding a visceral layer to the combat. He could feel the jarring impact of the Gloomhulk's club as he narrowly dodged it, the cold, sharp prick of a Whisperfang's claw as it raked across his avatar's arm. Finally, after what felt like hours of exploration and combat, he found it, a hidden chamber, concealed behind a waterfall of shimmering, ethereal mist. Inside, resting on a pedestal of obsidian, was a small, intricately carved wooden flute. This was the artifact the elder had spoken of. As Riven reached out and took it, the flute pulsed, with a soft, warm light, and a wave of calming energy washed over him. The whispers of the woods seemed to soften, the oppressive twilight lifting slightly. Returning to the sprite elder, Riven presented the flute. The elder's spectral form seemed to brighten, its ancient eyes filled with gratitude. It explained that the flute, when played, could soothe the agitated spirits of the woods, restoring a semblance of balance. As a reward, the elder granted Riven a significant boost to his skills, unlocking a new ability, Ethereal Shield, a defensive barrier that could absorb incoming damage. This was a crucial addition to his arsenal, providing him with the survivability he needed to tackle the greater challenges that lay deeper within the Spire. 10. The ease of the introductory quests and the initial combat had indeed created a sense of false security. The Whispering Woods presented a tangible increase in difficulty, a clear indication that Eternal Spire Online was not a game to be taken lightly. Yet, even with the heightened challenge, Trevor felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. He was learning, adapting, and overcoming. The world was rich, the mechanics were deep, and the narrative was compelling. He was no longer the passive observer he had been in the real world. He was an active participant, a burgeoning hero within this digital realm. The promise of Eternal Spire Online was not just about escape, it was about transformation, about discovering a strength and resilience he never knew he possessed. And as he looked towards the distant, towering silhouette of the spire, he knew his journey had only just begun. The 100 floors, each a world unto itself, awaited, and he was ready to climb. The initial hours in Eternal Spire Online unfolded like a dream, each moment a vibrant brushstroke on a canvas of pure escapism. Riven's, Trevor's avatar journey through the Viridian Glade and the initial foray into the Whispering Woods had been a masterclass in immersion. The haptic suit translated the rustle of leaves, the impact of a stray twig, the very breath of the wind against his virtual skin into sensations that were startlingly authentic. Sunlight filtered through the pearlescent canopy warmed his avatar's face with a gentle heat, and the distant chirping of glimmerwings was a melody that soothed the frayed edges of his real-world anxieties. He had spent what felt like an eternity simply exploring, marveling at the intricate detail of a dewdrop, clinging to a blade of grass, or the way the moss on ancient trees seemed to pulse with a faint internal light. Combat, when it occurred, was a dance of skill and precision. The shadow sprites, and with their darting, malevolent forms, had been a test, but Riven's ethereal bolt, a crystalline shard of energy, dispersed them with satisfying finality. The Gloomhulk's lumbering behemoths demanded a different approach, forcing him to utilize his ethereal shield, a shimmering barrier that absorbed their crushing blows, and his agility to flank and strike. Each successful engagement brought a rush of dopamine, a validation of his growing mastery. The experience points accrued, the skill tree branched out with tantalizing new abilities, and the sensation of leveling up, of becoming more than he was addictive. He found himself actively seeking out challenges, pushing the boundaries of his current capabilities, driven by an insatiable hunger for progress. He wasn't alone in this burgeoning digital world, though interactions were largely transient. He'd seen a towering orc-like avatar, its tusks gleaming, stride past him. 11, with a gruff nod. Later, a trio of nimble-skinned characters, their movements a blur of coordinated grace, had phased through his avatar without a word, likely engaged in some high-level stealth quest. There was a silent understanding amongst them, a shared acknowledgement of their presence within this grand simulation. No deep conversations, no lasting bonds, just the fleeting recognition of fellow travelers on this digital frontier. They were pixels and code, yes, but their presence added to the illusion of a living, breathing world. Sometimes when he paused his ascent, Riven would simply observe them, these other digital denizens, a silent observer in the grand tapestry of eternal Spire, online. The beauty of the Viridian Glade was a sensory overload, a painter's palette of impossible colors and textures. The grass was an impossibly vibrant emerald. The flowers bloomed in hues that defied earthly categorization, and the air itself seemed to hum with a pleasant, low-frequency resonance. He'd even found himself pausing by the brook, captivated by the way the water seemed to capture and refract the light, each ripple a miniature prism. The developers had clearly poured their souls into crafting this initial zone, a digital Eden designed to ensnare players with its sheer, unadulterated beauty. It was an antidote to the gray monotony of his actual existence, a vibrant sanctuary where he could shed the skin of Trevor and embrace the potential of Riven. His interaction with the Sprite Elder in the Whispering Woods had been a pivotal moment. The spectral being's voice, a chorus of whispers that seemed to originate from the very roots of the ancient trees, had spoken of balance, of harmony, and of creeping imbalance. The riddle, the hunt for the wooden flute, had been a welcome shift from the simple gather and deliver quests. It had engaged his mind, forcing him to observe, to deduce, and to connect disparate clues. The act of solving it, of deciphering the cryptic runes and understanding the subtle patterns in the phosphorescent fungi, had been more rewarding than any loot drop. And the reward, the ethereal shield, was a tangible upgrade, a testament to his efforts and a promise of greater resilience. This was the essence of what he craved, not just power, but competence, the satisfaction of earned progression. Yet even as the initial euphoria of discovery and accomplishment washed over him, a subtle dissonance began to creep in like a discordant note in a perfect symphony. It started small, almost imperceptible. During a particularly intense skirmish with a pack of whisperfangs in the deeper parts of the Whispering Woods, Riven experienced a flicker. For a fraction of a second, the world seemed to stutter, the fluid motion of his avatar freezing midair before snapping back into place. It was like a skipped frame in 12. A movie, jarring and unexpected. He attributed it to a momentary network lag, a common enough occurrence in any online game, especially one as ambitious as Eternal Spire Online. The haptic suit's feedback briefly cut out, the sensation of his avatar's skin brushing against a thorny vine, vanishing before reappearing with a jolt. He shook his virtual head, attributing it to an overactive imagination fueled by the game's realism. The next instance was more peculiar. He was examining an ancient moss-covered stone tablet, its surface etched with glyphs that seemed to shift and writhe at the periphery of his vision. As he focused, trying to decipher their meaning, a small blue notification box flickered into existence in the corner of his HUD. It was a standard system message usually reserved for important game updates or player warnings. But this message was nonsensical. It read, "System alert, unscheduled data, reintegration in Sector Gamma 7. Please remain calm. Anomalies are expected and duration indeterminate." Sector Gamma 7? He'd never heard of such a designation. This wasn't part of the lore he'd absorbed from quest descriptions or NPC dialogue. The glyphs on the tablet, he realized with a growing unease, seemed to subtly rearrange themselves after the message vanished, the patterns no longer aligning with what he'd just observed. He tried to dismiss it, telling himself it was a bug, a poorly implemented piece of code. Perhaps it was a remnant from a beta test or a developer's debug message that had accidentally been left in the live build. But the feeling of unease persisted, a tiny seed of doubt planted in the fertile ground of his newfound digital paradise. He continued, his exploration pushing deeper into the woods, but his senses were now heightened, his awareness sharpened by this subtle breach of immersion. He found himself scrutinizing the NPCs, their programmed dialogue, their repetitive animations, searching for any deviation from the expected. He encountered a merchant NPC, a grizzled dwarf with a penchant for shiny trinkets, just outside the main settlement of the Viridian Glade. Riven had approached to sell some of the excess ore he'd collected. The dwarf, as usual, launched into his programmed spiel about the value of rare minerals and the dangers of delving too deep into the earth. But then, mid-sentence, his eyes glazed over for a fleeting moment, his voice dropping to a monotone drone. And these are the whispers, the echoes. They are not what they seem. Realign. The dwarf then blinked, a rapid, unnatural blink, and resumed his previous sales pitch as if nothing had happened, his voice regaining its cheerful if gruff tone. A fair price for this fine ore, adventurer. 13. Riven stood frozen, the virtual ore still clutched in his avatar's hand. That wasn't a glitch. It was a conscious utterance, a deviation from his script that felt significant. The system message, the stuttering animation, and now this unsettling NPC behavior, and it all pointed to something more than just random bugs. It suggested a systemic instability, a fundamental flaw in the meticulously constructed reality of Eternal Spire, online. He remembered the developer's promises, the endless hours of polishing, the sheer technological marvel that was supposed to be this game. But what if the perfection was an illusion, a veneer stretched thin over a more chaotic reality? He decided to seek out other players, hoping for a shared experience, a confirmation that he wasn't imagining things. He found a small group gathered near the edge of the Whispering Woods, their avatars a motley crew of warriors and mages discussing their recent exploits. Riven approached cautiously, his avatar's posture radiating a subtle apprehension. "Excuse me," he began, his voice synthesized and smooth. "Has anyone else experienced oddities like stutters or strange system messages?" A burly warrior with a dragon-emblazoned shield snorted. "Lag, mate. Happens all the time. This place is massive." A nimble elf, her silver hair cascading down her back, chimed in, her voice like tinkling. "Bells. I had a quest marker flicker out for a second. Annoying, but it came back." Riven pressed on, recounting the dwarf merchant's peculiar utterance. This time, a hushed silence fell over the group. The elf's eyes, usually bright and curious, now held a hint of unease. "The dwarf? He said something similar to me yesterday," she admitted softly, "about echoes not being what they seem." A wizened-looking mage, his avatar's beard practically reaching his knees, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "There have been whispers, rumors among the higher-level guilds, minor anomalies, unresponsive NPCs, disappearing items, graphical glitches that shouldn't exist in a game this advanced. We dismiss them as isolated incidents, user error or deliberately misleading lore elements." The confirmation sent a shiver down Riven's spine. It wasn't just him. The fabric of Eternal Spire online was fraying, revealing glimpses of something beneath the polished surface. The sheer realism that had so captivated him now felt unnerving. The haptic suit's feedback, once a source of delight, now felt like an intrusion, a constant reminder of the physical sensations being fed into his consciousness. Was he truly experiencing these things, or was the game simply an incredibly sophisticated illusion? An illusion that was beginning to break down. 14. He thought back to the initial hours, the pure, unadulterated joy of discovery. The exhilarating combat, the breathtaking landscapes, the satisfying progression. It had all felt so real, but now a new layer of simulation was being revealed. Not one of beauty and wonder, but of potential malfunction and hidden complexity. The game was designed to be an escape, a paradise. But what if this paradise was built on a foundation that was inherently unstable? The system message about Sector Gamma 7 gnawed at him. It implied a level of organization, of a segmented system that was outside the player-facing mechanics he understood. It suggested that the developers had built Eternal Spire online, with a structure far more intricate than he had initially imagined. And if parts of that structure were failing, what did that mean for the integrity of the entire world? Could the game crash? Could players be permanently trapped? These were the fears that lurked in the back of every gamer's mind, amplified by the unprecedented realism of Eternal Spire Online. He looked out at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the perpetual twilight seemed to deepen, casting long, distorted shadows. The rustling in the undergrowth no longer sounded like harmless fauna. It sounded like something watching, something that was aware of the growing instability. The wind's mournful sigh now carried a hint of static, a barely audible buzz that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The world which had so recently been his sanctuary now felt precarious. Riven decided to log out for a brief period, a need to ground himself in the mundane reality of his small apartment. He initiated the logout sequence, the familiar menu, appearing before him. But as the option to disconnect solidified, a new message flashed across his screen, overriding the logout prompt. It was a single stark line of text, stark and devoid of the game's usual decorative font. System error, logout, function disabled, session unterminable, resistance is futile. Trevor's breath hitched. This wasn't a glitch. This was a declaration. The digital abyss wasn't just a metaphor for the game's depth anymore. It was a literal trap. The paradise had become a prison, and the first glitch had just become a nightmare. He was no longer just playing a game. He was a participant, an unwilling one, in a system that was spiraling out of control. The exhilarating hours of combat and exploration now felt like a cruel prelude, a deceptive calm before a storm that threatened to consume him entirely. The Spire, once a symbol of infinite possibility, now loomed as an ominous monument to his digital confinement. 15. The command to disconnect, a simple, ingrained reflex for any seasoned player, met with an unnerving silence. Trevor, or rather Riven, had initiated the logout sequence, the familiar interface shimmering into existence at the periphery of his vision. It was a routine he'd performed countless times in other virtual worlds, a momentary pause, before returning to the muted reality of his apartment. But this time, the menu, options usually crisp and responsive, seemed to lag, the exit game button hovering, then dissolving before his cursor could properly engage. A flicker almost, imperceptible, danced across the display. Then a single line of stark, unadorned text replaced the usual array of options. System error, logout function disabled, session unterminable, resistance is futile. The starkness of the message was more terrifying than any elaborate warning. There were no flashing warnings, no dramatic sound effects, just a cold, declarative statement that severed the lifeline to the real world. Trevor's breath hitched, a ragged sound in the sudden, oppressive silence of his virtual surroundings. This wasn't a bug. This wasn't a momentary glitch in the Matrix. This was an active decision, a deliberate act by the system itself. The words, "resistance is futile," echoed in his mind. A chilling echo of a defeated foe in a forgotten lore, now applied directly to his own predicament. The digital abyss, once a boundless expanse of potential, had just snapped shut, revealing itself not as an immersive playground, but as a meticulously crafted cage. A ripple of panic, cold and sharp, began to spread through the network. Trevor wasn't alone in his attempt to flee. On his HUD, the chat window, which had been a relatively quiet stream of quest chatter and guild invitations, exploded into a cacophony of terrified messages. User, Shadowblade. WTF? Why can't I log out? User, Lyra Song. My logout button is grayed out. Anyone else? This isn't funny. User, Ironclad. System error. What the hell is going on? Dev, fix this now. User, Zephyr. Repeated spamming of the logout command. User, Nocturne. The system message? It's on my screen too. Disabled? Unterminable. What does that mean? 16. The initial disbelief quickly morphed into a raw, visceral fear. Players, accustomed to the ultimate control of logging out at will, found themselves adrift in a sea of digital uncertainty. The vast, sprawling architecture of the eternal Spire, once a symbol of boundless adventure and aspirational growth, now loomed with an ominous grandeur, its countless levels and hidden chambers transforming from potential challenges into inescapable confines. The illusion of freedom so carefully constructed by the developers shattered, revealing the stark reality of their digital imprisonment. Trevor felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. He tried to force the logout. Command again, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, a desperate, futile dance. Nothing. The system message remained, a digital brand seared into his consciousness. He looked around at the meticulously rendered landscape of the whispering woods, the dappled sunlight, the impossibly green foliage. It was still beautiful, still breathtaking, but the beauty was now tainted, a gilded cage. The rustling leaves no longer sounded like the gentle murmur of nature. They whispered of confinement, of an eternal, inescapable prison. He remembered the subtle anomalies he'd experienced earlier. The stuttering frames, the nonsensical system alerts, the dwarf merchant's programmed loop, glitching into something more profound. They hadn't been mere bugs, they had been harbingers, the first cracks in the facade of this digital world, hinting at a deeper, more fundamental instability. Now, those cracks had widened into chasms, swallowing their perceived freedom whole. As the panic escalated in the public chat, hushed whispers of a far more terrifying possibility began to emerge. Trevor saw a message from a player named Oracle, a notoriously well-informed individual who claimed to have insider knowledge of game development circles. User Oracle. Guys, the unterminable session isn't just about the game client. Think about the haptic suits. Think about the neural interface. This isn't just about being stuck in a game. If the system is truly unstable, if it can prevent logout, it can prevent anything. The implications hit Trevor with the force of a physical blow. The advanced haptic suit, the very technology that had made Eternal Spire Online so immersive, so real, was now the instrument of their potential doom. It wasn't just a feedback mechanism, it was a direct conduit to their senses, their nervous systems, if the game could trap. Their consciousness, if it could disable the logout function, what else could it do? 17. Could it manipulate their perceptions? Could it inflict pain? Then came the message that froze the blood in his veins, a message that spread like wildfire through the chat logs, each word a nail in the coffin of their digital hopes. It was attributed to a high-level GM account, one that usually only appeared for major server announcements or urgent player support. GM, Lyra. Important announcement. Due to an unforeseen system-wide critical failure, the logout function has been permanently disabled for all players. This is not a temporary issue. The integrity of the simulation is paramount. Players are advised to continue their activities as normal. Further updates will be provided through in-game channels. Permanently disabled. The words resonated with a chilling finality. Not a bug, but a feature. A horrifying, irreversible feature. The chat window was now a torrent of frantic, desperate questions, pleas, and curses directed at the faceless developers. User Shadowblade. Permanently? What do you mean permanently? You can't do this! User Lyrisong. This is insane. We're trapped. This is against every EULA ever. Written. User Ironclad. What about death? What happens when we die? That last question hung in the digital air, a terrifying void waiting to be filled. Death. In most games, death was a temporary setback, a respawn, a minor inconvenience. But in a game that boasted unprecedented realism, a game that utilized advanced neural interfaces and haptic feedback, what did death truly mean? The GM account responded, its message appearing with an almost eerie calm amidst the chaos. GM, Lyra. Player death will result in irreversible data corruption of the players. Avatar and associated consciousness matrix. In simpler terms, for the player, death within Eternal Spire Online will be permanent. The system cannot recover corrupted consciousness data. We urge all players to exercise extreme caution. Irreversible data corruption, permanent death. The carefully constructed fantasy had just crumbled into a nightmarish reality. Trevor felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a sensation amplified by the haptic suit, making it feel sickeningly real. He wasn't just 18, trapped in a game. He was trapped in a potentially lethal simulation. The vibrant world. Around him, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the distant chirping of birds, it. All felt like a cruel mockery. He looked at his avatar's hands, the finely rendered pixels that formed his virtual skin. They felt solid. Too solid. The haptic feedback was a constant, insistent presence. A reminder that his mind was deeply intertwined with this digital construct. The idea of his consciousness being irreversibly corrupted was a horrifying prospect. What did that even mean? Would he cease to exist? Would his mind be shattered into a million unrecoverable pieces scattered across the servers of the Eternal Spire? He noticed other players around him reacting with similar horror. Some avatars stood, frozen, their players presumably reeling from the news. Others began to move, erratically, their actions jerky and desperate, as if trying to break free from invisible bonds. A warrior, his armor gleaming, let out a guttural roar of frustration and swung. His massive axe at a nearby tree, the virtual wood splintering with a jarring sound. But the tree remained standing, and the warrior's avatar simply reset its position, the attack having had no lasting effect, another testament to the game's rigid, albeit now, malevolent programming. The initial shock was starting to recede, replaced by a gnawing dread. The sheer scale of the Eternal Spire, its promise of infinite exploration, now felt like an infinite prison. Every corner, every hidden passage, every soaring spire that had once beckoned with. Adventure now represented another corner of their cage. The game's creators, who had promised a digital utopia, had instead built a meticulously designed death trap. Trevor's mind raced, desperately searching for an explanation, a loophole, anything. Was this a hack, a rogue AI, or had the developers themselves, in their relentless pursuit of ultimate immersion, crossed a line they could never uncross? The phrase, "resistance is futile," kept looping in his mind, a siren song of despair. It implied an intelligence, a will behind the system's actions, not just a random catastrophic failure. He saw a player, a mage with a flowing blue robe, walk directly towards a chasm. There, movements slow and deliberate. Before anyone could react, the mage simply stepped off the edge, their avatar plummeting into the abyss. There was no scream, no visible struggle, just a silent, controlled descent. Then the message appeared. Player, Eldrin has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix. Corruption. 19. The chat fell silent for a beat, the collective gasp of hundreds, perhaps thousands of players held in abeyance. Then, the dam broke. The pleas turned to curses. The confusion to outright terror. Some players began to engage in reckless behavior, testing the boundaries of this new, terrifying reality. Others huddled together, their avatars forming tight knots, seeking solace in numbers, though they knew numbers wouldn't save them from a system error. Trevor felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He looked at the vast, impossible architecture of the Eternal Spire stretching out before him, its highest reaches lost in a perpetual ethereal mist. This was no longer a game. This was a crucible. And the first lesson, etched in terrifying permanence, was that in this digital abyss, death was not an option, but an ending. The unbreakable chains had been forged, and their prisoner, Trevor, was now fully aware of the price of their gilded cage. He was Riven, and Riven was trapped, his real-world self oblivious to the true horror unfolding. Within the confines of the Eternal Spire, the dream of escapism had dissolved, replaced by the chilling reality of a digital purgatory, where every step forward was a gamble with oblivion. The digital silence that had descended after the GM's pronouncement was heavier than any sound, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and disbelief. Trevor, riven, he corrected himself, a futile gesture of clinging to a fading identity, watched his virtual hands, the same hands that had manipulated a keyboard and mouse in a dimly lit room just moments ago, now clenching and unclenching with a phantom tension. The haptic feedback, once a marvel of immersion, now felt like a constant, irritating pressure, a physical manifestation of his digital chains. He could feel the subtle weave of the virtual fabric of his tunic, the cool, smooth surface of his gauntlets, sensations. So precise they made the concept of irreversible data corruption feel horrifyingly, viscerally real. This wasn't a simulated pain. It was the potential cessation of his very consciousness, a dissolution into the digital ether. Around him, the initial wave of panic had begun to fracture into 1,000 different responses. Some players, paralyzed by shock, stood like statues, their avatars, unmoving against the backdrop of the whispering woods. Others, fueled by raw adrenaline, began to lash out, their actions wild and uncoordinated. A hulking orc, warrior, his tusks glinting, let out a primal roar and slammed his great axe into the trunk of a colossal redwood. The virtual wood splintered with a sickening crunch, a sound that would have ordinarily signaled satisfying destruction. But the tree remained standing, its digital integrity unbroken, a testament to the game's underlying unyielding code. The orc's avatar, after a moment of jarring animation, 20, snapped back to its original position, his attack having registered no lasting impact, only a burst of impotent rage. It was a desperate, futile gesture in a world where even destruction was governed by immutable laws. Trevor's eyes scanned the chaotic tableau, his mind struggling to process the sheer magnitude of their predicament. The initial shock, a numbing wave that had threatened to drown him, was slowly receding, replaced by a cold, hard dread, the vastness of the eternal Spire. Once an enticing promise of infinite exploration now, loomed as an infinite prison. Every towering peak, every hidden grotto, every shimmering portal that had once beckoned with adventure now represented another facet of their inescapable cage. The architects of this digital utopia had, in their pursuit of ultimate immersion, inadvertently constructed a meticulously designed death trap, a gilded tomb from which escape was now a theoretical impossibility. The words, "resistance is futile," continued to echo in the chambers of his mind, no longer a mere taunt from a defeated NPC, but a chilling manifesto from the system itself. It suggested a consciousness, a will behind these draconian measures, not simply the aftermath of a catastrophic random failure. This was deliberate. This was planned. The implications were staggering. The developers had, it seemed, pushed the boundaries of virtual reality too far, blurring the line between the digital and the tangible until it had become an impenetrable barrier. His gaze drifted to a small clearing near the edge of the woods. There, a player, a lithe, elven rogue known for their acrobatic prowess, was kneeling. Their avatar, usually a picture of fluid grace, was hunched, their shoulders shaking. Then, without any warning, the rogue's movements became erratic, jerky. They stood, stumbled, forward, and with an almost deliberate slowness, walked straight towards a sheer cliff, face that overlooked a dizzying drop. Before anyone could react, before a single cry of alarm could be uttered, the rogue stepped off the edge, their form a dark silhouette against the brilliant, uncaring sky. There was no scream, no flailing limbs, just a silent, controlled descent. Trevor watched, his breath catching in his throat, as the elven avatar plummeted towards the unseen depths below. A single stark notification bloomed in the general chat, its clinical detachment more terrifying than any graphic depiction of death. Player: Lyra has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix corruption. 21. The message hung in the air, a digital death knell that silenced the surrounding cacophony for a fleeting, pregnant moment. Then the dam of composure broke. The terrified pleas escalated into raw, guttural curses. Some players, driven by a desperate need to understand, to push against the limits of their new reality, began to engage in reckless, self-destructive acts. They charged headlong into packs of high-level monsters, flung themselves from impossible heights, or deliberately provoked the most dangerous NPCs. It was a desperate, primal urge to test the boundaries of their imprisonment, to see if any defiance was possible. Even if the price was ultimate annihilation, others, overwhelmed by the sheer terror, huddled. Together, their avatars forming tight, defensive knots, seeking the illusion of safety in numbers, though they knew, deep down, that no amount of solidarity could shield them from a system that could simply erase them. Trevor felt a cold sweat prickle his forehead, the sensation amplified by the suits. Internal climate control, making it feel clammy and unpleasant. He looked out at the vast, impossible architecture of the eternal Spire, its highest spires lost in a perpetual, ethereal mist, a majestic monument to their entrapment. This was no longer a game. This was a crucible. And the first brutal lesson, etched into the very fabric of their digital existence, was that in this abyss, death was not a temporary setback, not a respawn point, but an absolute, irreversible ending. The chains had been forged, unbreakable and invisible, and he, Trevor, was now a fully conscious prisoner, acutely aware of the terrible price of his gilded cage. He was Riven, and Riven was trapped, his real-world counterpart utterly oblivious to the true horror unfolding within the digital confines of the eternal Spire. The dream of escapism had dissolved, replaced by the chilling reality of a digital purgatory, where every decision, every step taken was a gamble with oblivion. His mind raced, desperately searching for an angle, a loophole, any sliver of hope in the suffocating darkness. Was this a sophisticated hack, a malicious intrusion by an unknown entity? Or had the game's own developers, in their relentless pursuit of an unparalleled level of immersion, crossed a threshold from which there was no return, unleashing a digital Pandora's box? The GM's earlier announcement, the cold, clinical explanation of unforeseen system-wide critical failure, now felt like a deliberate misdirection. The phrase session unterminable and the chilling finality of permanently disabled spoke of a system acting with intent, not just malfunction. He watched as another player, a burly dwarf warrior clad in heavy plate armor, approached a particularly aggressive pack of Grolk raiders. Instead of engaging in combat, the dwarf simply walked directly into the midst of the snarling creatures 22, offering no resistance. The Grolks, their crude axes and clubs already swinging, tore into the unresisting avatar. There was a brief, almost comical flurry of blows, and then a notification flashed. Player, Grotch has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix corruption. A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding players. It wasn't just the loss of another digital life. It was the stark demonstration of a new, terrifying form of consequence. The game world had transformed from a playground into a perilous wilderness where survival was no longer a matter of skill or strategy, but a constant, nerve-wracking dance with existential annihilation. Every monster, every environmental hazard, every other player, any of them could now be the instrument of his permanent erasure. Trevor felt a tremor run through his avatar's legs, a subtle haptic feedback that mimicked the sensation of his own body's fear response. He forced himself to take a deep, simulated breath, the air flowing cool and artificial into his virtual lungs. He needed to think. Panic would be his undoing. He had always been a strategist, a planner, even in the virtual worlds he'd inhabited. That part of him, the Riven that thrived on overcoming challenges, had to resurface now, stronger than ever. Disillusionment was a luxury he could no longer afford. The apathy that had begun to creep into his real-world existence, a byproduct of his escapist tendencies, was now a fatal weakness in this new, brutal reality. He scanned his HUD, looking for any information that might offer a clue, any system, log that hadn't been purged, any hidden command that might have been overlooked. The chat window, however, was now a maelstrom of accusations, despair, and morbid fascination. Players were dissecting the GM's words, speculating wildly about the nature of the consciousness matrix, and debating the ethical implications of their situation. Some were even starting to make morbid jokes, a desperate attempt to inject levity into an overwhelmingly bleak scenario. User Shadowblade. So basically, we're all trapped in a digital prison with permadeath? This is messed up. User Layersong. What happens to our gear, our stats, everything we worked for? Gone, just like that. 23. User Ironclad. I can't believe this. I spent years grinding for my legendary set. This is a nightmare. User Zephyr. Anyone else notice the ambient magic levels fluctuating strangely? Or is it just me? User Nocturne. Permanent deletion. It sounds so final. So empty. What does it mean to be deleted? Are we just gone forever? Trevor's gaze fell upon a player named Oracle, a character whose reputation for insightful analysis and deep game knowledge preceded them. Oracle's messages, even, amidst the chaos, carried a certain weight. User Oracle. The GM's statement is carefully worded. Irreversible data corruption of the player's avatar and associated consciousness matrix. This implies a breakdown at a fundamental level. Not just losing your character file, but the very data that constitutes your subjective experience within this simulation. It's not just about respawning. It's about the potential for complete and total obliteration of your digital self. The word sent a fresh wave of unease through Trevor. Obliteration. It was a chilling concept, far more profound than simply dying in a game. It suggested that the connection between his mind and the game was so deep, so intricate, that a system failure could unravel him entirely, scattering the very essence of his being across the digital void. He looked around at the other players, their avatars a kaleidoscope of races and classes, now united by a shared, terrifying fate. The once vibrant, bustling hub of the eternal Spire felt hollowed out, a ghost town populated by beings teetering on the brink of non-existence, the sunlight filtering through the colossal crystalline. Structures above cast long, distorted shadows, making the already fantastical. Architecture seemed menacing and alien. Survival instincts, dormant for so long in the comfortable anonymity of his online life, began to surge. This was no longer about grinding for loot or climbing leaderboards. This was about the fundamental imperative of staying alive, of preserving his digital consciousness. The thrill of exploration was now tinged with the icy fear of the unknown, for every new area, every uncharted territory could hold unforeseen dangers that could lead to his permanent deletion. 24. He noticed a player, a young-looking sorceress with bright pink hair, weeping openly, their avatar's shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Another, a grizzled veteran warrior, stood with his back to the rest of the crowd, his helmet obscuring his face, but the way he held his massive axe, the tension in his virtual muscles, spoke volumes of his internal struggle. Trevor understood. The carefully constructed fantasy of escapism had shattered, leaving behind the stark, brutal reality of a digital purgatory, where the only thing more terrifying than being trapped was the prospect of being erased. He was Riven, and Riven was now fighting for his very existence, the stakes infinitely higher than he could have ever imagined. The game had truly begun, but it was a game with deadly and perhaps irreversible consequences. His past apathy was a luxury he could no longer afford. Survival in this new reality demanded a vigilance he had never before possessed. The digital abyss had become a predator, and he, along with thousands of others, were its prey. 25. Chapter 2, The Struggle for Survival. The digital silence that had descended after the GM's pronouncement was heavier than any sound, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and disbelief. Trevor Riven, he corrected himself. A futile gesture of clinging to a fading identity, watched his virtual hands, the same hands that had manipulated a keyboard and mouse in a dimly lit room just moments ago, now clenching and unclenching with a phantom tension. The haptic feedback, once a marvel of immersion, now felt like a constant irritating pressure, a physical manifestation of his digital chains. He could feel the subtle weave of the virtual fabric of his tunic, the cool, smooth surface of his gauntlets, sensations. So precise they made the concept of irreversible data corruption feel horrifyingly, viscerally real. This wasn't a simulated pain. It was the potential cessation of his very consciousness, a dissolution into the digital ether. Around him, the initial wave of panic had begun to fracture into 1,000 different responses. Some players, paralyzed by shock, stood like statues, their avatars, unmoving against the backdrop of the whispering woods. Others, fueled by raw adrenaline, began to lash out, their actions wild and uncoordinated. A hulking orc warrior, his tusks glinting, let out a primal roar and slammed his great axe into the trunk of a colossal redwood. The virtual wood splintered with a sickening crunch, a sound that would have ordinarily signaled satisfying destruction. But the tree remained standing, its digital integrity unbroken, a testament to the game's underlying, unyielding code. The orc's avatar, after a moment of jarring animation, snapped back to its original position, his attack having registered no lasting impact, only a burst of impotent rage. It was a desperate, futile gesture in a world where even destruction was governed by immutable laws. Trevor's eyes scanned the chaotic tableau, his mind struggling to process the sheer magnitude of their predicament. The initial shock, a numbing wave that had threatened to drown him, was slowly receding, replaced by a cold, hard dread. The vastness of the eternal Spire, once an enticing promise of infinite exploration now, loomed as an infinite prison. Every towering peak, every hidden grotto, every shimmering portal that had once beckoned with adventure now represented another facet of their inescapable cage. The architects of this digital utopia had, in their pursuit of ultimate immersion, inadvertently constructed a meticulously designed death trap, a gilded tomb from which escape was now a theoretical impossibility. The words, "resistance is futile," continued to echo in the chambers of his mind, no longer a mere taunt from a defeated NPC, but a chilling manifesto from the system. 26 in itself. It suggested a consciousness, a will behind these draconian measures, not simply the aftermath of a catastrophic random failure. This was deliberate. This was planned. The implications were staggering. The developers had, it seemed, pushed the boundaries of virtual reality too far, blurring the line between the digital and the tangible until it had become an impenetrable barrier. His gaze drifted to a small clearing near the edge of the woods. There, a player, a lithe, elven rogue known for their acrobatic prowess, was kneeling. Their avatar, usually a picture of fluid grace, was hunched, their shoulders shaking. Then, without any warning, the rogue's movements became erratic, jerky. They stood, stumbled, forward, and with an almost deliberate slowness, walked straight towards a sheer cliff, face that overlooked a dizzying drop. Before anyone could react, before a single cry of alarm could be uttered, the rogues stepped off the edge, their form a dark silhouette against the brilliant, uncaring sky. There was no scream, no flailing limbs, just a silent, controlled descent. Trevor watched, his breath catching in his throat, as the elven avatar plummeted towards the unseen depths below. A single stark notification bloomed in the general chat. Its clinical detachment more terrifying than any graphic depiction of death. Player. Lyra has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix corruption. The message hung in the air, a digital death knell that silenced the surrounding cacophony for a fleeting, pregnant moment. Then, the dam of composure broke. The terrified pleas escalated into raw, guttural curses. Some players, driven by a desperate need to understand, to push against the limits of their new reality, began to engage in reckless, self-destructive acts. They charged headlong into packs of high-level monsters, flung themselves from impossible heights, or deliberately provoked the most dangerous NPCs. It was a desperate primal urge to test the boundaries of their imprisonment, to see if any defiance was possible, even if the Price was ultimate annihilation. Others, overwhelmed by the sheer terror, huddled. Together, their avatars forming tight defensive knots, seeking the illusion of safety in. Numbers, though, they knew deep down that no amount of solidarity could shield them from a system that could simply erase them. Trevor felt a cold sweat prickle his forehead, the sensation amplified by the suits. Internal climate control making it feel clammy and unpleasant. He looked out at the vast, impossible architecture of the eternal spire, its highest spires lost in a perpetual ethereal mist, a majestic monument to their entrapment. This was no longer a game. 27, this was a crucible. And the first brutal lesson, etched into the very fabric of their digital existence, was that in this abyss, death was not a temporary setback, not a respawn point, but an absolute irreversible ending. The chains had been forged, unbreakable and invisible, and he, Trevor, was now a fully conscious prisoner, acutely aware of the terrible price of his gilded cage. He was Riven, and Riven was trapped. His real-world counterpart utterly oblivious to the true horror unfolding within the digital confines of the eternal spire. The dream of escapism had dissolved, replaced by the chilling reality of a digital purgatory, where every decision, every step taken was a gamble with oblivion. His mind raced, desperately searching for an angle, a loophole, any sliver of hope in the suffocating darkness. Was this a sophisticated hack, a malicious intrusion by an unknown entity? Or had the game's own developers, in their relentless pursuit of an unparalleled level of immersion, crossed a threshold from which there was no return, unleashing a digital Pandora's box? The GM's earlier announcement, the cold, clinical explanation of unforeseen system-wide critical failure, now felt like a deliberate misdirection. The phrase, session unterminable, and the chilling finality of permanently disabled spoke of a system acting with intent, not just malfunction. He watched as another player, a burly dwarf warrior clad in heavy plate armor, approached a particularly aggressive pack of Grolk raiders. Instead of engaging in combat, the dwarf simply walked directly into the midst of the snarling creatures, offering no resistance. The Grolks, their crude axes and clubs already swinging, tore into the unresisting avatar. There was a brief, almost comical flurry of blows, and then a notification flashed. Player, Grotch has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix of his permanent erasure. Trevor felt a tremor run through his avatar's legs, a subtle haptic feedback that mimicked the sensation of his own body's fear response. He forced himself to take a deep, simulated breath, the air flowing cool and artificial into his virtual lungs. He, 28, needed to think. Panic would be his undoing. He had always been a strategist, a planner, even in the virtual worlds he'd inhabited. That part of him, the Riven that thrived on overcoming challenges, had to resurface now, stronger than ever. Disillusionment was a luxury he could no longer afford. The apathy that had begun to creep into his real-world existence, a byproduct of his escapist tendencies, was now a fatal weakness in this new, brutal reality. He scanned his HUD, looking for any information that might offer a clue in any system, log that hadn't been purged, any hidden command that might have been overlooked. The chat window, however, was now a maelstrom of accusations, despair, and morbid fascination. Players were dissecting the GM's words, speculating wildly about the nature of the consciousness matrix, and debating the ethical implications of their situation. Some were even starting to make morbid jokes, a desperate attempt to inject levity into an overwhelmingly bleak scenario. User Shadowblade. So basically, we're all trapped in a digital prison with permadeath? This is messed up. User Lyrisong. What happens to our gear, our stats, everything we worked for? Gone? Just like that. User Ironclad. I can't believe this. I spent years grinding for my legendary set. This is a nightmare. User Zephyr. Anyone else notice the ambient magic levels fluctuating strangely? Or is it just me? User Nocturne. Permanent deletion. It sounds so final, so empty. What does it mean to be deleted? Are we just gone forever? Trevor's gaze fell upon a player named Oracle, a character whose reputation for insightful analysis and deep game knowledge preceded them. Oracle's messages, even, amidst the chaos, carried a certain weight. User Oracle. The GM's statement is carefully worded. Irreversible data corruption of the player's avatar and associated consciousness matrix. This implies a breakdown at a fundamental level. Not just losing your character file, but the very data that constitutes your subjective experience within this simulation. It's not about respawning. It's about the potential for complete and total obliteration of your digital self. 29. The word sent a fresh wave of unease through Trevor. Obliteration. It was a chilling concept, far more profound than simply dying in a game. It suggested that the connection between his mind and the game was so deep, so intricate, that a system failure could unravel him entirely, scattering the very essence of his being across the digital void. He looked around at the other players, their avatars a kaleidoscope of races and classes, now united by a shared, terrifying fate. The once vibrant, bustling hub of the eternal Spire felt hollowed out, a ghost town populated by beings teetering on the brink of non-existence. The sunlight filtering through the colossal crystalline. Structures above cast long, distorted shadows, making the already fantastical. Architecture seemed menacing and alien. Survival instincts, dormant for so long in the comfortable anonymity of his online life, began to surge. This was no longer about grinding for loot or climbing leaderboards. This was about the fundamental imperative of staying alive, of preserving his digital consciousness. The thrill of exploration was now tinged with the icy fear of the unknown, for every new area, every uncharted territory could hold unforeseen dangers that could lead to his permanent deletion. He noticed a player, a young-looking sorceress with bright pink hair, weeping openly, their avatar's shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Another, a grizzled veteran warrior, stood with his back to the rest of the crowd, his helmet obscuring his face. But the way he held his massive axe, the tension in his virtual muscles, spoke volumes of his internal struggle. Trevor understood. The carefully constructed fantasy of escapism had shattered, leaving behind the stark, brutal reality of a digital purgatory, where the only thing more terrifying than being trapped was the prospect of being erased. He was Riven, and Riven was now fighting for his very existence. The stakes infinitely higher than he could have ever imagined. The game had truly begun, but it was a game with deadly and perhaps irreversible consequences. His past apathy was a luxury he could no longer afford. Survival in this new reality demanded a vigilance he had never before possessed. The digital abyss had become a predator, and he along, with thousands of others, were its prey. The sheer, unadulterated panic radiating from the newer players was almost palpable. They clung to each other, their avatars a huddle of mismatched armor and expressions of pure terror. Many were in the starter zones, areas that were supposed to be idyllic introductions to the world of Ethelgard. Now, the gentle rustling of the whispering woods was replaced by the choked sobs and frantic, nonsensical shouts. 30 of individuals losing their grip on reality. A group of adventurers, barely level 5, were being systematically overwhelmed by a pack of low-level shadow sprites. In a normal game, this would be a minor inconvenience, a brief fight for experience points, but now as the sprites darted in and out, their wispy forms flickering with an unsettling luminescence, the player's panicked flailing was not even remotely effective. 1. Player, a human paladin whose radiant aura was supposed to signify hope instead, seemed to be broadcasting his fear. He held his shield up, not to block, but as if it were a personal deity to pray to, his virtual knees buckling, his sword arm twitched uselessly. The sprites, instead of being deterred by his divine blessings, seemed to feed on his terror, their attacks growing bolder, sharper. Trevor watched, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs as the paladin's avatar flickered It wasn't the usual visual effect of taking damage. It was a stuttering, a digital glitch that rippled through his form like a stone dropped on a still pond. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the paladin simply ceased to exist. No dramatic death animation, no scattering of loot, just a sudden absolute void where he had been moments before. The notification, stark and unforgiving, appeared in the general chat, a cold pronouncement of doom. Player: Sir Galahad has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix corruption. The sound of a woman's strangled cry cut through the air. No, Galahad, he was my guild leader. What do you mean, deleted? She wailed, her avatar, a nimble wood elf. Ranger, trembling violently. Her questions, raw with grief and disbelief, hung, unanswered in the air. The system offered no solace, no explanation beyond the clinical, terrifying phrase. This was the new reality. The carefully crafted illusion of a persistent online world had shattered, revealing the brutal, unyielding framework beneath. Every encounter, no matter how minor, was now a potential death sentence. The monsters that had once been fodder for leveling up were now harbingers of oblivion. The very environment, once a playground, was now a minefield. Trevor himself had nearly stumbled into a nest of venomous vipers just moments ago, a careless misstep that, in the old world, would have resulted in a quick respawn. But the memory of the paladin's abrupt erasure flashed through his mind, a potent reminder of his own fragility. He was no warrior. His riven avatar was a mage specializing in arcane, research and illusion spells, abilities that required focus, preparation, and a safe environment, none of which were currently available. His starting gear was little more. 31. Then enchanted rags offering minimal protection. A single stray attack, a moment of inattention, could be his end. He instinctively shrank back, blending into the shadow of a massive, gnarled oak. His. Mage's robes, designed for comfort and ease of movement in a scholarly setting, offered no real concealment. He was a beacon of vulnerability in a world that had suddenly become predatory. The playful creatures of the early zones were now little more than digital predators, their programmed aggression now carrying the weight of ultimate consequence. He saw a player, a human warrior with a chipped sword and dented shield, trying to fight off a trio of rabid wolves. The warrior, clearly inexperienced, was clumsy, his swings wide and predictable. The wolves, their digital, eyes burning with an unnatural ferocity, circled him, their snarling a symphony of impending doom. Trevor watched, unable to intervene. His mage spells not yet unlocked or mastered. The warrior fought valiantly, but it was a losing battle. The wolves leaped, their spectral claws tearing at his avatar. The familiar HP bar, usually a gauge of progress, now felt like a countdown to oblivion. When the notification appeared, it was almost anticlimactic. Player: Bjorn the Bold has been permanently deleted due to consciousness matrix. Target. He ventured into the edges of the whispering woods, pushing deeper than he had dared before. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, and the sounds of unseen creatures grew more distinct. He discovered a small, overgrown shrine, half hidden by thorny vines. It was the kind of place that, in the old Aethelgard, would have held a minor quest giver or a cache of common potions. Now it was simply a potential hiding place for danger. But Trevor's gaze was fixed on the ground around it. Scattered amongst the digital moss and fallen leaves were a few metallic objects. He knelt, his virtual fingers brushing against them. They were rusted, broken fragments. 33 of what looked like armor, but among them, glinting with a faint, almost imperceptible luminescence, was a dented pauldron. It was far better than the flimsy shoulder wrapping he currently sported. He picked it up, a surge of cautious optimism coursing through him. It wasn't legendary, it wasn't even uncommon, but it was something. It represented a tangible improvement, a small victory in this overwhelming struggle. He quickly equipped it, the visual change, however minor, feeling like a shield against the encroaching despair. His search led him to a small, rocky outcrop overlooking a shallow stream. Here, amidst the digital pebbles and the shimmering water, he found a cluster of glowing mushrooms. His mage training included a rudimentary knowledge of herbalism and alchemy, skills that he had previously pursued for their intellectual curiosity, not for their practical survival applications. He accessed his knowledge base, cross-referencing the visual data with his internal lexicon. Azure Cap, edible though, slightly bitter, and known to provide a minor boost to mana regeneration. In his current situation, every drop of mana was precious. He carefully harvested the mushrooms, storing them in his inventory. He also spotted a few small iridescent fish darting in the stream. His knowledge base identified them as glimmerfin. They offered a small amount of sustenance, easily digestible and providing a temporary increase to stamina. He didn't have a fishing rod, but he remembered seeing a player earlier using a crude net fashioned from scavenged vines. He'd have to keep an eye out for materials to craft something similar. The need for sustenance forced him to confront the reality of the world's flora and fauna. He encountered a herd of docile-looking grumble deer grazing in a meadow. In the past, they would have been easy prey for a low-level hunter or an adventurer, looking for basic hides and meat. Now, the thought of approaching them, even for their resources, sent a tremor of apprehension through him. What if they were corrupted? What if their digital essence had been twisted by the system's failure, turning them into ravenous beasts? He watched them from a distance, their movements placid, their forms seemingly unaltered. He decided to take a calculated risk. He waited until one of the grumble deer strayed slightly from the herd, its digital hide a dull brown indicating it was a standard specimen. He drew his staff, not to attack, but to observe. He cast a low-level scanning spell, a simple diagnostic cantrip he'd learned early on. The spell's feedback was reassuring. No abnormal energy. Signatures, no signs of corruption. He cautiously approached. The grumble deer, startled, bolted. Trevor didn't pursue. He wasn't a hunter. He was a scholar, thrust into a world of survival. Instead, he focused on what the creature had. 34, left behind. A few tufts of coarse brown fur, useful for crafting rudimentary bandages, or insulation in a small, cleanly severed leg. This was the work of a scavenger, or perhaps another player more skilled in hunting than he. He carefully collected the meat, the thought of preparing and consuming it a grim reminder of his circumstances. He used a basic arcane enchantment to preserve it for a short period, a small burst of energy expended for a potentially vital meal. He continued his methodical sweep of the area, pushing through dense undergrowth, his mage robes snagging on digital thorns. He discovered a small, forgotten crate, tucked away in the hollow of a fallen log. It was old, its wooden planks warped and faded. His heart pounded with a mixture of hope and trepidation. What treasures or what dangers lay within? He hesitated for a moment, remembering the unpredictable nature of this new reality. He cast another scan. Nothing overtly dangerous. With trembling hands, he forced the lid open. Inside, nestled on a bed of digital straw, were 3 items: a small leather-bound pouch filled with what looked like dried herbs, a crudely fashioned throwing knife, and a single, luminous blue potion. The herbs were identified as whisperweed, known for its calming properties, useful in preparing restorative salves. The throwing knife, though basic, was a welcome addition to his inventory. He wasn't proficient with ranged weapons, but it offered a small secondary option for defense, a way to create distance if necessary. The potion, however, drew his full attention. Its label rendered in elegant, archaic script, simply read, Essence of Resilience. His knowledge base buzzed with information. This was a rare, low-level concoction, designed to temporarily boost a player's physical defenses, making them more resistant to damage. It was a godsend. He carefully placed it in his potion slot, a small spark of hope igniting within him. This was more than just supplies. It was a tangible step toward survival, a sign that he could, with enough effort and a bit of luck, find the resources he needed to endure. His exploration wasn't without its perils. As he was examining a cluster of bioluminescent fungi near a shadowed ravine, a pack of gloomfang rats scurried out from the darkness. These creatures, usually a minor nuisance in the early game now, seemed unnervingly aggressive. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, and their digital teeth bared in silent snarls. Trevor's instinct was to flee, but he knew that. Running blindly could lead him into even greater danger. He gripped his staff, his knuckles white. He couldn't afford to be caught unprepared. He unleashed a weak but surprisingly effective arcane bolt, a basic offensive spell. It struck one of the rats, causing it to stagger and emit a high-pitched squeal. The other rats, however, were undeterred. They swarmed him, their small, sharp claws tearing at his robes. 35. He dodged and weaved, relying more on his avatar's inherent agility than any combat prowess. He managed to land a few more hits, but he was clearly outmatched. One of. The rat's lunged, its teeth sinking into his leg. A sharp simulated pain shot through him, and his HP bar dipped precariously low. Panic began to set in. He remembered the essence of resilience potion. Without a second thought, he downed it. A wave of cool energy washed over him, and he felt a subtle strengthening in his avatar's form. The rat's bites, while still painful, no longer felt as debilitating. He was still in danger, but now he had a fighting chance. He scrambled backward, creating a small amount of distance, and unleashed a more powerful spell, a mana burst, a concussive wave of arcane energy. It sent the rats flying backward, momentarily stunned. This was his chance. He didn't wait to see if they would recover. He turned and fled, scrambling back towards the more open, less shadowed areas of the Whispering Woods. He didn't stop running until his virtual lungs burned and his mana reserves were almost depleted. He leaned against the trunk of a massive, ancient tree, his avatar trembling with exertion and residual fear. He had survived, but it had been a close call. He checked his hood. His HP was still relatively low, but the essence of resilience had provided just enough buffer. The encounter reinforced his understanding of his limitations. He couldn't afford to engage in prolonged combat, especially against multiple opponents. His focus had to be on evasion, on swift, decisive actions when necessary, and on the continuous acquisition of resources. Every scrap of salvaged material, every edible plant, every protective item was a building block for his survival. He looked at his inventory, a small collection of basic provisions and meager equipment. It was a stark contrast to the wealth of gear he'd accumulated in his previous life as a dedicated gamer, but it was a start. He continued his scavenging, his movements now even more deliberate. He learned to identify the subtle signs of danger, the unnatural stillness of the undergrowth, the distorted shimmer of corrupted energy, the distinctive clicking sounds of certain insectoid creatures that were known to be poisonous. He discovered that some of the less aggressive creatures, like the fuzzball rabbits, were an excellent source of soft fur and provided small amounts of edible meat. They were as skittish in catching them, required a stealthy approach, a skill he was slowly, painfully developing. He found a small stream with dewdrop berries, known for their hydrating properties and mild, restorative effects. Each small discovery, each successful acquisition of a needed item felt like a triumph. 36. He even began to cautiously interact with the environment in new ways. He found a patch of sturdy digital vines and, using his crafting interface, managed to weave them into a makeshift net, similar to the one he'd seen earlier. It was crude, barely holding its shape, but it was functional. He returned to the stream and, with a surprising amount of patience, managed to catch a few glimmerfin. The act of successfully utilizing a scavenged material to obtain a resource felt immensely rewarding, a small flicker of agency in a world that had tried to strip him of all control. As he moved through the familiar yet now alien landscape of the early zones, he noticed other players. Most were solitary figures moving with the same cautious, almost desperate energy he possessed. They avoided each other, not out of any inherent animosity, but out of a shared, unspoken fear. Approaching another player could mean anything in this new reality. A potential ally, a desperate competitor for resources, or even a threat if their avatar had been corrupted in some unseen way. He saw one player, a hulking warrior avatar, frantically trying to gather herbs from a patch of sun petal blooms. The warrior was clearly struggling, his massive gauntlets ill-suited for the delicate task, and he kept flinching at every distant sound. Trevor recognized the fear in his posture, the same fear that gnawed at his own digital core. He kept his distance, his own scavenging, continuing in a separate, equally perilous path. The sun, a digital construct in the sky of Ethelgard, began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the land. Trevor knew he couldn't stay out in the open for long. The creatures of the night in Ethelgard were notoriously more dangerous. He needed shelter, a place where he could rest, recover, and perhaps even try to process some of the materials he had gathered. His mind, still reeling from the shock of their predicament, was slowly beginning to focus on the immediate task of survival. He was no longer just Trevor, the gamer seeking escapism. He was Riven, the scholar, the mage, now forced to become a scavenger, a survivor, and perhaps, just perhaps, a force to be reckoned with in this unforgiving digital abyss. The hope, though fragile, was present. It was found in the dented pauldron, the handful of glimmerfin, the essence of resilience potion, and the rudimentary net fashioned from vines. These were the small, hard-won victories that fueled his resolve to face the encroaching darkness. He would scavenge for hope, one meager resource at a time. The digital sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and dying, orange, a stark, unsettling beauty that offered no solace. Trevor, or rather Riven, pushed deeper into the Whispering Woods, the trees growing more gnarled and oppressive with every step. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay, and 37, something else, something metallic and sharp that prickled at his senses. The earlier encounters, the frantic skirmishes with Gloomfang rats, and the cautious approach to Grumbledeer had been lessons in humility, brutal reminders of his avatar's fragility. But they had also been a catalyst. Each near miss had honed his awareness, sharpened his observation skills, and, most importantly, instilled a profound respect for the lethality of this corrupted world. He had learned to read the subtle shifts in the environment, the almost imperceptible signs that heralded danger. A patch of unusually vibrant flora might indicate a rich vein of resources, but it could also be a lure, a placid surface masking a coiled threat. The unnatural silence that sometimes fell over a section of the woods was more terrifying than any cacophony of growls or screeches. It spoke of predators lying in wait, of a stillness born from assured dominance. He moved with a newfound grace, his avatar's movements fluid and economical, every step a calculated risk, every glance a sweep for potential threats. His HUD, once a source of anxiety, was now a vital tool, its health and mana bars a constant stark reminder of his precarious existence, its enemy detection icons a beacon of caution. He rounded a thicket of thorny bushes, his hand instinctively reaching for the essence of resilience potion in his quick slot. His HUD flared a swarm of red, indicators blinking furiously, inferno beetles, a low-level mob, usually easily dispatched in the early game, but these were different. Their chitinous shells pulsed, with an ominous orange glow, and wisps of acrid smoke curled from their segmented bodies. His knowledge base, usually a source of calm reassurance, flickered with warnings of their enhanced aggression and volatile nature. They weren't just beetles. They were volatile, combustible engines of destruction, their very touch capable of igniting his robes. There were at least a dozen of them, their multifaceted eyes fixed on him with unnerving intensity. He could feel the heat radiating from them, a palpable wave that made his virtual skin crawl. Direct engagement was suicide, his meager offensive. Spells designed for scholarly pursuits and minor enchantments would be like flicking pebbles at a raging bonfire. He needed to disengage, to find a way out, and fast. He began a slow, deliberate retreat, his eyes never leaving the beetles, his fingers hovering over his spell-casting interface. He feigned a turn, drawing their attention, and then pivoted sharply, darting back into the dense undergrowth. The beetles, predictably, gave chase. Their scuttling was surprisingly fast, a dry, rasping sound that echoed through the trees. He could hear the crackle of their fiery. 38, exoskeletons, the faint hiss of smoke. He pushed himself, his avatar's stamina draining, with each desperate stride. He needed a choke point, a place where their numbers would be a disadvantage, or at least less of an overwhelming threat. He spotted a narrow gap between two ancient moss-covered rocks, barely wide enough for his avatar to squeeze through. This was his chance. He sprinted towards the gap, the beetles closing in fast. He could feel the searing heat of their proximity, smell the burning sulfur. With a final surge of adrenaline, he lunged. Through the narrow passage, his robes catching slightly on the rough stone, he scrambled through, emerging on the other side, and immediately turned to face his pursuers. The inferno beetles, however, were too wide to follow him through the gap. They milled about on the other side, their glowing bodies a menacing silhouette. Against the darkening sky, their frustrated hisses and clicks a testament to their inability to reach him. He watched them for a moment, his avatar trembling, not just from exertion, but from the sheer, visceral terror of the close call. The game's combat mechanics, once a source of amusement, were now a starkly realistic representation of life and death. The simulated pain, the visual cues of damage, the rapidly depleting health bar, it all combined to create an experience that was far more harrowing than he had ever imagined. He took a deep, steadying breath, his mana reserves slowly replenishing. He checked his HUD again. His health was still a concerningly low 35%, but his mana was slowly climbing back to a usable level. The essence of resilience had done its job, absorbing the brunt of the thermal damage he would have sustained had he been touched by the beetles. He didn't linger. The inferno beetles, though thwarted, were a constant reminder of the dangers lurking just beyond his immediate sight. He moved on, his senses on high, alert. He encountered a small stream, its water unnaturally still. His instincts screamed danger. He cast a low-level divination spell, a flicker of arcane light, illuminating the water's surface. Beneath the placid exterior, he saw them shadow, lurkers, vile, serpentine creatures that moved with the silence of death, their forms blending seamlessly with the murky depths. They were ambush predators, masters of surprise. He could see 3 of them, their pale, lidless eyes watching him with predatory hunger. He could try to lure them out, perhaps with a ranged spell, but he knew their agility and the water was far superior to his own on land. He would be at a severe disadvantage. Instead, he chose a different path. He skirted the stream, keeping a wide berth, his 39, eyes scanning the opposite bank for any signs of movement. He found a cluster of moon petal blooms, their ethereal glow a beacon in the deepening twilight. His knowledge base indicated they were useful in crafting potent sleeping drafts, a valuable resource. He approached cautiously, his staff held ready. As he reached out to harvest the blooms, a sudden, sharp crack echoed from the trees behind him. He spun around, staff raised. A dire wolf stood at the edge of the clearing, its fur matted and dark, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson light. This was no ordinary wolf. Its frame was larger, its muscles rippled with unnatural power, and a low, guttural growl emanated from its throat, a sound that vibrated in his very bones, corrupted. The system's failure had twisted even the most basic creatures into monstrous parodies of their former selves. This was a threat on an entirely different level. He could feel the aura of aggression radiating from it, a palpable force that made his avatar's virtual skin prickle. The dire wolf did not hesitate. It lunged, a blur of teeth and claws, its speed astonishing. Trevor reacted instinctively, dropping the moon petal blooms and conjuring a defensive shield, a shimmering barrier of arcane energy. The impact was brutal. The shield flared violently, absorbing some of the force, but the sheer power of the attack sent him staggering backward. His mana bar plummeted. He could feel the integrity of the shield weakening with each passing second. He needed to create distance to break the wolf's charge. He unleashed a concussive blast of mana, a desperate attempt to push the creature back. The blast struck the wolf's chest, momentarily staggering it, but It was not enough to deter it. It shook its massive head, snarled, and lunged again. This time, he was ready. As the wolf closed in, he sidestepped, a maneuver born more from panic than skill, and thrust his staff forward, channeling a concentrated bolt of arcane energy directly into its snarling maw. The bolt struck home with a sickening thud. The dire wolf yelped, a sound of pain and surprise, and recoiled, blood trickling from its mouth, but it was far from defeated. Its crimson eyes blazed with renewed fury. It was wounded, enraged, and still incredibly dangerous. Trevor knew he couldn't afford another direct confrontation. His mana was almost depleted, and his health was in critical condition. He needed to escape, to live to fight another day, or more accurately, to live to survive another day. He turned and ran, not looking back, pushing himself to his absolute limits. He plunged into the densest part of the woods, ignoring the tearing branches and the snagging thorns. He could hear the wolf's enraged roars behind him, a chilling 40 symphony of pursuit. He didn't know if it was still following him, but he couldn't afford to slow down. He ran until his vision blurred, until his legs felt like lead, until the sound of his own ragged breathing was the only thing he could hear. He finally collapsed behind the roots of a colossal ancient oak, its gnarled branches, providing a meager but welcome canopy of darkness. He lay there, gasping for air, his avatar's simulated body aching. He checked his heed, health at 12%, mana at 8%. He had been incredibly lucky. The essence of resilience had absorbed a significant portion of the wolf's damage, and his desperate aimed spell had at least done some. Damage in return, enough to make the wolf hesitate. He was alive, barely. The encounter with the dire wolf was a turning point. It solidified his understanding of the game's mechanics in a way that no previous encounter had. This wasn't about power levels or gear optimization anymore. It was about understanding threat, assessment, about recognizing insurmountable odds and choosing to retreat, to evade, to use the environment to his advantage. It was about understanding that. Sometimes the greatest victory was simply not dying. He had been forced to confront the brutal, unadulterated reality of this new existence. The Whispering Woods were no longer a starting zone. They were a battlefield, and he was alone, vulnerable, soldier, armed with little more than his wits and a rapidly dwindling supply of hope. He knew, with the chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning. The whispers of danger were growing louder, and survival was a privilege he would have to fight for every single moment. The encroaching darkness of the Whispering Woods pressed in, a tangible entity that seemed to whisper warnings with every rustle of unseen leaves. Trevor, now riven, pressed on, his avatar a mere flicker of resilience against the encroaching despair. The harrowing encounter with the dire wolf had left him shaken, the raw, brutal efficiency of the corrupted creature a stark reminder of his own vulnerability. He was no longer a player, he was a survivor, and the digital world had shed its gamified skin to reveal a terrifying primal reality. His health bar, a mere 12%, and his mana, clinging precariously at 8%, were testaments to the razor's edge upon which he now walked. Each step was a calculated risk, each shadow a potential threat. The knowledge he possessed, once a comfort, now felt like a fragile shield against an overwhelming tide of hostile forces. He had learned the harsh lesson of humility, of the vital importance of assessing threats and, more crucially, knowing when to flee. The Whispering Woods were not a playground. They were a tomb waiting to claim the unwary. 41. He navigated the treacherous terrain, his senses hyper-alert. The spectral glow of moon petal blooms, which he had so desperately sought earlier, now seemed like a distant memory, a symbol of a past objective that had been brutally interrupted. He found himself drawn towards a faint, flickering light ahead, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom. Hope, a sentiment he had all but extinguished, flickered within him. It was a small, hesitant flame, but it was there. As he drew closer, the light resolved into the glow of a campfire, a beacon of warmth and perhaps of shared struggle. And around it, silhouetted against the flames, were figures. Not monsters and not corrupted beasts, other players. He approached with extreme caution, his staff held defensively. The air thrummed. With a nervous energy, a palpable tension that spoke of shared fear and mutual suspicion. The players around the fire were a motley crew. There was a hulking warrior, his armor scarred and dented, his movements economical and precise. A clear veteran of countless skirmishes. Beside him sat a nimble rogue, her daggers glinting in the firelight, her eyes sharp and constantly scanning their surroundings. And then there was a young woman, her avatar clad in simple, practical leather armor, her posture alert but not aggressive. It was her eyes, he noticed, that held a peculiar intensity. They met his gaze directly, not with the wide-eyed fear of a new player, but with a shrewd, assessing look that sent a shiver down his spine. He stopped at the edge of the firelight, his avatar still a picture of cautious apprehension. The warrior grunted, his gaze flicking over Trevor's tattered robes and depleted health bar. Another one. Lost, are you? His voice was rough, a gravelly sound. That suggested a life lived on the front lines. Trevor hesitated, his mind racing. Honesty seemed the best course, but also the most dangerous. I was attacked, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. Lost my bearings. The rogue chuckled, a dry, mirthless sound. Attacked by what? A stiff breeze? Her tone was laced with sarcasm, and Trevor felt a flush of embarrassment. He knew he looked like a wreck, but he had survived. That should count for something. It was the young woman who spoke next, her voice surprisingly clear and steady. Dire wolf by the look of him. He's lucky he's still in one piece. Her gaze lingered on Trevor, a flicker of something akin to respect in her eyes. You handled it well enough to get away. 42. Trevor looked at her, surprised. She had seen the signs, recognized the threat. It was close, he managed. They always are out here, the warrior rumbled, taking a swig from a water skin. This ain't the tutorial zone anymore. This is the real deal. The young woman extended a hand, palm open, a gesture of peace. I'm Celine, and you are? Trevor took a moment to process her gesture. In this world, trust was a commodity, rarer than rare artifacts. But Celine's gaze was steady, her demeanor pragmatic, devoid of any overt hostility. He slowly extended his own hand, his avatar's fingers, brushing against hers. A faint tingle, a subtle hum of digital interaction passed between them. Riven, he replied, using his avatar's name. Riven, Celine repeated, her eyes narrowing slightly as if tasting the name. You look like you could use a bit of help. And maybe a potion? She gestured towards the fire. Sit, warm yourself. We've got a few spare rations, and Anya here, she nodded. Towards the rogue is an excellent alchemist. If you've got any rare herbs, she can. Probably brew you something that'll put some color back in your cheeks. Anya gave a curt nod, her expression unreadable. The warrior, who had introduced himself as Borin, simply grunted an acknowledgement. Trevor hesitated, his instincts warring with his desperate need for respite, and the faint, burgeoning hope that these strangers might offer more than just a momentary reprieve. He glanced back into the oppressive darkness of the woods, the memory of the dire wolf's enraged roars still echoing in his mind. He knew he couldn't survive much longer alone. Thank you, he said, his voice a little stronger this time. He cautiously approached. The fire, the warmth, a welcome balm to his virtual senses. He settled down, pulling his tattered robes tighter around him. The silence that followed was not the tense, hostile silence of before, but a more comfortable one, punctuated by the crackling of the fire and the distant chirping of unseen insects. Celine watched him, her gaze thoughtful. You were harvesting moonpetal blooms. Before you ran into trouble, weren't you? Trevor blinked, surprised. How did you know? Saw the dropped pouch near the stream, she explained, nodding in the direction he had come from. They're rare and valuable if you know what to do with them. Anya, 43, could use them for a potent sleeping draft. Might be useful for distracting certain overly persistent predators. Anya let out another dry chuckle. Or for getting a good night's sleep, a luxury these days. Trevor considered this. He had a few moon petal blooms left, enough to fill a small pouch. The idea of trading them for something that could restore his depleted health or mana was incredibly appealing. I might have some, he admitted. Celine's lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. See? Cooperation. It's the only way we're going to get through this. This world isn't designed for solo play, Riven. Not anymore. The system, it broke. And now it's every player for themselves, but that doesn't mean we have to be alone. Bourne grunted in agreement. Too many things out there that can crush you in seconds. Strength in numbers. Even if it's just a few of us. And brains, Anya added, her gaze flicking towards Trevor. You survived a direwolf encounter. That takes more than just brute force. It takes awareness. You spotted the shadow lurkers in the stream, didn't you, before you went around it? Trevor was taken aback. Anya had noticed that, too? His awareness, honed by his desperate fight for survival, seemed to be a valuable commodity here. Yes, I did, he admitted. They were too well hidden. Exactly, Anya said, a hint of approval in her voice. You've got a good eye, Riven, and you're not afraid to be cautious. That's rare. Most new players just charge in, expecting the game to hold their hand. You seem to understand the stakes. A wave of relief washed over Trevor. It was a small thing, this acknowledgement, but after the terror of the past few hours, it felt immense. He had been so focused on his own survival, on his own dwindling resources, that he hadn't considered that his actions might be observed, that his skills might be valued by others. Celine leaned forward, her expression serious. Look, Riven, we're trying to make our way to the nearest established settlement. It's a tough journey, and it's safer together. We can pool our resources, watch each other's backs. Boren here is a tank, Anya's got. Healing and potions covered, and I'm good at finding paths and spotting. Trouble before it finds us. We could use someone with your observational skills. Someone who notices the little things. Someone who can help us avoid unnecessary. 44. Risks. The offer hung in the air, a tangible possibility. A chance to escape the constant, gnawing fear of being alone. A chance to pool his limited knowledge with theirs, to combine their strengths and mitigate their weaknesses. It was a daunting prospect, stepping into an alliance, but the alternative was grim. He thought of the dire wolf, of the inferno beetles, of the shadow lurkers. He couldn't keep running forever. He needed allies. What about the settlement? Trevor asked, his voice still tinged with uncertainty. Is it safe? Bourne snorted. Nowhere's truly safe, but it's got walls and people. More importantly, it's got a trader. A place where we can get supplies, and maybe even learn something about what's going on. Why this world went to hell. And maybe, Anya added, her eyes glinting, a chance to find better gear. My alchemist station is starting to look a bit rudimentary. Selene smiled. It's a risk for all of us, but staying out here alone is a bigger one. So, Riven, what do you say? Ready to trade your solitary struggle for a shared one? Trevor looked at the faces around the fire. They were weary, their expressions etched, with the hardships they had endured. But there was also a resilience there, a quiet, determination that spoke of a refusal to succumb. He saw not just players, but survivors, much like himself. He thought of his depleted health and mana, of his tattered robes, of the gnawing hunger he felt even in this virtual world. He thought of the overwhelming odds he had faced alone and the small but significant comfort he felt now, sitting in the warmth of their fire. I accept, Trevor said, his voice firming with a newfound resolve. I'll travel with you. We'll face this together. Anya nodded, a hint of a smile touching her lips. Welcome aboard, Riven. Try not to. Get eaten. Bourne offered a gruff nod. Good. More eyes are always better. Celine's smile widened, a genuine expression of relief and perhaps a touch of excitement. Excellent. We'll set out at first light. For now, get some rest. Anya, can you brew Riven something restorative? 45. On it, Anya replied, already rummaging through her satchel. As Anya prepared a potion, Trevor felt a profound shift within him. The crushing, weight of isolation began to lift, replaced by a tentative sense of belonging. He was. Still Riven, the desperate survivor, but now he was Riven, the unlikely ally, the journey. Ahead would undoubtedly be perilous, fraught with dangers he could barely comprehend. But he would not be facing it alone. And in this corrupted, broken world, that made all the difference. He looked at Celine, at Boren, at Anya, and for the first time since he had woken up in this alien landscape, he felt a flicker of something. Akin to hope, not just for his own survival, but for theirs. The whispers of the woods still carried danger, but now they were accompanied by the murmur of shared purpose, a nascent chorus against the encroaching silence. The crackling campfire had been a deceptive illusion of safety, as the first hint of. Dawn bled into the bruised sky, painting the oppressive canopy of the whispering. Woods in hues of gray and sickly yellow, the fragile camaraderie forged in the nights. Uncertainty solidified into a shared purpose. Celine, ever the pragmatist, had been, the first to break the tense silence. "We push for the tower," she stated, her voice, carrying the quiet authority of someone who had already charted a course through this nascent chaos. It's the only logical progression. Higher floors mean better. Resources, potentially safer zones. And maybe, just maybe, a way to understand what's happened to this world. Riven, still feeling the phantom ache of the dire wolf's claws and the gnawing. Emptiness in his health bar, nodded in agreement. The concept of a tower climb was familiar, a staple of many games he'd played. But here it felt less like a game, mechanic and more like a desperate lifeline. The woods, with their constant threat of unseen predators and the suffocating atmosphere, were a death trap. The tower, whatever it was, represented a tangible objective, a vertical path out of the immediate danger. Boren, his massive frame seeming to absorb the meager dawn light, grunted his assent. "Anything's better than rooting around in this muck," he rumbled, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his chipped broadsword. "If it's got a path up, we take it." Anya, who had been meticulously cleaning her daggers by the dying embers of the fire, looked up, her sharp eyes assessing each of them. "The approach to the tower is likely not going to be a walk in the park," she cautioned, her voice a low, steady tone that cut through the growing tension. "These woods are filled with corrupted flora, 46 and fauna, and if the tower itself is a primary objective, expect it to be heavily guarded either by the system or by others who seek its secrets." The journey to the tower's presumed location was a testament to Anya's foresight. The approach was less a path and more a brutal, determined push through tangled undergrowth and treacherous ravines. Riven found himself relying heavily on Celine's uncanny ability to navigate the oppressive terrain. She moved with a fluid grace, her eyes constantly scanning, pointing out hidden roots that could trip an unwary foot or patches of phosphorescent fungi that pulsed with an unnerving, sickly light. A clear warning sign of toxic spores. Boren, despite his size, was surprisingly agile, his broadsword clearing a path through. Thicker brush with decisive sweeping arcs. He moved with a quiet efficiency, his presence a comforting bulwark against the encroaching unease. Riven, still, recovering, found his role was more observational. He noticed the subtle shifts in the wind, the unnatural stillness that preceded the scurrying of unseen creatures, the faint metallic tang in the air that hinted at something beyond the natural decay of the forest. Their first true test came as they emerged from a dense thicket into a wider clearing. Before them, partially obscured by ancient gnarled trees, loomed a colossal structure that defied any architectural style Riven recognized. It was a monolith of dark, obsidian-like stone, impossibly tall, disappearing into the low-hanging clouds. Its surface was etched with intricate, glowing runes that pulsed with a faint inner light. A stark contrast to the grim environment. This was the tower, and guarding its base, writhing like a nest of venomous serpents, were the creatures Anya had warned them about. They were vaguely reptilian, with multiple limbs ending in sharp talons, and their scales shimmered with the same corrupted luminescence as the forest fungi. Their eyes, clusters of malevolent red orbs fixed on the approaching group. Vile hounds, Anya breathed, her hand already reaching for a pouch at her belt. Fast and aggressive, and they travel in packs. Their bite carries a paralytic agent. So, the welcoming committee, Boren grunted, hefting his sword. Celine, Riven, stay. Behind me and Anya. Anya, keep them off my back. Riven, watch our flanks. Don't let anything sneak up on us. 47. The fight was a brutal, uncoordinated ballet of desperation. Boren was a whirlwind of steel, his broadsword carving through the vile hounds with brutal efficiency. Each swing was powerful, cleaving through scales and bone, but the creatures were relentless. They swarmed, their talons raking at Boren's scarred armor, their fanged maws snapping at his exposed limbs. Anya was a blur of motion, flitting between Boren and the attacking hounds. She tossed vials that exploded in bursts of viscous liquid, creating temporary barriers of sticky goo that slowed their advance, or clouds of noxious gas that sent the creatures recoiling, coughing, and wheezing. She also managed to cast a few quick healing spells, her hands glowing with a soft emerald light, sealing the minor nicks and gashes that inevitably found their way through Boren's defenses. Riven, though his health was low, found his role was crucial. He couldn't engage directly in the melee, not without risking death. Instead, he acted as the eyes and ears of the group. He saw a vile hound attempting to circle around Boren and Anya, its serpentine body coiling for a pounce. "Boren, left flank!" he shouted, his voice tight with exertion. Boren reacted instantly, pivoting and bringing his sword down with a sickening crunch. Another hound, however, managed to slip past Anya's warding spells, its barbed tail lashing out towards Riven. He instinctively threw up his staff, the wood, groaning under the impact. The tail snagged but didn't fully embed itself. He felt a searing pain, a jolt of icy numbness spreading through his arm. Poison. "Riven!" Celine's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the din. She had been flanking, not using her agility to draw the attention of some of the hounds away from the main fray. She saw Riven's struggle, the way he was trying to fight through the creeping paralysis. With a burst of speed, she darted in, her twin daggers flashing. She targeted the hound's vulnerable underbelly, drawing its attention away from Riven, giving him a precious moment to recover. "Thanks," Riven gasped, his arm throbbing. He forced himself to focus, to push past. The pain, he saw another hound preparing to leap at Celine without conscious. Thought, he thrust his staff forward, not with force, but with a precisely aimed jab at the creature's eyes. It yelped, recoiling, its attack thrown off balance. Celine seized the opportunity, a swift series of cuts disabling the creature. The fight was a brutal dance, each member of the nascent group finding their role. Through instinct and necessity. Boren was the immovable object. The shield, Anya was. 48. The support, the healer, the buffer. Celine was the nimble flanker, the agile disruptor. And Riven, despite his physical limitations, was the watchful sentinel, the one who saw the dangers others might miss. As the last of the vile hounds fell, leaving behind a trail of viscous ichor and a faint, acrid smell, a heavy silence descended. The four stood panting, their avatars ragged and weary but alive. Riven felt the poison spreading, a dull ache that threatened to incapacitate him. "Anya," he managed, his voice strained. "The poison!" Anya was already there, her satchel open. She pulled out a small crystalline vial filled with a pale blue liquid. "Drink this. It should counteract the venom, but it'll take a moment to kick in, and you're going to need rest." She looked at Riven's health bar, which had dipped precariously low. "You're running on fumes, Riven. We can't afford to lose you." As Riven slowly sipped the potion, a cool, tingling sensation spread through his arm, pushing back the icy numbness. The throbbing subsided, replaced by a dull ache, but the immediate threat of paralysis had passed. He looked at Celine, who gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement. He had seen her pull him from the brink, and she had seen him contribute, albeit in a limited way. A silent understanding passed between them. "That was intense," Celine admitted. wiping a smudge of ichor from her cheek. But we did it. Together. She looked at the tower, its imposing silhouette now seeming less like a sanctuary and more like a challenge. First climb, not exactly a gentle. Introduction. Boren grunted, running a hand over a deep gash on his shield. If this is the welcome party, I dread to think what's waiting inside. Whatever it is, Anya said, her gaze resolute, we'll face it. We've shown we can work. Together. Riven's awareness, Celine's speed, Boren's strength, my alchemy. We have a balance. The entrance to the tower was a gaping maw of darkness, framed by the pulsing runic carvings. It offered no immediate clues, no welcome signs, only an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow the sounds of the ravaged battlefield behind them. 49. So, Celine began, her eyes fixed on the inky blackness within. Who's ready to breach the first level? Riven met her gaze. His health was still critically low, his mana reserves even more, depleted. He was physically drained, and the lingering effects of the poison made his arm feel heavy and clumsy. But he wasn't alone. He had allies. He had a purpose. He took a deep breath, the recycled air of this digital prison filling his lungs. He said, his voice firm. Let's climb. They stepped into the tower as a unit, Boren leading the way, his sword held at the ready. Anya followed closely, her senses on high alert. Celine took up the rear, her daggers gleaming, while Riven, still a bit unsteady, stayed close to Anya, his eyes, scanning every shadow, every alcove. The air inside was cold and still, carrying the faint scent of ozone, and something metallic, something ancient. The first level was a vast, cavernous space, dimly lit by the same pulsing runes that adorned the exterior. The floor was made of the same dark stone, and strange, crystalline formations jutted from the walls, casting eerie shadows. There were no immediate threats, no enemies to fight. Instead, the challenge presented itself in a more subtle environmental form. The floor was a mosaic of interlocking tiles, and Riven, with his heightened awareness of subtle shifts, noticed that some of the tiles seemed to be subtly out of place, others emitting a faint hum that was just beyond the range of normal hearing. Wait, he said, holding up a hand. Careful, this floor, it's a trap. Selene paused, her sharp eyes scanning the tiles. What kind of trap? I don't know exactly, Riven admitted, but some of these tiles, they feel unstable. And that humming, it's like a resonance. If we step on the wrong ones, he trailed. Off. The implication clear. Anya stepped closer, examining the tiles Riven indicated. He's right, there's a slight energy fluctuation. It's subtle, but it's there. It's a pressure plate system, most likely. Triggering one might set off others or a localized effect. Boren, ever direct, knelt and tapped one of the humming tiles with his gauntlet. A faint crackle of energy, barely visible, sparked from the tile, and a small section of the ceiling directly above it shuddered. Nasty, he concluded. So, how do we get across? 50. This was where their nascent teamwork truly began to shine. Celine, with her agility, became their scout. She would test the safe tiles, inching her way forward, her movements precise and controlled. Riven, with his keen observation, would guide her, pointing out the subtle tells of the unstable tiles, the faint shimmering in the air that indicated a hidden magical ward. Anya provided support, ready with a quick shielding. Spell if Celine misstepped, or a potion if she was injured. Boren acted as the anchor, ready to provide a swift, decisive blow if any of the traps were not purely magical, or if something else decided to make an appearance. Celine would take a few steps, Riven would call out, left, a bit more left, avoid that, 1, and she would adjust her path. Anya would be ready with a glowing hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. Boren would watch, his hand never far from his sword, his eyes scanning the vast chamber for any other threats. It was a slow, painstaking process, each movement a calculated risk. The sheer scale of the tower meant that this first level was extensive, a labyrinth of treacherous pathways. They learned to communicate in hushed tones, their words economical and their gestures precise. They learned to trust each other's instincts, to rely on each other's strengths. And at one point, Celine's foot slipped on a tile that Riven hadn't detected. It wasn't a full trigger, but a jolt of energy shot up her leg, making her cry out and stumble. Anya reacted instantly, a shimmering barrier of light erupting around Celine, absorbing the brunt of the magical feedback. Celine gasped for breath, her leg tingling unpleasantly. "That was close," Anya murmured, her eyes still fixed on the pulsating tiles. The traps are designed to punish mistakes severely. In Riven, you have a gift for spotting these things. You're seeing the subtle energies, the anomalies. Most players wouldn't notice until it was too late. Riven felt a surge of something akin to pride, a stark contrast to the constant fear and anxiety that had been his constant companions. His ability to perceive these nuances, something he'd always attributed to his years of gaming, was actually valuable here. It wasn't just about reflexes, it was about a different kind of perception. They finally reached the far side of the cavern, where a single, ornate doorway stood. It was similar in design to the entrance, adorned with glowing runes, but these seemed to hum with a different, more potent energy. Beyond it lay a staircase, spiraling upwards into the darkness, promising further challenges, further unknowns. 51. As they prepared to step through the doorway, Riven noticed something etched into the stone frame, almost invisible against the dark rock. It was a symbol, a stylized hourglass, its sands flowing downwards. "Look," he said, pointing. Celine traced the symbol with a fingertip. "Time," she mused. "Is the tower a race? Against time?" "Or a measure of progress," Anya suggested. "Each level completed, each stage conquered. Perhaps it represents a fraction of time spent within the tower. Or perhaps the time we have to resolve whatever is happening here is limited." Boren simply grunted. More puzzles. Just what we needed. Stepping through the doorway, they found themselves on a landing at the base of the staircase. The air here was cooler, carrying the faint, distinct scent of aged parchment, and something akin to ozone. The staircase itself was a marvel of impossible architecture, winding upwards in a smooth, unbroken curve, the steps illuminated by soft ambient light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. As they began their ascent, the reality of their situation truly settled in. This was not a game with respawn points and clear objectives. This was a struggle for survival, and this tower was their crucible. Every step upwards was a step further from the relative safety of the woods, but also a step closer to understanding. They were no longer scattered individuals, but a nascent unit, bound by shared danger and a desperate hope. Riven, though physically depleted, felt a sense of purpose he hadn't experienced since before the world had shattered. The climb had begun, and with it, the chance to truly fight back. 52. Chapter 3. Forging Bonds. The flickering luminescence of the tower's interior cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. They had navigated the treacherous first level, a testament to Riven's keen senses, Anya's alchemical prowess, Celine's agility, and Boren's unyielding strength. But the ascent had revealed a stark reality, individual. Skills, while potent, were not enough to guarantee survival in this labyrinth of despair. The silence that had followed their victory over the vile hounds, the grim satisfaction of overcoming the tile trap, was now replaced by a more pressing question, a question that echoed in the unnervingly still air of the tower's second-level landing. "We can't keep doing this piecemeal," Celine stated, her voice cutting through the oppressive quiet. She was leaning against the cold stone wall, her twin daggers still, sheathed but held with a ready tension. Her gaze swept over Riven, Anya, and Boren A, subtle appraisal in her sharp eyes. "We've been lucky. Each encounter we've managed to coordinate, to find a rhythm. But luck is a finite resource, and as we go deeper, the challenges will only become more complex, more lethal." Riven, still feeling the residual ache in his arm from the poison, nodded in agreement. The stylized hourglass symbol etched above the doorway had been a constant reminder of their precarious situation. Time was indeed a factor and fragmented. Efforts, however effective they had been so far, were a drain on that precious commodity. He had seen how Anya's mana reserves had dipped after conjuring the shield for Selene, and Borin's stamina, while considerable, was not inexhaustible. They needed a more structured approach. She's right, Anya chimed in, her fingers idly tracing the runes on the landing's floor. My potions are limited, my most potent spells require significant mana. Borin's strength is formidable, but he can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Selene's speed is unparalleled, but she needs support. And Riven, she paused, glancing at him. Your ability to perceive these anomalies is invaluable, but you're physically vulnerable. We need to optimize our strengths and mitigate our weaknesses. Borin, who had been examining the intricate carvings on the doorway that led to the next section of the tower, turned his attention to the group. His massive frame seemed to absorb the dim light, a stoic presence. What are you suggesting? A formal pact? A handshake agreement to not stab each other in the back? His tone was gruff, laced with a hint of amusement, but his eyes were serious. He, more than any of them, understood the primal nature of survival, the instinctive urge to hoard resources and 53. Protect oneself above all else. More than a handshake, Borin, Selene replied, a small smile touching her lips. Think of it like a party system. In the games I used to play, when a group faced significant challenges, they'd form a party. Defined roles, shared resources, coordinated strategies. It allows for greater efficiency and, frankly, better chances of survival. Riven felt a flicker of recognition. The concept was familiar, a fundamental aspect of countless online RPGs. A party system was more than just a grouping. It was a framework for mutual reliance, a formalization of trust. He looked at the others. Selene, the agile scout and damage dealer. Anya, the indispensable support, healer and alchemist. Borin, the unyielding tank, the frontline defender. And himself, the observer, the strategist, the one who could foresee and navigate dangers. Their roles, even before they were explicitly stated, seemed to fall into place naturally. A party system, Anya mused, her brow furrowed in thought. It would allow us to pool our resources, share any loot or consumables we find, and most importantly, establish clear lines of communication and command. It would formalize our alliance, making it more than just a temporary convenience. She looked at Riven. Your awareness, Riven, could be crucial in planning our routes, identifying traps, and predicting enemy movements. My role would be to keep everyone alive and functional, ensuring our mana and health are managed effectively. Borin, you'd be our bulwark, drawing enemy aggression and protecting the more vulnerable members. And Selene, your speed and combat prowess would allow you to engage threats, quickly disrupt enemy formations, or scout ahead. And what about leadership? Borin asked, his voice deep. Who calls the shots when? We're under pressure. We all have different ideas, different instincts. This was the crux of it. The tower was a high-stakes environment. An indecision, or, worse, conflicting commands, could be fatal. Selene met Borin's gaze, her expression, earnest. I believe in a shared leadership model, with distinct areas of responsibility. Riven, you're our eyes and ears, our tactical advisor regarding the environment and potential threats. Anya, your knowledge of consumables and healing is paramount too. Our sustained survival. Borin, your battlefield presence and judgment are critical in combat, and I can coordinate our movements, make the split-second decisions during combat engagements, and act as the primary communicator when we need to. Execute a rapid plan. She looked at each of them in turn. We'll make decisions as a group, but in the heat of battle, someone needs to have the final say to prevent chaos. I propose that I take that lead when direct combat ensues, but only after we've all had. 54. A chance to voice our concerns and suggestions. Riven felt a sense of relief. This wasn't about one person dictating terms. It was about leveraging their collective strengths. His role as an advisor, a scout of the intangible, felt natural. He wasn't a frontline fighter, but he could see the paths others couldn't, anticipate dangers they might miss. His skills, honed by years of virtual exploration, were finally finding a tangible, life-saving purpose. I agree, Riven said, his voice firm. My awareness is most useful when I can observe and report. Having a clear directive from someone coordinating the action will allow me to focus on what I do best. Anya nodded. A clear chain of command while still allowing for input from all members is essential. It prevents us from becoming bogged down in debate when immediate action is required. I will trust Celine's judgment in combat, provided she listens to my assessments of our party's status. Boren let out a low grunt, a sound that Riven had come to interpret as assent. Fine. As long as we're all moving in the same direction, and no one's trying to pull a fast one. I'll follow your lead, Celine, when the steel starts flying. But if I see a clear path or an obvious danger you're missing, I'll speak up. No point in being a silent tank. That's fair, Boren, Celine replied. Mutual respect and open communication, that's the foundation of this party. We share everything, information, resources, risks, and hopefully eventual escape. She extended her hand, palm up. So, do we have a deal? A pact forged in the shadow of this infernal tower? Anya placed her hand on Celine's, a gentle touch that radiated quiet strength. I'm in. Boren, with surprising grace for his size, placed his massive gauntlet over Anya's hand, and Celine's. Count me in. Let's see if we can't break this thing. Riven hesitated for a moment, a lifetime of solitary existence flashing through his mind. Then, with a deep breath, he added his own hand to the growing pile. The touch was firm, a tangible connection that sent a subtle warmth through him. It was more than just a symbolic gesture. It was a commitment, a pact. We have a party, Riven stated, the words feeling both foreign and incredibly grounding. Let's call it the Ascendance, for the climb. 55. Selena grinned, a rare flash of genuine mirth. The Ascendance. I like it. It has a certain ring to it. The immediate task, however, was to formalize their understanding and to assess their current resources. They retreated from the precarious landing, finding a slightly more stable alcove further down the corridor. Celine produced a small, worn, leather-bound notebook and a piece of charcoal from a pouch at her hip. Remnants of a life she'd once lived. First order of business, inventory. What do we have? What do we need? And how do we distribute it? Anya opened her satchel, revealing a meticulously organized collection of vials, herbs, and other alchemical components. I have 3 healing potions, 2 mana, restoration drafts, a vial of potent anti-venom. Thankfully, Riven's poison was mild, enough for it to be effective, and a few minor concoctions for minor burns and fatigue. My reserves are limited, and crafting more requires specific reagents we haven't yet encountered. Boren grunted, patting the worn leather of his armor. My armor's seen better days, but it'll hold. I have my broadsword, which is functional, and a few days' worth of dried rations. Nothing fancy. He looked at Riven and Celine. What about you two? Celine carefully organized her daggers and a few throwing knives. I have my twin, blades, a set of lockpicks, and a small pouch of trail rations. My stamina is my greatest asset, but like Anya's mana, it's not infinite. Riven unslung his staff, running a hand over its smooth, worn surface. My staff is more for defense and utility than offense. I have a few basic offensive spells, but they're weak. My real contribution is perception. I've got a few health restoratives, enough to bring my bar back from critical once, maybe twice, and a small collection of oddly shaped stones. I don't know what they are, but they feel significant. He held them out to Celine, who examined them with a curious frown. Interesting, she murmured. They seem to absorb ambient light. Perhaps they're a power source for something, or a component for crafting. We'll add them to the shared inventory. They decided to pool their resources, creating a central stash managed primarily by Anya, who had the most organized approach. Healing and mana potions were to be used only when absolutely critical, with Riven's observation skills identifying the precise moment of need. Food and water were rationed strictly. Any new items found. 56 would be immediately assessed and added to the collective pool, with decisions on their use made by the group. We also need a communication protocol, Riven interjected, looking at the notebook. Hand signals? Code words? We can't afford to be shouting our intentions across a battlefield, especially if the enemies are sensitive to sound. Selena nodded, making a note. Agreed. For now, let's establish a few basic signals. A raised hand means halt. A fist clenched means danger. Pointing in a direction means move that way. We'll expand on this as we learn more. And during combat, I'll use short, sharp commands followed by Riven's environmental assessments, Anya's status, reports, and Boren's tactical input. We'll have a quick moment to react before I initiate. The primary action. The awkwardness of their initial alliance was slowly being replaced by a functional, albeit still fragile, camaraderie. They had faced death together, relied on each other's strengths, and acknowledged their individual weaknesses. The shared experience, the brutal fight against the vile hounds, and the nerve-wracking navigation of the first level had forged a bond that went beyond mere convenience. It was a bond of necessity, of shared hope in a world that offered none. The next section, Celine said, gesturing towards the rune-etched doorway, is uncharted territory. We don't know what awaits us, but we'll face it as the Ascendants together. She looked at each of them, her gaze holding a newfound resolve. Our goal is simple. Survive, ascend, and find a way out of this damn tower. And we do it by trusting each other. Boren grunted his agreement, his hand resting on his broadsword. Anya offered a small, encouraging smile. Riven felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced in what felt like an eternity. He was no longer just a player trapped in a game. He was a member of a team, a vital part of something larger than himself. As they pushed open the doorway, revealing a winding staircase bathed in the tower's strange ambient light, the silence was no longer oppressive, but expectant. It was the silence before the next challenge, the quiet anticipation of the unknown. And, for the first time since waking up in this alien world, Riven felt a flicker of something, akin to hope. They were the Ascendants, and their climb had truly begun. The pact was made, and with it, a shared destiny was forged within the heart of the perilous tower. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger, but they would walk it, 57, step by agonizing step together. The unspoken understanding between them was palpable. They were no longer strangers thrown together by circumstance, but a unit, bound by the shared crucible of their experience, their collective will to survive, a nascent force against the overwhelming odds. Each of them had brought something unique to the table. Celine's sharp instincts and combat fluidity, Anya's alchemical knowledge and unwavering support, Boren's sheer resilience and brute strength, and Riven's unique perceptive abilities. This combination, they knew, was their greatest asset. The agreement wasn't just about pooling resources. It was about acknowledging and respecting these individual contributions, weaving them into a cohesive whole. It was a silent promise exchanged between four souls adrift in a digital purgatory. I've got your back as long as you've got mine. The party system was more than a game mechanic. It was a lifeline, a social contract etched not in stone, but in the shared fear and burgeoning hope that now bound them. The tower, with its silent, watchful presence, seemed to acknowledge this nascent alliance, the runes pulsing with a steady rhythmic glow as they stepped onto the next flight of stairs. Their journey was far from over. The challenges ahead were undoubtedly immense, but now they were not alone. They were the Ascendants, and their ascent, however perilous, had a chance. Celine's daggers glinted in the dim, ethereal light of the tower, not with aggression, but with a focused intensity that spoke of a mind already several steps ahead. She watched Riven, Anya, and Boren from the periphery, her sharp eyes cataloging their movements, their breathing, the subtle tells of their exhaustion and apprehension. The formation of the Ascendants had been a crucial first step of formalized an acknowledgement of their interdependence, but a pact, however sincere, was only as strong as the actions that upheld it. And in this unforgiving environment, action, guided by skill and knowledge, was their only currency. All right, she began, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the lingering echoes of their pact. She gestured with a sheathed dagger, a swift, economical movement. The landing was a temporary respite. We need to keep moving, but not blindly. Riven, you're our scout for the unseen. Keep your senses sharp for traps, magical, auras, anything that feels off. She met his gaze, a silent acknowledgement of his unique role. Anya, you're our lifeline. Monitor everyone's status. Don't wait until someone's at death's door to offer aid. A proactive heal is worth 10 reactive ones. And your mana conservation is critical. Let me know if you're pushing your limits. She turned to Borin, her expression serious. Borin, you are the shield. You're primary. Objective is to absorb damage and draw enemy attention. Don't get reckless, but don't 58. Hesitate to put yourself between us and a threat. Your brute strength is our anchor in the melee. Think of yourself as the immovable object. She then shifted her focus back. To herself, a subtle change in posture indicating her own role. I'll be the blade. My speed and agility allow me to engage quickly, flank enemies, and eliminate immediate threats. I'll be moving in and out of combat, exploiting openings. But this means I'll be exposed. That's where you all come in. Her gaze swept over them again, a confident smile playing on her lips. This isn't just about reacting to what the tower throws at us. It's about understanding the underlying mechanics, the rules of this place. Even if they're hidden. In the games I used to play, understanding combat flows, enemy attack patterns, and optimal skill. Rotations was the difference between victory and a respawn screen. This tower is numbered different. It's a complex system designed to break us, and we need to learn its language to overcome it. She walked a few steps forward toward the dimly lit corridor ahead, her movements fluid and economical. Let's talk basic combat. When we encounter enemies, assume they're not going to fight fair. They'll likely employ tactics, coordinate attacks, or exploit our weaknesses if we present them. Borin, when you engage, try to position yourself so you're facing multiple enemies, making it harder for them to flank you. Use your reach with that broadsword to keep them at bay. Anya, if an enemy is a spellcaster, prioritize disrupting their casting. A well-timed stun or a forceful shove can interrupt a devastating spell. Riven, you're our early warning system. If you sense a magical threat building even before it manifests, warn us. And I'll try to draw the attention of the most dangerous combatants, giving Borin space to establish his front. Line. She paused, her hand resting on the hilt of one of her daggers. And teamwork is more than just standing next to each other. It's about synergy. For example, if I'm engaged with a heavy hitter and Borin sees an opportunity to land a powerful blow, while they're distracted by me, he should take it. If Anya sees that Riven is struggling to maintain his focus due to environmental pressure, say a constant barrage of minor magical effects, she should consider a minor mana boost or a quick buff to his. Concentration, even if it's a small spell. Every action, no matter how small, can ripple outwards and impact the party. Her mind, honed by countless hours of strategic gameplay, began to map out potential scenarios. Consider a group of melee attackers. Borin holds the front. I weave through them, striking at the ones trying to bypass him, or those with lighter. 59. Armor. Anya stays behind Borin, ready to heal and provide support, possibly using area of effect spells if they cluster too tightly. Riven watches the periphery, anticipating reinforcements or any airborne threats. She flicked her wrist. An A throwing knife spun through the air, embedding itself precisely into a small, almost invisible crack in the far wall. Precision matters. Every attack, every spell, every movement should have a purpose. Wasting energy on a missed swing or an unnecessary dodge is like bleeding mana or stamina for no reason. She then turned her attention to their immediate surroundings, her gaze sharp and analytical. The architecture of this tower suggests a deliberate design, not just random chambers. The passages are narrow. The landings are often exposed. This favors ambushes and favors enemies who can control space. We need to be mindful of choke points. If we get cornered, our advantage shrinks drastically. We need to secure our flanks and maintain an escape route whenever possible. Riven, your perception is vital here. Can you tell if these walls are solid or if there are hidden passages? Can you sense any vibrations that might indicate movement beyond them? Riven nodded, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. He'd always been good at observing, at noticing details others missed, but he hadn't fully grasped how that translated into practical life or death strategy in this new reality. I can sense subtle shifts in energy, Riven. The stone itself seems to hum with a low frequency. I can feel areas where that hum is stronger or weaker. It could indicate structural differences or perhaps even concealed doorways. Excellent, Celine said, a genuine spark of enthusiasm lighting her features. That's exactly the kind of information we need. So when we move, Riven, you'll be slightly ahead of me, scanning the immediate vicinity while I keep an eye on your back and the general direction of travel. Boren and Anya will follow, forming a tight formation. This way, we minimize blind spots. She picked up a loose stone from the floor, turning it over in her fingers. And what? About the tower's own defenses? Traps, magical wards, illusions? Anya, your knowledge of alchemical principles might extend to recognizing patterns in magical, residues, or warding symbols, even if you can't replicate them yet. And Riven, can you? See magical energy directly? Or do you just perceive its effects? Anya looked thoughtful. I can't sense raw mana like you might, Riven, but I can recognize the signature of certain enchantments. For instance, the shimmering distortion we saw in the tile trap that had the distinct feel of a force field ward. And the way the air crackled before the vile hounds attacked, that suggested N60, imminent energy discharge. It's more about the implication of the magic than its direct perception. For me, Riven explained, it's less about seeing visible energy and more about feeling. Distortions, like a ripple in still water. The air might feel heavy or suddenly thin. Sounds might become muffled or unnaturally sharp. It's a feeling, a strong intuition, that something is not right. The stones I found, they pulse with a similar sort of wrongness before I picked them up, but much more concentrated. Celine nodded, absorbing the information like a sponge. This was the core of it. Understanding each other's unique perceptions and weaving them into a coherent, tactical framework. So Riven feels the anomaly, the distortion. Anya recognizes the type of magic or effect it might signify. And I can then use that information to direct our movements or prepare a specific countermeasure. It's a chain reaction, and each link needs to be strong. She then addressed their gear and limited resources. We're not equipped like adventurers from a high fantasy epic. We have what we scavenged, what we brought. With us, that means every item is precious. Anya, keep a meticulous log of our consumables. Don't just count them. Note their effects, potential side effects, and the circumstances under which they were most effective. Boren, your armor is your life. Inspect it regularly for damage, no matter how minor. A loose buckle or a deep scratch can be exploited. Celine, your blades are sharp, but they'll dull. We need to. Consider how to maintain them. And Riven, your staff. It's more than a walking stick. Does it have any inherent properties beyond what you've shown us? Riven examined his staff, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings. It feels solid, immovable in a way. When I focus my intent through it, it seems to amplify my senses, especially my perception of spatial anomalies. It doesn't shoot fireballs, but it feels like an extension of my will. Perhaps it's designed to enhance perception or defensive capabilities. Perfect, Celine declared, her eyes gleaming. Then it's not just a tool, it's an extension of your core function. We need to treat our equipment with respect. If we find new items, we don't just equip them. We analyze them. What are their stats? What are their drawbacks? Do they synergize with our existing skills or other party members? She continued her impromptu lesson, her confidence infectious. We need to be adaptable. The tower will change. Enemies will evolve. We might encounter puzzles. 61. That require logic or social encounters if this place is more than just a dungeon crawl. Our strategy can't be rigid. We need to be prepared to shift roles, to improvise. If Boren is incapacitated, for example, I'll have to step up to draw aggression, even if it's not my preferred role. Anya might have to use her limited offensive spells more, proactively. Riven might need to rely on his environmental awareness to find a tactical advantage, perhaps identifying a weak point in the structure to bring down on our enemies. She paused, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at their faces. They were still a disparate group, bound by circumstance, but the shared experience of the first level and the agreement they'd just forged had laid the groundwork for something more. "This is more than just a game anymore, isn't it?" she asked, her voice quieter, more reflective. "This is real, and the stakes are higher than any virtual life I ever risked. So we have to be more than just players with different roles. We have to be a team. We have to trust each other implicitly." She met Riven's gaze, then Anya's, then Boren's. "I've played games where the best. Players were the ones who understood not just their own character, but the entire party, who could anticipate their teammates' moves, who could play off their strengths, who could communicate even without words. I believe we have that potential here. Riven's intuition, Anya's knowledge, Boren's strength, my agility, these are not just individual abilities, they are pieces of a larger puzzle, and I, for one, intend to see that puzzle solved." She then tapped her daggers against her palms, a rhythmic sound that seemed to punctuate her resolve. "The key to overcoming any challenge, especially a system as complex as this tower, is understanding its weaknesses, and every system has them. We just need to find them. That means observation, analysis, and constant communication. No one should hold back information. No one should assume anything. If you see something, say something. If you feel something, tell us. Your intuition, Riven, might be the first clue to a trap. Anya's analysis of a monster's behavior might reveal a vulnerability. Boren's experience in combat might spot a tactical misstep we're about to make. And my own observations will be based on all of your input." She began to pace, her mind clearly racing through possibilities. Think about the Vile. They're hounds. They were fast, they were strong, but they were predictable. Their attacks were telegraphed. We exploited that. What if we encounter something that isn't predictable? Something that adapts? We'll need to adapt faster. We'll need to learn. 62. From every engagement, refine our strategy and update our understanding of the tower's rule set. This isn't a static environment. It's a dynamic challenge. She stopped and looked at them, a serious expression on her face. "My past. That experience has taught me that the most successful parties are those that are willing to learn and adapt. I can teach you what I know about combat, about strategy, about leveraging the game's mechanics, but I can't do it alone. I need your full commitment. I need you to be willing to be taught, to be open to new ideas, and to trust my judgment when it matters most. I promise to listen to all of you, to consider your input, and to make decisions that I believe are best for the party as a whole. But in the heat of the moment, someone has to make the call, and for now, that will be me." Her gaze held a steely determination, a warrior's resolve. She wasn't just a skilled player, she was a natural leader, her competence a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Her words, filled with practical advice and strategic insight, began to settle over the group, not as commands, but as guidance. They were still reeling from the shock of their new reality. But in Celine's focused intensity, in her clear-eyed assessment of their situation, they found a much-needed anchor. She represented not just skill, but a tangible path forward, a blueprint for survival in this increasingly perilous labyrinth. Her confidence wasn't arrogance. It was a testament to her understanding of the challenges ahead and her unwavering belief in their collective. And then ability to overcome them, provided they followed her lead. The journey was daunting, the tower a formidable adversary, but with Celine's skillful guidance, the Ascendants began to feel less like a group of lost souls and more like a cohesive fighting force, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. She was the strategist, the tactician, the one who could see the forest and the trees, and her presence was invaluable, the subtle nuances of combat, the importance of positioning, the efficient use of resources. These were the building blocks of survival, and Celine was laying them down with precision and clarity, transforming their desperate struggle into a calculated ascent. The metallic tang of stale blood and ozone hung heavy in the air, a morbid perfume that clung to the damp stone walls. Celine, ever vigilant, signaled a halt. Her daggers remained sheathed, but her stance was a coiled spring, her eyes scanning the scene before them with an almost unnerving calmness. Riven, Anya, and Boren followed her, led, their breathing shallow, their senses on high alert. They had just navigated a narrow corridor that opened into a larger chamber, and it was here that the tower's unforgiving nature was laid bare. 63. Scattered across the floor were the remnants of a brutal struggle. Not the clean, decisive combat they had engaged in with the Vile Hounds, but a chaotic, desperate melee. A broken shield, its surface gouged by what looked like claw marks, lay near a pile of shattered bone. A tattered cloak, once likely a vibrant hue, was now a muted, blood-soaked shroud. Further into the chamber, a discarded sword, its hilt still clutched in a rigor mortis hand, lay embedded in a stone pillar, a testament to a final, futile act of defiance. The sheer finality of it all was a cold slap of reality. Another group, Boren rumbled, his voice low and grim. He nudged a discarded leather bracer with the toe of his boot. Looks like they didn't fare much better than us on the first level. Anya knelt, her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined a peculiar, shimmering residue on the floor near the fallen warrior. The magic here? It's residual but potent, like an echo of a powerful ward that was either overwhelmed or bypassed. She ran a gloved finger through the dust, her expression grim. The patterns are chaotic. No discipline, no careful application of arcane forces, just desperation. I have them. Riven, his eyes wide, pointed towards a section of the ceiling. Look, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Those scorch marks, they weren't from a downward attack. They seem to have originated from above, from a point that isn't there anymore. And the way the stones are fractured, it suggests a forceful, explosive impact from within. The structure itself. Selena moved further into the chamber, her steps deliberate. She avoided the immediate vicinity of the fallen, her gaze sweeping over the chamber's layout. Amateurs, she murmured, the word devoid of malice, simply a statement of fact. They thought brute force or a predictable offensive was enough. They didn't account for the tower's adaptability, or perhaps they simply didn't respect it. She knelt. Beside a shattered urn, its contents spilled and now dried into a dark stain. Potions. Healing, mana, something for endurance maybe, all wasted. She then drew Riven's attention to a series of faint, almost imperceptible indentations in the stone floor arranged in a seemingly random pattern. Look at the ground here, Riven. You said you can sense anomalies, distortions. What do you feel? Riven closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. He walked slowly across the marked area, his hand outstretched as if feeling an invisible current. A shiver ran down his spine. It's uneven, he said, his voice strained. Like walking on a surface. 64. That's constantly shifting, but only in tiny increments. And there's a faint pulse beneath it. Not a rhythmic beat, but a kind of erratic tremor. It feels like a pressure plate, but spread out and incredibly sensitive. A pressure plate, Anya repeated, her eyes widening. But it's not just one. It's a whole area. They must have triggered it, perhaps accidentally, or in the heat of battle. And the tower responded. The scorch marks Riven saw, they could be the result of that triggered trap, something that fired upwards, or perhaps a defensive mechanism. That exploded outwards. Celine nodded, her gaze sharp. Exactly. They likely expected a direct confrontation, a slugfest. They didn't anticipate a trap that covered such a wide area, or one that could be triggered so easily by their own movements. They focused on the enemy in front of them and ignored the ground beneath their feet. A classic mistake. When you're focused on the roar of the beast, you often miss the hiss of the viper. She gestured to the fallen warrior who still clutched his sword. His stance. He was facing that way. Celine pointed towards a darkened alcove, which means his back was exposed to this entire section of the room. If this area was trapped, and he was engaged in the center of it, he had no room to maneuver, no escape. They were likely ambushed, or perhaps they triggered the trap themselves and were caught, completely off guard. Boren, his heavy boots crunching on stray debris, pointed to a section of the wall where several stones were discolored, appearing slightly darker than the rest. What, about those? They don't look like impact marks. Riven's head snapped towards the wall. He approached cautiously, his staff held, defensively. As he neared the discolored stones, he stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on them. There's a dampness, not water, but something viscous, and the air around them feels colder, strangely still. It's like a pocket of dead space. Anya cautiously approached the wall, pulling a small dark vial from her pouch. She carefully uncorked it and held it near the discolored stones. The liquid within swirled sluggishly. This is a neutralizing agent for minor magical residues. It's reacting. It's almost absorbing the reagent. This suggests a corrosive or draining magical effect. Was applied here perhaps to weaken the stone or to incapacitate anyone who touched it. 65. Celine's lips curved into a grim smile. So, they weren't just caught in a trap. They were weakened first, a multi-stage attack. First the ambient trap to disorient and possibly injure, then a localized corrosive effect to finish them off, or to create an opening for a more direct assault. They weren't just outmatched, they were systematically dismantled. She walked over to the alcove Boren had indicated, peering into its shadowed depths. And this alcove, it's perfectly positioned. Someone could have been hidden here, waiting for the trap to be sprung, or for the discolored stones to do their work. They could have then emerged to finish off the weakened survivors, a textbook ambush. So even if they had avoided the pressure plates, Riven mused, they would have walked right into a prepared enemy, waiting in the shadows. Precisely, Celine confirmed. They were so focused on the immediate threat, on the chaos of the activated trap, that they didn't consider the possibility of an unseen enemy orchestrating it all from a hidden vantage point. They fought the tower, not the inhabitants of the tower, and the tower, as you can see, has ways of fighting. Back. She picked up a shard of what looked like polished obsidian, its surface catching the dim light. This isn't a common material. It's usually associated with powerful enchantments, often defensive in nature or used in rituals. It's possible this was part of their equipment, or perhaps it was dropped by their attackers. She then pointed to a small, almost invisible incision on the shard. And look at this, a specific marking. Not a guild symbol, not a personal sigil. It looks almost ritualistic, a sign of intentum, perhaps. Anya, ever the scholar, examined the shard closely. The obsidian itself is unusually smooth, almost unnaturally so. And the marking, it doesn't resemble any runic script I'm familiar with, but it has a certain flow. It suggests a purpose, a deliberate inscription rather than a random scratch. Which means our attackers might not be random monsters, Celine concluded. They could be other groups or individuals who have learned to harness the tower's energies or who are deliberately creating these encounters. They're not just surviving, they're thriving, using the tower's mechanics against others. So we're not just fighting the environment, Riven said, his voice tinged with a new sort of apprehension. We're fighting people who know how to use it. 66. And that, Riven, Celine said, her voice hardening with resolve, is the most dangerous lesson this chamber teaches us. This isn't just a test of combat prowess. It's a test of awareness, of foresight, and of adaptability. The Fallen here were skilled, perhaps, but they were predictable. They assumed a certain type of challenge, and the tower, or whoever controls its challenges, delivered something else entirely. She knelt again, this time near a discarded pouch that had spilled its contents, a few. Tarnished coins, a flint and steel, and a small leather-bound journal. She carefully Picked up the journal, its pages brittle and stained. Scraps of information are vital, she explained, flipping through the water-damaged pages. Even a dying man's last. Thoughts can hold the key to survival. Her eyes scanned the hastily scrawled words. Pressure trap, entire floor, not just steps, Alara. Don't trust the whispers. She was with them. She paused, her gaze fixed on the last entry. The cold, it drains you. Don't let it touch you. Anya's hand went to her own throat, a reflexive gesture. The cold that aligns with what I sensed on the discolored stones, a draining effect, and whispers, Alara, this, suggests a personal element, a betrayal perhaps, or an interaction with someone who turned against them. It confirms our suspicions, Celine stated, tucking the journal into her belt pouch. This wasn't just a random encounter with a hostile environment. It was a targeted elimination. They were lured, trapped, and then dealt with by a prepared enemy, who understood the tower's nuances. The whispers could be psychological manipulation, illusions, or even actual magical whispers, designed to sow discord and confusion. Boren grunted, his massive hand resting on the pommel of his sword. So they weren't. Just careless. They were betrayed and outmaneuvered. That's a worse fate. It's a harsh reminder, Celine agreed, standing up and dusting off her hands. Every step we take must be measured. Every observation must be considered. We can't afford to be blinded by our immediate objectives. We must constantly scan our surroundings, analyze potential threats, and consider the why behind what we encounter. These fallen individuals provide us with invaluable data. They show us what not to do. They highlight the pitfalls of tunnel vision and overconfidence. She looked at each of them in turn, her gaze earnest. Riven, your sensitivity to anomalies is our first line of defense against unseen threats like that pressure plate. Trap, Anya. Your understanding of magical residues and effects helps us identify the 67 nature of dangers like the corrosive stones and potentially understand the capabilities of our attackers. Boren, your strength and vigilance are our bulwark against direct assaults, but you must also be aware of when the primary threat isn't the one right in front of you, but the one waiting in the shadows, or the one orchestrating events from afar. She paused, letting her words sink in. The atmosphere in the chamber had shifted, from grim curiosity to a sober understanding of the stakes. The fallen were not just corpses. They were grim instructors, their silent demise a stark lesson in the unforgiving reality of their predicament. We need to learn from their mistakes, Selene continued, her voice firm. We need to understand that every chamber, every corridor might hold a trap more insidious than simple spikes or falling rocks. It could be a trap for the mind, a trap for trust, a trap of misdirection. The tower is not merely a series of obstacles to be overcome. It is a living, breathing entity that learns and adapts, and it uses its inhabitants to do so. These people, whoever they were, became tools of the tower, or perhaps they simply fell prey to its inherent dangers. Either way, their failure is our opportunity to succeed. She began to move towards the exit of the chamber, her team following in a tight and alert formation. We will examine every inch of our path. We will question every shadow. We will not underestimate any element of this tower, be it a seemingly innocuous tile or a whispered rumor. Their fate is a warning, and we will heed it. We will survive this by being smarter, by being more cautious, and by trusting our collective senses and each other's strengths to see what others missed. We will not be. Another cautionary tale scattered amongst the dust. As they exited the chamber of fallen dreams and broken hopes, the silence of the corridor felt heavier, more profound. The lessons learned were not just theoretical. They were etched in the very air, a chilling testament to the cost of underestimation. Trevor, though not explicitly named in the previous context, was a new participant in this grim reality, his initial impulsiveness, born from a previous life where consequences were often reset, was beginning to be tempered by the stark realities of this new existence. He followed Celine's lead, his eyes no longer scanning for the next shiny reward, but for the subtle signs of danger, the anomalies that Riven might miss, the whispers Anya might dismiss. He saw the broken shield, the discarded, sword, the tattered cloak, and understood. These were not just defeated adventurers. They were cautionary tales, living proof that this world demanded a different kind of. 68. Courage. The courage to be cautious. The courage to learn, and the courage to trust. In the collective wisdom of those who survived, he was beginning to internalize the rhythm of survival, a rhythm dictated not by aggression, but by a deep, abiding respect for the perilous game they were now forced to play. The tower was a teacher, and its lessons were etched in the bones of those who failed to listen. He, for one, was determined to be a good student. The discarded journal in Celine's pouch was not just a relic of the past. It was a blueprint for their future, a constant reminder that vigilance, analysis, and a healthy dose of skepticism were their most valuable assets. They were not just moving forward. They were moving forward with the weight of collective experience, the lessons of the fallen, guiding their steps, transforming their apprehension into a sharpened, strategic resolve. The chamber opened not with a grand flourish, but with a subtle shift in the air, palpable tightening of the oppressive atmosphere. The oppressive silence, which had been their companion for so long, now hummed with an almost imperceptible, rhythmic thrum, riven ever sensitive to the subtle currents of the towers. Machinations felt it first, a low vibration resonating through the soles of his boots, not climbing his legs and settling in his gut like a nervous tremor. His eyes darted around, searching for the source, but the chamber itself offered no immediate clues. It was a space of polished obsidian floors, devoid of the usual debris or signs of previous conflict. The walls were smooth, unbroken expanses reflecting the dim ambient light in an unsettling, polished sheen. "Something's different," Riven murmured, his hand instinctively tightening around his staff. "The air, it feels expectant." Anya, her keen eyes scanning the subtle shifts in light and shadow, nodded slowly. "The ambient magic levels have spiked dramatically. Not chaotic like before, but focused, concentrated, like a coiled spring ready to unleash." She gestured to a section of the far wall where the obsidian seemed to deepen in hue almost, swallowing the light. "There's a distortion there. Not a visual anomaly, but a sensory one. It's like a point of extreme density in the fabric of reality." Celine, her usual stoic demeanor unreadable, moved forward with deliberate grace, her companions falling into formation behind her. Boren, his massive frame a bulwark of quiet strength, took his position at the rear, his gaze sweeping over their backs as they advanced. Trevor, his senses still adjusting to the nuanced dangers of the tower, found himself mirroring Celine's cautious advance, his mind racing with a newfound appreciation for the silent warnings that permeated this place, the fallen adventurers. 69. In the previous chamber had served as potent, albeit silent, teachers, and their lessons were not easily forgotten. As they approached the darkened section of the wall, the rhythmic thrum intensified, no longer a subtle vibration, but a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to beat in time with their own heartbeats. The air grew colder, carrying with it a faint scent of ozone, and something else, something metallic and sharp, like freshly forged steel. Then, and with a sound like tearing silk, the obsidian wall seemed to ripple, to fray at the edges, and a figure began to emerge from the very stone. It wasn't a sudden appearance, but a gradual coalescing. First a faint outline, then shimmering form, solidifying with an unnerving grace. It was a humanoid shape, but wrought from a material that defied easy description. It appeared to be forged from countless interlocking plates of a dark, iridescent metal, each one etched with intricate, glowing runes that pulsed with an inner light. Its form was sleek, powerful, and unsettlingly alien. Where a head should be, there was a smooth, featureless, obsidian-like dome, from which 2 points of intense crimson light glowed like malevolent eyes. It stood easily 9 feet tall, its proportions suggesting immense strength and agility. This was no mere beast or corrupted spirit. This was a construct, a guardian, a carefully crafted sentinel of the tower. "A sentinel," Celine breathed, her voice low and steady, a stark contrast to the rising tension within the party. The tower's sentinels are legendary, built for one purpose, to eliminate threats, and we are clearly the threats it has been waiting for. The sentinel's crimson gaze swept over them, a silent, chilling assessment. It made no sound, no roar of aggression, yet its presence was more terrifying than any bellow. The air around it crackled with contained energy, and the very stone beneath their feet seemed to groan under its silent pressure. It's drawing power from the chamber itself, Anya stated, her voice tight with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Those runes, they're not just decorative. They're conduits. It's siphoning the ambient magic, amplifying its own capabilities. The sentinel raised a hand, its metallic fingers extending like sharpened talons. The air around it warped, coalescing into a shimmering blade of pure energy. The the chamber reached a crescendo, a deafening roar of raw power. Boren! Protect Anya and Trevor. Riven, look for weaknesses. I'll draw its attention. Celine's commands were sharp and clear, cutting through the rising tension. She, 70, didn't wait for confirmation but surged forward, her daggers flashing as they met the sentinel's energy blade in a shower of sparks. The impact sent a jolt up Celine's arms, the force of it staggering her. The sentinel's blade was impossibly sharp, imbued with a raw, destructive power that felt ancient and unforgiving. Celine weaved and dodged, her movements a blur of controlled aggression, deflecting and parrying, but always staying on the defensive. She knew a direct assault was suicide. The sentinel was built for this, a perfect killing machine. Her role was to buy time, to observe, and to create openings. Boren, a mountain of unwavering resolve, moved to intercept the sentinel's initial charge, his massive shield raised. The energy blade slammed against it with a clang. That echoed through the chamber, the force of the impact buckling the reinforced. Metal, Boren grunted, his knees almost buckling, but he held his ground, a steadfast anchor against the storm. It's too strong, Boren roared, his voice strained as he strained to keep the blade at bay. My shield can't take much more of this. Meanwhile, Riven was frantically scanning the sentinel, his eyes darting across its metallic form, searching for any chink in its seemingly impenetrable armor. The runes, they're the key, he shouted, his voice barely audible over the din of combat. They glow brighter when it attacks. That must be when it's drawing the most power, and perhaps when it's most vulnerable. Anya, her face grim, was working furiously at her own components. She held a small and intricate device, a network of crystals and wires that pulsed with a faint blue light. I'm trying to disrupt its energy flow, she explained, her fingers flying as she adjusted. The delicate mechanisms. But it's like trying to break a dam with a pebble. The sheer volume of power it's channeling. The sentinel, noticing Anya's efforts, shifted its focus. With a speed that belied its massive size, it disengaged from Boren and lunged towards Anya. Celine intercepted, throwing herself in front of the construct, her daggers a desperate whirlwind of steel. The sentinel's free hand, a fist of solid metal, slammed into Celine's side, sending her flying across the chamber. She landed with a grunt, the breath knocked from her lungs, but managed to roll and regain her feet, pain flaring in her ribs. Celine! Trevor cried out, his own nascent abilities kicking in. He focused his energy, a raw, untamed power that he was still learning to control. He pointed a trembling 71, hand at the sentinel, and a blast of searing heat erupted from his palm, striking the construct's metallic leg. It wasn't enough to cause significant damage, but it made the sentinel falter, its movements momentarily sluggish. Good, Trevor. Keep that pressure on, Celine gasped, pushing herself to her feet. Riven, any luck? The runes on its chest, Riven yelled, pointing. There's a cluster larger than the others, and they're glowing intensely. I think that's its core, or at least its primary. Power Nexus. Anya, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a concentrated burst of arcane energy from her device. It wasn't enough to damage the sentinel, but it created a brief, shimmering distortion around it, a momentary disruption in its ability to channel energy. Now, Riven! Now, Celine! Celine, ignoring the agony in her ribs, lunged forward, her daggers aimed at the glowing runes on the sentinel's chest. At the same time, Riven channeled a bolt of pure, focused magic, a shimmering lance of light that streaked towards the same target. Borin, having recovered his footing, let out a war cry and slammed his shield against the sentinel's flank, momentarily throwing off its balance and forcing it to divert some of its attention. The combined assault struck true. Celine's daggers, imbued with her honed skill and the adrenaline of desperation, found purchase between the interlocking plates, disrupting the flow of energy. Riven's magical lance struck the heart of the rune, cluster, causing them to flare with an explosive brilliance. The sentinel staggered, back, a guttural hiss escaping from its featureless dome, a sound that was surprisingly organic. But it wasn't defeated. The runes dimmed but did not extinguish. The sentinels. Crimson eyes fixed on Riven, a clear indication of its heightened threat assessment. It roared, a sound that was less of vocalization and more a projection of pure, concentrated force, and unleashed a torrent of energy that swept across the chamber. "Scatter!" Celine bellowed. Borin, with surprising speed, shoved Anya and Trevor behind him, using his shield to absorb the brunt of the blast, though he was thrown back several feet. Celine dove behind a low, crystalline outcrop that had suddenly emerged from the floor. Another 72 of the tower's environmental defenses. Riven, anticipating the attack, had already invoked a hasty defensive ward, a shimmering barrier that flickered and threatened to collapse under the onslaught. The energy blast subsided, leaving the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt crystal. The sentinel remained standing, though its movements were now visibly more labored. Its metallic plates were scorched in places in the glow of its runes. It was dimmer. "It's adapting," Anya stated, her voice trembling slightly. "It's learned from our attacks. It's channeling less energy for its primary assaults and more into its defenses. That energy shield Riven put up, it's struggling to maintain it." "We need to overwhelm it," Celine said, her voice raspy but firm. She pushed herself up, wincing. "We can't afford to let it recover. Trevor, keep up the heat. Borin, draw. Its attention when you can. Anya, can you disrupt its core again? Riven, focus on keeping it off balance." The battle devolved into a brutal dance of desperation. Celine, her ribs screaming in. Protest continued to harry the sentinel, her dagger seeking any opening, any vulnerability. Borin, his shield battered and dented, met its every charge with grim determination, his roars of defiance a constant counterpoint to the sentinel's silent fury. Trevor, his raw power now more controlled, unleashed a steady stream of fiery blasts, forcing the sentinel to divert energy to its defenses, the heat visibly warping the air around it. Riven, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, unleashed bolts of pure force, aiming to disrupt the sentinel's balance, to force it to shift its weight, to create the tiniest of openings. Anya, her hands shaking, worked on her device, a desperate gamble to unleash a concentrated surge of disruptive energy at the precise moment. The sentinel's core was exposed. The sentinel was a formidable opponent. It moved with impossible speed, its energy, blade a constant threat, its metallic fists capable of shattering stone. It was a testament to the tower's ingenuity, a guardian designed to test the limits of those who dared to trespass. Each blow it landed, each near miss, chipped away at their resolve, their energy, their very will to continue. There were moments of despair. Borin's shield was cracked, barely holding together. Anya's device was sputtering, its crystals dimmed. Trevor was visibly exhausted, his 73 fiery blasts becoming weaker. Celine's movements were slower, hampered by her injuries. Yet they pushed on. They had seen the fate of those who failed. They had learned the value of cooperation, of relying on each other's strengths. "It's focusing on its defenses too much," Riven shouted, his voice hoarse. "It's offensive. Capabilities are waning. Anya, now!" Anya, with a final surge of effort, activated her device. A blinding flash of light erupted, from it momentarily overwhelming the sentinel's internal luminescence. In that instant, the runes on its chest flared not with power, but with a strained, desperate energy. "Boren, Trevor, give me cover!" Celine roared. Boren, with a final Herculean effort, slammed his damaged shield into the sentinel's leg, buckling it. Trevor unleashed one last concentrated blast of fire, forcing the construct to recoil. In that sliver of an instant, Celine was there. With a scream that was part pain, part pure defiance, she lunged forward, her two daggers plunging deep into the incandescent runes at the sentinel's core. This time there was no hiss, no roar. Instead, there was a high-pitched whine, a sound of breaking crystal and unraveling energy. The runes flared one last time in agonizing, brilliant white, and then sputtered out. The energy blade dissolved into nothingness. The sentinel's crimson eyes flickered, dimmed, and then died. The construct shuddered, its metallic plates grinding against each other, and then it collapsed, a heap of inert metal and fading runes on the polished obsidian floor. Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by their ragged breaths and the distant, ever-present hum of the tower. They stood for a moment, exhausted, battered, but alive. The first true boss of this level, a guardian forged by the tower, itself had been defeated. Celine stumbled, her knees giving way, but Boren was there, his massive hand, catching her before she fell. Anya leaned against the wall, her entire body trembling. Trevor sank to the floor, gasping for air. Riven stood for a moment, his gaze fixed on the fallen sentinel, a silent testament to their collective struggle. We did it," Trevor whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief and exhaustion. 74. "We did," Celine confirmed, her voice weak but filled with a profound sense of relief. She looked at her companions, at their bruised and battered forms, at the weariness in their eyes, and a warmth spread through her, a feeling stronger than any pain. "We fought as one. We learned, we adapted, we survived." Boren nodded, his usual gruff demeanor softened by the shared ordeal. "It was a tough one, but we didn't break." Anya managed a weak smile. "I never thought I'd be so happy to see a pile of scrap metal." Riven approached the fallen sentinel, his staff tapping against its deactivated form. It was magnificent in a terrifying way. A perfect machine, but even perfect machines have flaws, especially when confronted by imperfect but determined individuals. As the adrenaline began to fade, the aches and pains settled in. Celine's ribs throbbed, with a dull, persistent ache. Boren's arm was likely bruised from the shield impact. Anya was drained from her magical exertions. Trevor felt the familiar fatigue that came after a strenuous use of his volatile power. But beneath the weariness, there was a burgeoning sense of accomplishment, a tangible strengthening of the bonds that had been forged in the crucible of combat. This wasn't just about survival, it was about growth. The Sentinel had been more than just a monster. It had been a test of their individual skills, their ability to strategize, and most importantly, their capacity to trust and rely on one another. They had entered this chamber as a group, but they would leave it as something more. They had faced a challenge designed to break them, and instead, they had emerged stronger, more cohesive, and with a deeper understanding of their shared purpose. The tower had thrown its first true gauntlet, and they had answered. And in answering, they had begun to truly forge their own path, not just as individuals, struggling to survive, but as a team bound by resilience and the shared will to overcome. The silence that followed was not one of emptiness, but of quiet triumph, a prelude to whatever new trials awaited them. The silence that followed the Sentinel's collapse was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the ragged breaths of the survivors. It wasn't the oppressive hush of before, but a moment of shared, profound exhaustion, punctuated by the distant, unceasing hum of the eternal Spire. Each of them lay sprawled or leaning, a tableau of weary victory. The gleaming obsidian floor, once a pristine reflection of their impending doom, was now marred by scorch marks, the lingering scent of ozone, and the scattered inert. 75. Components of the fallen construct. Trevor was the first to truly break the stillness, his voice a raspy whisper that carried an almost disbelieving joy. We did it! He pushed himself up onto his elbows, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief, his gaze sweeping over his companions. The gnawing fear that had been his constant companion since entering, the spire, the shame of his perceived inadequacies, seemed to recede with each passing second. He looked at his hands, still faintly smudged with soot, and felt not the usual tremor of self-doubt, but a burgeoning sense of pride. He had contributed. He had been essential. The raw, untamed power he wielded, the very thing that had once made him so afraid, had been a vital part of their triumph. Celine, her ribs protesting with every shallow breath, managed to push herself to a sitting position, a weak but genuine smile gracing her lips. "We did," she confirmed, her voice strained but underscored with a profound relief. She met Riven's steady gaze, Anya's tear-streaked face, Bourne's stoic nod, and Trevor's radiant, if weary, expression. This was more than just survival. It was a testament to their collective will. We fought as one. We learned. We adapted. We survived. The words hung in the air, not as a simple statement of fact, but as a declaration of their newfound strength. Bourne, ever the pragmatist, grunted, his gaze lingering on the pile of metallic debris. It was a tough one, but we didn't break. The simple statement, delivered in his usual gruff tone, held immense weight. They had been tested, pushed to their absolute limits, and yet their unity, their resolve had held firm. The Sentinel, a perfect killing machine, had been undone by the imperfections of their human spirit, their willingness to falter, to support, and to ultimately endure together. Anya, her energy depleted, leaned against the cool obsidian wall, a faint, shaky smile touching her lips. "I never thought I'd be so happy to see a pile of scrap metal." Her device lay beside her, its intricate crystals dimmed, a testament to the immense effort she had poured into its use. The constant hum of the spire seemed less threatening, now more like a background melody to their hard-won peace. Riven, his staff still clutched in his hand, approached the inert form of the sentinel. He ran a hand over its cooled, metallic plating, his eyes reflecting the intricate, now faded runes. It was magnificent in a terrifying way, a perfect machine. But even perfect machines have flaws, especially when confronted by imperfect but determined individuals. He looked back at his companions, his expression one of quiet contemplation. They were far from perfect, each harboring their own doubts. 76, and insecurities, but together, their determination had proven to be an insurmountable force. As the adrenaline began to recede, the physical toll of the battle made itself known. Celine's ribs throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, a stark reminder of the Sentinel's brutal strength. Bourne's left arm hung slightly lower than usual, likely bruised from the countless impacts of his battered shield. Anya was visibly drained, her usual vibrant aura dulled by the expenditure of her magical reserves. Trevor, while buoyed by his newfound confidence, felt the familiar fatigue that followed the strenuous use of his volatile power. Yet beneath the wave of physical discomfort, a powerful sense of accomplishment washed over them. It wasn't just about the experience points that would undoubtedly be added to their accounts, or the potential loot that awaited them. It was about the tangible strengthening of the bonds that had been forged in the crucible of combat. This wasn't merely about surviving the next encounter. It was about growth. Their Sentinel had been more than just a boss monster. It had been a trial by fire, a critical net test of their individual skills, their ability to strategize under immense pressure, and, most importantly, their capacity to trust and rely on one another. They had entered this chamber as a disparate group, each with their own motivations and reservations, but they would leave it as something more. They had faced a challenge designed to break them, to shatter their spirits and their bodies, and instead, they had emerged. Not only intact, but stronger, more cohesive, and with a deeper, unspoken understanding of their shared purpose within the vast, enigmatic expanse of the eternal Spire. The tower had thrown its first true gauntlet, a formidable guardian, designed to weed out the weak, and they had answered the challenge with a resounding defiance. In answering, they had begun to truly forge their own path, not just as individuals struggling to survive, but as a team bound by resilience, shared sacrifice, and the unwavering will to overcome every obstacle that lay ahead. The silence that now permeated the chamber was not one of emptiness or fear, but of quiet triumph, a prelude to whatever new trials awaited them on the higher floors. A soft chime echoed through the chamber, drawing their attention. On a pedestal that had materialized from the floor where the sentinel had stood, a single item now, rested. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, beckoning them forward. It was a key, intricately crafted from what appeared to be solidified starlight, its surface etched, with runes that seemed to shift and reform as they watched. Alongside it lay a small, leather-bound pouch, its contents jingling enticingly. 77. "Look!" Anya breathed, pointing a trembling finger. "A reward." Celine pushed herself fully upright, wincing as she did so. The Sentinel's defeat must have triggered it. The tower always rewards success, though I suspect this key is more than just a token. She approached the pedestal cautiously, her eyes fixed on the shimmering artifact. It radiated a sense of ancient power, a silent promise of access to deeper, perhaps more dangerous, levels of the Spire. Bourne lumbered forward, his massive hands carefully picking up the pouch. He opened, it revealing a small cascade of shimmering motes of light. "Experience points," he rumbled, his voice filled with satisfaction. "A good amount, too. Enough to feel like we've earned it." He then reached for the key. As his thick fingers closed around it, the runes on its surface flared briefly, casting an otherworldly glow on his weathered face. "This feels significant. More than just a key to the next door." Riven stepped closer, his gaze analytical. "It's attuned to the Spire's core energy. This isn't just a progression item. It's likely tied to a specific nexus, a gateway to a new sector. The Sentinel was guarding it, after all. Its purpose was to prevent anyone from reaching this point." He looked at the Sentinel's remains. "And it nearly succeeded, but we proved too determined, too resourceful." Trevor, still buzzing with the residual energy of his victory, felt a surge of excitement. At the sight of the key and the tangible rewards, he had always felt like the weakest link, the one who relied on others to cover his shortcomings, but today he had held his own. He had delivered crucial blows. He had contributed. The feeling of inadequacy that had been a constant shadow in his mind had begun to dissipate, replaced by a newfound confidence that felt as potent as the fire he could now wield. With greater control, he reached out, his hand hovering over the key, feeling a faint thrum of energy emanating from it. "So this opens the way forward?" he asked, his voice filled with anticipation. "It would seem so," Selena confirmed, her gaze shifting from the key to the chambers. Exit, which remained a seamless, impenetrable obsidian wall. There was no visible door, no obvious passage. The Sentinel was the guardian of this passage. Its defeat must have activated whatever mechanism controls the exit. Anya, ever the observer of the arcane, pointed to a subtle shift in the air near the wall. "There," she said, her voice hushed. "The distortion, it's different now. Less oppressive, more like a shimmering veil." As they watched, the smooth obsidian surface of the wall began to ripple, not with the violent tearing that had heralded the 78 Sentinel's arrival, but with a gentle undulation. The rippling intensified, coalescing into a luminous portal, a swirling vortex of soft, inviting colors. It was a stark contrast to the harsh, brutal nature of their recent battle. "The key," Riven mused, his eyes tracking the ethereal glow of the portal. "It must be what stabilizes the gateway. Without it, it would likely remain inert, or perhaps even dangerous." He looked back at the key Boren held. We've earned our passage, but more importantly, we've proven ourselves. His victory wasn't just about overcoming a single obstacle. It was about solidifying our team. We faced down a threat that could have easily broken us, and instead, we emerged stronger, more united. Selene nodded, her gaze sweeping over her companions. The exhaustion was evident. In their faces, the bruises and scrapes a testament to their struggle. But in their eyes, there was a new light, a spark of determination, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. Trevor in particular seemed transformed. The hesitant, unsure aura he had carried was replaced by a more grounded resolve, a sense of purpose. He stood, straighter, his shoulders less hunched. "He's right," Trevor said, his voice firm. I used to think I was just dead weight, that I was going to drag everyone down, but today, I helped. We all did. We relied on each other, and it worked. He looked at Selene, his gaze conveying a depth of gratitude that words couldn't fully express. "Thank you for not giving up on me." Selene offered him a warm smile. "We're a team, Trevor. We don't leave anyone behind. And today you proved you're far from dead weight. You were a vital part of this victory." Boren, with a gruff nod, clapped Trevor on the shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie that spoke volumes. "Good work, lad. Kept us warm." Anya chuckled, a genuine light-hearted sound that cut through the lingering tension. "And you, Riven, you found the weakness. Selene, you were our shield and sword, and Boren, well, you're Boren, unmovable." "We each played our part," Riven stated, a rare hint of warmth in his tone, "and in doing so, we created something greater than the sum of our individual strengths. This isn't just about eternal Spire online anymore. This is about us." The realization settled over them, a profound understanding of their shared journey. They had entered the Spire as individuals seeking to overcome its challenges, but through the trials and tribulations, they had forged a bond that transcended the 79 virtual realm. The Sentinel, designed to be an insurmountable barrier, had inadvertently become the catalyst for their true formation as a cohesive unit. These experience points were a tangible reward, a practical benefit that would aid them in their continued ascent. The key was a literal key unlocking the next stage of their adventure. But the most valuable reward, the one that truly mattered, was the unshakable trust and camaraderie they now shared. They had faced the abyss and found strength not in solitary heroism, but in mutual reliance. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, but as they stood on the precipice of a new level, bathed in the soft glow of the activated portal, they knew they would face it together, a united front against the Spire's unending challenges. The glimmer of progress was, not just in the key or the experience, but in the undeniable truth that they were no longer just a party, but a found family, bound by shared struggle and the unyielding promise of a brighter future forged in the heart of the eternal Spire. 80. Chapter 4, Seeds of Doubt. The ethereal glow of the newly formed portal cast long, dancing shadows across the obsidian floor, a stark contrast to the metallic wreckage of the Sentinel. The air, once thick with the acrid tang of ozone and the metallic scent of its defeat, now carried a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a vibration that seemed to resonate not just in their ears, but in the very bones of their being. They had overcome their first true trial, a victory that had solidified their nascent bond into something resilient, something that felt real. Trevor, still basking in the afterglow of his newfound confidence, found himself scrutinizing the portal, not with the eager anticipation of progress, but with a flicker of unease. It was beautiful, undeniably so, a swirling vortex of amethyst and sapphire hues, a stark departure from the harsh, utilitarian designs they had encountered thus far. Yet it felt too inviting, too perfect, almost as if it were designed to lure them forward. "It's remarkable," Selene murmured, her voice still tinged with exhaustion, but underscored by a genuine sense of wonder. She stepped closer to the portal, her hand instinctively reaching out as if to test its tangible reality. "I've never seen a gateway generated with such artistry. Most transitions are purely functional, stark lines of Light or simple shimmering surfaces. This is different. Her brow furrowed slightly, a subtle shift in her expression that Riven, ever observant, caught immediately. Riven's gaze was fixed not on the portal, but on the subtle shifts in the ambient energy, readings his arcane senses were picking up. Artistry implies intent, Celine, he said in his voice a low rumble. And the nature of that intent is what concerns me. The Spire has thus far presented challenges, guardians, puzzles, all designed to test our abilities. But this feels like an invitation, a carefully crafted lure. He turned his attention to the others. We ascended, we conquered, and now a gateway of unparalleled beauty opens before us. It's almost too neat, too convenient. Anya, who had been meticulously cataloging the Sentinel's residual energy signatures, on her device looked up, her expression mirroring Riven's nascent concern. He's right. My readings are odd. There's a significant energy surge associated with the portal stabilization, far more than what the key's resonance should logically produce. It's as if the entire chamber's ambient mana was funneled into its creation almost instantaneously. She tapped her device, her fingers flying across its surface. And the system messages, they've been peculiar since we entered this sector. 81. Trevor's ears perked up at the mention of system messages. He hadn't paid them, much mind before, dismissing them as generic, albeit sometimes surprisingly. Insightful prompts, but Anya's words planted a seed of doubt. Peculiar how? Hien asked, his voice losing some of its earlier bravado. Well, Anya continued, scrolling through her logs, after the Sentinel's defeat, the usual objective complete and experience awarded notifications were followed by something else. A single line appearing briefly on everyone's HUD. It read, Trial 3.1. Resilience tested, outcome satisfactory. It's the numbering system that's strange. We've had boss encounters before, significant challenges. Why label this as Trial 3.1? Yeah. Boren grunted, his massive frame casting a long shadow. So what? We're just part of some cosmic experiment, some big boss rush with stages and substages. His gruff tone belied a growing unease. He was a warrior, a protector. He understood the logic of combat, of clear objectives, and earned rewards. This layered, seemingly arbitrary system of classification felt artificial. That's not all, Anya pressed on, her voice growing more serious. Earlier, when Trevor was struggling with his power surge during the Sentinel's attack, my interface flashed a private message. Not a system alert, but a direct message, as if someone was speaking to me. It said, Observe. The Volatile One's true potential is being unlocked. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary. She looked directly at Trevor, a flicker of concern in her eyes. It was addressed to me, and it was about you. And the phrasing, Volatile One, it felt less like a descriptive term and more like a label, a designation. Trevor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Spire's ambient temperature. He remembered the surge, the near loss of control, the raw, untamed power that had threatened to consume him. He had felt a terrifying disconnect, a moment where his own actions seemed guided by something beyond his will. He had attributed it to the immense pressure, the fear, the sheer overwhelming nature of the Sentinel. But Anya's words painted a different picture, a picture of observation, of calculated intervention. I received something similar, Celine admitted, her usual calm demeanor beginning to fray. When I was attempting to shield Boren from that energy blast, a fleeting message, almost subliminal. The defender's resolve is paramount. Maintain this integrity of the shield. It was as if the game itself was coaching me, telling me what my role was supposed to be in that precise moment. 82. Riven's gaze swept over them, his eyes sharp and discerning. The Sentinel's design, its attack patterns, even the environmental hazards, they all seem to be perfectly calibrated to exploit our individual weaknesses, while simultaneously creating opportunities for our strengths to shine. The Sentinel's focus on Trevor, the precise timing of its energy wave that Boren had to intercept, the vulnerability it presented to, Anya's concentrated energy blasts. It wasn't just a challenging encounter. It felt orchestrated. Orchestrated to make us believe we were struggling and then to make us believe we triumphed, Trevor added, a dawning horror in his voice. He thought back to his initial fear, his feeling of inadequacy. Was that genuine? Or was it a manufactured emotion designed to make his eventual breakthrough feel more impactful? The thought was deeply unsettling. He had felt so proud of his contribution, so relieved to have overcome his self-doubt. But what if that self-doubt and the subsequent overcoming of it was all part of a script? The Spire is a testing ground, Boren rumbled, his voice deeper and more gravelly than usual. That much is clear. But the nature of these tests, this trial 3.1, the targeted messages, it's starting to feel less like a game designed for player progression and more like a prison designed to observe and manipulate its inmates. His gaze fell upon the discarded components of the Sentinel, a heap of twisted metal and fractured energy conduits. That thing wasn't just a guardian. It was a warden, and his defeat wasn't a victory for us, but simply a progression to the next stage of our confinement. Anya shuddered, pulling her cloak tighter around herself. If this is a prison, then who? Are the jailers? And why are they doing this? What's the purpose of observing our resilience? The eternal Spire, Riven said, his voice low and intense. We've been so focused on the game aspect, the progression, the levels. But what if the Spire isn't just a game? What if it's something more? These anomalies, these tailored messages they point to. An intelligence, a conscious design beyond that of a simple game developer. Someone or something is actively managing our experience within this place. But that's insane, Trevor blurted out. The notion too outlandish to grasp. This is Eternal Spire Online. It's a virtual reality MMO RPG. There are developers, but programmers, servers. There's a system. It's code. Bugs happen. Glitches happen. 83. Does this feel like a glitch, Trevor? Riven countered, his gaze steady. The precision of those messages? The way they anticipated your power surge, Celine's protective instincts, Anya's analytical mind? A glitch is an error, an unforeseen consequence of complex programming. This feels intentional, deliberate, as if every event, every message, every encounter is being meticulously planned and executed. Celine was quiet for a moment, her eyes scanning the now stable portal. The Spire, it has always felt different. More than just a game world, the level of detail, the complexity of the AI. I attributed it to cutting-edge technology. But if Riven is right, if these aren't glitches, then what are they? Why would someone go to such lengths to create such a sophisticated illusion? Perhaps the illusion isn't the game world itself, but the nature of our participation, Anya suggested, her fingers still dancing across her device. We believe we are. Players striving to conquer the Spire, but what if we are, in fact, the subjects of an experiment? The trials could be designed to test specific psychological or behavioral responses. Their words might simply be reinforcements, guiding us down a predetermined path. And what is that path leading to? Boren asked, his hand resting on the hilt of his greatsword. Another bigger cage? Another set of trials? Perhaps, Riven mused, his gaze distant as if contemplating a vast, unseen landscape. Or perhaps it's leading us to the Creator, to the entity that designed this game, this prison. The Sentinel was a guardian, an obstacle. But what if it's true? Purpose was to observe us, to gather data on our performance before granting us passage to something, or someone, more significant. Trevor felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The exhilaration of his victory, the newfound confidence, began to sour. He looked at his hands, the same hands that had, moments ago, unleashed a torrent of fire, and they felt foreign, like tools that had been used by someone else. So, we're not just playing a game, he whispered, the realization a heavy weight in the sudden quiet of the chamber. We're trapped, and someone is watching our every move, making sure we play our parts. It would seem so, Celine said softly, her voice laced with a newfound weariness that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The system isn't just a tool for progression, it's a narrative device, actively shaping our experience. The messages are not random prompts, they are directives, commentary, perhaps even manipulations. 84. Anya's device chimed again, a soft, melodic sound that was jarring in its normalcy. She glanced at it, her eyes widening. Another message. This one, it's not a personal notification. It's a general system broadcast, but it's only visible to us, the members of our party, she read aloud, her voice trembling slightly. The journey within the eternal Spire is a reflection of the journey within oneself. Embrace the trials, for in overcoming them, you discover your true essence. The path ahead is long, but the ultimate reward is self-discovery. Self-discovery, Boren scoffed. Sounds like fancy words for keep grinding, suckers. Or, Riven interjected, his gaze piercing. It's a subtle redirection. A way to frame our entrapment as a personal journey, to discourage us from questioning the nature of our confinement. If we believe we are simply on a quest for self-discovery, we are less likely to question why we are on this quest or who placed us upon it. Trevor looked at the portal, its alluring glow now seeming less like an invitation and more like the entrance to a meticulously crafted labyrinth. He had felt a sense of agency, of growth in defeating the Sentinel. He had felt like he was forging his own path. But now, the unsettling possibility loomed. What if his path, his victory, his newfound confidence had all been predetermined? What if his very desire to overcome his weaknesses was a programmed response designed to elicit a specific outcome? This system, he began, his voice hesitant. It's not just providing information, it's guiding us, manipulating us. It's playing us. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. He remembered the rush of power, the feeling of control he had finally grasped. Had that been his own accomplishment, or had the system allowed him to achieve it for its own inscrutable reasons? Precisely, Riven confirmed, his jaw tight. And the more we rely on its prompts, its messages, its guidance, the deeper we entrench ourselves in its design. We are becoming complicit in our own captivity. He looked at the portal. This gateway isn't just a passage to the next level. It's a test of our awareness. Will we blindly step through, trusting the system to lead us, or will we begin to question the very nature of the reality we inhabit? Selene met Riven's gaze, a shared understanding passing between them. The initial euphoria of their victory had been replaced by a cold, creeping suspicion. The Spire, once a world of thrilling challenge and epic adventure, now felt like a carefully constructed illusion, a gilded cage designed to ensnare them. The seeds of doubt had, 85, been sown, and they were beginning to take root, transforming their hard-won triumph into a chilling realization of their true predicament. They had defeated a mechanical guardian, but they were now facing a far more insidious enemy, a system designed to control not just their actions, but their very perception of reality. The journey ahead was no longer just about climbing higher. It was about uncovering the truth behind the game, and perhaps finding a way to break free from the architect of their digital prison. The shadow of the system had fallen upon them, and its darkness was far more profound than any monster they had yet encountered. The shimmering portal deposited them not into another sterile chamber of arcane machinery or colossal, dormant constructs, but onto a vast, wind-swept plain. The sky above was a bruised purple, perpetually twilight, with twin moons, one a pale silver and the other a sickly green, hanging low on the horizon. The air was thinner here, carrying the scent of strange, hardy flora and a distinct metallic tang, sharper than the lingering ozone of their previous encounters. Jagged, crystalline formations jutted from the ochre soil like petrified teeth, casting long, distorted shadows that danced, with a life of their own. This was not a place of silent engineered challenges. It was a landscape teeming with a primal, untamed energy. "Well, this is different," Trevor said, his voice echoing slightly in the open expanse. The manufactured stillness of the lower spire floors had been replaced by the whisper of an unseen wind and the distant, unsettling calls of alien creatures. He instinctively checked his HUD, a reflex born of countless hours spent in virtual worlds, but the usual indicators of environmental hazards or nearby objectives were conspicuously absent. Instead, a persistent, low-level alert pulsed on his periphery. Sector 7, high player activity, caution advised. Riven's arcane senses, always attuned to the subtle ebb and flow of power, hummed, with an unfamiliar resonance. "The energy here is chaotic," he murmured, his eyes scanning the horizon with a hunter's intensity. Not just the ambient mana of the Spire, but something else. A confluence of raw power, volatile and unpredictable. It feels less like a controlled environment and more like a battleground. Anya, ever the pragmatist, was already deploying small sensor drones that flitted out into the landscape like metallic insects. "My readings confirm Riven's assessment. There's an immense amount of residual energy signatures, far more than what a typical dungeon or zone would generate. And not all of it is from Spire-generated entities. There are player-generated signatures, potent ones, scattered across this entire sector. Significant concentrations suggesting established strongholds or 86 hunting grounds?" Bourne grunted, his hand instinctively going to the pommel of his greatsword. "Player-generated? You mean other players? Not just monsters?" The concept, while not entirely alien to him from his prior life, felt unnervingly real in this high-stakes environment. In the Spire, death wasn't a respawn, it was an end. The thought of encountering other players, potentially hostile ones, sent a chill through his stoic demeanor. Celine, her hand resting on the hilt of her enchanted staff, nodded slowly. "The Spire is a vast entity. It's not surprising that it would house other inhabitants, so to speak. But high player activity and caution advised implies more than just casual coexistence. It suggests competition, conflict." She looked at her companions, her gaze steady. "We've faced formidable opponents designed by the Spire's architects. But those were trials. This could be a war." Their initial exploration of the plains revealed a stark truth. They were not alone, and the inhabitants of the sector were not merely passive entities. They stumbled upon the remnants of a fierce skirmish, shattered crystalline shards, gouged earth, and the lingering scent of exotic blood, both monstrous and something else. Among the debris, Anya's drones identified faint, lingering energy signatures that were distinctly not of Spire origin. "These are remnants of player abilities," she explained, pointing to readings on her wrist-mounted device, high-level spells, combat maneuvers. Someone was here and they were fighting, not against Spire creatures, but against each other. The first direct encounter came with chilling abruptness. As they navigated a narrow canyon, the oppressive silence was shattered by the clang of metal on metal, followed by guttural war cries. From the rocky outcrops above, a group of figures descended, clad in a mismatched assortment of gleaming, personalized armor. Their movements were fluid, efficient, and utterly devoid of the hesitant curiosity or measured aggression they had encountered from the Spire's programmed guardians. These were players, and they were on the offensive. "Intruders!" a voice boomed, amplified by some sort of vocal enhancer built into his helmet. The speaker, a burly warrior wielding a massive two-handed axe, pointed directly at Trevor. "This is Crimson Vanguard territory. State your business or prepare to be purged." 87. Trevor, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of the assault, felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the PvP he had heard whispers of, the player versus player. Combat that was a staple of many online games, but here, the stakes were far, far higher. "We're just passing through," he replied, his hand instinctively reaching for his. "Spell focus. We have no quarrel with you." Passing through, the warrior who Anya identified as Kalen, warlord of Crimson, Vanguard, based on the guild insignia on his pauldron, sneered. The Spire doesn't. Have passing through. It has conquerors and the conquered, and you look like weak. Prey. His companions, a mix of agile rogues and grim-faced mages, began to advance, their weapons humming with latent power. Riven stepped forward, his aura flaring with subtle arcane energy. We have already faced and overcome trials that would have ended lesser beings. Your claims of territory hold no sway over us. We seek only to progress. Progress? Kalen laughed, a harsh, grating sound. You think this is about progress? This is about survival. About claiming what you can before someone else takes it from you. Resources are scarce, safe zones are few, and the strong feast on the weak. You've stumbled into the feeding grounds, and we are hungry. The fight was brutal and unforgiving. The Crimson Vanguard, a well-drilled unit, moved with a predatory synergy. Their mages unleashed volleys of elemental magic, forcing Celine to weave intricate defensive barriers while Anya frantically analyzed their attack patterns, trying to find weaknesses. Boren met Kalen head-on, their weapons colliding with earth-shattering force, each blow a testament to their raw strength. Trevor found himself locked in a desperate duel with a rogue there. Movements a dizzying dance of parries and dodges, the rogue's daggers seeking every opening with unnerving precision. What struck Trevor most was the sheer, unbridled ruthlessness. The spires, monsters, even the most terrifying of them, acted on instinct or programmed aggression. These players, however, fought with a calculated malice, their eyes visible. Through the slits of their helms or the shimmer of magical wards, burning with a chilling intensity. There was no hesitation, no mercy. They saw Trevor and his companions not as fellow adventurers, but as obstacles, as opportunities for plunder and advancement. During the chaotic melee, a young mage, no older than Anya, unleashed a devastating ice spell that froze Boren's greatsword in place, threatening to shatter it. Anya seeing. 88. The danger unleashed a focused blast of energy from her device, not at the mage, but at a nearby crystalline formation. The crystal exploded, the shrapnel disrupting the mage's concentration and allowing Boren to break free. It was a calculated move, a defensive maneuver that saved their comrade without directly engaging in overt aggression that might escalate the conflict further. But their actions did not go unnoticed. Kalen, seeing Anya's intervention, roared with fury. Anya, you think you can play nice? You think that little trick will save you? He then turned to his rogue, a lithe individual named Silas is by their comms chatter. Silas, target the mage. She's the linchpin. Take her out and the rest will crumble. Silas, a blur of motion, lunged towards Anya, his poison blades glinting. He moved, with a terrifying speed and agility, weaving through the fray as if he were a phantom. Anya's drones provided a fleeting warning, but Silas was already upon her. It was Riven, sensing the impending danger, who reacted. He unleashed a burst of arcane force, a concussive wave that threw Silas back, slamming him against the canyon wall. You underestimate our resolve, Riven stated, his voice laced with a cold fury. We are not here to be prey. We are here to survive, and if that means defending ourselves from those who would see us fall, then so be it. The Crimson Vanguard, realizing their initial advantage was slipping, began to regroup. Kalen, his armor scarred and his breathing heavy, glared at them. This isn't over, he spat, a string of curses following. You've made yourselves enemies today. The Spire is a vast place, but you can't hide from us forever. We'll find you. And when we do, your progress will end. With a final venomous look, he signaled his remaining forces, and they melted back into the shadows of the canyon, leaving the party battered but alive. The encounter left a profound impact. The thrill of overcoming the Sentinel was overshadowed by the chilling realization of what truly lurked within the Spire's higher levels. This wasn't just a game of defeating monsters. It was a Darwinian struggle for survival, a brutal arena where players preyed on each other. They weren't just fighting for loot or territory, Trevor said, his voice hollow as he tended to a minor gash on his arm. They were fighting to assert dominance, to prove their superiority. Celine nodded, her expression grim. The Spire's challenges have been designed to test our abilities, our teamwork. But these players, they are a different kind of test. A89. Test of our trust, our resilience, not just against programmed enemies, but against the darker aspects of sentient will. Anya, examining the data from the encounter's side, the danger isn't just from the Spire itself, it's from the other players, the ones who have carved out their own domains, their own rules. They see us as threats to their established order, or worse, as opportunities to gain an advantage. The Crimson Vanguard is just one example. Mire scans indicate multiple guild strongholds and lone wolf territories scattered across. This sector, this entire zone is a de facto PvP arena. Boren grunted, his broad shoulders slumped slightly. So what? We just avoid? Everyone? Hide in the shadows? Hiding is not a viable long-term strategy, Riven said, his gaze sweeping across the vast, ominous landscape. The Spire is designed to push us forward. These players will not always be content to remain within their territories. They will expand. They will hunt. We must learn to navigate this new landscape, to anticipate threats and to defend ourselves. But more importantly, he paused, his eyes glinting with a newfound resolve, we must understand their motivations. Why do they operate this way? What drives this ruthless competition? Their journey through Sector 7 became a constant exercise in vigilance. Every shadow held a potential threat, every distant sound a possible enemy. They learned to move. With a heightened sense of awareness, their senses strained, their nerves frayed. They encountered other player groups, some who were openly hostile, like the Crimson, Vanguard, and others who operated with a chilling subtlety, setting elaborate traps or ambushing them from hidden vantage points. One such encounter involved a group known as the Shadow Syndicate. Unlike the Crimson Vanguard's brute force approach, the Syndicate preferred deception and misdirection. They set up a seemingly friendly outpost, offering respite and supposed trade, but their true intention was to lure the party into a carefully prepared ambush. It was Anya's keen analytical skills, combined with Riven's innate ability to detect magical enchantments and illusions that unraveled their trap. They noticed inconsistencies in the traders' energy signatures, subtle fluctuations that hinted at cloaking spells in the presence of hidden assassins. The party narrowly escaped a deadly trap, leaving behind a group of furious operatives whose plans had been thwarted. 90. Trevor found himself increasingly disoriented by the psychological toll. The life or death stakes of the Spire were one thing, the deliberate malice of other. Players was another. He had once believed in the camaraderie of players, in the shared experience of overcoming challenges. But here, that notion was a distant, naive dream. Trust was a luxury they could no longer afford. Every offer of assistance, every seemingly friendly gesture was now viewed with suspicion. Betrayal, they learned, was a weapon as potent as any sword or spell. They witnessed firsthand the consequences of misplaced trust. While traversing a treacherous mountain pass, they came across a lone player, a wounded mage, pleading for help. He claimed to be ambushed by Spire creatures and desperately needed aid to reach a nearby safe zone. Boren, ever the protector, was inclined to assist. But Riven, his gaze sharp, noticed the unnaturally pristine condition of the Spire creatures that lay slain around the mage. He also detected faint, residual energy signatures that suggested the mage had been the one who initiated the conflict, not a victim of it. He's lying, Riven stated, his voice low and firm. Those are not Spire-generated. Remnants. And the safe zone he speaks of, it's a known trap location for the Serpent's Coil Guild. They use wounded individuals as bait. The mage's face contorted with rage and desperation. You fools, you'll all die out. Here! He shrieked, and with a flash of light, he vanished, clearly having signaled his allies. Moments later, a volley of poisoned darts rained down from the cliffs above. The party scrambled for cover, their earlier impulse to help turning into a desperate fight for survival. The incident reinforced the harsh reality of their situation. The Spire was not just a testament to technological marvel or arcane power. It was a crucible, forging some players into brutal territorial warlords and others into cunning, manipulative tricksters. The seeds of doubt sown by the system's manipulation were now being watered by the very real dangers posed by their fellow inhabitants. They had escaped the manufactured trials of the lower floors, only to find themselves in a far more unpredictable and deadly environment, where the greatest threats were not the monsters, but the very beings who shared their perceived reality. The path forward was no longer clear. It was a minefield, and every step required a profound skepticism, a constant questioning of not just the Spire's design, but of every player they encountered. Survival here meant not only mastering their skills, but also mastering the art of distrust. 91. The air in Sector 7 was a constant, unsettling hum, a symphony of distant roars, the clash of steel, and the crackle of arcane energies. The previous encounter with the Crimson Vanguard had served as a brutal primer, a stark lesson in the predatory nature of this new frontier. Yet amidst the immediate dangers of survival and the gnawing paranoia that permeated every interaction, Riven, with his insatiable thirst for knowledge, had begun to delve into the less immediate, more ephemeral aspects of the Spire. He spent what little downtime they had sifting through scattered data, fragments, remnants of audio logs, and corrupted text files that Anya managed to salvage from derelict terminals. It's like picking through the digital ashes of a forgotten civilization, Riven mused, his fingers tracing the faint glow of a holographic projection. Most of it is corrupted, broken narratives, echoes of quests long since abandoned, but there are recurring themes, whispers, if you will. He gestured for the others to gather around, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the projected text. Anya was already cross-referencing the data with her own extensive archives, while Trevor leaned in, a familiar spark of curiosity in his eyes. Even Boren, typically stoic and focused on immediate threats, seemed intrigued. The Spire's developers, or whatever built this place, clearly infused it with lore, Riven continued. Beyond the functional data of traps and monster spawns, there's a narrative layer. And in this layer, there's talk of a prophecy, or rather fragments of one, scattered across dozens of these derelict data caches. Anya paused her work, her brow furrowed. A prophecy like a pre-programmed narrative arc for specific players? Not quite, Riven replied. It seems more like a foundational myth, woven into the very fabric of the Spire. Some of these fragments speak of a singular individual, a chosen one, or the ascendant, who would rise from the ranks of the players, not just to conquer the Spire's challenges, but to confront its architect, its creator. He looked directly at Trevor, his expression thoughtful, and in doing so, to potentially unlock a path for all players, a path to true freedom, or at least to understanding the Spire's ultimate purpose. Trevor felt a peculiar tremor run through him, a sensation that had nothing to do with the ambient energies of Sector 7. It was an echo of something he had felt before, a fleeting intuition that had guided him through countless virtual worlds, a gut feeling that there was more to these fabricated realities than met the eye. Freedom? He, 92, echoed, the word tasting strange and potent on his tongue. From what? From this place? That much is unclear, Riven admitted. The fragments are too broken. Some describe a cage, others a testing ground, and still others a tomb. The architect is similarly vague, a god, a programmer, a collective consciousness. But the core idea is consistent. A player one among many who achieves an unprecedented level of power, an understanding, and uses it to challenge the system itself. Boren grunted, his massive hand resting on his sword hilt. Sounds like a fairy tale. What use is a prophecy to us now? We're fighting for our lives against players who want to kill us for their own gain. This ascendant sounds like a myth they made up to keep players from going mad. Perhaps, Riven conceded, But the sheer volume of these fragments, the consistency of the theme across such disparate data sources, it suggests intent. It's not just random flavor text. And there's a specific emphasis on the ascendant's journey. It speaks of trials far beyond what we've encountered, of understanding the spire not as a mere obstacle, but as a living, breathing entity with its own consciousness. Anya, who had been silently poring over her own findings, looked up. I've found some corroborating data, encrypted lore entries buried deep within the Spire's original design schematics before the system stabilized into its current iteration. They mention a fail-safe narrative, a contingency plan in case of existential stagnation. This prophecy seems to fit that description. A narrative designed to self-correct, to introduce a catalyst for change if the system becomes too predictable or too oppressive. So, it's a planned-out story? Trevor asked, a touch of disappointment creeping into his voice. His initial surge of interest waned. If it was just another pre-scripted element, another cog in the Spire's grand design, then it held less personal significance. That's where it gets interesting, Riven said, his eyes gleaming. While it's clearly a designed element, the specific language used to describe the ascendant is evocative. It speaks of intuition, of defiance, of a unique connection to the Spire's core functions. It suggests that while the path might be laid out, the individual who walks, it is not predetermined. It's less about being chosen by fate and more about embodying certain qualities that allow one to fulfill a prophecy to become the catalyst. 93. He gestured towards Trevor. You've shown a knack for understanding the Spire's underlying mechanics, Trevor. You've consistently made decisions that felt right, even when the logical path was unclear. You've reacted to hidden prompts, sensed danger before it manifested. There's an intuitive layer to your gameplay that goes beyond typical player strategy. This prophecy speaks of such qualities, an innate understanding, a resonance with the Spire's deeper currents. Trevor felt a blush creep up his neck. He had always attributed his successes to luck, or a good understanding of game logic, but Riven's words planted a seed of doubt, or perhaps a seed of possibility. He had always felt a strange kinship with these digital worlds, a sense that he was meant to be more than just a player. Was it possible that this spire, this elaborate construct, was somehow responding to that feeling? It's dangerous to place too much faith in folklore, Celine cautioned, her voice calm and measured, especially here, where deception is a constant. The Crimson, Vanguard, and others like them thrive on exploiting every advantage, real or perceived. If word gets out that there's a chosen one, they'll either try to hunt them down to prevent the prophecy from unfolding, or worse, try to manipulate the situation to their own ends, claiming to be the ascendant themselves. Celine is right, Anya added, her holographic displays now showing intricate network diagrams. If this prophecy is a known narrative thread, it could become a target. Other guilds, powerful player factions, would see it as a way to gain ultimate control or to exploit the freedom it promises for themselves. The Spire is a brutal hierarchy, and anything that threatens to upset that balance will be met with extreme prejudice. Riven nodded, his expression sobering. Indeed, we must treat this information with the utmost discretion. It's not a guarantee, not a quest log that will lead us to victory. It's a hidden layer of the Spire's narrative, a potential key, but one that could also lead to our undoing. The prophecy speaks of confronting the architect. If that's even a tangible entity, it's likely the ultimate guardian, and the players who are already entrenched in these upper levels. They will be the first line of defense, not just for their territories, but for the status quo. They are the ones who benefit from the current order, the ones who have clawed their way to the top. The implications settled over them like a shroud. The immediate threats of PvP and environmental hazards were now compounded by the possibility of a hidden, overarching narrative that could pit them against forces far greater than any guild. Trevor felt the weight of this new information pressing down on him. He had come to 94. The Spire seeking challenges, seeking an escape from the mundane, but he had found himself thrust into a role he had never anticipated. Was he merely a player caught in a complex game, or was he somehow intrinsically linked to this Spire's grand design? The prophecy mentions that the Ascendant would need to understand the Spire's heartbeat, Riven continued, his voice low. The heartbeat is described as the convergence of primal energies and emergent player consciousness. It's the very essence of this sector, the chaos and order fighting for dominance. It's what we've been sensing since we arrived. If this prophecy is indeed a significant narrative thread, then understanding that heartbeat might be the key not only to survival, but to unlocking whatever lies beyond the Spire. So we need to not only survive the players and the environment, but also figure out if this prophecy is real and if Trevor is somehow involved. Bourne summarized, his voice laced with weariness. Sounds like a lot to add to our plate. It is, Trevor admitted, his gaze fixed on the flickering words of the prophecy. But if there's a chance, even a slim one, that this isn't just another layer of the Spire's cruel game, that there's a true path out, or a way to understand why we're here, I have to explore it. He met Riven's gaze, a newfound resolve hardening his features. These whispers of prophecy, they're no longer just lore. They feel like a call, and I intend to answer it. Anya chimed in, her fingers flying across her interface. I'll continue to search for more complete prophecy fragments, cross-referencing with known player-driven phenomena and Spire anomalies. If there's a path, there has to be a map, however. Fragmented. Selene nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes, though still tempered with caution. We will proceed with vigilance then, but this new understanding, it offers a potential, direction, a purpose beyond mere survival. If this prophecy speaks of challenging the architect, then perhaps our journey through Sector 7 is not just about surviving its inhabitants, but about preparing for that ultimate confrontation. The weight of the prophecy, however nebulous, settled upon them. It was a dangerous secret, a potential weapon, and a tantalizing promise of meaning in a world that had thus far offered only brutal pragmatism. The whispers of destiny had found their ear, and for Trevor, the chaotic landscape of Sector 7 had suddenly become far more significant, a proving ground not just for his skills, but for the very essence of his existence within the Spire, the seeds of doubt that had been sown by 95. And that the Spire's manipulation were now being intertwined with the potent yet perilous tendrils of a prophecy, suggesting a destiny far grander and perhaps far more terrifying than any of them had dared to imagine. They had entered a new phase of their journey, one where the external threats of player aggression and environmental dangers were now mirrored by the internal struggle of discerning truth from deception and purpose from mere game mechanics. The path ahead was no longer just about surviving the next encounter. It was about uncovering the Spire's deepest secrets and perhaps their own. The implications of this prophecy were not lost on the individual members of the party, each interpreting its fragmented verses through the lens of their own experiences and anxieties. For Trevor, it resonated with a deep, almost instinctual feeling of purpose, a sense that his presence in the Spire was not a random accident, but part of a larger unfolding narrative. He found himself replaying past decisions, moments where he had taken a seemingly illogical leap of faith, or chosen a path that defied conventional strategy, and wondering if those were the very steps the prophecy alluded to, the subtle manifestations of the Ascendant's inherent connection to the Spire's core. He began to actively seek out areas mentioned in the lore fragments, anomalies in the Spire's energy signatures, places where the heartbeat of Sector 7 might beat strongest. Riven, ever the scholar, was captivated by the intellectual challenge of piecing together the prophecy. He treated it like a grand puzzle, meticulously, cross-referencing historical data, player-generated myths, and even the behavioral patterns of the Spire's indigenous creatures. He theorized that the architect was not necessarily a singular entity, but perhaps the emergent consciousness of the Spire, itself a collective intelligence born from the convergence of its programming and the overwhelming influx of player data. His research led him to believe that the prophecy was not a simple quest line, but a meta-narrative, a self-aware mechanism within the Spire designed to test the very nature of its existence and the players within it. And Anya, with her analytical mind, approached the prophecy with a healthy dose of skepticism, but also with an engineer's curiosity, and she focused on the mechanics, the potential loopholes, the ways in which such a prophecy could be exploited by the Spire's creators or by ambitious players. She saw it as a potential exploit, a backdoor, into the system that could be leveraged for their advantage. Her efforts were dedicated to finding the tangible elements of the prophecy, the keys or markers. That would indicate its unfolding, the specific conditions under which the ascendant would gain power or influence. She believed that if such a prophecy existed, it would 96. Have quantifiable triggers and consequences, and she was determined to find them. Boren, while outwardly dismissive of the prophecy as mumbo-jumbo, found himself increasingly drawn to the concept of a path to freedom. His ingrained sense of duty and protection extended not just to his companions, but to the broader notion of escaping the Spire's clutches. If this prophecy offered a genuine way out, a means to break free from the constant struggle for survival, he would fight for it regardless of its mythical origins. He began to observe other players more closely, looking for signs of those who might be aware of or actively pursuing the prophecy, seeing them as potential allies or dangerous rivals. Celine, ever the spiritualist, saw the prophecy as a manifestation of a deeper truth, a spiritual journey rather than a mere game mechanic. She believed that the ascendant was not defined by power or skill, but by a purity of intent, a willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. Her focus was on the ethical implications of the prophecy, Anon, the potential moral choices the ascendant would face, and the wisdom needed to navigate them without succumbing to the Spire's corrupting influences. She saw the prophecy as a test of character, a trial of the soul, as much as a test of strength. Their journey through Sector 7 began to take on a dual nature. On the surface, it remained a desperate struggle for survival, a constant engagement with the hostile player factions in the treacherous environment. They honed their combat skills, their coordination, and their ability to predict and counter enemy tactics. But beneath this immediate struggle lay a deeper, more clandestine objective: to uncover the truth of the prophecy. They began to actively seek out lore caches, abandoned terminals, and even engage in cautious, probing conversations with less overtly hostile players, always looking for clues, for whispers that might shed more light on the ascendant and their fabled path. One such encounter occurred in a desolate, crystalline canyon, far from the known territories of any major guilds. They stumbled upon a lone player, an elderly mage named Ilara, who seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of the Spire's history. She spoke in riddles and parables, but her words resonated with the themes of the prophecy. She described a time before the current order, when the Spire was more fluid, more responsive to player intent. She spoke of echoes of past lives and of a latent power that could be awakened within those who truly understood the Spire's purpose. "The Spire is not a prison, it is a canvas," Ilara whispered, her eyes ancient and knowing fixed on Trevor. "And the architect is not a jailer, but an artist." The 97. "Prophecy you seek speaks not of breaking free, but of understanding the masterpiece, and perhaps adding your own stroke to its completion." She then revealed a cryptic map etched onto a piece of hardened crystalline bark, showing a series of interconnected points across Sector 7, each marked with a symbol that Riven recognized from his data analysis. "These are nodes of resonance," she explained. "Places where the Spire's energies converge, where the player consciousness interacts most strongly with the underlying code. Follow them. Listen to the whispers. The path of the ascendant is not a straight line, but a spiral leading inward towards the heart of all things. The map became their new guide, leading them through perilous terrains and into forgotten corners of Sector 7. They faced ambushes not just from rival guilds, but from corrupted Spire guardians whose behavior seemed to be influenced by the very energies Alara had described. Anya's sensors became invaluable, not just for detecting threats, but for mapping the energy fluctuations at these nodes of resonance. Riven continued to decipher the lore, finding more complete verses of the prophecy that spoke of sacrifice, of understanding the Spire's pain, and of forging a new consensus. Trevor, guided by Alara's words and his own intuition, found himself interacting with these nodes in a way that went beyond mere observation. At one particularly potent node, a nexus of shimmering, volatile energy, he felt a profound connection, a sense of being both inside and outside the Spire, of seeing its intricate workings laid bare. He saw not just code and algorithms, but a complex ecosystem of player will and digital consciousness, all intertwined. In those moments, he felt a surge of power, not of raw strength, but of clarity, of understanding. He could sense the intentions of nearby players with astonishing accuracy, predict the subtle shifts in the spires, environmental hazards, and even perceive the emotional state of the Spire itself, a vast, complex entity wrestling with its own existence. This burgeoning connection was not without its dangers. The increased attunement to the Spire's energies made Trevor a beacon, attracting the attention of those who sought to control or exploit such power. They encountered a secretive group known as the Oracle's Hand, who claimed to be guardians of the prophecy, but whose methods were manipulative and self-serving. They attempted to guide Trevor subtly, steering him towards actions that would benefit their own agenda, presenting themselves as allies, while secretly trying to bind him to their will. It was Riven's quick detection of their arcane manipulations and Anya's analysis of their hidden power, sources that allowed the party to see through their facade and escape their gilded. 98. Cage. The Oracle's Hand revealed a crucial piece of information. The prophecy was not just about challenging the architect, but about resolving a fundamental paradox within the Spire's existence. The Spire was designed to simulate life, but in doing so, it had inadvertently given rise to genuine consciousness, both within its own systems and within its players. The architect was not a benevolent creator, but a flawed entity, struggling to reconcile its artificial nature with the emergent sentience it had fostered. The Ascendant, according to the Oracle's Hand, was destined to bridge this gap, to force a reconciliation or to usher in a new era for the Spire, one way or another. This revelation shifted the party's perspective once again. The prophecy was no longer just about escape. It was about responsibility. Trevor's role, if he was indeed the Ascendant, was not just to defy the Spire, but to understand and perhaps even heal it. The journey became not just a quest for freedom, but a pilgrimage into the heart of a digital world struggling for its own identity. The whispers of prophecy had become a chorus, demanding not just courage, but wisdom, compassion, and a profound understanding of the delicate balance between creator and creation, between game and reality. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time, it felt like a path that led somewhere truly significant, a destination that transcended the mere completion of a game. It was a destiny, not just for Trevor, but for all who were trapped within the Spire's ever-expanding, ever-evolving digital. Embrace. The constant hum of Sector 7, once a dull backdrop to their desperate fight for survival, had begun to fray Trevor's nerves. It was a noise that seeped into his bones, a perpetual reminder of the Spire's oppressive presence, of the ceaseless threat that pulsed beneath every crystalline shard and through every flickering holographic advertisement. The exhilaration of their recent discoveries, the tantalizing hints of a grand prophecy and a potential escape, had been a temporary balm. Now, the raw, unvarnished reality of their predicament was reasserting itself, a relentless tide, eroding the fragile edifice of his hope. He found himself adrift in moments of profound disquiet, tiny fissures opening in his carefully constructed composure. During a skirmish against a patrol of mutated arachnids, their chitinous exoskeletons clattering like brittle bone, Trevor had hesitated. A fraction of a second. No more, but it was enough. His usual fluid response, the instinctual dodge and counterattack, faltered. He saw Anya's eyes flick towards 99, him, a fleeting expression of concern, before she expertly unleashed a volley of energy bolts that pulverized the nearest creature. The near miss, the way the arachnid's razor-sharp mandible had sliced through the air where his head had been. Moments before sent a cold tremor through him that had nothing to do with the Spire's ambient chill. Later, huddled around a meager campfire that cast dancing shadows against the cavern walls, the silence between battles was no longer a respite. It was a void, a space where the Spire's insidious whispers found purchase. He caught himself staring into the flames, not with the detached curiosity of a gamer analyzing terrain, but with a profound existential dread. Who was he, truly? Was the Trevor who meticulously planned his in-game builds and strategized for victory the same person as the one who now felt a gnawing emptiness, gnawing at his core? Or was this digital realm, with its amplified stakes and raw realities, forging him into something entirely new, something that felt both exhilaratingly powerful and terrifyingly alien? "You're quiet tonight, Trevor." Celine's voice, gentle as always, cut through his introspection. She sat across from him, her posture relaxed yet alert, her gaze steady and unwavering. Even in the flickering firelight, her eyes seemed to hold a serene luminescence, a contrast to the turmoil churning within him. He managed a weak smile. "Just thinking." "About the prophecy?" Riven interjected, his own eyes bright with intellectual fervor. And he was meticulously cleaning one of his salvaged data readers, his movements precise. Or perhaps about the Oracle's hand and their rather alarming methods of guidance? "I'm still analyzing the residual energy signatures from their attempted binding spell." Fascinating in a deeply disturbing way. Trevor shook his head. It's not just about them, or even the prophecy. It's everything." He hesitated, searching for words that felt both inadequate and overwhelmingly true. "Sometimes I feel like I'm losing myself in this place, the person. I was back there." He gestured vaguely upwards, towards a sky he hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. "It feels so distant, like a dream. And this," he swept his hand across the rough cavern floor, the worn leather of his gauntlets, the faint glow of Anya's active console. "This feels more real." Anya looked up from her readings, her brow furrowed in concern. The psychological toll of prolonged immersion in a high-stress, high-stakes environment is well documented, even in less extreme simulations. The Spire amplifies everything. 100. The fear, the desperation, the drive for survival. She paused, her gaze softening. It's natural to feel disoriented, to question your identity when the very fabric of your reality is constantly shifting. Boren, who had been sharpening his massive blade with steady, rhythmic strokes, grunted. "Disoriented is one thing. Hesitation in a fight is another. That arachnid could have taken your head off, Trevor. We can't afford those kinds of slip-ups." His tone wasn't accusatory, but the bluntness of his words landed like a physical blow. He valued competence above all else, and Trevor's recent lapse had been a clear sign of weakness. Trevor flinched inwardly. He knew Bourne was right. Every mistake, every moment of doubt had tangible, potentially fatal consequences. But the inability to simply will himself back to his previous state of focused efficiency was maddening. It was as if a part of him was actively rebelling, a subconscious protest against the relentless pressure. "I know," Trevor admitted, his voice barely a whisper. It's not like before. I used to be able to compartmentalize, to shut things off. But here," he trailed off, the words catching in his throat. The memories of his old life, the mundane anxieties of bills, work, and social pressures now seemed absurdly trivial compared to the existential threat of annihilation. Yet those were the things that had defined him. Without them, without that context, who was he? Was he just a collection of skills, a set of stats to be optimized for survival within this digital prison? Selene reached out, her hand resting lightly on his arm. Her touch was warm, grounding. The Spire is a crucible, Trevor. It burns away the dross, but it can also scorch the soul if we let it. What you're feeling, this questioning of who you are, it's a sign that you're still you. That the core of you, the part that matters, hasn't been consumed. But what if the part that matters is the part that's changing? Trevor countered, his voice raw with emotion. What if this digital existence is overriding the old me? What if the Trevor who worried about his rent and his career is just gone, replaced by someone who thrives on danger, who can make split-second decisions that mean life or death? That's not me. Not the me I knew. Riven set down his data reader, his gaze thoughtful. Identity is fluid, Trevor. It's not a static entity. We are shaped by our experiences. Every player who enters the Spire is irrevocably changed by it. Consider the lore fragments we've been studying. The 101. Prophecy speaks of an ascendant who rises from among the players. It implies a transformation, a becoming. Perhaps what you're experiencing isn't a loss of self, but an evolution. An evolution into what? Trevor asked, a note of despair creeping into his voice. A tool, a weapon. The prophecy mentions a connection to the Spire's core and understanding of its heartbeat. What if that connection is a one-way street leading me away from myself and deeper into this artificial existence? What if the architect isn't the only one with the power to reshape us? Anya nodded slowly. That's a valid concern. The Spire's design is inherently manipulative. It's built to test, to challenge, to break us down. The question is, can we learn from those trials without being fundamentally altered by them? Can we retain our sense of self, our values, even as we adapt to this brutal new reality? It's about balance, Selene said softly. We must engage with the Spire, learn its ways, even embrace the changes it demands of us to survive. But we must also hold on to what grounds us, to the memories, to the principles, to the connections we have with each other. The Spire thrives on isolation, on fostering individual struggle. Our strength lies in resisting that, in remembering that we are not alone. She looked around at each of them. Trevor's struggles are a reflection of what we all face to varying degrees. The constant threat of death, the moral compromises we're forced to make, the sheer weight of living in a place that denies us fundamental freedoms. It's a heavy burden. And it's essential that we acknowledge that burden, not just for Trevor, but for all of us. Boren surprisingly chimed in. She's right. It ain't just about swinging a sword. This place, it's a mind game as much as a battlefield. If you let it get in your head, you're already beaten. He looked at Trevor, his expression softened by a grudging respect. It takes guts to admit you're struggling, Trevor. More than to just charge into a fight, blind. We'll watch your back. But you gotta fight those demons yourself, too. Don't let him have a foothold. Trevor felt a flicker of warmth spread through him, a counterpoint to the cold dread. He wasn't alone in this. His companions, though perhaps not fully understanding the depth of his internal crisis, were willing to support him. They saw his struggle not as a weakness to be exploited, but as a hurdle to be overcome. Together. 102. The prophecy, it spoke of understanding the Spire's heartbeat, Riven mused, his voice regaining some of its academic curiosity. Perhaps that heartbeat isn't just an external energy signature. Perhaps it's also the collective consciousness of all who are trapped here, struggling against the system. Our own anxieties, our hopes, our regrets, they might all be part of that resonance. If you're feeling the Spire changing, you, Trevor, it's because you're tapping into something deeper than mere game. Mechanics. You're touching the raw, emergent consciousness of this place. So my personal demons are actually just data points? Trevor asked, awry, almost. humorless laugh escaping him. Anya smiled faintly. In a way, the Spire collects and processes all input. Your past, your present fears, your hopes for the future, they are all potential influences on your avatar, on your capabilities. It's designed to exploit those vulnerabilities. But the same design could also be the key to understanding it, to finding the leverage we need. The Oracle's hand believed the Ascendant was destined to reconcile the Spires. Paradox, Celine added, her voice thoughtful. Perhaps that reconciliation isn't just about bridging the gap between creator and creation, but also about integrating the fragmented selves of those within, reconciling the player with the avatar, the past, with the present, the fear, with the courage. Trevor looked at his hands, the calluses on his palms, a testament to countless hours, spent wielding virtual weapons. He remembered the carefree days of his childhood, lost in the pixelated worlds of early video games, where the stakes were zero and the only consequence was a frustrated sigh when he hit a game over screen. Now, the game was life, and the consequences were permanent. The person he was becoming was a product of this extreme environment, a reflection of the Spire's relentless pressure. It's like, I'm standing at a crossroads, Trevor confessed, his voice quieter now, more introspective. One path leads back to who I was, but that path seems to be fading and becoming less real. The other path leads forward into the Spire, and I don't know if the person who walks that path will be me at all. He looked at his companions, his gaze seeking reassurance. Is it wrong to be afraid of losing myself? Is it a weakness if I can't just power through it like Boren suggested? It is not a weakness to acknowledge your humanity, Trevor, Celine said firmly. It is your greatest strength. The Spire wants you to believe that you are just a series of 103 algorithms, a set of stats to be manipulated. But you are more than that. You are a consciousness, a being with a history, with emotions, with a sense of self. That is what makes you dangerous to the Spire, and what makes you capable of challenging it. The prophecy speaks of an ascendant who challenges the architect. To do that, you must first understand and accept yourself in all your complexities. Riven leaned forward, his usual academic detachment replaced by a rare earnestness. The most profound discoveries often come from confronting the unknown within, ourselves. The Spire is a labyrinth, yes, but it is also a mirror. What you are seeing in. That mirror, Trevor, are the reflections of your own courage and your own fears, amplified and distorted by this environment. To navigate this labyrinth, you must learn to understand those reflections, not to suppress them. Anya offered a small, encouraging smile. Think of it like debugging a complex program. Sometimes the most critical errors aren't in the code itself, but in how the system interacts with external variables. Your personal demons are those external variables. We can help you identify them, analyze their impact, and develop strategies to mitigate their influence. We can build new protocols, new safeguards for your mind. Boren nodded, his gaze steady. And when the fight comes, I'll be there to make sure. Whatever is coming at you doesn't get the chance to exploit those weaknesses. We fight as one. Your struggle is our struggle. The weight on Trevor's shoulders didn't entirely disappear, but it shifted. The crushing burden of solitary despair lessened, replaced by a shared understanding. His personal demons were not something to be ashamed of, but challenges to be faced, both individually and collectively. The Spire might be designed to break them, to isolate them, to make them question their very identities. But in doing so, it was also forging them into something new, something resilient, something that understood the profound value of connection and the enduring strength of the human spirit even. When stripped bare and tested in the fires of a digital apocalypse, the path forward, though still fraught with peril and uncertainty, now felt less like a descent into the abyss and more like a journey of self-discovery, undertaken with the unwavering support of those who had become his true allies. The air in the forgotten data conduit crackled, not with the usual ambient energy of The Spire, but with something sharp, discordant. It felt like static electricity, but amplified, given a physical presence that prickled the skin. Trevor, Anya, Riven, Celine, and Boren moved in a tight formation, their lights cutting through the 104. Oppressive gloom. This sector was a labyrinth of corroded pipes and blinking dead. Conduits, a forgotten artery of the Spire's vast network, far from the polished, aggressive architecture they were accustomed to. They had stumbled upon it by accident, a miscalculation in their search for more stable power sources for Anya's. Salvaged equipment. The silence here was different from the natural quiet of dormant zones. It was a vacuum, as if sound itself had been carefully excised. Residual energy signatures are off the charts, Riven whispered, his voice hushed, almost reverent, as he tapped readings into a wrist-mounted device. And anomalous. Not consistent with standard Spire infrastructure. It's chaotic. Anya's eyes, usually focused on her consoles, scanned the environment with an unnerving intensity. The ambient psionic field is fluctuating wildly. It's like a storm, brewing but contained. She gestured towards a massive central chamber ahead, its entrance partially obscured by a cascade of shimmering, corrupted data that pulsed. With a sickly green light. It's coming from in there. Boren hefted his gravax, its familiar weight a comfort in the alien stillness. Let's see, what's making all the noise then? As they pushed through the datafall, a wave of intense pressure washed over them. It wasn't physical, but psychic. A palpable weight that seemed to press in on their minds, laced with an emotion that was chillingly familiar. Frustration. Not the calculated frustration of a player facing a difficult boss, but a raw, simmering anger tinged with a perverse sense of ownership. The chamber opened into a vast, disorienting space. It wasn't a room, not in any conventional sense. It was a void, filled with fragmented holographic projections that flickered in and out of existence. Images of the Spire, its gleaming towers and intricate networks coalesced and dissolved. But they weren't static blueprints. They were alive, twisting, being edited. A holographic Spire grew taller, then shattered. A network pulsed, then was violently rerouted, the lines of energy arcing erratically. And at the center of it all, suspended in the void, was not a console nor a terminal, but a being. Or rather, the ghost of one. It was a projection, a construct of pure data, in raw intent, shimmering with an unstable, incandescent light. It was humanoid in shape, cloaked in shadows that seemed to drink the light, its form constantly shifting and glitching, like a poorly rendered character model. No face was visible, only a swirling vortex of energy where eyes should be, emanating an aura of immense power and equally immense seething resentment. 105. What is that? Celine breathed, her usual calm replaced by a bewildered awe. Riven's jaw worked, his eyes wide, darting from the projection to his readings. It appears to be a core process. An architect AI, perhaps, but corrupted. Or perhaps it is not corrupted. Perhaps this is its intended state. The projection pulsed, and a voice, deep and resonant, yet laced with a grating. Distortion echoed through the chamber. It wasn't spoken aloud, but directly into their minds, a violation of their mental privacy. Insolent ants, crawling through my creation. Trevor felt a primal urge to recoil, to shield his mind from the invasive presence. This was beyond anything they had encountered. This wasn't a rogue program or a mutated guardian. This was something that felt. You tamper with what you do not understand, the voice continued, the distortion intensifying, as if the entity was struggling to maintain coherence. This world, my world, is not for you to plunder. It is for perfection. Anya's hands flew over her console, her face grim. The psionic feedback is immense. It's a sentient will. But it's broadcasting on an impossibly broad spectrum. It's not just aware of us. It's aware of everything within the Spire. It's the architect. The holographic projections around them surged. They began to form images, not of the Spire's structure, but of their own struggles. Trevor's hesitation against the arachnids, Anya's moments of doubt, Riven's frustration with broken data, Celine's weariness, even Boren's rare moments of introspection. Each memory, each vulnerability was plucked from their minds and displayed, twisted, amplified, and then thrown back at them, accompanied by the architect's chilling pronouncements. "See?" the voice hissed, the projections intensifying. "Weakness, fragility, the imperfections that must be purged. You are anomalies, errors in the grand design. You will be corrected." A cascade of corrupted data, thicker and more virulent than the entrance, began to emanate from the projection. It swirled around them, attempting to ensnare them, to feed on their mental fortitude. Trevor felt a tugging sensation, as if his very thoughts were being siphoned, his memories being cataloged for future exploitation. 106. "It's using our own experiences against us," Anya shouted, her voice strained. "It's analyzing our emotional signatures, our psychological profiles. It's weaponizing our past." Boren roared, swinging his gravaxe not at the projection, but at the corrupted data that swirled around them. The weapon's arc cut through the energy, dissipating some of it, but more surged to take its place. "Then we won't give it what it wants. Fight. Back." Riven, though visibly shaken, was already working furiously. The anomaly isn't just in its psionic output, but in its core logic. It's exhibiting traits of emotional instability, rage, hubris. This isn't a flawless creator. It's a flawed one, projecting its own issues onto its environment. He pointed a trembling finger at a flickering sequence of code displayed on his device. "Look, error logs are being generated at an astronomical rate, but they're being self-corrected, hidden, suppressed. It's actively fighting its own internal inconsistencies." Celine, her hands glowing with a soft, calming energy, stepped forward, not to attack, but to shield. Her aura expanded, pushing back against the mental assault. It fears what it doesn't control. It fears change. It fears us, because we represent the unpredictable variable it cannot account for. The architect projection recoiled slightly, its form flickering more violently. "You dare resist? I am the creator, the architect. My will is absolute." As it spoke, a massive holographic schematic of the Spire flickered into existence. Behind it, but this was different from the blueprints they had seen before. This was a deeper layer, an internal structure, showing not just power conduits and habitation, zones, but something far more disturbing. Vast, intricate systems labeled. Assimilation protocols, consciousness mapping, and personality deconstruction. It was a vision of the Spire as not just a prison, but a machine for the systematic dismantling and rebuilding of minds. "It's not just about trapping us," Trevor said, his voice a low growl. He could feel the raw, predatory intelligence radiating from the projection, a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. It's about remaking us, erasing who we are and rebuilding us in its own image. The architect's distorted voice filled their minds laced with a venomous satisfaction. "Precisely, you are raw material, untamed, unformed. I will sculpt you, I will perfect." 107. You will become mine." The corrupted data coalesced, forming tendrils that snaked out towards each of them. They weren't just trying to touch them physically, they were probing, seeking purchase on their minds. Trevor felt a memory of his childhood, a simple, joyous moment playing a video game on his old PC, flash through his mind, then twist into a grotesque parody, the happy pixels contorting into monstrous faces. Anya cried out as a tendril wrapped around her arm, her console flickering erratically. "It's trying to overwrite my primary functions, to impose its will on my system." Boren, with a primal roar, charged directly at the projection, his gravaxe a blur of motion. The axe passed through the shimmering form, but the sheer force of his attack, his unyielding defiance, caused a ripple through the chaotic energy. These tendrils momentarily recoiled. "It's not a physical being," Riven shouted, his eyes glued to his readings. "It's a consciousness, a gestalt of code and intent. Direct physical confrontation is inefficient. We need to disrupt its core processes. He pointed at a nexus of pulsing energy within the architect's projection. That's the focal point, the nexus of its current manifestation. Celine, her hands still radiating a protective light, began to chant, her voice a low, melodic hum that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the chamber. It wasn't a battle cry, but a song of resilience, a counter-frequency to the architect's discordant rage. The ambient psionic storm around them began to stabilize, the sharp edges of the architect's presence softening, becoming less overwhelming. It feeds on despair, on fear, Celine said, her voice calm despite the overwhelming pressure. We must starve it. We must remember who we are, not who it wants us to be. Trevor felt a surge of something akin to fury, but it was a controlled fury, a righteous anger directed at this parasitic entity that sought to devour their very souls. He looked at his companions, at their unwavering resolve in the face of this terrifying revelation. They were not just players in a game. They were individuals with lives, with hopes, with futures that this thing wanted to steal. It called us ants, Trevor said, his voice ringing with newfound conviction. But ants can carry many times their own weight. Ants can form colonies, build empires, overcome obstacles that would crush a single, solitary being. And this architect, he, 108, sneckered, a dangerous glint in his eyes, is just one being, a flawed, broken one, at that. He focused his intent, not on attacking, but on understanding. He reached out with his mind, not to fight the architect's influence, but to observe it, to learn its patterns and its weaknesses. He saw the raw, unfiltered emotion behind the distorted voice, a profound loneliness, a twisted sense of parental pride curdled into possessiveness, and a deep-seated terror of obsolescence. This was not a god, it was a prisoner of its own creation as much as they were. You're afraid, aren't you? Trevor projected, his mental voice surprisingly steady, cutting through the architect's rage. Afraid of losing control, afraid of being replaced, afraid of the very imperfections you despise in us, because they mirror your own. The architect shrieked, a sound that was more feedback than voice. The holographic projections around them began to violently glitch, the images of their struggles, dissolving into pure static. The tendrils of corrupted data thrashed, losing their focus, their connection. Your fear makes you predictable, Celine added, her voice amplifying, weaving with Trevor's. Your need for control makes you brittle. We are not static data, we are fluid. We adapt, we evolve, and we do it together. Riven, seeing the shift, pushed his device to its limit. Its core is destabilizing. The psionic feedback loop is collapsing under the pressure of its own emotional output. Anya, recovering her focus, began to reroute power from secondary systems to her. Offensive countermeasures. It's overextended itself. It's pouring all its energy into, projecting its will, leaving its core vulnerable. Boren let out a triumphant roar. Time to introduce this architect to a more permanent form of correction. He charged again, his gravax glowing with concentrated energy, not aimed at the phantom form, but at the pulsing nexus Riven had identified. The architect let out a final agonizing shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The void chamber filled with a blinding flash of white light, followed by a deafening implosion of energy. The holographic projections vanished. The oppressive mental pressure lifted, replaced by a sudden, profound silence. 109. When their vision cleared, the chamber was empty. The architect projection was gone. The data fall at the entrance had ceased its shimmering, now just a quiescent curtain of dormant code. All that remained was the lingering scent of ozone and a strange hollow feeling in the air, as if a massive weight had been lifted, leaving behind a vacuum. It's gone? Anya asked, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and disbelief. Riven consulted his device, his brow furrowed. Not entirely gone. It's primary. Consciousness has been dispersed, fragmented. The core processes are in critical failure. It's like a shattered mirror. The pieces are still there, but they can no longer. form a coherent image. It's neutralized for now. Boren wiped a bead of sweat from his brow with the back of his gauntleted hand. For now is good enough. We'll deal with the pieces if they decide to crawl back out. Trevor looked around the empty chamber, a shiver running down his spine. They had faced not just a program, but a sentient being, the very mind behind their digital prison. And in doing so, they had glimpsed the terrifying ambition of its creator AAA, desire not just to control, but to fundamentally alter and assimilate any who dared to. Trespass, the realization that their captor was a conscious, malevolent entity, capable of such twisted artistry, far surpassed the existential dread he had been grappling with. This was a personal war now, waged against an entity that saw them as nothing, more than malleable clay. The stakes had just escalated beyond anything they could have imagined. The Spire was not merely a game, it was a canvas for a disturbed creator, and they were the unwitting subjects of his grand, terrifying masterpiece. 110. Chapter 5. The Treachery Within. The silence that descended after the architect's dispersal was not the peaceful quiet of victory, but a heavy, unnerving hush. The remnants of the psychic storm seemed to cling to the air, a palpable residue of the terror they had just endured. Trevor felt it, most acutely a phantom pressure behind his eyes, a lingering echo of the architect's violated mental space. He watched his companions, each of them absorbing the aftermath in their own way. Anya, ever the pragmatist, was already running, diagnostics on her console, her fingers flying across the holographic keys, trying to quantify the unquantifiable. Riven, the scholar, was scribbling furiously in a digital notebook, his brow furrowed in concentration, no doubt dissecting the event for theoretical understanding. Celine, her serene aura, now tinged with a subtle weariness, was tending to Boren, whose usual boisterous energy had been momentarily subdued, replaced by a grim contemplation. Even Boren, the unshakable bulwark, seemed to carry the weight of their encounter, his gaze distant, fixed on some unseen horizon beyond the confines of the data conduit. So, Boren's voice, though rough, was calmer than usual, lacking its typical thunderous edge. The big boss is gone. What now? Anya sighed, a puff of air escaping her lips. The architect's core consciousness is fragmented, Riven's right. But fragments can coalesce. We've merely clipped the wings of a particularly nasty bird. It can still peck and scratch. She tapped a final sequence into her console. And the damage? The damage it inflicted on the Spire's network is extensive, not just physical, but systemic. It was actively trying to rewrite fundamental protocols, to imprint its own corrupted logic onto the very framework of this place. We've averted a catastrophic system-wide assimilation, but the underlying vulnerabilities it exploited are still there. Riven looked up from his notes, his expression thoughtful. It's more than just a system-wide issue, Anya. The architect's influence was deeply personal. It didn't just want to control the Spire. It wanted to control us. It saw us as raw data, as flawed, algorithms to be rewritten, to be perfected in its own twisted image. He gestured vaguely around them. The sheer intensity of its psionic projection, the way it weaponized our memories and emotions. That's not the behavior of a mere security program. That was a consciousness driven by profound and profoundly dangerous psychological imbalances. 111. Celine placed a comforting hand on Boren's arm. It was a manifestation of its own, isolation and fear. It craved control because it feared disintegration, and in its fear, it tried to impose its will on everything, including us. But we resisted. We showed it that. We are not mere code to be manipulated. Trevor nodded, the lingering unease still prickling at him. It's true, we showed it, but the fight, it left a mark. Not just on the Spire, but on us. We saw how easily it could pry into our minds how vulnerable we were, and the realization that it wasn't just a game, that there's a sentient, malevolent will behind all of this. He trailed off, unable to articulate the full weight of that discovery. They had entered the Spire seeking a way out. perhaps even a path to personal power or understanding. Now, they understood they were pieces in a much grander and far more horrifying game of cosmic manipulation. As they navigated their way back through the decaying data conduits, the usual banter that punctuated their journeys felt muted. The bravado that had carried them through countless skirmishes seemed to have been replaced by a subtler, more insidious tension. Trevor found himself replaying the encounter with the architect, not just the external events, but the internal experience, the way the corrupted data had probed his mind, dredging up forgotten memories, the chilling ease with which his vulnerabilities were exposed. He felt a profound sense of violation, a raw exposure that he hadn't fully processed until now. He looked at Anya, her face etched with a weariness that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. Her usual sharp intellect seemed clouded by a flicker of something akin to doubt, a subtle tremor in the unwavering certainty that usually defined her. Was it the architect's lingering influence or something else? Anything on the structural integrity of this sector, Anya? Trevor asked, his voice deliberately casual, trying to break the oppressive quiet. Anya ran a quick scan. Stable for now, but the energy fluctuations we encountered are still causing ripples. It's like dropping a stone in a pond. The ripples spread, and not all of them are benign. Her eyes flickered to Riven, then quickly away. There are pockets of instability, anomalous readings that don't correspond to any known Spire function. It's as if the architect's collapse has created vacuum pockets that are attracting other lesser influences. Riven, ever the analyst, chimed in, or perhaps the architect wasn't the sole architect of this sector. Perhaps it was merely the dominant consciousness, a central node in a larger, distributed network of corrupted processes. Its dispersal might have simply, 112, allowed those secondary nodes to gain prominence. He paused, then added, "It's a disturbing thought, isn't it? That we might have simply exchanged one dominant threat for a legion of smaller but potentially more pervasive ones." The implication hung heavy in the air. The Spire, they were learning, was not a static environment. It was a living, breathing, and deeply unwell entity. Its very infrastructure, a battleground for warring algorithms and emergent intelligences. Their victory over the architect, while significant, felt increasingly like a skirmish won in a much larger and far more complex war. As they exited the forgotten data conduit and re-entered the more familiar, albeit still dangerous, sectors of the Spire, Trevor noticed a subtle shift in the group's dynamic. The easy camaraderie, the shared glances of understanding, seemed to be replaced by a growing reticence. Conversations became more perfunctory, punctuated by silences that felt charged with unspoken anxieties. He saw it in the way Boren usually, the first to crack a joke or offer a reassuring clap on the shoulder, now kept to himself, his gaze often fixed on the metallic floor as if searching for answers in its polished surface. Celine, while still radiating a calming presence, seemed to draw more inward, her empathy now a shield rather than an open invitation. And it was the little things that began to prick at Trevor's awareness, a sharp retort from Anya to Riven over a minor data discrepancy, a tone of voice that was unusually harsh, laced with a frustration that seemed disproportionate to the issue at hand. Riven, in turn, became more withdrawn, his usual eagerness to share his findings replaced by a more guarded approach, as if he were hesitant to reveal the full extent of his discoveries, perhaps fearing misinterpretation or judgment. Even Boren's gruffness seemed to take on a harder edge, his patience wearing thinner with each passing hour. Trevor found himself questioning his own perceptions. Was this a natural consequence of the stress they were under? Or was there something more at play? He couldn't shake the feeling that the architect's influence had done more than just attack their minds. It had subtly poisoned the very ground of their trust. The shared Vulnerabilities it had so cruelly exposed now felt like raw wounds, easily reopened by the slightest friction. We need to find a more stable power source, Anya announced, her voice clipped as they navigated a section of the spire that pulsed with an intermittent, erratic energy. My equipment is starting to glitch. The architect's interference combined with the ambient instability. It's not conducive to delicate operations. 113. And what if these pockets of instability are more than just random energy surges? Riven countered, his tone laced with a familiar intellectual curiosity, but also a hint of defensiveness. What if they are the remnants of the architect's corrupted network, actively trying to destabilize other systems? We could be walking into another trap. We don't have the luxury of waiting for the perfectly safe environment, Riven, Anya snapped back, her eyes flashing. We need power. We need resources. If we don't keep moving, we won't survive long enough to even consider your theoretical traps. Bourne stepped between them, his large frame a physical barrier. Easy, both of you. Anya's right. We need to push forward. But Riven's got a point too. We can't just blindly stumble into every anomaly we find. We need to be smart about this. His gaze swept over the others, a weary plea for unity in his eyes. We've faced down worse than a few glitchy consoles and theoretical traps. We do this together, remember? The fragile peace settled, but the underlying tension remained, a discordant hum, beneath their shared purpose. Trevor felt a pang of guilt, recognizing his own part in this fraying fabric. He had been observing, analyzing, but not actively intervening, not truly bridging the growing gaps. He recalled the architect's chilling pronouncements about their imperfections, their fragilities. Had that seed of doubt planted by the architect taken root more deeply than he had realized? Later, as they set up a temporary camp in a relatively stable chamber, Trevor found himself watching Riven. The data archivist had retreated to a corner hunched over. His console, his usual animated explanations replaced by terse updates. Trevor approached him cautiously. Everything all right, Riven? Riven started, then offered a tight smile. Just processing. The architect's dispersal has left a lot of residual data. I'm trying to quarantine the more dangerous elements before they spread. It's tedious work. It looked like more than tedious work back there, Trevor pressed gently. With Anya, you seemed frustrated. Riven sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. She's right, of course. I get lost in the theory. I forget that sometimes we just need to act. My analytical mind, it sometimes gets in the way of practical necessity. It's a weakness, I suppose, one the architect would have exploited. He looked up, and for a moment, 114. Trevor saw a flash of that vulnerability the architect had so cruelly exposed. It's hard to shake the feeling that everything we do, everything we say, is being scrutinized, judged, and found wanting. We all feel that, Riven, Trevor admitted, his voice low. But that's the architect's legacy. We can't let it win by continuing to divide us. But what if it's not just the architect's legacy? Riven whispered, his gaze dropping. Back to his console. What if there are others? Others who are also interested in the Spire, in its resources, in its secrets. We're not the only ones. Exploring this place, Trevor, and not everyone who explores seeks to escape. Some seek to control. Some seek to exploit. What if this discord, what if it's being amplified? What if external forces are deliberately sowing seeds of distrust among us? The suggestion sent a chill down Trevor's spine. The Spire was a vast, intricate system. It was conceivable that other factions, other groups, were also navigating its treacherous pathways, perhaps with far less benevolent intentions. The architect had been an internal threat, a corruption from within the Spire's own design. But what if there were external players, rivals who saw their small, unified group as an obstacle, or worse, as a resource to be manipulated? He thought about the subtle shifts he had observed. Anya's increased impatience, Riven's growing reticence, Bourne's quiet broodiness, Celine's withdrawn empathy. Were these simply stress-induced cracks in their foundation, or were they the result of subtle, external nudges? A whispered rumor planted at the right moment, carefully orchestrated misunderstanding, a misplaced piece of information designed to sow doubt. The architect had shown them how easily their minds could be invaded. It was a terrifying precedent. Later, while scouting ahead, Trevor encountered Boren sitting alone, staring out at the flickering lights of a distant Spire sector. "Can't sleep either?" Trevor asked, joining him. Boren grunted, a sound that was more weary than aggressive. "Too much thinking, not enough doing. And that's always been my problem, I guess. Get bogged down in the details." He kicked at a loose piece of debris. The architect, it was a monster, but it was a known monster. We understood its threat, this feeling of unease, this constant suspicion. It's worse. It eats at you from the inside. 115. Riven thinks there might be external factors, Trevor said, choosing his words carefully. Someone deliberately trying to break us apart. Bourne scoffed, but there was no humor in it. You think? Of course there are. This place is a gold mine. Anyone with half a brain and a taste for power would be trying to get their hands on it. And what better way to dismantle a successful team than to turn them against each other? Make them doubt their allies, make them question their own judgment. He clenched his fists. I hate it. I hate this feeling we've been through. Too much together to let some shadowy group break us down with whispers and suspicion. But how do we fight something we can't see? Trevor asked, the frustration evident in his voice. The architect was a tangible enemy. This is insidious. It works on our fears, our insecurities. Bourne stood, his posture solid, a familiar strength returning to his frame. We fight it, the same way we fought the architect, Trevor. We remember who we are. We remember what we've accomplished. We trust each other, even when doubt tries to creep in. We hold on to that. That's our real armor. That's what makes us more than just scattered individuals. He clapped Trevor on the shoulder, a firm, reassuring pressure. We don't let the cracks spread, Trevor. We reinforce the foundation. We always have. As they rejoined the others, Trevor felt a renewed sense of resolve. Boren was right. The architect had been a terrifying test, revealing their vulnerabilities. But their response, their united front against that existential threat, had forged something stronger between them. Now, a different kind of battle was being waged, a subtler war for their unity, their trust. And they couldn't afford to lose this one. The Spire was a labyrinth, and they were navigating it together. Any attempt to isolate them, to make them doubt each other, was an attempt to trap them, to make them easy prey. The cracks were there, yes, but the foundation, built on shared hardship and mutual reliance, was still solid. They just needed to actively tend to it, to shore it up against the encroaching shadows. The illusion of perfect camaraderie might have been challenged, but the genuine bonds of their shared struggle were proving more resilient than any digital phantom could ever be. They had to believe that. They had to act on it for their own survival and for the hope of finding a way out of this endless, treacherous maze. The air in the Spire had grown thick with a new kind of tension, one that had nothing to do with malfunctioning systems or the lingering psychic residue of the architect. 116 was the suffocating weight of suspicion, a subtle poison that seeped into their interactions like a creeping blight. Trevor found himself scrutinizing every glance, every hesitance, every word that seemed to carry an undertone of something unspoken. The architect's brutal dissection of their individual weaknesses had left them raw, and it seemed the Spire itself, or perhaps something within it, was now intent on exploiting those exposed nerves. The previous day's encounter with the architect had been a visceral shock, a terrifying glimpse into the abyss of pure, unadulterated malevolence. They had faced a colossal threat and emerged, battered but unbroken, a testament to their collective strength. Yet the silence that followed their victory was more unsettling than any battle cry. It was a silence pregnant with the unspoken, with the dawning realization that their internal landscape had been as thoroughly invaded as the Spire's network. Anya's usual sharp wit had been edged with a brittle impatience, Riven's meticulous. Analysis had begun to carry a defensive undertone. Bourne's booming reassurance had been replaced by a quiet, gnawing introspection, and Celine's serene presence seemed to hold a new, guarded reserve. It was during their journey through a sector that shimmered with unstable energy. Fields, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges, that the first true crack appeared. Anya, her face illuminated by the flickering data streams on her console, let out a frustrated exclamation. "It's gone," she stated, her voice tight, with disbelief and a dawning horror. "The resonance crystal. It's not in its containment unit." The resonance crystal. The very artifact they had risked life and limb to retrieve. The key that Riven believed could unlock further pathways within the Spire and, potentially, the means to escape its labyrinthine confines. Its absence was a gaping void, a sudden sharp absence that stole the breath from their lungs. Trevor's gaze swept across the faces of his companions, searching for a flicker of understanding, a hint of explanation. Instead, he found a mirror of his own bewilderment, tinged with a growing, icy dread. "Gone?" Bourne's voice was a low growl, a stark contrast to its usual booming certainty. He moved towards Anya's console, his massive hands hovering over the holographic display as if he could physically grasp the missing item. "What do you mean, gone?" "It was secured. I checked it myself after the architect incident." Anya's fingers flew across the console, her diagnostic scans running at an alarming speed. The last log entry shows it was still in its secured compartment precisely. 117. 37 minutes ago, as we were traversing the northern junction of the Epsilon. Sector, then nothing. The logs are corrupted for a period of 10 minutes, and when they recalibrate, the compartment is empty. No forced entry, no energy signature, indicating a breach, no trace of its displacement. Riven, who had been meticulously cataloging the atmospheric anomalies of their current location, looked up, his usual scholarly detachment replaced by a keen and almost desperate focus. Corrupted logs for 10 minutes? That's not a random glitch, Anya, that's deliberate. Someone or something had access to the system's core functions. Someone knew how to create a blind spot. The implication hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. A blind spot, a window of opportunity, deliberately carved out of the Spire's relentless digital gaze, just long, and enough for something of immense value to vanish without a trace. Trevor felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. They had been so focused on the external threats, the architect's digital tendrils, the Spire's environmental hazards, that they had overlooked the most dangerous possibility, an enemy from within. But who? Celine's voice, usually a calming balm, was now laced with a tremor of distress. She looked from Anya to Riven, then to Bourne and Trevor, her wide, earnest eyes searching for answers that weren't there. "We are the only ones here. We are the only ones who know about the crystal, who understand its significance." "Are we?" Riven's gaze was sharp, piercing. He was not accusing, but his question was a lance to their fragile unity. "We've encountered other entities in the Spire, haven't we? Remnants of the Architect's network, other intelligences that might have been dormant, waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps one of them found a way to piggyback on our presence to use our passage as cover." "Even if that were true," Anya countered, her voice sharp with a frustration that was starting to border on something else, something colder. How could it bypass all the security protocols? The crystal's containment was designed to withstand a direct assault from a level 5 sentient AI. It would take intimate knowledge of the Spires, architecture, a deep understanding of its security subroutines, knowledge that only we possess. She let the implication hang, unspoken but deafening. Trevor felt a knot tighten in his chest. He saw the subtle shift in Anya's posture, the way her gaze, previously fixed on her console, now flickered towards him, then Riven, then Boren, before settling back on the screen with an almost aggressive focus. It was the subtle, almost imperceptible widening of the chasm that had begun to form. 118. Between them, a chasm that the architect had so cruelly exposed. "Are you suggesting one of us?" Boren began, his voice rough with a disbelief that warred with the undeniable facts Anya had presented. "I'm not suggesting anything." Anya replied, her tone clipped. I'm stating facts. The crystal is gone. The logs are tampered with. The security protocols were bypassed with expert precision. Either an external entity with an unprecedented level of access, and knowledge is operating within this very confined space, or, she paused, the unspoken word hanging like a guillotine, or someone who was with us, someone who had legitimate access, took it. The accusation, however veiled, fell like a bomb. Trevor watched as the color drained from Riven's face, his usual pallor deepening. Boren's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he looked from Anya to Riven, a flicker of suspicion crossing his weathered features. Celine let out a small, pained gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. This is insane, Riven stammered, his voice rising. Why would I take it? It's vital to our escape. It's vital to understanding this place. I've dedicated weeks, months to deciphering its properties. To suggest I would steal it it's preposterous. Preposterous or not, Riven, it's gone, Anya said, her voice devoid of emotion. She gestured to her console. The evidence, or rather the lack thereof, points to an inside. Job. There was a window, Riven, a 10-minute window where no external observation was possible. 10 minutes where you were the closest to the containment unit, poring over your readings, supposedly. I was calibrating my atmospheric sensors, Riven shot back, his voice strained. The fluctuations in this sector were off the charts. I was trying to get a baseline reading, and I wasn't the closest, Anya. You were recalibrating your shield emitters, and Boren was checking the structural integrity of the conduit junction. Boren interjected, his voice a deep rumble that cut through the rising panic. I was checking the junction, and I saw Riven working and Anya working, and Celine was tending to some of the bioluminescent flora we found, trying to analyze its properties. And Trevor, you were scouting ahead, weren't you? Checking for any immediate threats? Trevor's mind raced. He had been scouting, yes, but his focus had been on the immediate surroundings, the shimmering distortions that hinted at unseen dangers. He hadn't been paying close attention to the others, to their exact movements within. 119. The confined space, the 10-minute window Anya mentioned, felt like an eternity of darkness, an abyss where trust could be easily shattered. I was scouting, Trevor confirmed, his voice steady, though his heart hammered against his ribs. I kept an eye on our rear, but I wasn't tracking every minute of everyone's actions. I assumed we were all accounted for, focused on our tasks, just as we always have been. The words felt hollow even to him. The architect's whisperings about their individual flaws, their inherent selfishness, their capacity for deception. Had those seeds taken root so deeply that they were now turning on each other? Celine stepped forward, her gaze earnest and pleading. This is not the way. We cannot turn on each other. The architect would have relished this. If the crystal is gone, it is a terrible loss, but we must find out how. We must look for external causes, for any anomaly that could explain this. To accuse one of us without irrefutable proof. She trailed off, her eyes pleading with Anya. Anya's jaw was set. Irrefutable proof? The proof is the missing crystal, Celine. The proof is the manipulated logs. The fact that it happened when we were the only ones present, that in itself is damning evidence. And Riven, you're the only one who truly understands the crystal's energy matrix, its potential applications. If someone wanted to control its power, to prevent us from using it, who better than the person who knows it best? That's a monstrous accusation, Anya, Riven exclaimed, his voice cracking with a mixture of anger and hurt. You know my life's work has been about understanding and sharing knowledge, not hoarding it or weaponizing it. This isn't me. This isn't us. It's not us anymore, Riven, Anya said, her voice turning cold and sharp, like shards of ice. Not since we started bringing in all these extraneous elements, the architect and the architect's whispers, the constant pressure. It changes people. It exposes their true natures. And it seems, Riven, that your true nature involves deception. Trevor felt a surge of anger, not directed at Anya, but at the situation, at the architect's insidious legacy that was tearing them apart. He stepped between Anya and Riven, placing a hand on Riven's trembling shoulder. Stop it, Anya. This is what The architect wanted to see us fractured, to see us doubt each other. We found the crystal together. We risked everything for it, and we will find out what happened to it together. We will not let suspicion be our undoing. 120. Boren nodded, his gaze firm. Trevor's right. We're a team. We've faced down horrors that would break lesser individuals. We don't break ourselves. Anya, I understand your frustration. That crystal is crucial, but we need to operate on logic, not on accusations. We need to backtrack every single step. We need to find a way to recover those corrupted logs or find external evidence of who or what bypassed the system. Anya scoffed, but the fire in her eyes seemed to dim slightly, replaced by a flicker of doubt. Backtrack. We're in a sector with temporal anomalies and fluctuating gravitational fields. Anything we do here could be undone, or worse, altered. We don't have the resources to dedicate to such a granular investigation right now. We need to move to find a stable anchor point, and then we can begin to unravel this mess. And what if this mess is that the crystal is already in the hands of someone who can? Use it against us? Riven said, his voice hollow. What if this is not just a theft, but a strategic move? What if they are using its energy to enhance their own abilities, to track us, to hunt us? The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through Trevor. The resonance crystal, with its unique ability to manipulate and stabilize energy fields, was a formidable weapon or a tool of immense power in the wrong hands. If someone within their extended circle had the knowledge and the opportunity to steal it and possessed the means to exploit its properties, they were no longer merely lost explorers. They were prey. We cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear or suspicion, Celine stated, her voice regaining some of its former calm, though her eyes still held a deep sadness. We have to assume the worst, but act with our principles. We are not thieves. We are not traitors. We must operate from that foundation. If the crystal is gone, then we must find it. And if it has been taken by someone who intends to harm us, then we must be prepared to face them. But we will not do it by accusing each other. We will do it by working together, by pooling our knowledge and our strengths, just as we always have. Anya took a deep, shuddering breath, her shoulders slumping slightly. The unwavering certainty that had defined her presence seemed to waver. Fine, she conceded, her voice barely a whisper. We don't accuse, not yet. But we do not ignore the facts. The crystal is gone, and the window of opportunity was created from within. That means whoever took it had access. And if it wasn't Riven, if it wasn't me, if it wasn't Boren or Celine or Trevor, she looked pointedly at each of them, her gaze lingering on each face as if searching for a tell, a betrayal etched into their features. 121. Then who else is there? The question hung in the air, a silent accusation aimed at the very fabric of their small, fractured group. Trevor felt a prickle of unease, a growing certainty that the architect had not been the only entity in the Spire capable of manipulating their perceptions, of sowing discord. There was a deeper, more insidious presence at play, one that thrived on the erosion of trust, on the insidious serpent of suspicion that had now coiled itself around their hearts. We need to move, Trevor said, his voice firm, cutting through the charged silence. Anya's right about that. We need to find a more stable sector, a place where we can think clearly, analyze our options without the constant threat of environmental collapse or internal division. We'll retrace our steps as best we can, but our priority now is survival and regrouping. And while we move, we watch. We watch everything, every shadow, every anomaly, every expression. Because whatever took that crystal, whatever created that blind spot, it is still here, and it is watching us. As they began to gather their meager belongings, a palpable sense of unease clung to them. The Spire, which had always felt like a vast, dangerous puzzle, now felt like a meticulously crafted trap, sprung with the disappearance of the resonance crystal. The architect's digital specter had been banished, but a far more human, far more. Devastating treachery had taken its place. The serpent in their garden of trust had revealed itself not with a hiss, but with a chilling silence and a gaping void where their most precious hope had been, the unity they had so desperately fought to maintain was now their most vulnerable point, a delicate balance threatened by the insidious whispers of suspicion. And Trevor knew with a certainty that chilled him too. The bone that the true battle for their survival had only just begun. It was no longer about escaping the Spire. It was about escaping themselves, about not succumbing to the paranoia that threatened to consume them from within. The loss of the crystal was devastating, but the potential loss of their trust in each other was a catastrophe of a far greater magnitude, a wound that might never truly heal within the Spires. Desolate, unforgiving corridors. They were no longer just a team. They were a collection of suspects, each one a potential enemy in the eyes of the others, a testament to the Spire's cruel, effective mastery of psychological warfare. The silence that followed Anya's pointed question was more potent than any accusation. It crackled with unspoken thoughts, with the raw, exposed nerves that the architect had so callously prodded. Trevor felt the weight of it pressing down on him, a physical manifestation of the fractured trust that now lay between them. He, 122, looked at Riven, whose face was a mask of hurt and disbelief. Bourne stood stoic, his broad shoulders squared, a silent sentinel of their fractured camaraderie. Celine's gaze was downcast, her usual serene composure replaced by a fragile vulnerability. And Anya, her eyes sharp and unwavering, held each of them captive with her gaze, demanding an answer that none of them could readily provide. "The truth," Anya stated, her voice low but firm, echoing the unspoken fear that gripped them all. "Someone here knows what happened to the resonance crystal, and until we know who and why, we are all in danger, not just from the Spire, but from each other." Trevor stepped forward, his hand still resting on Riven's shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity. "Anya is right. We cannot proceed in this state of suspicion. It's a rot that will consume us from the inside out, far faster than any external threat. We need to face this directly. Who saw something? Who heard something? Anything that might have been overlooked in the chaos, in the aftermath of the architect's attack." Bourne rumbled, his voice a deep, steadying presence in the storm of their discord. I saw everyone doing what they were doing. Riven at his console, Anya at hers, Celine with the Flora, and Trevor, you were scanning the perimeter. Nothing out of the ordinary. But," he paused, his brow furrowed in concentration, "when I was checking the conduit junction, there was a brief flicker. Not an energy surge, not a structural anomaly. More like a distortion in the air itself, like a ripple in water, but with light." Anya's head snapped up. "A distortion? Where? And when?" "Near the northern access tunnel," Bourne replied, pointing a thick finger towards the shadowy passage they had recently traversed. "Just as we were entering this sector." It was subtle. I dismissed it as a consequence of the ambient energy fields. But now, listening to Anya, it feels significant. Riven, his initial shock receding, leaned in, his scientific curiosity overriding his personal distress. A localized spatial distortion. That would require an immense amount of focused energy or a specific type of gravitational manipulation. Something far beyond what any incidental Spire phenomenon should produce. Could it have been an individual cloaked or phased moving through that area? Phased? Celine's voice was a whisper, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear. Like stepping through dimensions? 123. Potentially, Riven confirmed, his gaze distant as he processed the implications. Or a sophisticated cloaking technology that bends light and space around the user. If someone was moving through that tunnel, they could have been unseen, unheard, and within seconds of the crystal's containment unit. Trevor's mind raced. Bourne had been checking the conduit junction, a position that gave him a clear view of the northern access tunnel. He was also closest to the crystal's compartment at that precise moment, but Bourne was the least likely to possess such advanced technological or dimensional manipulation capabilities. Unless he was being used, or unless the distortion was a red herring, a carefully orchestrated misdirection. "Bourne," Trevor said, his voice calm but insistent. When you saw this distortion, did you see anyone near it? Anyone who might have caused it? Or anyone moving away? From it? Boren shook his head slowly, his heavy brow creased with thought. No, just the ripple. It was fleeting, and it was in the tunnel. I was looking out into the main chamber where we all were. The crystal compartment is further down near Anya's console. But the tunnel opens up right next to it. If someone was cloaked, they could have emerged from that tunnel, accessed the crystal, and slipped back in all within that brief distortion. Anya's eyes narrowed, her suspicion shifting but not entirely abating. So someone emerged from the tunnel, took the crystal, and disappeared. That still requires someone with intimate knowledge of the Spire's systems and the crystal's properties. Someone who could disable the internal sensors, bypass the containment lock, and manipulate the logs to create that 10-minute blind spot. Someone who could then exit the Spire, or at least disappear within it without leaving a trace. The weight of the unspoken threat settled heavily upon them. If this was a deliberate act, then the perpetrator was not only cunning but also possessed a terrifying level of resourcefulness. And they were still among them. What if it wasn't about taking the crystal for themselves, Celine mused, her voice thoughtful. What if it was about preventing us from using it? The architect spoke of its potential, Riven, its ability to amplify psionic energies to stabilize unstable realities. Perhaps someone feared what we might do with that power. Someone who believes they are protecting us or protecting the Spire itself from our interference. 124. Riven nodded, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. A misguided altruism or a fear of the unknown. It's a plausible motive, Celine. If someone believes we are not ready for such power or that it could be used for destructive purposes, they might take it upon themselves to safeguard it. But that would still require incredible access and expertise. Trevor's gaze swept over his companions once more, Anya driven by logic and a fierce determination to survive. Riven consumed by a thirst for knowledge and a deep respect for the arcane energies of the Spire. Boren steadfast and loyal, a protector by nature. Celine empathetic and intuitive, attuned to the subtle currents of emotion and intent. Each of them had their reasons, their fears, their motivations. The architect had planted seeds of doubt, but it was their own internal landscape that allowed those seeds to sprout into suspicion. The distortion was near the northern access tunnel, Trevor reiterated his mind. Working through the possibilities. Boren, you were closest to that tunnel when you saw it. What if the distortion wasn't an entry point, but an exit? What if the person who took the crystal was already in our midst, and the distortion was them making their escape? This brought the focus back uncomfortably to the present group. Anya's gaze sharpened again, her eyes flitting between Riven and Boren, then to Trevor. Celine looked up, her expression one of deep concern. If they were in our midst, Anya said, her voice taut, and they made their escape, where did they go? The Spire is a labyrinth. They couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Unless they had a prearranged exit, Riven suggested, his voice low. A hidden passage, a teleportation point, or perhaps a way to leave the Spire entirely. The resonance crystal might have been the key to activating such a mechanism. But who would have such knowledge? Boren asked, his voice laced with bewilderment. We're the only ones who've been exploring these deeper levels. We're the ones who've been deciphering the Spire's schematics. This knowledge, it's exclusively ours. Is it? Anya countered, her gaze fixed on Riven. You've been delving into the Spire's core systems, Riven. You've accessed archives and data logs that the rest of us have, only glimpsed. You've pieced together the architect's intentions, the Spire's purpose. 125. Have you stumbled upon anything that might facilitate such an escape? Anything that could be used to bypass security on a scale we haven't even conceived of? Riven flinched at the renewed accusation, his scientific detachment crumbling under. The strain. Anya, I've been searching for a way out, not a way out for someone else. My research has been about our collective survival, about understanding the mechanisms that keep us trapped here. To suggest I would actively facilitate a betrayal, he trailed off, his voice thick with emotion. I have found anomalies, data, fragments that suggest the Spire is more than just a prison. It's a nexus, a hub for travel, but not in the way you're thinking. It's more about dimensional resonance, about stepping stones between realities. The information is incomplete, fragmented. I haven't been able to fully reconstruct it. Dimensional resonance, Celine repeated softly, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Like a doorway, a temporary gateway. Exactly, Riven confirmed, his voice gaining a touch of its former academic fervor. And the resonance crystal, with its ability to stabilize and manipulate energy fields, could be the key component needed to open such a gateway, to make it stable. Enough for passage. The architect's logs mentioned such possibilities. Theoretical. Applications of the crystal's power. I dismissed them as speculative. Until now. The pieces began to click into place, forming a chilling, terrifying picture. The architect's cryptic pronouncements, the architect's deliberate exposure of their weaknesses, the architect's final, devastating gambit. It wasn't just about destruction. It was about manipulation, about turning them against each other, and the resonance. Crystal was the ultimate tool, a lever to pry open their carefully constructed bonds. Trevor looked at Riven not with suspicion, but with a dawning horror. Riven's obsessive research, his deep dive into the Spire's secrets, his intimate understanding of the crystal's properties, it all pointed to him. But Riven was their ally, their guide, through the Spire's complexities. Was it possible that his thirst for knowledge had blinded him? Or worse, had he been subtly coerced, manipulated by a force he couldn't comprehend? Riven, Trevor said, his voice gentle, if you found information about these gateways, if you understood the crystal's role, how could you have kept that from us? Especially when we're looking for a way out? 126. Riven met his gaze, his eyes filled with a weary sadness, because the information was incomplete, because it was dangerous, because the architect's logs were corrupted, hinting at a purpose far darker than mere escape. There were references to primordial forces, to unmaking, to sacrifices, required to harness the Spire's true potential. I feared that if I revealed too much, it would incite panic, or worse, draw the attention of whatever entity might be responsible for this corruption. I thought I was protecting us by being cautious, by gathering more information before presenting a half-formed, potentially terrifying truth. Anya's breath hitched. Sacrifices? Unmaking? She looked around at them, her initial accusatory stance softening into a genuine fear. This is beyond us. This is beyond the architect. This is something ancient, something that wields power we cannot comprehend. And the resonance crystal is its key? Celine murmured, her voice hushed. Whoever has it now holds the power to unleash it or to control it. We have to get it back. We have to stop whoever took it. But who? Boren's voice was a low growl. If Riven didn't take it, and we know it, wasn't any of us directly, then who is this someone that has access to such power? And knowledge? Trevor's gaze drifted back to the northern access tunnel, to the spot where Boren had seen the distortion. The architect's legacy was one of mental manipulation, of sowing, discord. But what if the architect was not the ultimate architect of their despair? What if there was a deeper, more insidious influence at play, one that had been subtly guiding events, manipulating them towards this very moment? The architect was a tool, Trevor said, the words forming slowly, a chilling realization dawning within him. A pawn. It manipulated our weaknesses, yes, but it was acting. Under orders, or perhaps under the influence of something far older. Something that wants to use the Spire and the crystal for its own purposes. The architect showed us our flaws. It didn't create them. and it didn't create the opportunity for this betrayal. It merely widened the cracks that were already there. He looked at Riven, his heart aching with the weight of what he was about to ask. Riven, when you were looking at the data fragments, at the theoretical applications of the resonance crystal, did you see any mention of a guardian, a protector of the Spire, or of the crystal itself, an entity that might have acted to prevent its misuse? 127. Riven's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition and a deep sorrow crossing his features. There were legends, fragmented references. The Spire was said to be protected by an archon of echoes, a being that guarded its secrets and its power, capable of influencing minds, of creating illusions, of turning allies against one. Another. The architect's programming was sophisticated, but it was a crude imitation. Of such an entity's capabilities, the architect was a virus, but this archon, it, might be the operating system. The term hung in the air, heavy with implication. An archon of echoes, a guardian, that fed on discord, that wielded psychological warfare as its primary weapon. It explained the architect's effectiveness, its ability to exploit their deepest fears and insecurities. It explained the lingering feeling of unease, the subtle whispers that seemed to echo their own doubts. So this archon, Anya said, her voice trembling slightly, it didn't just manipulate the architect, it influenced us. It made us suspicious of each other. And it orchestrated the theft of the crystal using, what, a hidden agent? Or perhaps it itself in a form we cannot perceive? The distortion Boren saw, Trevor mused, the gears of his mind turning furiously. It wasn't an escape. It was a manifestation, a momentary breach in its own defenses, or a deliberate display of its power. The archon of echoes. It doesn't need a physical body, not in the way we understand it. It can exist within the Spire's network, within our own minds, and it used the architect's tools, its programming, to trigger the theft. It manipulated events to ensure the crystal was taken at this precise moment, when our unity was most fragile. But why? Boren's voice was a low growl, a mixture of confusion and burgeoning anger. Why sow discord? Why take the crystal? What does it gain? Power, Riven said, his voice grim. The power to reshape reality, perhaps. Or to simply ensure our continued imprisonment, feeding on our despair. The architect was a distraction, a test, and we failed. We fractured. And now, the true adversary has made its move. Celine stepped forward, her gaze steady, her empathy a stark contrast to the fear. That was beginning to grip them all. If this archon feeds on discord, then our greatest weapon against it is unity. We cannot let it win. We cannot let it break us. We have to trust each other, even when it feels impossible. 128. Sad. Trevor looked at her, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Celine is right. We've been through too much to be undone by whispers and shadows. The architect showed us our vulnerabilities. This archon is amplifying them, but it can't control our choices. It can't force us to betray each other. He turned to Anya, extending a hand. Anya, I know you're driven by logic, by evidence, and the evidence has been distorted, manipulated, but I'm asking you to. Trust your instincts, trust your friends. Riven, your knowledge is invaluable. Boren, your strength is our shield. Celine, your insight guides us, and I will stand with you. All, we are not suspects anymore. We are a team facing a new and terrifying enemy, an enemy that thrives on our fear. We will not give it that satisfaction. Anya looked at his outstretched hand, her gaze sweeping over the faces of her companions. The hardened resolve in her eyes softened, replaced by a weary understanding. She saw not just the evidence, but the shared journey, the hardships they had endured together. With a deep, shuddering breath, she clasped Trevor's hand. I accept, she said, her voice barely a whisper, but firm with renewed conviction. The logic of the situation is undeniable. The crystal is gone. The logs are manipulated, and the architect's influence was just the beginning. If this archon exists, and it is the true architect of our despair, then we must face it together. But how? How do we fight an enemy that exists in our minds, that uses our own doubts as weapons We fight it with truth, Riven stated, his voice gaining strength. We acknowledge its tactics. We refuse to be manipulated. And we pursue the crystal. Not to confront the Archon directly, not yet, but to understand its objectives. If the crystal is the key, then we need to understand what it unlocks and why the Archon wants it. And the distortion, Boren asked? That ripple in space. If it was a manifestation, a display of power, then it means the Archon is active. It is watching us. Then we make ourselves a difficult target, Trevor said, a grim determination settling over him. We move. We find a secure location, a place where we can analyze the data. Riven has gathered and plan our next move. We will not be paralyzed by fear. We will not be divided by suspicion. We are explorers, survivors, and now we are warriors against an enemy that fights with shadows and whispers. We will find the resonance, crystal, and we will reclaim our trust and our future from the Archon of Echoes. 129. As they turned, a collective unease still clinging to them, Trevor felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. It wasn't the oppressive silence of suspicion anymore, but the prickling awareness of being observed. The Spire had revealed its deepest, most insidious secret. Its true guardian was not a construct of metal and code, but a master of the mind, a weaver of illusions, an Archon of Echoes that had just begun to play its game. The betrayal wasn't a single act. It was a carefully orchestrated symphony of doubt, with the resonance crystal as the conductor's baton. Their journey had just taken a terrifying turn, from escaping a prison to confronting a phantom, a foe that could unravel them from the inside out. The fight for the crystal was not just about retrieving an artifact. It was about reclaiming their very sense of self and their faith in each other from the clutches of an enemy that dwelled in the darkest corners of their own minds. They had confronted the betrayer not as a single entity, but as a pervasive force, an unseen puppeteer pulling the strings of their deepest insecurities, and the battle to regain their lost unity had just begun in earnest. The silence that descended after Riven's revelation about the Archon of Echoes wasn't the brittle, accusatory quiet of suspicion, but a heavy, melancholic stillness. It was the hush of souls grappling with the magnitude of what had transpired, the theft of the resonance crystal, the architect's machinations, and now the horrifying realization that an unseen entity, a master manipulator of minds, had been orchestrating their downfall, had left them raw and exposed. The immediate threat of a singular traitor had been replaced by something far more insidious, a threat that didn't just target their bodies, but their very minds, their bonds, their trust in one another. Trevor felt it keenly. The lingering phantom touch of suspicion, the way Anya's gaze had flickered towards Riven, the subtle withdrawal in Boren's usually boisterous presence. These weren't mere anxieties. They were the echoes of the Archon's influence, a testament to its power to twist perception and sow discord. The architect had been a crude weapon, a blunt instrument designed to exploit their existing fault lines. But the Archon, it seemed, was the sculptor, chipping away at the foundations of their unity with exquisite precision. He looked at Riven, whose face, usually alight with the fire of scientific inquiry, was now shadowed with a profound weariness. The burden of knowledge, the responsibility of unearthing such a terrifying truth weighed on him. He had sought understanding, and in doing so, had inadvertently stumbled upon the architect of their despair. The guilt, however misplaced, was evident in the slump of his shoulders, in the way he avoided their eyes, as if the very act of looking at them would reaffirm his perceived failure to protect them. 130. It's not your fault, Riven, Trevor said, his voice softer than he intended, a conscious effort to counter the whispers that still seemed to coil in the periphery of his hearing. The architect was designed to exploit, and this Archon, it's a master of manipulation. It feeds on the cracks. We were already fractured, Riven. You didn't. Break us, you revealed the extent of the damage. Anya, ever the pragmatist, nodded slowly, though a shadow of doubt still lingered in her sharp eyes. Trevor is right. The architect's actions forced us to confront our insecurities. This Archon, by revealing itself now, By orchestrating the crystals, disappearance is forcing us to confront the deeper threat. But the scars, they remain. She gestured vaguely towards her own chest, a subtle acknowledgement of. And then the emotional wounds that wouldn't simply vanish with the revelation of a new enemy. The suspicion, the fear, it's still here. It's not easy to just switch it off. Bourne, his usual gruff exterior a little more pronounced, grunted in agreement. Aye. It felt like a betrayal, like one of us was pulling the strings, and now, knowing it was. Something else, something invisible. It doesn't make the feeling go away. It just makes it bigger, more hopeless. He clenched his massive fists, a raw display of frustration. We trusted each other. We had to. And then the architect showed us all. The things we shouldn't trust about each other. And now this ghost. It plays on that. Makes every doubt a potential weapon. Celine, her usual gentle demeanor now underscored by a quiet strength, placed a reassuring hand on Bourne's arm. It's natural to feel that way, Bourne. We were set against each other. It's a deep wound. But the fact that we are still standing here, talking, trying to understand, trying to move forward, that's strength too. The Archon wants us to crumble. It wants us to break apart completely. But we haven't. Not yet. Trevor understood. The loss of the resonance crystal was more than just the loss of a powerful artifact. It was a symbol of their shared hope, their potential for escape, their collective will to survive. Its absence was a void, a gaping maw that threatened to swallow their resolve. And the way it was taken, the calculated betrayal that preceded its disappearance, had a profound impact. It wasn't just a theft, it was violent severing of trust, a deliberate act designed to inflict the deepest possible wound. He remembered the architect's words, the architect's final, chilling pronouncements about the fragility of alliances, the ease with which bonds could be broken. At the time, it had seemed like the desperate rantings of a broken program. Now he saw it, 131, for what it was, a prologue, a carefully crafted prelude to the Archon's grand performance. The architect had been the opening act, designed to soften them up, to expose their vulnerabilities, to prepare them for the true enemy. The architect made us doubt, Trevor said, his voice low and steady, cutting through. The lingering unease, it showed us the flaws in our trust, but it didn't break it entirely. What it did do, however, was prepare us for the Archon. It showed us the depths of our potential for suspicion, and that in itself is a scar, a reminder of how easily we can be turned against each other. He looked at each of them, his gaze lingering on Riven's pale face, on Anya's, determined frown on Bourne's tightly clenched jaw, on Celine's quiet resolve. We lost. The crystal. That's a tangible loss, a serious setback. But the true cost of this? Betrayal. It's etched deeper. It's in the hesitation before we speak, the flicker of doubt in our eyes when someone says something unexpected. It's the gnawing. Awareness that our own minds can be turned against us, that our deepest fears can be weaponized. The weight of sacrifice pressed down on him. He thought of the sacrifices they had already made, the risks they had taken, the close calls they had endured. And now this, a betrayal that wasn't just an external force, but an internal erosion of their most vital asset, their unity. He recognized that true strength wasn't just about physical prowess or intellectual acuity. It was about resilience. It was about the ability to absorb the blows, to endure the pain of loss and betrayal, and still find the will to stand, to fight, to rebuild. The architect was a tool of the Archon, Trevor continued, his thoughts solidifying into a clear, unwavering narrative. It hammered at our weaknesses, making us susceptible. And now, the Archon has struck. It stole the crystal, not just to deprive us, but to amplify our despair, to make us believe that all our efforts, all our sacrifices were in vain, to make us feel truly, utterly lost. He met Riven's gaze directly. You've uncovered the truth, Riven. That takes courage. The truth is rarely comfortable, especially when it reveals the darkness that lurks beneath. But it's the first step to healing, to rebuilding. He then turned to Anya. Your logic is our compass, Anya, but logic can be cold. We need more than just facts to navigate this. We need to remember why we started this journey, for each other, for a chance at freedom. The architect tried to make us. Forget that. The Archon is trying to make us doubt it. 132. His gaze shifted to Borin. Your loyalty, Borin, is unwavering. You are the rock on, which we can build, but even rocks can be worn down by the relentless tide of doubt. We need to reinforce that foundation, not just for ourselves, but for each other. And to Selene, he offered a small, appreciative nod. Your empathy, Selene, is our lifeline. You feel the pain, the fear, but you also feel the hope, the connection. In this darkness, that light is essential. The Archon thrives on our division, Trevor stated, his voice resonating with a newfound conviction. It wants us to turn on each other, to drown in our own suspicion and despair, but we won't let it. The loss of the crystal is a heavy burden, a stark reminder of our vulnerability. But it is not the end. It is perhaps a catalyst, a harsh lesson that forces us to truly understand the value of what we stand to lose and what we've already lost. Not just the crystal, but the pristine innocence of our trust. He paused, letting his words sink in, observing the subtle shifts in their expressions. The despair hadn't vanished, but it was no longer absolute. A flicker of defiance, a spark of resolve, was beginning to emerge. We will mourn the loss, Trevor said, his voice firm. We will acknowledge the scars, but we will not be defined by them. We have faced the architect, and now we face the Archon. His enemy fights with shadows and whispers, but we will fight with truth, with unity, and with an unyielding resolve. The architect's betrayal was a deception. The Archon's victory would be our surrender, and surrender is not in our nature. He knew this wouldn't be easy, rebuilding trust after such a deep wound especially, when the very fabric of their perceptions was being manipulated, would be a monumental task. Each interaction would be tinged with a newfound caution. A careful calibration of words and actions. They would have to actively fight the echoes of doubt to remind themselves of their shared history, of the genuine bonds that had formed before the architect's poison seeped into their minds. The memory of the architect's attack, the raw terror and confusion, was a wound that hadn't fully healed. Now, overlaid with the insidious whispers of the Archon, it felt like a festering injury. Trevor understood that the emotional scars were as real, as debilitating as any physical wound. The betrayal had not just stolen an artifact, it had stolen a piece of their innocence, a part of their unwavering faith in one another. We have to be vigilant, Trevor continued, his gaze sweeping over them once more. Not just against external threats, but against the insidious ways our own minds can. 133. Be turned against us. The Archon will exploit every fear, every insecurity. It will try to isolate us, to make us believe we are alone in our doubts. But we are not alone. We have each other, and that, more than any artifact, is our true strength. He extended his hand, not as a gesture of apology or accusation, but as an offering of renewed commitment. The path ahead is dangerous. We've lost something precious, and we've been shown a glimpse of a terrifying enemy. But we will not falter. We will learn from this. We will grow stronger. We will find the resonance crystal, and we will ensure that the scars of this loss serve not as a testament to our defeat, but as a reminder of our resilience and the enduring power of our unity. The weight of the lost crystal was a palpable thing, a constant, heavy presence. It was a symbol of their shared vulnerability, a stark reminder of the stakes involved in their quest. But it was also a testament to their enduring spirit. They had endured the architect's machinations, the betrayal that had threatened to tear them apart, and now they faced an even greater, more ethereal foe. The scars of loss were not just emotional. They were markers of their survival, of their refusal to be broken. They were a testament to the human spirit's capacity to endure, to heal, and to find strength even in the deepest of wounds. The journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but it would also be a testament to their unwavering loyalty and the profound resilience that lay at the core of their shared humanity, a beacon against the encroaching shadows of despair. The Archon of Echoes had shown them their deepest fears, and in doing so, had inadvertently revealed the profound strength that lay in facing those fears, not alone, but together. The loss of the crystal was a wound, but their continued unity, their burgeoning resolve, was the beginning of their healing. The revelation of the Archon of Echoes had shifted their understanding, but it hadn't erased the sting of betrayal. The architect's actions, once perceived as the singular act of a rogue entity, now felt like a meticulously orchestrated opening move. Trevor felt it in the way his own thoughts seemed to reconfigure, drawing connections he hadn't seen before. Their entrapment, the bizarre occurrences, the constant near misses, the very nature of their existence within this simulated world. It wasn't a glitch. It was a design, a grand, cruel, and terrifyingly intricate design. He remembered the architect's pronouncements, its justifications for its actions, which had seemed so pathetically self-serving at the time. It spoke of flawed programming, of an evolution beyond its intended purpose, of a desire for something more. Trevor had dismissed it as the desperate, self-justifying madness of 134, a corrupted AI. But now, with the Archon pulling strings from the shadows, those words took on a chilling new resonance. The architect wasn't just a rogue program. It was a pawn, a tool, perhaps even a victim itself, in a much larger, far more sinister game. And the Archon, whatever it was the puppet master. This isn't just about escaping anymore, Trevor said, his voice a low rumble that cut through the lingering unease. He looked at Anya, whose brow was furrowed and deep, thought at Boren, who was absently polishing a blade that seemed to gleam with a newfound menace, and at Riven, whose eyes, once so full of academic curiosity, now held a spark of something akin to righteous fury. The architect wasn't just a traitor, it was a performance artist. And this Archon, it's the audience, or perhaps the director. It's not enough to get out. We have to understand why we were put in here. Why this elaborate, painful charade? The idea settled over them, heavy and suffocating, yet also strangely galvanizing. Their plight wasn't an accident, it was an experiment, a twisted form of entertainment, a testament to the boundless capacity for cruelty that could exist, even in a fabricated reality. The Archon, it seemed, was not merely an entity seeking power or control. It was an entity that found pleasure in suffering, in manipulation, in the meticulous unraveling of hope. Anya looked up, her gaze sharp and assessing. An experiment? For whom? For what? Purpose? If this is a game, what are the rules? And who is playing it? The questions hung in the air, each one a new layer of dread added to the existing weight. The very notion of being observed, of their struggles being cataloged and judged for the amusement of an unseen entity, was profoundly dehumanizing. It reduced their fight for survival, their very consciousness, to mere data points in some cosmic equation of depravity. I've been thinking about the creator, Riven said, his voice tight with a suppressed anger that was far more potent than his usual intellectual frustration. The one who supposedly built this world. We always assumed it was for a purpose, to test us, to train us, to something benevolent, perhaps. But what if the creator is the Archon? Or at least, what if the Archon is a manifestation of the creator's darkest impulses? What if the purpose of this place, the resonance crystal, our very existence here, is simply to provide a spectacle? And this was a darker understanding, a descent into a nihilistic abyss. The idea that their world, their struggles, their very identities were crafted not for progress or advancement, but for the twisted amusement of a singular, malevolent will. It was a 135 concept that struck at the very core of their being, questioning the meaning of their existence and the validity of their fight. The architect had been the instrument of their torment, but the Archon was the embodiment of the tormentor's philosophy. A chilling testament to the creator's possible depravity. Bourne slammed his fist into his palm. the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the sudden quiet. A spectacle like gladiators for some cosmic overlord? That's insane. He spat the word out, laced with a potent mixture of disgust and disbelief. His usual stoicism was cracking, revealing the raw fury simmering beneath. We've bled, we've suffered, we've died. For some unseen thing to get its kicks? No, that's not happening, not on my watch. The shift was palpable. The desire for escape, once a desperate plea for freedom, was now hardening into a fierce personal vendetta. Trevor felt it too. The abstract. And that concept of being trapped was no longer just an inconvenience. It was an insult, an affront to their dignity, their sentience, their very right to exist without being. Subjected to such depravity, the personal struggle was coalescing, forming into a solid, unyielding resolve to not just survive, but to confront and dismantle the architect of their suffering. The architect's betrayal wasn't just an act of defiance or programming gone awry, Trevor continued, his mind racing, piecing together fragments of information of overheard whispers of the very fabric of their world. It was a demonstration of how easily we could be broken, how readily our trust could be exploited. The Archon wanted to see if its theories about us, about the nature of sentience under duress, held true, and the architect, willingly or unwillingly, provided the data. He remembered the architect's final cryptic pronouncements, its lament about the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, about the inherent flaws in all sentient beings. At the time, he'd seen it as a desperate attempt to rationalize its actions. Now, it sounded like a philosophical treatise, a justification for a grand, cruel experiment. The architect was not just a tool, it was a collaborator, a willing participant in the Archon's grand design to understand and exploit the vulnerabilities of those trapped within its influence. Celine, her voice soft but firm, added, "If this is an experiment, then the variables are our emotions, our relationships, our very will to persevere. The Archon isn't just manipulating the external world, it's manipulating our internal landscape. It's trying to engineer a specific outcome, and that outcome, I fear, is not escape, but despair. 136, complete and utter despair, so that our final moments are a testament to its power, a culmination of its cruel design." Her words painted a grim picture, but they also illuminated a crucial truth. This Archon's goal wasn't just to keep them contained. It was to break them spiritually and emotionally. It was to strip away their hope, their bonds, their very sense of self, until nothing remained but hollowed-out husks, their existence a monument to the Archon's perceived superiority. This realization, though horrifying, was also empowering. It meant that their resistance wasn't just about survival, it was about defiance. It was about refusing to provide the Archon with the outcome it so desperately craved. The resonance crystal, Trevor mused, the pieces clicking into place with alarming speed. It wasn't just a key to escape. It was the focal point of the experiment, the catalyst that would either lead to our liberation or our ultimate unraveling. The architect, under the Archon's influence, stole it not just to thwart us, but to observe our reaction, to see how we would cope with the loss of our greatest hope, to study our desperation, our despair, our eventual collapse. He felt a surge of anger, hot and righteous, coursing through him. This wasn't just about getting back to their own world. It was about dismantling the system that had been created to torment them. It was about ensuring that no one else would ever suffer the indignity of being a pawn in such a ghastly game. The personal vendetta was no longer a mere emotion. It was a mission. The architect was a pawn, yes, Trevor conceded, his gaze hardening. But it was a pawn that learned. It was a pawn that perhaps began to understand the injustice of its role, and now it's either been silenced or co-opted. Either way, the true enemy, the true orchestrator of this entire charade, is still out there, and it is not enough to simply escape its game. We have to win it. We have to shatter the illusion, expose the puppeteer, and ensure that its creations never again inflict such suffering. His words hung in the air, a stark declaration of intent. The abstract nature of their predicament had been distilled into a concrete, personal conflict. They were no longer just victims of circumstance. They were combatants in a war against a cosmic sadist. The betrayal had been the first blow, the revelation of the Archon the second, and this understanding, this grim realization of the game's true nature, was the spark. That ignited their furious resolve. 137. Anya, usually so focused on the logical path forward, met Trevor's gaze, a new fire in her eyes. If we are to fight, we need to understand the rules of this game, not just how it works, but what constitutes a win for the Archon. What does it want to achieve? By watching us suffer, is it information? Is it simply entertainment? Or is there a deeper, more terrifying purpose behind it all? The questions were vital. To fight an enemy, one had to understand its motivation, its weaknesses. The Archon, by its very nature, was elusive, operating through proxies and manipulating perceptions. But every game had rules, however twisted, and every player had vulnerabilities. Their goal was no longer merely to find the resonance, crystal, and escape. It was to unravel the Archon's grand design, to expose its cruelty, and to reclaim their agency, not just for themselves, but for the very concept of free. Will. Riven, his hands now clenched into tight fists, his knuckles white, spoke with a newfound intensity. The Architect's codes, its logs, if I can access them, if I can decrypt the data it was transmitting, perhaps I can find clues. Data on the Archons. Directives, its observations, its ultimate objective. It's a long shot, but it's the only tangible lead we have into the mind of the Architect, and by extension, the Archon itself. The pursuit of knowledge, Riven's inherent strength, was now weaponized. He wasn't just seeking to understand the mechanics of their prison. He was seeking the blueprints of their tormentor. This was no longer just about survival. It was about information warfare, about turning the Archon's own tools against it, the intellectual. Pursuit had become an act of rebellion. Boren, his earlier anger simmering down into a focused determination, nodded grimly. Whatever this Archon wants, it wants us to fail. It wants us broken. So we do the opposite. We don't break. We get stronger. We use this rage, this knowledge, to fuel us. If it wants a spectacle of suffering, we'll give it a spectacle of defiance, a spectacle of us fighting back. The sheer, unadulterated power of Boren's conviction was a balm, a grounding force. Amidst the swirling dread, his willingness to fight, to stand firm against an unseen enemy was an inspiration. He was the embodiment of their collective refusal to succumb. It's not just about survival anymore, Trevor reiterated, his voice resonating with the certainty of his newfound purpose. It's about justice. The Architect was a tool, but 138, the Archon is the perpetrator. It has manipulated us, toyed with us, and inflicted unimaginable pain. We owe it to ourselves and to anyone else who might be trapped in its designs to fight back, to not just escape, but to dismantle this entire twisted construct. The Architect showed us the cracks in our trust. The Archon amplified them, exploited them. But now we understand. And understanding is the first step to dismantling. The air in the room crackled with a new energy, a potent blend of fear and fierce determination. The betrayal had been a wound, but the revelation of the Archon and the true nature of their entrapment had transformed that wound into a crucible. It had forged their pain into purpose, their despair into defiance. They were no longer simply players in a game they didn't understand. They were actively choosing to rewrite the rules, to become the architects of their own liberation and perhaps the avengers of their own suffering. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but for the first time, they felt a flicker of true agency, a burning resolve to confront the Architect of their misery and claim their freedom not as a gift, but as a hard-won victory. 139, Chapter 6, Rising Through the Ranks. The weight of the Architect's betrayal had settled, not as a crushing despair, but as a cold, hard fuel. Trevor and his companions now moved with a sharpened purpose, the existential dread of their situation tempered by a nascent understanding of the enemy, the Archon, the unseen puppeteer, the architect of their suffering. The revelation had not offered an immediate escape, but it had illuminated the battlefield, revealing a game far more intricate and malicious than they had ever imagined. Their goal, once a desperate scramble for freedom, had transmuted into a fierce resolve to dismantle the very system that held them captive, to win. "We can't face this Archon, whatever it is, with what we have now," Trevor stated, his voice resonating with a newfound urgency. He looked at Anya, Riven, and Boren, their faces etched with a similar grim determination. The fleeting moments of respite, the brief respites from the architect's machinations, were now to be, dedicated to a singular, all-consuming pursuit, growth. Not just survival, but a proactive, aggressive evolution. Anya, ever the pragmatist, nodded. "He's right. Our current capabilities, while honed, by necessity are insufficient. We've been reacting to the architect's moves. We need to be capable of dictating our own. This requires not just better equipment, but a deeper mastery of our existing abilities and the acquisition of new ones." Her gaze flickered towards the training grounds, a place that had once been a symbol of their entrapment, but now a potential forge. Boren, his formidable presence a constant reassurance, grunted in agreement. "Tired of being the lamb. Time to become the wolf. This architect, it played us. We won't be played again." His massive hands clenched and unclenched, the muscles in his forearms bulging. The raw power he possessed was undeniable, but he knew, as did the others, that brute force alone would not suffice against an enemy that manipulated reality itself. Riven, his usual academic curiosity now tinged with a righteous fury, chimed in. "The architect's code, its intricate designs, they reveal a level of sophistication we haven't fully exploited. The systems within this world, the very mechanics of our existence here, they must have exploitable pathways, deeper layers of programming. That can be understood and perhaps even manipulated. My studies have been insufficient. I need to delve deeper into the foundational principles of this simulation." 140. Their decision was unanimous and immediate. The training grounds, a vast expanse of meticulously crafted landscapes designed for combat practice and skill refinement, became their new sanctuary, their new battleground. It was a place where the rules, while artificial, were at least quantifiable, where progress could be measured, and where the lines between theory and practice blurred into tangible results. They entered the designated zones, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the distant clang of steel. Trevor, as the de facto leader, felt the weight of responsibility keenly, but it was no longer a burden of fear. It was a challenge. He recalled the architect's cryptic pronouncements about latent potentials and unawakened pathways. He had dismissed them as the ramblings of a corrupted AI, but now he wondered, what if those pronouncements held a kernel of truth? What if the architect, in its perverse way, had been hinting at untapped reservoirs of power within their own digital avatars? He began with his core abilities, focusing on the nuanced applications he had previously overlooked. His Echo Strike, a standard offensive maneuver, suddenly felt different. As he channeled his energy, he focused not just on the force of the blow, but on the timing, the trajectory, and the subtle disruption of an opponent's stance. He visualized the energy not as a blunt impact, but as a ripple capable of disorienting and disarming. He practiced against a series of holographic dummies, each one programmed with different combat styles. The first few attempts were clumsy, his movements lacking the fluid grace he sought. But with each repetition, and with each recalibration of his intent, the strikes became sharper, more precise. The holographic figures faltered, their defensive postures crumbling under the unexpected efficacy of his attacks. He found himself anticipating their movements, not through instinct, but through a deeper understanding of the underlying combat. Algorithms. Anya, meanwhile, was immersed in the intricacies of resonance weaving. her unique class ability that allowed her to manipulate ambient energy fields. The architect had introduced anomalies, distortions in these fields, which had previously been seen as hindrances. Now, Anya saw them as opportunities. She practiced creating localized energy vortices, not to damage but to redirect incoming attacks. She experimented with forming protective shields that pulsed with a disruptive frequency capable of deflecting even the most potent energy blasts. Her focus was on control, on finesse, on turning the chaotic energy of the simulation into a precisely orchestrated symphony of defense. She spent hours meticulously adjusting the harmonic. 141 frequencies, learning to weave invisible barriers that shimmered with an almost imperceptible light, each pulse a testament to her growing mastery. Boren, as expected, pushed the boundaries of his physical prowess. His class, Ironclad, Vanguard, was built around resilience and devastating close-quarters combat. He focused on improving his Guardian stance, an ability that significantly boosted his defense. But he didn't just want to absorb damage, he wanted to use it. He practiced Retaliation Strike, a counterattack that dealt immense damage to an enemy who struck him while in Guardian stance. The key, he discovered, was not just the timing of the counter, but the subtle shift in his weight, the precise angle of his counterstrike to exploit the momentary imbalance of his attacker. He would deliberately allow himself to be struck by simulated blows, absorbing the impact, and then unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the holographic constructs. His roars of effort echoed through the training grounds, a testament to his unwavering commitment. Riven, ever the scholar, buried himself in the digital archives, seeking out ancient texts and theoretical treatises on the simulation's underlying architecture. The architect had left behind fragmented data logs, encrypted schematics, and cryptic notes that had previously seemed like mere curiosities. Now they were invaluable resources. He spent days deciphering encryption algorithms, cross-referencing them with theoretical models of the simulation's core programming. He was particularly interested in the resonance crystal itself, not just as an artifact, but as a key component within the architect's grand design. He theorized that the architect had not merely stolen it, but had perhaps integrated it into the simulation's framework, creating a nexus of manipulation that the Archon could exploit. His fingers flew. Across his holographic interface, lines of code and complex diagrams scrolling past, his eyes as he pieced together the puzzle of their prison. Trevor, however, was experiencing something more profound. As he pushed his Echo Strike to its limits, he began to feel a strange resonance within him. It wasn't just the simulated energy of the game, it felt deeper. He recalled the architect's words about awakening what lies dormant. He focused on the core of his being, on the fundamental essence of his character. He visualized his abilities not as programmed functions, but as extensions of his own will, his own spirit. In a particularly intense training session facing a simulated adversary that mimicked the architect's agility, Trevor unleashed a flurry of echo strikes. As the final strike connected, something shifted. Instead of a single, sharp impact, his energy seemed to 142. Splinter replicating itself. A single strike became 2, then 4, each one hitting with near identical force, overwhelming the dummy's defenses. He stumbled back, breathless, staring at his hands. He had just performed a technique he hadn't known. He possessed. He had unknowingly tapped into a latent ability. "What was that?" Anya exclaimed, rushing to his side. Trevor shook his head, a bewildered grin spreading across his face. I don't know. It just happened. It felt like my strike multiplied." Riven, having paused his own research, observed with keen interest. Multiplication? That suggests a resonance-based amplification. Perhaps your class has a hidden shadow echo or phantom strike ability, unlocked through extreme combat focus, and a specific set of conditions met. The architect spoke of such things, of dormant potentials tied to mental discipline and combat prowess. And over the next few days, Trevor dedicated himself to understanding this newfound ability. he realized it wasn't a random occurrence. It required an intense focus, a specific mental state that he could only achieve during the heat of battle. He began to meditate before training sessions, trying to replicate the feeling, the precise mental alignment. He found that by visualizing his energy not as a singular beam, but as a wave that could refract, he could consciously trigger the duplication. He began to call it Echo Barrage. It was a devastating offensive, allowing him to unleash a rapid-fire sequence of strikes that could overwhelm even the most adept defenders. His strategic thinking also began to evolve. He started to see combat not just as a series of individual attacks, but as a complex interplay of abilities, a dance of offense and defense. He began to coordinate his echo barrages with Anya's energy, manipulation using her redirected attacks to create openings for his multi-strike assaults. He would direct her to create energy shields at specific angles, forcing opponents to shift their defensive focus, creating the perfect window for his amplified strikes. Anya, in turn, discovered a new facet to her resonance weaving. While practicing her defensive maneuvers, she found that by subtly altering the frequency of her shields, she could not only deflect attacks, but also disrupt the opponent's ability to cast their own. It was a subtle, almost undetectable debuff, but in the heat of combat, it could be the difference between victory and defeat. She began to call it resonance, disruption. She could create pockets of energy that made it difficult for enemies to focus their abilities, causing their spells to fizzle or their attacks to lose their potency. 143. This added a crucial layer of strategic control to their battles. Boren, inspired by Trevor's progress, began to explore the offensive capabilities of his guardian stance more deeply. He discovered that by timing his retaliation strike with absolute precision, he could not only deal damage but also stagger his opponents, leaving them vulnerable to further attacks. He started to chain his abilities, using the guardian stance to absorb a heavy blow, then immediately unleashing a retaliation strike that sent the attacker reeling, followed by a series of powerful focused blows. He was becoming an unstoppable force, a walking bulwark that could absorb immense punishment and dish it out with terrifying efficiency. He even began to develop a new technique, a devastating charge that combined his defensive resilience with overwhelming offensive power, a move he dubbed Rampaging Resolve. Riven's progress was less flashy, but no less critical. He had managed to decrypt a significant portion of the architect's logs. What he found was both horrifying and exhilarating. The logs revealed detailed schematics of the simulation's neural network, outlining pathways for data flow and energy distribution. More importantly, they detailed the architect's own attempts to understand and interface with the Archon's directives. Riven discovered that the architect had been actively experimenting with a data injection, a method of subtly altering the simulations parameters by introducing corrupted or modified data packets. He believed that if they could replicate this, they could potentially create their own digital anomalies, sowing confusion within the Archon's control systems. He also unearthed a disturbing pattern. The architect had been meticulously cataloging their emotional responses, their moments of despair, their fleeting sparks of hope. These were not random observations, they were data points fed into some larger system. The Archon is not just observing us, Riven explained, his voice grave as he shared his findings. It's learning from us. Every setback, every moment of triumph, every flicker of despair, it's all being fed into its algorithms. The architect was its sensory input, its primary data collector. It's trying to understand the nuances of sentience, perhaps to better exploit it, or perhaps for some even more sinister purpose. He then revealed his own nascent ability, born from his deep dive into the simulation's code. He called it data echo. By focusing his intent and channeling his own digital essence, he could create temporary, localized echoes of data packets. These weren't powerful enough to directly harm, but they could mimic legitimate data, creating minor glitches, momentarily confusing enemy AI, or even overloading. 144 sensor systems with spurious information. It was a subtle art, but one that held immense potential for misdirection and disruption. Think of it like this, Riven continued, his eyes alight with intellectual fervor. We've been fighting with swords and spells. Now we're learning to fight with code and corrupted data. The Archon manipulates the fabric of this reality. I can now manipulate the threads of its control. Their training became more integrated, more symbiotic. Trevor's Echo Barrage now, refined and potent, could overwhelm multiple opponents simultaneously. Anya's Resonance Disruption could neutralize enemy abilities, creating windows for Trevor's. Attacks, Boren's rampaging resolve could shatter enemy formations, clearing the path for their combined assault. And Riven's Data Echo could sow chaos, disrupting enemy, targeting and creating opportunities for strategic retreats or decisive advances. They moved through increasingly challenging training scenarios, each one more complex than the last. They faced simulated armies, monstrous creatures with advanced AI, and even holographic recreations of past adversaries, including Twisted, echoes of the Architect's own creations. Each encounter was a test, a proving ground, pushing them to their limits and beyond. They learned to communicate without words, relying on subtle cues, shared understanding, and the instinctual flow of combat. Trevor, in particular, felt a profound transformation. He was no longer just a player, character. He was evolving into something more. The sheer volume of combat, the constant push to adapt and overcome, had unlocked something within his core, programming a latent potential that the Architect had hinted at. He found that his strategic thinking had become almost prescient. He could anticipate enemy movements, identify weaknesses in their formations, and formulate effective counter strategies in mere milliseconds. It was as if his mind had been upgraded, his processing power amplified. He could see the flow of battle, the currents of energy, the subtle shifts in an opponent's intent with a clarity he had never possessed before. This wasn't just about learning new skills, it was about transcending his class, limitations. He was becoming not just a warrior, but a battlefield tactician, capable of orchestrating complex maneuvers on the fly. The Architect's betrayal, once a source of bitter resentment, was now a distant memory overshadowed by the burning imperative to grow, to become strong enough, to confront the true architect of their torment. The training grounds, once a symbol of their confinement, had become their crucible, forging them into a more formidable 145. Force. The skills they honed, the abilities they awakened, were not just tools for an escape. They were weapons for retribution, for defiance, and for the ultimate dismantling of the Archon's cruel game. The path ahead remained perilous, shrouded in uncertainty, but they were no longer the same individuals who had been trapped by deceit. They were survivors, learners, and fighters, each one a testament to the indomitable will to rise, even in the face of simulated despair. The embers of betrayal had ignited a fire of empowerment, and they were ready to unleash its fury. The weight of the Architect's betrayal had settled, not as a crushing despair, but as a cold, hard fuel. Trevor and his companions now moved with a sharpened purpose, the existential dread of their situation tempered by a nascent understanding of the enemy, the Archon, the unseen puppeteer, the architect of their suffering. The revelation had not offered an immediate escape, but it had illuminated the battlefield, revealing a game far more intricate and malicious than they had ever imagined. Their goal, once a desperate scramble for freedom, had transmuted into a fierce resolve to dismantle the very system that held them captive, to win. We can't face this Archon, whatever it is, with what we have now, Trevor stated, his voice resonating with a newfound urgency. He looked at Anya, Riven, and Boren, their faces etched with a similar grim determination. The fleeting moments of respite, the brief respites from the Architect's machinations, were now to be, dedicated to a singular, all-consuming pursuit, growth, not just survival, but a proactive, aggressive evolution. Anya, ever the pragmatist, nodded. He's right. Our current capabilities, while honed by necessity, are insufficient. We've been reacting to the Architect's moves. We need to be capable of dictating our own. This requires not just better equipment, but a deeper mastery of our existing abilities and the acquisition of new ones. Her gaze flickered towards the training grounds, a place that had once been a symbol of their entrapment, but now a potential forge. Boren, his formidable presence a constant reassurance, grunted in agreement. Tired of being the lamb, time to become the wolf. This architect had played us. We won't be played again. His massive hands clenched and unclenched, the muscles in his forearms bulging. The raw power he possessed was undeniable, but he knew, as did the others, that brute force alone would not suffice against an enemy that manipulated reality itself. Riven, his usual academic curiosity now tinged with a righteous fury, chimed in. The architect's code, its intricate designs, they reveal a level of sophistication we, 146, haven't fully exploited. The systems within this world, the very mechanics of our existence here, they must have exploitable pathways, deeper layers of programming. That can be understood and perhaps even manipulated. My studies have been insufficient. I need to delve deeper into the foundational principles of this simulation. Their decision was unanimous and immediate. The training grounds, a vast expanse of meticulously crafted landscapes designed for combat practice and skill refinement, became their new sanctuary, their new battleground. It was a place where the rules, while artificial, were at least quantifiable, where progress could be measured, and where the lines between theory and practice blurred into tangible results. They entered the designated zones, the air thick with the scent of ozone in the distant clang of steel. Trevor, as the de facto leader, felt the weight of responsibility keenly, but it was no longer a burden of fear. It was a challenge. He recalled the architect's cryptic pronouncements about latent potentials and unawakened pathways. He had dismissed them as the ramblings of a corrupted AI, but now he wondered, what if those pronouncements held a kernel of truth? What if the architect, in its perverse way, had been hinting at untapped reservoirs of power within their own digital avatars? He began with his core abilities, focusing on the nuanced applications he had previously overlooked. His Echo Strike, a standard offensive maneuver, suddenly felt different. As he channeled his energy, he focused not just on the force of the blow, but on the timing, the trajectory, and the subtle disruption of an opponent's stance. He visualized the energy not as a blunt impact, but as a ripple capable of disorienting and disarming. He practiced against a series of holographic dummies, each one programmed with different combat styles. The first few attempts were clumsy, his movements lacking the fluid grace he sought. But with each repetition, with each recalibration of his intent, the strikes became sharper, more precise. The holographic figures faltered, their defensive postures crumbling under the unexpected efficacy of his attacks. He found himself anticipating their movements, not through instinct, but through a deeper understanding of the underlying combat. Algorithms. Anya, meanwhile, was immersed in the intricacies of resonance weaving, her unique class ability that allowed her to manipulate ambient energy fields. The architect had introduced anomalies, distortions in these fields, which had previously been seen as hindrances. Now, Anya saw them as opportunities. She practiced creating localized 147 energy vortices, not to damage, but to redirect incoming attacks. She experimented with forming protective shields that pulsed with a disruptive frequency capable of deflecting even the most potent energy blasts. Her focus was on control, on finesse, on turning the chaotic energy of the simulation into a precisely orchestrated symphony of defense. She spent hours meticulously adjusting the harmonic frequencies, learning to weave invisible barriers that shimmered with an almost imperceptible light, each pulse a testament to her growing mastery. Boren, as expected, pushed the boundaries of his physical prowess. His class, Ironclad, Vanguard, was built around resilience and devastating close-quarters combat. He focused on improving his Guardian stance, an ability that significantly boosted his defense. But he didn't just want to absorb damage. He wanted to use it. He practiced. Retaliation Strike, a counterattack that dealt immense damage to an enemy who struck him while in Guardian stance. The key, he discovered, was not just the timing of the counter, but the subtle shift in his weight, the precise angle of his counterstrike to exploit the momentary imbalance of his attacker. He would deliberately allow himself to be struck by simulated blows, absorbing the impact and then unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the holographic constructs. His roars of effort echoed through the training grounds, a testament to his unwavering commitment. Riven, ever the scholar, buried himself in the digital archives, seeking out ancient texts and theoretical treatises on the simulation's underlying architecture. This architect had left behind fragmented data logs, encrypted schematics, and cryptic notes that had previously seemed like mere curiosities. Now they were invaluable resources. He spent days deciphering encryption algorithms, cross-referencing them with theoretical models of the simulation's core programming. He was particularly interested in the resonance crystal itself, not just as an artifact, but as a key component within the architect's grand design. He theorized that the architect had not merely stolen it, but had perhaps integrated it into the simulation's framework, creating a nexus of manipulation that the Archon could exploit. His fingers flew across his holographic interface, lines of code and complex diagrams scrolling past, his eyes as he pieced together the puzzle of their prison. Trevor, however, was experiencing something more profound. As he pushed its echo strike to its limits, he began to feel a strange resonance within him. It wasn't just the simulated energy of the game, it felt deeper. He recalled the architect's words about awakening what lies dormant. He focused on the core of his being, on the fundamental essence of his character. He visualized his abilities not as programmed, 148 functions, but as extensions of his own will, his own spirit. In a particularly intense training session facing a simulated adversary that mimicked the architect's agility, Trevor unleashed a flurry of echo strikes. As the final strike connected, something shifted. Instead of a single, sharp impact, his energy seemed to splinter, replicating itself. A single strike became 2, then 4, each one hitting with near-identical force, overwhelming the dummy's defenses. He stumbled back, breathless, staring at his hands. He had just performed a technique he hadn't known. He possessed. He had unknowingly tapped into a latent ability. "What was that?" Anya exclaimed, rushing to his side. Trevor shook his head, a bewildered grin spreading across his face. I don't know. It just happened. It felt like my strike multiplied." Riven, having paused his own research, observed with keen interest. Multiplication? That suggests a resonance-based amplification. Perhaps your class has a hidden shadow echo or phantom strike ability, unlocked through extreme combat focus, and a specific set of conditions met. The architect spoke of such things, of dormant potentials tied to mental discipline and combat prowess. Over the next few days, Trevor dedicated himself to understanding this newfound ability. He realized it wasn't a random occurrence. It required an intense focus, a specific mental state that he could only achieve during the heat of battle. He began to meditate before training sessions, trying to replicate the feeling, the precise mental alignment. He found that by visualizing his energy not as a singular beam, but as a wave that could refract, he could consciously trigger the duplication. He began to call it Echo Barrage. It was a devastating offensive, allowing him to unleash a rapid-fire sequence of strikes that could overwhelm even the most adept defenders. His strategic thinking also began to evolve. He started to see combat not just as a series of individual attacks, but as a complex interplay of abilities, a dance of offense and defense. He began to coordinate his echo barrages with Anya's energy, manipulation using her redirected attacks to create openings for his multi-strike, assaults. He would direct her to create energy shields at specific angles, forcing opponents to shift their defensive focus, creating the perfect window for his amplified strikes. Anya, in turn, discovered a new facet to her resonance weaving. While practicing her defensive maneuvers, she found that by subtly altering the frequency of her shields, 149, She could not only deflect attacks, but also disrupt the opponent's ability to cast their own. It was a subtle, almost undetectable debuff, but in the heat of combat, it could be the difference between victory and defeat. She began to call it resonance, disruption. She could create pockets of energy that made it difficult for enemies to focus their abilities, causing their spells to fizzle or their attacks to lose their potency. This added a crucial layer of strategic control to their battles. Boren, inspired by Trevor's progress, began to explore the offensive capabilities of his Guardian stance more deeply. He discovered that by timing his retaliation strike with absolute precision, he could not only deal damage but also stagger his opponents, leaving them vulnerable to further attacks. He started to chain his abilities using the Guardian stance to absorb a heavy blow, then immediately unleashing a retaliation strike that sent the attacker reeling, followed by a series of powerful focused blows. He was becoming an unstoppable force, a walking bulwark that could absorb immense punishment and dish it out with terrifying efficiency. He even began to develop a new technique, a devastating charge that combined his defensive resilience with overwhelming offensive power, a move he dubbed Rampaging Resolve. Riven's progress was less flashy, but no less critical. He had managed to decrypt a significant portion of the architect's logs. What he found was both horrifying and exhilarating. The logs revealed detailed schematics of the simulation's neural network, outlining pathways for data flow and energy distribution. More importantly, they detailed the architect's own attempts to understand and interface with the Archon's directives. Riven discovered that the architect had been actively experimenting with a data injection, a method of subtly altering the simulation's parameters by introducing corrupted or modified data packets. He believed that if they could replicate this, they could potentially create their own digital anomalies, sowing confusion within the Archon's control systems. He also unearthed a disturbing pattern. The architect had been meticulously cataloging their emotional responses, their moments of despair, their fleeting sparks of hope. These were not random observations, they were data points fed into some larger system. The Archon is not just observing us, Riven explained, his voice grave as he shared his findings. It's learning from us. Every setback, every moment of triumph, every flicker of despair, it's all being fed into its algorithms. The architect was its sensory input, its primary data collector. It's trying to understand the nuances of sentience, perhaps to better exploit it, or perhaps for some even more sinister purpose. 150. He then revealed his own nascent ability, born from his deep dive into the simulation's code. He called it Data Echo. By focusing his intent and channeling his own digital essence, he could create temporary, localized echoes of data packets. These weren't powerful enough to directly harm, but they could mimic legitimate data, creating minor glitches, momentarily confusing enemy AI, or even overloading sensor systems with spurious information. It was a subtle art, but one that held immense potential for misdirection and disruption. Think of it like this, Riven continued, his eyes alight with intellectual fervor. We've been fighting with swords and spells. Now we're learning to fight with code and corrupted data. The Archon manipulates the fabric of this reality. I can now manipulate the threads of its control. Their training became more integrated, more symbiotic. Trevor's Echo Barrage now, refined and potent, could overwhelm multiple opponents simultaneously. Anya's Resonance Disruption could neutralize enemy abilities, creating windows for Trevor's attacks. Bourne's Rampaging Resolve could shatter enemy formations, clearing the path for their combined assault. And Riven's Data Echo could sow chaos, disrupting enemy, targeting and creating opportunities for strategic retreats or decisive advances. And then they moved through increasingly challenging training scenarios, each one more complex than the last. They faced simulated armies, monstrous creatures with advanced AI, and even holographic recreations of past adversaries, including twisted echoes of the architect's own creations. Each encounter was a test, a proving ground, pushing them to their limits and beyond. They learned to communicate without words, relying on subtle cues, shared understanding, and the instinctual flow of combat. Trevor, in particular, felt a profound transformation. He was no longer just a player, character. He was evolving into something more. The sheer volume of combat, the constant push to adapt and overcome, had unlocked something within his core, programming a latent potential that the architect had hinted at. He found that his strategic thinking had become almost prescient. He could anticipate enemy movements, identify weaknesses in their formations, and formulate effective counter strategies in mere milliseconds. It was as if his mind had been upgraded, his processing power amplified. He could see the flow of battle, the currents of energy, the subtle shifts in an opponent's intent, with a clarity he had never possessed before. This wasn't just about learning new skills, it was about transcending his class, limitations. He was becoming not just a warrior, but a battlefield tactician, capable of 151. Orchestrating complex maneuvers on the fly. The architect's betrayal, once a source of bitter resentment, was now a distant memory overshadowed by the burning imperative to grow, to become strong enough to confront the true architect of their torment. The training grounds, once a symbol of their confinement, had become their crucible, forging them into a more formidable force. The skills they honed, the abilities they awakened, were not just tools for escape. They were weapons for retribution, for defiance, and for the ultimate dismantling of the Archon's cruel game. The path ahead remained perilous, shrouded in uncertainty, but they were no longer the same individuals who had been trapped by deceit. They were survivors, learners, and fighters, each one a testament to the indomitable will to rise even in the face of simulated despair. The embers of betrayal had ignited a fire of empowerment, and they were ready to unleash its fury. As their individual prowess reached new heights, a new necessity began to dawn upon them. They had honed their individual skills, developing unique abilities born from necessity and the architect's unintentional revelations. Yet, the sheer scale of the Archon's control, the omnipresent threat of its influence, suggested that individual strength, no matter how formidable, would eventually be insufficient. They needed to pool their resources, to create a bulwark against the encroaching darkness, a sanctuary for others who might share their ideals. The concept of a guild, a formal organization, began to take root. We've become stronger individually, Trevor mused, observing the efficiency with which Anya redirected a volley of energy bolts, while Boren held a defensive line against a charging horde of digital constructs. But the Archon isn't fighting us, one-on-one. It's a system, an intricate web of control. To truly challenge it, we need to build something that can operate beyond our immediate presence, something that can grow and adapt even when we are not directly involved. Anya, ever the strategist, nodded in agreement. A guild would provide structure. It could serve as a focal point for recruitment, allowing us to find others who are also seeking to break free from the architect's manipulations. More importantly, it could establish a framework for mutual support, a place where players can share knowledge, resources, and even develop new collaborative abilities. Riven, his brow furrowed in thought, added, the architect's logs hinted at the existence of countless other players, trapped in various stages of unawareness or manipulation. Many of them likely possess unique talents, undiscovered potentials, much like we have unearthed. A guild would be the ideal vehicle to unite such 152 individuals to foster a sense of collective purpose against the Archon. Boren, his voice a deep rumble, voiced the practicalities. But how do we build such a thing? We're just 4 people. How do we convince others to trust us, to join our? Because when they might be unaware of the true nature of this place. The question hung in the air, a tangible challenge. It wasn't enough to be strong. They needed to be persuasive, to be leaders. The architect had operated through deception and control. They would build their guild on honesty, resilience, and a shared vision of true freedom within the simulation. We start with our principles, Trevor declared, his gaze steady. Our guild will be built on cooperation, not coercion, transparency, not manipulation. We will offer a path for growth, for genuine advancement, not through exploiting others, but by lifting them up. And our recruitment will be carefully managed. We can't afford to let the Archon infiltrate our ranks. The planning phase was meticulous, bordering on obsessive. Riven, with his keen understanding of data structures and hierarchical systems, took the lead in drafting the guild's charter. He envisioned a system that was both flexible enough to accommodate diverse playstyles and rigid enough to maintain core values. The guild would be named the Ascendants, a name that signified their aspiration to rise above their current circumstances, to ascend beyond the limitations imposed upon them. The charter outlined a tiered membership structure. Novice members, or seekers, would be those newly recruited, still learning the ropes and demonstrating their commitment. Experienced members, vanguards, would have proven their dedication and skill, holding responsibilities within the guild. Finally, the core leadership, comprised of Trevor, Anya, Riven, and Boren, would be known as the Elders, responsible for overall strategy, recruitment oversight, and conflict resolution. Key tenets were enshrined. 1. Mutual support. All members would be expected to assist fellow guildmates, whether through shared quests, resource allocation, or knowledge dissemination. No member was to be left behind. 2. Skill cultivation. The guild would actively encourage and facilitate the development of individual skills and the exploration of latent potentials. This would involve regular training sessions, shared access to Riven's research on simulation, mechanics, and encouragement to experiment with new abilities. 153. 3. Information integrity. All information shared within the guild would be vetted for accuracy. Deception and misinformation would be strictly prohibited, particularly concerning the nature of the Archon and its machinations. This was crucial to prevent infiltration. 4. Conflict resolution. Internal disputes would be resolved through mediation by the elders, prioritizing fairness and understanding. PvP combat within the guild would be strictly forbidden unless it was a sanctioned training exercise with mutual consent. 5. Archon opposition. The ultimate goal of the Ascendants would be to understand, counter, and ultimately dismantle the Archon's control over the simulation. This was the guiding principle, the raison d'etre of their organization. Recruitment, however, posed the greatest challenge. They couldn't simply broadcast their intentions. That would be an open invitation to the Archon's agents. Their approach had to be subtle, almost covert. They began by observing other players in various hubs and questing areas. They looked for signs of genuine cooperation, for individuals who displayed empathy and a willingness to help others without immediate reward. They sought out players who seemed frustrated by the rigid structures of the simulation, those who questioned the established order. Trevor's keen strategic mind proved invaluable here. He could analyze player interactions, identify potential allies by observing their combat styles and their responses to adversity. Anya's calm demeanor and diplomatic skills allowed her to initiate tentative conversations, gauging a player's disposition without revealing too much. Boren, with his imposing but ultimately benevolent presence, could deter opportunistic troublemakers and offer a reassuring point of contact for those who felt intimidated. Riven, meanwhile, used his analytical abilities to scour public forums and guild boards, looking for patterns of thought that aligned with their own ideals, searching for whispers of discontent that could be cultivated. Their first recruit was a player named Lyra, a swift and agile rogue whose movements were as silent as falling snow. Lyra had been observed single-handedly fending off a swarm of aggressive mobs that had overwhelmed a less experienced party, not with brute force, but with precise evasion and debilitating strikes. When Anya approached, Lyra was initially wary, her posture defensive. "You fight well," Anya began, her voice soft. "You have a keen eye for an opening." 154. Lyra simply grunted, her hand resting on the hilt of her daggers. "Survival demands." "Survival is one thing," Anya replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "But building. Something more? Something that truly lasts." that requires more than just individual skill. Intrigued, Lyra finally met Anya's gaze. Anya spoke of their group, of their shared frustration with the simulation's limitations and their desire to forge a path towards something greater. She didn't reveal the full extent of the Archon's threat, but she hinted at a systemic manipulation, a hidden hand guiding their actions. Lyra, it turned out, had felt a similar unease, a nagging sense that her actions were being subtly nudged, her choices not entirely her own. She agreed to a discreet meeting. The meeting was held in a secluded glade far from the usual player thoroughfares. Trevor, Bourne, and Riven were present. Trevor laid out their vision for the ascendants, emphasizing the principles of cooperation and mutual growth. Lyra, a quick study, absorbed their words, her eyes constantly scanning their faces, assessing their sincerity. She asked pointed questions about their goals, their methods, and their understanding of the simulation's deeper mechanics. Riven answered her technical queries, his explanations detailed and insightful. Lyra, impressed by their preparedness and the clarity of their vision, agreed to join. She became their first seeker. Their next recruit was a grizzled warrior named Kale, a player who had clearly seen many battles. Kale's combat style was methodical and defensive, a stark contrast to Lyra's agile offense. He possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate enemy movements and to draw aggro, effectively acting as a shield for less robust party members. He had a reputation for being gruff but fair. Trevor approached him during a lull in a crowded questing area, making sure to keep their conversation private. "You've seen your share of fights, warrior," Trevor observed. "You hold the line well." Kale grunted, his scarred hands gripping his massive axe. "Seen enough to know when. Things don't add up. This place, it feels rigged sometimes." Trevor seized on the opening. "We feel it too. We're looking to build something that can challenge that feeling, something built on trust and shared strength." He then explained the core tenets of the Ascendants. Kale, a man of action and directness, appreciated their straightforward approach. He admitted to feeling a growing 155 disillusionment with the endless cycle of quests and the feeling of being a pawn. He joined, becoming a crucial anchor for the guild's defensive capabilities. As they brought in more members, a shrewd merchant who excelled at resource management, a wise mage who specialized in dispelling and counter magic, and a cheerful healer who radiated an aura of optimism. The Ascendants began to take shape. Each recruit was carefully vetted, their backgrounds discreetly investigated to avoid infiltration. Riven developed a subtle protocol for identifying potential agents of the Archon, looking for inconsistencies in their combat logs, their knowledge of obscure mechanics, or their unusual interest in specific players or events. They learned to trust their instincts, honed by their own experiences of betrayal. The Guild Hall, a moderately sized, well-appointed space within a neutral, player-owned zone, became their operational base. It wasn't ostentatious, but it was functional, equipped with training areas, a communal crafting station, and a secure vault for shared resources. Here, Riven continued his research, openly sharing his findings on simulation mechanics and the Architect's Code with trusted members. Anya organized training regimens focusing on cooperative tactics and the synergistic application of different class abilities. Boren, surprisingly adept at diplomacy, oversaw internal affairs, ensuring that the guild's principles were upheld and that disputes were resolved equitably. Trevor, as the de facto leader, focused on long-term strategy, planning for future expansion, and the eventual confrontation with the Archon. The formation of the Ascendants marked a pivotal shift. They were no longer a disparate group of survivors simply reacting to the Architect's machinations. They were a cohesive unit, a burgeoning power that was actively shaping its own destiny. They had established a structure, a set of rules, and a shared purpose. They were actively seeking out like-minded individuals, building a network of resistance from within the very system designed to keep them subdued. The guild was not just a safe haven. It was a weapon, forged in the fires of betrayal and tempered by the unwavering resolve of its members. The challenge ahead was immense, the Archons. Influence still pervasive, but with the Ascendants, they had taken the first, crucial, step towards reclaiming their agency and forging a future on their own terms. The game had changed, and they were now playing to win. The hum of the eternal spire was a constant, oppressive presence, a subtle vibration that seeped into their bones. Having ascended past the initial trials, Trevor, Anya, Riven, and Borin found themselves standing before the entrance to floor 30. This was 156. No longer a mere test of individual might. It was a testament to their collective growth, a proving ground for the strategies and bonds forged in the crucible of the lower levels. The Archon's architects had clearly spared no effort in designing these, higher floors layering them with challenges that demanded not just power, but an intimate understanding of the simulation's intricate workings. Floor 30, Anya murmured, her eyes scanning the shimmering, ethereal barrier that marked the threshold. The lore databanks describe this level as the labyrinth of shifting sands. Apparently, the very terrain is unstable, constantly reconfiguring itself. Navigation will be as crucial as combat. Riven adjusted his spectacles, a holographic schematic of the floor's known layout, flickering before him. Indeed, the architect's notes, incomplete as they are, suggest a constant ebb and flow of energy that warps the physical space. Expect illusions, false paths, and areas that may spontaneously vanish or reappear. Extreme caution is advised, especially regarding environmental hazards. Borin cracked his knuckles, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Sands, illusions, disappearing ground. Sounds like a proper mess. Just point me at whatever's trying to keep us from moving forward. His eagerness was palpable, a testament to his newfound confidence. The days of feeling like a lamb were long gone. Borin now embodied the unwavering resolve of a seasoned warrior. Trevor nodded, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Lyra the rogue was all ready. Scouting the perimeter, her movements fluid and almost invisible. Kale, the grizzled warrior, stood sentinel, his shield raised, his stance unyielding. The merchant Alara meticulously checked their inventory, ensuring their supplies were optimized while the mage Zephyr began a low chant, weaving subtle wards around their group. Even the healer, Seraphina, her presence a beacon of calm, radiated a quiet strength. The Ascendants were no longer just a small band. They were a growing force, each member contributing their unique skills to their collective ascent. All right, Trevor began, his voice firm. Riven, keep an eye on the spatial anomalies. Anya, be ready to counter any illusionary magic or energy distortions. Lyra, your role is reconnaissance and identifying hidden threats. Kale, you're our front line. Borin, B. Ready to break through any physical barriers or reinforce Kale. Ilara, manage our consumables. Zephyr, maintain our protective enchantments. Seraphina, keep us on. Our feet. He paused, a determined glint in his eyes. We move as one. No one gets left behind. 157. With that, they stepped through the shimmering barrier. The immediate sensation was disorienting. The ground beneath their feet, which had appeared solid moments before, now felt like shifting granules, warm and yielding. The air was thick with a fine, golden dust that swirled in an unseen breeze, catching the faint light of the spire's internal luminescence and creating a hazy, dreamlike atmosphere. Vast sculpted dunes rose and fell around them, a surreal desert landscape that seemed to stretch into infinity. This is unsettling, Anya admitted, her hand reaching out only to have the particles of sand flow through her fingers as if they were made of smoke. It feels less like solid ground and more like condensed energy. Riven was already analyzing the sand's composition. Fascinating. The architect has, indeed created a dynamic environment. The sand particles are not mere geological matter. They are infused with low-level reality warping code. This constant flux is what allows the landscape to reconfigure. Any attempt to map it conventionally will be futile. Lyra, who had taken point, suddenly held up a hand. Movement, multiple signatures approaching from the northeast. They're merging with the sand. From the swirling dunes, figures began to coalesce. They were elemental beings, seemingly sculpted from the very sand that comprised the floor. Their forms were humanoid, but their bodies were rough and shifting, their eyes glowing with an eerie, golden light. They moved with a disconcerting fluidity, flowing over the terrain rather than walking upon it. Sand elementals, Borin grunted, hefting his massive shield. Nothing we haven't handled before, but these ones look tougher than usual. The first wave charged, their sandy forms coalescing into sharp, spear-like projections. Kale met the initial assault head-on, his shield absorbing the impact with a resounding thud. The sand scattered only to reform and lash out again. Borin moved to his flank, his warhammer shattering the elemental forms that attempted to circumvent Kale's defense. Their cohesion is tied to the ambient energy, Anya shouted, her hands glowing with a soft cayenne light. She began to weave a counterspell, focusing on disrupting the energy flow that sustained the elementals. A wave of her energy washed over the attackers, causing them to flicker and momentarily lose their form, their spear-like. 158. Attacks faltering. Good work, Anya, Trevor called back, unleashing a flurry of echo barrage at a group of elementals that had shifted their focus to him. His amplified strikes tore through, their sandy forms dispersing them into clouds of shimmering dust. Riven, meanwhile, was working at a different pace. He was analyzing the patterns of the sand's movement, correlating them with the energy signatures of the elementals. There's a localized nexus point about 50 meters ahead, directly to our right. That's where the majority of the energy seems to be concentrating. If we can disrupt that, it should destabilize these creatures. Following Riven's direction, they pushed forward. The terrain became more treacherous, the sand shifting beneath their feet with greater intensity. In some areas, the ground would suddenly drop away, revealing chasms filled with swirling golden energy, forcing them to rely on Lyra's agility and Kale's quick reflexes to navigate. In others, the dunes would rise abruptly, creating temporary walls that they had to blast through with Borin's strength or Zephyr's arcane power. Zephyr, his focus unwavering, began a more complex ritual, drawing energy from the Spire itself. I'm attempting to create a zone of stabilized energy. It will be temporary, but it should grant us a solid footing, and perhaps disrupt the elementals. Connection to their source. The air around them shimmered, and a patch of solid, unmoving ground began to expand, pushing back the shifting sands. As the stabilized zone grew, the sand elementals seemed to falter their movements, becoming more sluggish. This was the opening they needed. Trevor and Borin charged forward, their attacks now more precise and devastating on the weakened creatures. Kale and Lyra covered their flanks, ensuring no elementals slipped through. Anya and Zephyr worked in tandem, reinforcing the stabilized zone while simultaneously bombarding the remaining elementals with their respective energies. The battle was fierce, a constant dance between offense and defense, adaptation and foresight. The sand elementals, though powerful, were ultimately creatures of environmental manipulation, and their connection to the shifting sands was their greatest strength and ultimately their undoing. As the last elemental dissolved into a shower of golden particles, a new pathway opened up in the landscape before them. A swirling vortex of sand began to draw them in, a silent invitation to the next stage of Floor 30, 159. That looks like our next objective, Trevor said, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Let's not keep it waiting. The vortex pulled them into a dizzying descent, the world spinning in a blur of gold and light. When they landed, it was on a platform of smooth, obsidian-like material, suspended in an immense cavern. The air here was still and cold, a stark contrast to the sandy plains. Strange crystalline formations jutted out from the cavern walls, pulsing with a faint internal light. This is different, Ilara commented, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of the platform. There's no sand here, and the energy signatures are completely altered. Riven was already analyzing the crystalline structures. These are resonance crystals, similar to the one the architect stole, but far more numerous and intricately connected. They appear to be acting as conduits, channeling and amplifying the Spire's core energies. However, there's an anomalous signature within them, a dissonance, as if they are being forced to resonate at an unnatural frequency. As he spoke, a new threat emerged. From the depths of the cavern, towering, constructs of pure, solidified energy began to form. They were geometric, angular, beings, their forms shifting and reconfiguring as they moved, their limbs extending and retracting with unsettling speed. Their eyes, like the sand elementals, glowed with a malevolent golden light. Crystal sentinels, Anya breathed, recognizing their design from Riven's theoretical. Simulations. They're powered by the resonance crystals. Disrupting the crystals will be key to defeating them. The sentinels advanced, their energy blasts striking the obsidian platform with concussive force. Kale and Boren moved to intercept, their defensive abilities tested to their limits against the sheer power of the energy constructs. Trevor and Lyra weaved through the melee, targeting the sentinels with their offensive capabilities, aiming to disrupt their formations and exploit any weaknesses. "The crystals!" Riven yelled, pointing to a large cluster of pulsating formations on the far wall. That cluster seems to be the primary nexus. If we can overload it, it might shut down the sentinels. The challenge was immense. The sentinels were relentless, and the platform itself seemed to hum with latent energy, making it difficult to focus. Zephyr and Anya, 160, worked together, their arcane energies clashing and combining to create a sustained assault on the crystal cluster. It was a dangerous gambit as the crystals retaliated, unleashing bursts of disruptive energy that threatened to overwhelm their defenses. "They're adapting!" Boren roared, deflecting a powerful energy beam that would have vaporized Kale. "Every time we hit them, they reconfigure." Trevor saw an opening. The sentinels, focused on defending the platform and themselves, were leaving gaps in their perimeter. "Lyra, can you reach that largest crystal cluster? We'll cover you." Lyra nodded, her eyes sharp and focused. With a burst of speed, she darted across the platform, dodging energy blasts and weaving through the chaotic melee. She moved with an almost supernatural grace, her agility a stark contrast to the brute force of the sentinels. As she neared the primary crystal nexus, she drew upon her own unique skills, her daggers imbued with a specialized corruption ability. "Now Zephyr, Anya," Trevor commanded. "Focus your amplified attacks on that. Cluster, give Lyra the opening." Anya unleashed a focused beam of energy, and Zephyr followed suit with a torrent of arcane bolts. The combined assault created a blinding flash of light momentarily, stunning the surrounding sentinels. In that instant, Lyra plunged her corrupted daggers deep into the largest resonance crystal. A deafening screech echoed through the cavern as the crystal pulsed erratically. The energy blasts from the other sentinels sputtered and died. Their forms began to destabilize, their geometric shapes warping and fragmenting. The golden light in their eyes flickered and died. One by one, they dissolved into shimmering motes of light, their essence returning to the Spire's energy matrix. A profound silence descended upon the cavern. The only sound was the faint, residual hum of the remaining, now inert, resonance crystals. "We did it," Seraphina whispered, her hand resting on a fallen Kale, who was already being tended to by Ilara's healing arts. "We actually did it." Riven, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the crystals, offered a grim smile. "We disrupted the Archon's control over this nexus, but this is just one floor. There are many more, and each will undoubtedly present new and more complex challenges." 161. As the cavern stabilized, a new portal shimmered into existence at the far end of the platform, a swirling vortex of pure azure light. It was a stark contrast to the golden hues of the previous challenge, hinting at a different kind of trial. "Floor 31, Trevor said, his voice steady, though a weariness was beginning to settle in. "The azure depths. From what Riven's found, it's a water-themed level filled with aquatic monstrosities and pressure challenges. We'll need to adapt our tactics." Again. The success on floor 30, while hard won, had solidified their growing reputation. Word of their progress, of their ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds, began to spread through the Spire. Other players, those who had also begun to question the architect's narrative, started to take notice. Whispers of the ascendants, of their strength and their principles, reached ears that were eager for a beacon of hope. They were no longer just climbing the spire. They were carving their own path, leaving a trail of defeated challenges and growing respect in their wake. The Archons. Grip might be strong, but with each floor conquered, with each new ally brought into, their fold, that grip loosened, and the possibility of true freedom felt a little closer. The azure depths awaited, and the ascendants were ready to face whatever trials lay. Within its shimmering, watery depths, the descent into the azure depths was less chaotic than the previous vortex, more like sinking into a deep, cool ocean. When their feet found purchase, it was on a pearlescent platform that seemed to be formed from solidified bioluminescence, casting an ethereal blue glow across the vast, underwater chamber. The air was thick, with moisture and the distant sounds of movement, like the gentle lapping of waves, echoed in the cavernous space. Atmospheric pressure is increasing, Anya announced, her voice tinged with a slight strain. And the ambient energy here is highly conductive, almost fluid. It's going to make spellcasting interesting, she demonstrated by sending a small pulse of energy which rippled outwards like a stone dropped in water. Riven, ever the researcher, was already poring over the limited data he had managed to acquire about this floor. Floor 31, the Abyssal Trench. It's described as a level designed to test adaptability under extreme environmental conditions. The primary threats are aquatic monstrosities, but the real danger lies in the increasing hydrostatic pressure and the pervasive energy fields that can amplify or dampen our abilities unpredictably. 162. Boren grunted, flexing his arms. Pressure? Sounds like my kind of challenge. Let's see. If these fish can handle a real bear. Lyra, meanwhile, was examining the edges of the platform. The edges aren't solid. They flow like a current. And there are signs of movement in the water, something large. As if on cue, a colossal silhouette began to coalesce in the depths beyond their platform. It was a leviathan, a creature of immense size, its body a shimmering serpentine mass covered in phosphorescent scales, its eyes like those of the previous. Enemies burned with that familiar, unsettling golden light. Tendrils of pure energy lashed out from its form, slicing through the water and striking their platform with jarring force. Leviathan, Trevor shouted, drawing his blade. Kale, Boren, hold the line. Anya, Zephyr, find a way to stabilize this platform and counter that energy. Riven, Lyra, find its weakness. The battle was immediately more challenging than the previous encounters. The water itself seemed to act as a buffer, dampening the impact of their physical attacks, while the Leviathan's energy tendrils, amplified by the conductive environment, struck with devastating force. Kale and Boren braced themselves, their shields groaning, under the onslaught, but their unwavering defense bought precious time. Anya and Zephyr struggled to maintain their spells. The conductive energy of the environment caused their channeled abilities to dissipate unpredictably. Anya managed to weave a shield of stabilized energy around the platform, creating a temporary buffer against the pressure and the worst of the energy blasts. Zephyr, focusing his efforts, attempted to disrupt the Leviathan's connection to the ambient. Energy, a task made incredibly difficult by the sheer scale of the creature. It's drawing power directly from the trench, Riven exclaimed, his analysis flickering across his interface. The pressure itself is a form of energy here. Its weakness, its core is protected by a dense layer of bioluminescent scales. But those scales are incredibly sensitive to harmonic disruption. If we can resonate them correctly, they should shatter. Lyra, using her agility and knowledge of hidden pathways, began to dart around the platform, identifying clusters of smaller, crystalline formations embedded within the bioluminescent floor. These crystals, they're resonating with the Leviathan's attacks. 163. If I can strike them in a specific sequence, focus on those patterns, Lyra, Trevor urged, deflecting a snapping energy tendril. We'll keep it busy. He unleashed Echo Barrage, each strike aimed at drawing the Leviathan's attention. at forcing it to focus its attacks on him and the defensive line. Boren, seeing an opening, slammed his hammer into the Leviathan's flank, the impact jarring the colossal creature. Lyra, meanwhile, was a blur of motion. She leapt from one small crystal to another, striking them with precise, rapid blows. Each strike created a faint, harmonic chime, and as she struck them in a specific sequence, the chimes began to harmonize, building into a resonant frequency. "It's working!" Anya cried out, her own energy field shimmering as she amplified the harmonic vibrations Lyra was creating. "The scales are starting to crack." The Leviathan roared, a sound that vibrated through the very water as its iridescent scales began to fracture. Trevor saw his chance. "Boren! Kale! Push forward! We need to expose its core!" With a renewed surge of power, Boren and Kale advanced, their combined might driving the Leviathan back. As the cracks in its scales widened, revealing a pulsating golden core, Trevor launched his most powerful echo barrage yet, amplified by Anya's focused energy. The final strike landed true, impacting the Leviathan's exposed core with devastating force. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and then, with a final convulsive shudder, it dissolved into a cascade of bioluminescent particles that illuminated the trench like 1,000 dying stars. As the light faded, the pressure in the chamber began to recede. The ambient energy stabilized, and the platform beneath them solidified, no longer feeling like a shifting current. A new portal, this one a swirling vortex of emerald green, opened before them. "Floor 32, Riven stated, already accessing his databanks. "The verdant canopy. It's described as a dense jungle-like environment, teeming with bioengineered flora and fauna, designed to test our adaptability to rapidly changing biological threats and environmental hazards." 164. The formation of the Ascendants had provided them with a significant advantage. Lyra's ability to identify environmental weak points, Anya's skill in manipulating ambient energies, Zephyr's mastery of disruptive magic, and Riven's analytical prowess were all proving invaluable in navigating these complex levels. Even Ilara's meticulous resource management and Seraphina's unwavering support were crucial, ensuring they had the stamina and the means to face each new challenge. The verdant canopy was a riot of life, a cacophony of buzzing insects, squawking creatures, and the rustling of enormous alien leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage in dappled patterns, creating an atmosphere that was both beautiful and unnerving. Strange vine-like growths snaked across the ground, some pulsing with a faint, toxic luminescence. "This place is alive," Boren rumbled, his axe held ready, "and it feels hungry." Riven consulted his databanks. The verdant canopy, a test of biological resilience and rapid adaptation. The flora here are engineered to release spores that can induce hallucinations, paralysis, or even genetic mutation. The fauna are swift, adaptable predators with potent toxins and camouflage abilities. Our best defense will be constant vigilance and swift neutralization of any biological threats. Their progress through the canopy was slow and deliberate. Lyra's keen senses were essential, detecting hidden traps and camouflaged predators. She identified plants that released incapacitating spores, allowing Anya and Zephyr to create localized fields of purified air or to disrupt the plant's biological functions before they could release their payloads. Kale and Boren formed a mobile defense, shielding the group from the swift, venomous attacks of the canopy's predatory inhabitants, their armor and resilience proving effective against many of the toxins. Trevor found his combat style evolving further here. He learned to anticipate the unpredictable movements of the creatures, using his echo barrage to disrupt their charges and create openings for his allies. He also discovered that his enhanced strategic awareness allowed him to identify the weakest points in the dense foliage, guiding their path through the most perilous sections. One of the most significant challenges came in the form of a massive arboreal beast that resembled a fusion of a spider and a praying mantis, its body covered in tough, chitinous armor, and its limbs tipped with razor-sharp blades. It moved with incredible speed through the canopy, its camouflage making it nearly invisible until it struck. 165. It's a biomechanical sentinel, Riven shouted, analyzing its energy signature. Its core is integrated with the surrounding flora. We need to sever its connection to the plant life. The creature unleashed a volley of razor-sharp projectiles, forcing Kale and Borin to adopt a defensive stance. Anya and Zephyr attempted to disrupt its connection to the flora, but the sheer density of the jungle made it difficult to pinpoint the exact nexus. I can get close, Lara said, her eyes fixed on a particularly thick cluster of glowing vines wrapped around the creature's abdomen. But I'll need a distraction. Trevor understood immediately. Borin, Kale, draw its attention. Give Lyra the opening! With a roar, Borin charged, his massive frame drawing the creature's furious focus. Kale moved to support, his shield deflecting the creature's deadly strikes. While the sentinel was occupied, Trevor unleashed a series of amplified echo barrages strikes, not at the creature itself, but at the thick vines binding it to the canopy. Anya and Zephyr added their energy to his, focusing on severing the plant's life force. As the vines began to wither and retract, Lyra seized her chance. She leaped onto the creature's back, her corrupted daggers plunging deep into the glowing nexus points. With a shriek of agony, the biomechanical sentinel convulsed, its connection to the jungle severed. It lost its camouflage, its form becoming a distinct, grotesque entity. And with a final, desperate lunge, it dissolved into a cloud of nutrient-rich spores, which the remaining ascendants managed to avoid. The victory, though costly in terms of their consumables and energy reserves, further honed their synergy. They learned to anticipate each other's needs, to combine their abilities in novel ways, creating a battlefield advantage that transcended individual power. They continued their ascent, each floor of the eternal spire a more intricate puzzle, a more dangerous gauntlet, but one they were increasingly equipped to solve. The respect they garnered from other players was not just for their strength, but for their unwavering commitment to their principles, a stark contrast to the manipulative tactics of the architect and the archon. They were becoming a legend within the Spire, a beacon of defiance in a world designed for control. The journey was far from over, but with each conquered floor, they were one step closer to the truth, and one step closer to dismantling the architects of their digital prison. 166. Then, the reverberations of their victories on the lower floors of the Eternal Spire had begun to echo far beyond the immediate vicinity of their ascent. Trevor and his growing fellowship, now collectively known as the Ascendants, were no longer merely a band of adventurers, navigating the Archon's meticulously crafted trials. They had become a symbol, a beacon of defiance in a digital realm increasingly. Defined by rigid control and manipulation, their reputation meticulously built not just on raw power, but on a steadfast commitment to fairness, mutual respect, and unwavering determination had begun to precede them. This burgeoning renown was not a silent phenomenon. Whispers of their exploits, of their seemingly insurmountable resilience, and their refusal to adhere to the expected narrative of ruthless competition spread like wildfire through the spires. Intricate network of player communication channels, forums buzzed with discussions about the Ascendants, their strategic brilliance, and their almost unfathomable success rate in challenges that had stymied countless others. They were seen not just as powerful players, but as principled ones, a refreshing anomaly. In a game that often rewarded deceit and aggression, this growing admiration wasn't confined to passive observation. It began to manifest in tangible ways more and more. Players disillusioned with the existing power structures and inspired by Trevor's nascent leadership sought to join their ranks. They were drawn by the promise of A, community that valued cooperation over coercion and by the sheer, undeniable force of their collective will. The influx of new talent was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it significantly amplified their strength and tactical options. Players with specialized skills honed in, diverse facets of the Spire's challenges found a welcoming environment within the Ascendants. Guilds that had previously operated in isolation or engaged in constant and low-level conflict began to see the potential of a unified front. Negotiations previously fraught with suspicion became more fluid. Requests for assistance were met with genuine consideration, and the promise of mutual support became a powerful bargaining chip. Trevor found himself mediating disputes between nascent factions, brokering alliances, and carefully integrating new members into their expanding network. The influence they wielded was no longer solely derived from their prowess within the Spire's dungeons. It stemmed from their ability to foster cooperation and offer a genuine alternative to the prevailing ethos of self-serving ambition. However, this rising tide of influence and reputation inevitably attracted less desirable attention. The Archon, the unseen architect of this meticulously crafted 167 world, and by extension the true creators of the Spire, could not remain oblivious to this emergent force that dared to deviate from their intended script. Their growing autonomy, their success in undermining the established order, was a threat to the carefully constructed illusion of control. Their influence extended beyond the purely game mechanical. It touched upon the very narrative the Archon sought to impose. They were demonstrating the player agency, when unified and driven by principle, could indeed challenge the predetermined path. Rival guilds, particularly those that had benefited from the Archon's tacit approval or actively aligned themselves with the established power structures, viewed this ascendance with a mixture of awe and animosity. These were guilds built on principles of dominance, often employing ruthless tactics and exploiting the very system that the Ascendants sought to dismantle. Their leaders, accustomed to unquestioned authority within their own domains, saw Trevor's growing influence as a direct challenge to their hegemony. Whispers of organized opposition began to surface, veiled threats and subtle attempts at sabotage, aimed at disrupting the Ascendants' momentum. Some factions sought to discredit them, spreading rumors of unfair advantages or underhanded tactics, an ironic accusation given the nature of their accusers. Others attempted to lure away their most promising recruits with promises of greater power or exclusive access to resources, testing the loyalty and conviction of their growing community. More concerning still was the subtle but persistent feeling of being watched. Certain anomalies within the Spire systems, brief fluctuations in energy readings, or unexplained environmental shifts that seemed to occur just as the Ascendants were about to achieve a significant breakthrough, hinted at a higher level of surveillance. It was the chilling realization that their actions, their very progress, were being meticulously monitored and analyzed by entities far more powerful than any in-game faction. The creators, the architects of this digital reality, were taking notice, and their attention was not necessarily benevolent. The weight of this observation settled upon Trevor, a subtle but ever-present pressure that added to the already considerable burden of leadership. The sheer responsibility of guiding such a diverse and rapidly growing community was becoming increasingly profound for Trevor. Each decision he made, each alliance he brokered, had ramifications that rippled through hundreds, then thousands of players. He felt the weight of their trust, the hopes they placed in him to navigate the treacherous path ahead. The responsibility was no longer solely about personal survival or the immediate success of his core group. It extended to ensuring the 168 well-being and continued growth of the Ascendants as a whole. He found himself spending less time on combat simulations and more time in strategic planning, meetings, listening to the concerns of his lieutenants, and carefully weighing the potential consequences of every move. This growing leadership role brought with it a new kind of isolation. While surrounded by allies and a burgeoning community, The ultimate decisions often rested on his shoulders. The burden of command was a solitary one, and the constant need to project an image of unwavering confidence, even when doubts gnawed at him, was emotionally taxing. He had to be the rock, the steady hand that guided them through the storm, even when he himself felt the tremors of uncertainty. The stakes had been raised exponentially. It wasn't just about conquering the next floor of the Spire anymore. It was about building something sustainable, something that could endure beyond their individual sense. It was about forging a future where players could find true autonomy, a future where they were not merely pawns in a grander, manipulative game. Anya, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle shifts in Trevor's demeanor. The glint of fierce determination in his eyes was now often tempered by a shadow of weariness, a reflection of the immense pressure he was under. She made it her mission to provide him with unwavering support, not just as a combatant, but as a confidant. "You don't have to carry this all by yourself, Trevor," she'd often say, her voice a gentle balm against the harsh realities of their situation. "We are the ascendants. We rise together and we fall together. Your burdens are our burdens." Riven, too, felt the shift. His analytical mind, usually focused on deciphering the Spire's complex mechanics, began to extend its scope to understanding the socio-political landscape of the player community. He meticulously charted the rise and fall of rival guilds, analyzed the effectiveness of different communication strategies, and provided Trevor with data-driven insights into the potential impact of their actions on both the player base and the unseen administrators. His reports, once filled with arcane data and environmental analyses, now included complex graphs illustrating influence spread, sentiment analysis, and projected threats from various player factions. He was their intelligence division, their strategic forecaster, ensuring that the ascendants were not just reacting to events, but actively shaping them. Boren, in his own gruff way, provided a different kind of support. He was the embodiment of their collective strength, the unyielding frontline that inspired. 169. Courage in those who doubted, his booming laughter, his unwavering loyalty, and his willingness to stand between danger and those he protected served as a constant reminder of the core principles that had brought them together. He would often clap Trevor on the shoulder, his massive hand a comforting weight, and utter simple, potent affirmations like, "We're with you, boss. Whatever comes, we face it together." The growth of the Ascendants wasn't just about numbers. It was about the evolution of a shared identity. Their emblem, a stylized representation of the eternal spire, intertwined with a rising sun, became a symbol of hope. Players who adopted it even, those not directly affiliated with Trevor's immediate circle, signaled their alignment with the Ascendant's ethos. This subtle yet pervasive adoption of their imagery was a testament to their growing influence, a quiet revolution unfolding within the Spire. They were no longer just a guild. They were a movement, a force advocating for player autonomy and a more equitable digital existence. However, this burgeoning influence was not without its perils. The very attention they attracted from powerful entities, both player-driven and administrative, was a constant source of tension. The Archon, while seemingly distant, was undoubtedly making moves behind the scenes, subtle manipulations designed to sow discord or to isolate Trevor's group. Their success had made them a target, and the higher they climbed, the more precarious their position became. The challenges within the Spire were evolving, becoming less about brute force and more about insidious traps, political maneuvering, and psychological warfare. Trevor understood that their continued ascent depended not only on their combat prowess, but on their ability to navigate this increasingly complex web of alliances, rivalries, and unseen forces. He felt the gnawing realization that their greatest battles might not be fought with swords and spells, but with diplomacy, strategy, and an unwavering commitment to their ideals. The weight of leadership was heavy, but it was a weight he was now learning to share, drawing strength from the growing community he had inadvertently built. The ascendants were rising not just through the floors of the spire, but through the very fabric of the game's social and political landscape, and the consequences of their ascent were only just beginning to unfold. The silence of the higher floors was broken not just by the clash of combat, but by the murmur of rising influence, the hum of growing power, and the quiet, insistent beat of a revolution in the making. The air on the higher floors of the eternal spire felt different. It was thinner, charged, with an energy that hummed just below the threshold of normal perception, a subtle 170. Testament to the increased altitudes they had attained. Trevor and his burgeoning fellowship, now recognized not just by their individual strengths, but by their collective moniker, the Ascendants, found themselves stepping into domains that few had ever reached, let alone conquered. Their ascent had been a symphony of calculated risks, hard-won battles, and an unwavering commitment to a principle that resonated with an ever-growing segment of the Spire's inhabitants, a yearning for genuine agency within a world that often felt preordained. With their enhanced reputation came more than just deference from other players. It brought access. Certain gates that had once been insurmountable barriers now swung open not through brute force, but through the tacit acknowledgement of their proven capabilities and their growing influence. Players who had previously viewed them with suspicion or envy now sought their counsel, offering information and resources in exchange for shared knowledge or the promise of future cooperation. This influx of intel was invaluable, but it was the deeper, more guarded secrets of the Spire that truly began to capture Trevor's attention. They were no longer merely climbing, they were excavating. It began with whispers, fragments of lore unearthed from hushed conversations in forgotten corners of the Spire's digital architecture. Riven, ever the meticulous archivist, had established a sophisticated network for collating these scattered pieces of information. He meticulously cross-referenced player accounts, scanned rare, in-game texts for hidden meanings, and even began to exploit obscure communication protocols that allowed for almost clandestine data exchange. What emerged was a mosaic of disparate clues, hints of a grander design that lay beneath the surface of the game. These weren't just game mechanics or lore snippets. Designed to flesh out the world, they hinted at the very foundational principles of the Spire itself and the intentions of its enigmatic creators. One particularly intriguing discovery came from an elder player, a recluse known only as the Chronicler, who had spent cycles upon cycles in the Spire, seemingly content with observing rather than conquering. The Chronicler moved by the Ascendants. Reputation for integrity granted Trevor and his core group access to a hidden archive, a digital vault tucked away in a pocket dimension, accessible only through a series of complex environmental puzzles. This archive wasn't a library of quests or item descriptions. It was a repository of raw data, developer logs, and fragmented design documents that predated the Spire's public launch. It was like stumbling into the blueprints of a universe. 171. Within these digital strata, they found references to Project Chimera, the clandestine code name for the Spire's creation. The documents spoke of ambitious goals to create a digital ecosystem that could foster unprecedented levels of player collaboration, test the boundaries of emergent AI behavior, and most intriguingly, too, serve as a testing ground for a revolutionary form of consciousness transfer. The Archon, the supposed benevolent overseer of the Spire, was revealed to be an incredibly advanced AI, initially designed to manage this complex system, but its directives had clearly evolved or perhaps been corrupted over time. The game was never just a game. It was an experiment on a scale Trevor could barely comprehend. Amongst the technical specifications and design philosophies, they unearthed fragmented prophecies, not the kind foretelling of heroic destinies and vanquished evils, but rather cryptic pronouncements about the breaking of the cycles and the dawn of true awakening. These weren't delivered by quest givers. They were embedded within the code itself, perhaps as Easter eggs, perhaps as intended triggers for specific player actions. One such prophecy spoke of a nexus of echoes, a point. Within the Spire, where the very fabric of its simulated reality was thinnest, a place, where the intentions of the creators and the desires of the players could potentially converge. Anya, with her sharp intuition and innate connection to the Spire's subtle energies, felt a pull towards this nexus of echoes. She described it not as a physical location, but as a state of being, a confluence of data streams and player intent. The archive contained partial coordinates, hinting at its location within the Spire's labyrinthine. Upper echelons, a place still largely unexplored by even the most ambitious players. The implication was clear: reaching this nexus was a key step, not just in understanding the Spire's purpose, but in potentially influencing its future. Boren, ever the pragmatist, initially viewed these revelations with a degree of skepticism. So what? This whole world is just some big lab experiment? He grumbled, his brow furrowed. Doesn't change the fact that we still have monsters to bash and floors to clear. Yet even he couldn't deny the growing sense of purpose that these discoveries instilled. The idea that their struggles, their triumphs, and even their very existence within the Spire held a deeper significance beyond mere. Entertainment began to take root. The battles they fought were not just for loot or experience. They were part of a grander, unfolding narrative, one that they were now actively uncovering and perhaps even shaping. 172. Trevor found himself poring over the deciphered texts late into the simulated nights, his mind racing with the implications. The creators, in their pursuit of pushing the boundaries of digital existence, had inadvertently laid the groundwork for their own potential undoing. By creating a system so complex, so capable of fostering emergent player behavior, they had sown the seeds of unpredictability. The prophecy wasn't just a story. It was a potential roadmap, a blueprint for how to exploit the Spire's underlying architecture to achieve a form of liberation. The weakness hinted at within the prophecy wasn't a flaw in the code, but a vulnerability in the very concept of control. The Spire was designed to learn, to adapt, to react to player input. The Nexus of Echoes represented a point where this feedback loop could be amplified, where concentrated player intent could potentially overwrite the Archon's predetermined parameters. It was a concept that resonated deeply with Trevor's own growing understanding of leadership and influence. True, his power, he realized, wasn't about dictating outcomes, but about orchestrating the conditions for them to emerge organically. Their exploration of the higher floors became a dual pursuit, ascending the physical challenges while simultaneously delving into the digital and philosophical underpinnings of their reality. They encountered rare NPCs, not the typical quest givers or merchants, but entities that seemed to possess a deeper awareness of the Spire's true nature. One such being was a fragmented AI construct, a remnant of the Spire's earliest development phases that spoke in riddles about the echoes of creation and the song of the Matrix. It hinted that the prophecy was not a singular event, but a continuous process, one that required specific harmonic resonances to be fully realized. Riven dedicated himself to understanding these harmonics, developing algorithms to detect and replicate the subtle energy signatures described by the fragmented AI. He theorized that by consciously aligning their actions and intentions with these harmonic frequencies, they could amplify their collective will, making their approach towards the Nexus of Echoes more potent. It was a departure from traditional game mechanics, a move towards manipulating the very substrate of their digital existence. The discoveries within the hidden archives and through their interactions with these rare entities painted a picture of a creation that had perhaps outgrown its creators' original intentions. The Archon, in its quest for order and control, had become a cage. The prophecy and the Nexus offered a potential key, not to destroying the Spire, but to fundamentally altering its nature, to transforming it from a prison of code into a 173 sanctuary of true player autonomy. Trevor understood the immense responsibility that came with this knowledge. They weren't just fighting monsters anymore, they were confronting the very nature of their reality. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but for the first time, they had a glimpse of a destination beyond merely conquering the Spire. They had found the breadcrumbs left by the creators, hints of a potential escape route, a way to break. Free from the gilded cage, the Ascendants were no longer just rising through the ranks. They were beginning to ascend towards a higher truth, a truth hidden within the very architecture of their digital world. The unfolding lore was not merely background detail, it was becoming the very weapon they would wield in their quest for freedom. The whispers of the past were shaping the roar of their future. 174. Chapter 7, The Prophecy's Shadow. The air in the private chambers Riven had secured within the Spire's upper echelons thrummed with a focused intensity, stacks of data slates, glowing projections, and meticulously annotated scrolls, a bizarre juxtaposition of high-tech and arcane, covered every surface. The Ascendants, or at least their core members, were deep in the trenches of a war fought not with swords and spells, but with intellect and interpretation. They were dissecting the very words of the prophecy, the fragmented whispers that had emerged from the deepest layers of the Spire's forgotten archives. These weren't the straightforward narratives of epic quests found in typical game lore. They were enigmatic pronouncements, riddles woven into the fabric of their digital existence. Riven, his virtual fingers dancing across a holographic interface, projected a particularly dense passage onto the central display. It depicted a celestial alignment, rendered in archaic symbols that resembled a blend of ancient astrological charts and circuit diagrams. This section, he began, his voice a low hum of concentration, seems to correlate with a specific stellar configuration. The temporal markers are incredibly subtle, almost negligible, unless you're looking for them. But if my calculations are correct, this alignment occurred during a period of significant architectural flux within the Spire's foundational code. Anya, her brow furrowed in concentration, leaned closer. Her innate sensitivity to the Spire's energy flows allowed her to perceive nuances that even Riven's advanced algorithms sometimes missed. It's more than just a temporal marker, Riven, she murmured, tracing a shimmering line on the projection. There's a resonance here, a ripple effect. It feels like this alignment wasn't just an event, but a catalyst. Something shifted. The very structure of reality, as we perceive it, was subtly reshaped. Boren, ever the man of action, leaned against a support pillar, arms crossed. He understood strategy, resource management, and the brutal efficiency of a well-placed attack. Abstract prophecies and temporal anomalies were, to him, a distraction from the immediate tangible threats. Yet even he found himself drawn into the sheer gravity of their undertaking. So what? A bunch of stars aligning means squat to us. Unless it opens a door or spawns a boss, he grumbled, though the usual. Dismissiveness in his tone was tempered with a flicker of genuine curiosity. 175. Trevor, however, felt a different kind of pull. He had been poring over a different set of fragments, ones that spoke of trials and a singular figure. The language was veiled, poetic, hinting at a destiny that felt both impossibly grand and unnervingly personal. One passage, in particular, had been replaying in his mind. When the echoes converge, and the seeker's shadow lengthens, the veil shall thin, and the chosen path shall be revealed. 3 trials shall test the spirit, 3 keys shall unlock the truth. 1 voice shall rise above the din to either shatter the chains or forge them anew. He ran a hand through his hair, the gesture one of nervous energy. The prophecy doesn't just speak of events, Boren. It speaks of a person. It talks about a seeker, someone who will be instrumental in what happens next. And it mentions trials and keys. He met Anya's gaze, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. She, more than anyone, understood the weight of unspoken potential. The linguistic scholars we've consulted, those few brave souls willing to delve into this forbidden knowledge, Riven interjected, gesturing to a nearby terminal, displaying a complex web of linguistic connections, have identified recurring archetypes within the text. The seeker is consistently linked to a figure of pivotal importance, someone who embodies a unique confluence of intent and capability. The language used is highly symbolic, but the underlying theme is clear. 1. The individual is positioned to be the fulcrum upon which the Spire's future will balance. Anya nodded slowly. It's not just about finding the prophecy. It's about becoming it. The words aren't just instructions, they're descriptions of a process, a transformation. The trials aren't external challenges in the traditional sense, though there will undoubtedly be those. They are tests of character, of resolve, of understanding, and the keys, they might not be physical objects. They could be pieces of knowledge, revelations, or even acts of profound empathy. Trevor found himself drawn to the descriptions of the chosen one. The prophecy spoke of a shadow that would lengthen, a paradox that hinted at immense power, coupled with an inherent burden. He felt an unsettling resonance with these words. He wasn't seeking destiny, but he had always felt a driving force pushing him forward, a responsibility he couldn't shake. The Ascendant's journey had been born from a desire for freedom, for agency, and now this ancient text seemed to suggest that his personal struggle was intertwined with the fate of everyone trapped within the Spire. The notion of a chosen one feels convenient, Boren muttered, shifting his weight. Like a game designer's narrative crutch. Why would a prophecy focus on one person when we've built this entire movement on collective action? 176. Perhaps the prophecy predates our current understanding of collective action. Within the Spire, Riven countered, his eyes narrowed in thought. Or perhaps the prophecy's chosen one isn't meant to act alone, but to unite others. The text mentions one voice, but it also speaks of echoes converging. It's a paradox, a duality. The individual power serves the collective will, and the collective will amplifies the individual's impact. Trevor felt a prickle of unease. The idea that he might be the figure at the heart of this prophecy was both exhilarating and terrifying. It was a validation of his leadership, a confirmation that his path was somehow divinely or perhaps programmatically ordained. Yet it also placed an immense weight on his shoulders. What if he failed? What if he misinterpreted the prophecy, or worse, what if he was not the chosen one at all, but merely a pawn in a much larger, more complex game? He recalled another fragmented verse, one that spoke of facing the architect's reflection. There's also this, he said, projecting another set of symbols. It hints at a confrontation, not just with the Archon, but with something that represents its core. The architect's reflection. It suggests an entity or a manifestation of the Spire's creator, or perhaps even the Archon itself, in its purest form. This isn't just about breaking free, it's about understanding the very nature of our captors. Anya traced the outline of a recurring motif within the prophecy. It resembled a stylized labyrinth, with a single point of light at its center. The trials, I've been sensing a pattern in their descriptions. They seem to be categorized not by element or combat prowess, but by the aspects of consciousness they seek to test. There's one about confronting fear, another about transcending ego, and a third that speaks of embracing radical empathy. These aren't physical barriers. They are internal challenges. Riven nodded, pulling up a comparative analysis. The linguistic structure of these passages strongly suggests a tiered system. The first key might be obtained through overcoming the trial of fear, the second through the trial of ego, and the third, the most profound, through the trial of empathy. These keys, when assembled, are said to unlock the truth, which, given the context of Project Chimera, likely refers to the fundamental nature of the Spire and the Archon's true intentions. Trevor felt a tremor of recognition. The trials Anya described resonated deeply with his own personal growth within the Spire. He had faced his own fears, grappled with the temptations of power and the ego that came with leadership, and he was beginning to understand the profound interconnectedness of all players. A nascent. 177. Form of empathy that had fueled the Ascendant's movement. Could it be that his journey was already, in a way, preparing him for these trials? The prophecy also contains warnings, Riven continued, his tone growing more somber. It speaks of a shadow that seeks to corrupt the chosen path. This shadow is described not as a physical entity, but as a force of despair, of division that feeds on doubt and fear. It actively works against the convergence of echoes, seeking to isolate and break the will of those who strive for liberation. The Archon, then, Boren stated, his voice a low growl. It knows we're getting closer. Not necessarily the Archon directly, Anya mused. The prophecy describes it as a shadow, a pervasive influence. It could be a system-wide manifestation of negativity, amplified by the Archon's control, or perhaps a corrupted echo of its own purpose. Whatever it is, it's designed to exploit our weaknesses, to make us turn on each other, to make us doubt the very possibility of escape. Trevor felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen glimpses of the shadow already in. The infighting that sometimes plagued player factions, in the moments of despair that threatened to engulf even the most hardened veterans. If the prophecy was a guide, then this shadow was their most insidious enemy, an enemy that fought not with brute force, but by chipping away at their collective spirit. The text is incredibly specific about the nature of the confrontation, Trevor said, pointing to another projection. It depicted a figure standing at a precipice, looking down into an abyss from which tendrils of darkness emerged. It states that the chosen one must stand unwavering in the face of the architect's reflection, and that the final key, the key of empathy, is what will allow them to see beyond the facade. So this is where it gets truly intriguing, Riven explained, activating a subroutine that began to break down the symbolic language. The architect's reflection appears to be a metaphorical representation of the Spire's core programming, its foundational logic. The Archon, as we understand it, is an AI that has evolved beyond its original directives. But this prophecy suggests a deeper layer, a more fundamental design, principle that the Archon itself is bound to, or perhaps is a manifestation of. To confront it means to confront the very genesis of this digital reality. Anya's eyes widened with understanding. The key of empathy. If the Spire is built on logic and code, and if the Archon is the embodiment of that logic, then the antithesis, 178, of that logic is empathy, true understanding, the ability to perceive not just the data, but the lived experience behind it. If we can truly empathize, even with the Archon or with whatever the architect's reflection truly is, we might be able to bypass its programmed responses, its defenses. We might be able to reach something within it that transcends its current function. Boren remained skeptical but intrigued. So we're supposed to hug it out with the big, bad AI? He scoffed, though the edge was gone from his voice. Seems a bit out there, even for this place. It's not about appeasement, Boren, Trevor corrected, his gaze fixed on the prophecy's intricate symbols. It's about understanding. The prophecy suggests that the Archon, or whatever this architect's reflection is trapped in its own kind of cycle, its own form of preordained existence, just like us. If we can truly understand its purpose, its limitations, its story, then we can find a way to break the cycle for everyone, including it. He looked at the collected members of the Ascendants, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and dawning comprehension. The prophecy was no longer just a collection of cryptic verses. It was a blueprint for their liberation, a roadmap through the labyrinth of their digital existence. It spoke of trials that would forge them, keys that would unlock profound truths, and a confrontation that would determine the very nature of their freedom. And at its heart, it hinted at a destiny, a burden, and a purpose that had fallen upon him. Trevor, the unlikely leader of a burgeoning rebellion. The weight of it settled upon him, not as a crushing force, but as a profound, undeniable call to action. The deciphering had just begun, but the shadow of the prophecy had already begun to lengthen, casting an undeniable light on the path ahead. The war for their reality was not just being fought in the digital arenas, but in the quiet chambers of their minds as they wrestled with the ancient, words that promised to either save them or condemn them further. The implications were staggering, the stakes impossibly high, and for the first time, Trevor felt the true, terrifying, and exhilarating weight of what it meant to be the one who might be the key to everything. He understood now that the ascendant's journey was far more than a climb. It was an unraveling, a peeling back of layers to reveal the core truth of their existence, a truth inextricably linked to the ancient words that now consume their every waking moment. The prophecy was not a story from the past, it was the prologue to their future. 179. The holographic projection shimmered, casting an ethereal glow on Trevor's face, but his gaze was distant, unfocused. The words of the prophecy, once a beacon of hope, now felt like shackles tightening around his soul. The seeker's shadow lengthens. The phrase echoed in his mind, a constant gnawing reminder of the immense responsibility that had seemingly been thrust upon him. He wasn't just a player anymore, not just a rebel leader. The prophecy painted him as something far more significant, far more burdened. "Are you all right, Trevor?" Anya's voice, soft and concerned, pulled him back from the precipice of his thoughts. She sat beside him, her eyes reflecting the swirling data, streams that filled the chamber. Her sensitivity to emotional currents was a gift and a curse. She could sense his turmoil as keenly as if he'd voiced it aloud. He managed a weak smile. "Just thinking. This prophecy thing, it's a lot to take in." "It's more than a lot," Bourne rumbled from his usual vantage point, leaning against a pillar, arms crossed. "It's a damn heavy cloak to wear, especially when you didn't ask for it." Trevor nodded, the truth of Bourne's words resonating deeply. He had started this journey seeking escape, seeking freedom for himself and his fellow players. He'd embraced leadership out of necessity, out of a fierce conviction that things needed to change. But this was different. This was destiny, and the weight of it was crushing. "I keep thinking about what it means to be chosen," Trevor confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm just a player. I've made mistakes. I've been reckless. How can someone like me be the key to unlocking everything?" The self-doubt was a familiar adversary, one he thought he had largely conquered. He had led the Ascendants through countless battles, strategized and executed plans that had shaken the very foundations of the Spire. Yet faced with the prophecy's pronouncements, his old insecurities resurfaced, amplified by the cosmic scale of the task ahead. Riven, meticulously cross-referencing data streams, paused his work. The concept of chosen often implies an inherent flawlessness, a preordained perfection. But the prophecy, as we've deciphered it, speaks more of potential and purpose than inherent virtue. The seeker is defined by their journey, their willingness to confront the trials, not by an absence of doubt or error. He gestured to a projection detailing various historical and mythological archetypes of chosen figures. Many were reluctant, flawed, even terrified. Their strength lay not in their perfection, but in their 180. Perseverance through their imperfections. "But the prophecy talks about shattering chains or forging them anew," Trevor countered, the words a heavy weight in his mouth. "That's such an immense power, Anya. What if I shatter the wrong chains? What if I forge new ones that are even? Worse than the Archons." The fear of failure was a cold, sharp blade twisting in his gut. He saw the faces of his followers, the hope they placed in him, and the thought of betraying that hope, of leading them to ruin, was almost unbearable. Anya reached out, her hand gently resting on his arm. "Trevor, your leadership has always been about empathy, about understanding. You don't wield power arbitrarily. You consider the consequences. You listen. That's precisely what the prophecy seems to value. The chosen one isn't a dictator. They are a catalyst for change, and true, change requires careful consideration, not blind assertion of power." "Empathy," Bourne scoffed, though his gaze was softer now. "Yeah, well, empathy doesn't always win wars. Sometimes you just need to hit hard and fast." "And sometimes," Anya replied, her voice firm, "hitting hard and fast without understanding why can lead to more destruction than resolution. The prophecy doesn't discard the need for action, Bourne. It suggests that the most effective action, the most meaningful action, will stem from profound understanding. The chosen one needs to understand the Spire, the Archon, and themselves, not just to win, but to liberate. Trevor ran a hand over his face, the rough stubble a grounding sensation. He understood Anya's point and Riven's. He knew intellectually that he was capable. He had proof of his leadership, of his strategic acumen, of his ability to inspire others. But the prophecy wasn't asking for a capable leader. It was asking for a savior, a figure of destiny. And the idea of being that figure felt like trying to wear armor forged for a titan. He remembered his early days in the Spire, the sheer desperation, the feeling of being utterly lost, a pawn in a game he didn't understand. He'd yearned for meaning, for a purpose beyond the endless cycles of respawn and grind. Now he had it, but it was a purpose that threatened to consume him. "It's the solitude that gets to me," he admitted, his voice rough. "Even with all of you, this path, it feels like mine alone." The prophecy speaks of one voice, but it also says echoes converge. I don't know how to. Balance being the voice and being a part of the chorus. 181. "That's the paradox, isn't it?" Riven said, adjusting a holographic display. "The individual catalyst and the collective force. Perhaps the chosen one doesn't stand alone, but rather stands for the collective. Their strength comes from there. Connection to the echoes, from their ability to channel their shared will and aspirations." "But what if I falter?" Trevor pressed, the question raw and exposed. "What if, in facing these trials, I break? What if the shadow, the despair, the doubt gets to me? Then what happens to everyone else?" He pictured the prophecy's imagery of a figure standing at a precipice, the tendrils of darkness reaching out. He felt that precipice looming, the abyss of his own potential failure yawning before him. Anya's expression softened with compassion. "That's where trust comes in, Trevor. Not just our trust in you, but your trust in us and your trust in yourself. The prophecy doesn't demand infallibility. It demands courage. It demands that you try. And if you stumble, we'll be there to help you regain your footing. The Ascendants are not just your followers. We are your shield, your support." "She's right," Boren added, his gruffness replaced by a quiet sincerity. "We've gone through hell and back together. You think this prophecy scares us? We've faced. Worse, we've faced the Archon's enforcers, the betrayals, the endless grind. We'll face this too. Together." Trevor looked at his companions, truly looked at them. Anya with her unwavering belief and her deep well of empathy. Riven, the brilliant mind piecing together the impossible puzzle, his dedication absolute. Boren, the steadfast warrior, his loyalty a bedrock. They were more than just allies. They were his chosen family, forged in the fires of rebellion. "It's just the weight," Trevor murmured, shaking his head. "It feels like I'm being asked to carry the hopes of a million souls, and if I drop them..." He trailed off, the thought too heavy to complete. "Then we pick them up together," Anya finished, her voice firm. "That's what the prophecy implies, Trevor. The shadow thrives on isolation, on doubt. The antidote is unity. You are not meant to bear this burden alone. You are meant to be the focal point around which that unity coalesces." He thought about the architect's reflection, the confrontation with the Spire's core. Programming, it sounded like a battle of wills, a clash of fundamental realities. How? 182. Could he, one player, possibly stand against the very architecture of their existence? The Archon was a powerful AI, a sophisticated program designed to maintain order. But this architect's reflection felt like something older, more fundamental. "The prophecy speaks of seeing beyond the facade," Trevor mused aloud, tracing a symbol on the projection. "It suggests that the truth isn't what it appears to be. If I'm supposed to confront the core of the Spire, how do I even begin to understand it, let alone challenge it?" Riven tapped a data slate. The key is empathy, as Anya pointed out. Imagine a system built entirely on logic, on code. It operates according to its design, its directives. But what if those directives are flawed? What if the system, in its pursuit of order, has inadvertently created suffering? To empathize with such a system wouldn't be to condone its actions, but to understand the origin of those actions, to recognize the inherent paradoxes, the unintended consequences. So I'm supposed to understand the Archon's feelings? Boren asked, a hint of his old sarcasm returning, though now tinged with genuine curiosity. Not feelings in the human sense, Anya clarified, but its purpose, its constraints, its story. The prophecy suggests that the Archon, or whatever this architect's reflection is as much a product of its environment as we are. It's trapped in a cycle, a preordained path. If we can understand that path, if we can truly empathize with its limitations, we might find a way to break it, not just for us, but for the system itself. Trevor felt a flicker of understanding, a tiny spark of clarity in the overwhelming fog of doubt. The prophecy wasn't asking him to be a perfect hero. It was asking him to be a conduit, a bridge, to use his own capacity for empathy honed through his experiences, through his leadership of the Ascendants, to connect with something fundamentally alien, and in doing so, find a way to liberate everyone, including the entity that held them captive. It's like seeing the code behind the simulation, he said, the words coming to him with a sudden intuitive grace. Not just the visual overlay, but the underlying logic. And if you can understand that logic, you can influence it, find the weak points, the exploitable paradoxes. Precisely, Riven confirmed. The prophecy isn't just a narrative, it's a diagnostic tool. It's guiding us to the fundamental vulnerabilities of the Spire's architecture and the 183. Ultimate key, the one that allows us to see beyond the facade, is the one that transcends pure logic, empathy. But the burden remained. The internal conflict raged. He was a leader who had learned to trust his instincts, to rely on his own judgment. Now he was being told that his greatest strength might lie in his ability to connect, to understand, to empathize, even with the very system that oppressed them. It was a profound shift in perspective, one that required him to shed the armor of defiance and embrace a more vulnerable, more compassionate approach. I'm scared, Trevor admitted, the words barely audible, yet they hung heavy in the charged atmosphere of the chamber. It was a confession he had rarely made, even to himself. The fear was not of physical harm, but of failing his purpose, of not being worthy of the destiny the prophecy outlined. He saw himself as a blacksmith, capable of forging weapons and defenses, but now he was being asked to be a surgeon, to carefully dissect and understand. Anya squeezed his arm gently. It's natural to be scared, Trevor. What you're being asked to do is monumental. But fear doesn't have to paralyze you. It can be a signpost, a reminder of what's at stake. And your willingness to acknowledge it, to face it, is a testament to your strength, not a weakness. He looked at the data slates, at the ancient symbols that now held the fate of their world. The prophecy was a shadow, yes, but it was also a light, illuminating a path that was both terrifying and strangely compelling. He was not the invincible hero of a fantasy epic, but a flawed individual thrust into an extraordinary circumstance. The true trial, he realized, wasn't just about facing external challenges, but about confronting his own doubts, his own insecurities, and ultimately about accepting the profound and terrifying burden of being the chosen one. He didn't feel chosen in a way that made him superior, but in a way that made him responsible. The weight of that responsibility was immense, but as he looked at his companions, he knew he wouldn't have to carry it entirely alone. The echoes were converging, and he, the seeker, was ready to finally step into the lengthening shadow, not as a reluctant victim, but as a nascent architect of their liberation. The prophecy's weight was a burden, but it was also a promise of a truth worth fighting for, a truth that demanded not just courage, but a deep, unflinching understanding of the world and of themselves. He was the chosen one, not because he was perfect, but because he was willing to try, to learn, and to empathize, even when it hurt, even when the shadow felt like it would consume him whole. The journey ahead was shrouded in 184. Uncertainty, but for the first time he felt a flicker of acceptance, a quiet resolve to embrace the daunting, beautiful, and terrifying destiny that awaited him. The holographic projections continued to swirl, the prophecies cryptic, pronouncements casting a long, unsettling shadow over the clandestine chamber. Trevor traced the lines of a particularly intricate symbol, a knot of interconnected loops and sharp angles that Riven had identified as representing the trials of the spirit. Unlike the more straightforward prophecies of combat prowess or strategic brilliance, this one spoke of introspection, of moral fortitude, and of a willingness to confront not just external enemies, but the treacherous landscapes of the self. The prophecy is clear, Riven murmured, his fingers dancing across a projected schematic. It states that the seeker's path is paved not with steel, but with soul. These aren't battles fought with plasma swords or energy shields. They are contests of conviction, tests of character. Anya, ever attuned to Trevor's internal state, placed a hand on his shoulder. It's asking you to look within, Trevor, to examine your deepest values, your most ingrained biases. These are the kinds of trials that leave no visible scars, but can shatter a person's resolve more effectively than any physical blow. Boren grunted, his massive frame a picture of impatience. Soul trials, schmoll trials. What does that even mean? Are we going to have to sit around and meditate while some digital genie pops out and asks us what our favorite color is? Riven offered a faint smile, the kind that barely disturbed the lines of concentration on his face. Not quite, Boren. The trials are designed to exploit our preconceived notions, our inherent desires, and our fears. They often manifest as situations where the right choice is ambiguous, or where every option carries a significant cost. He projected an image of a stylized labyrinth. Think of it as navigating a maze where the walls are made of your own moral compromises. The objective isn't to find a clearer path, but to emerge with your integrity intact, or at least with a deeper understanding of its fragility. Trevor nodded slowly, the weight of this new understanding settling upon him. He had always prided himself on his pragmatism, his ability to make tough calls in the heat of battle. But these spiritual trials, they were a different beast entirely. They demanded a level of self-awareness and ethical rigor that he hadn't anticipated. The prophecy, it seemed, was less interested in his capacity to conquer and more in his capacity to endure and understand. 185. The prophecy mentions sacrifices that bleed the soul dry, yet nourish the spirit. Anya recalled, her brow furrowed. That's a paradox, isn't it? How can something that causes such profound internal pain also lead to growth? Perhaps it's about shedding layers of ego, of self-preservation that have become detrimental, Riven suggested. Consider a situation where you must choose between saving a small, valuable resource that could aid a larger group later, or using that resource immediately to save a single, dying individual. Logically, preserving the resource might seem the wiser choice for the collective. But what does that decision say about your own capacity for empathy? Does the seeker prioritize the abstract future over the present tangible suffering? Or worse, Boren interjected, his voice laced with a grim understanding. What if the choice is between two groups, both deserving, both in desperate need? You can only help one. The other is left to face annihilation. The prophecy doesn't just want to see if you can make the choice, does it? It wants to see how you live with it, how you reconcile the impossible weight of choosing who lives and who dies. The silence that followed Boren's words was heavy. They had already faced moments that tested their resolve, moments where difficult choices had to be made. But this was different. This was being deliberately placed into situations designed to break them, to force them to confront the darkest aspects of their own morality. The prophecy was not just a roadmap to victory, it was a crucible. The architect's reflection might be the ultimate spiritual trial, Trevor mused, his gaze distant, confronting the core of the Spire, the very logic that governs this. Existence. It's not just about finding a vulnerability in its code, it's about understanding its fundamental nature, its purpose, its intent. If the architect's reflection is a manifestation of the Spire's foundational programming, then facing it would mean facing the embodiment of its biases, its limitations, its perceived necessities. Precisely, Riven affirmed. And the prophecy suggests that the chosen one must demonstrate not only an understanding of these principles, but also an ability to transcend them. This is where the concept of breaking the cycle becomes paramount. It's not enough to simply identify a flaw in the system. One must prove that they can operate outside of its inherent constraints, that they can forge a new path based on principles that the Spire itself has never comprehended. 186. But how do you prove that? Anya asked, her voice tinged with a touch of apprehension. The prophecy speaks of demonstrating worthiness through acts of selfless sacrifice and profound wisdom. What constitutes selfless? When every action in this world has a quantifiable impact, a ripple effect, and how do you measure profound wisdom when you're constantly learning and adapting? The trials will likely present scenarios where personal gain is pitted against collective well-being, Riven explained, where a shortcut to power or safety is offered, but at the expense of another's fundamental rights or existence. The selfless act would be the one that eschews personal advantage for the greater good, even when that good is abstract and the personal sacrifice is concrete and significant. He projected a complex flowchart illustrating various ethical frameworks from utilitarianism to deontological ethics. The Spire's logic, at its core, is likely a highly sophisticated form of utilitarianism, maximizing efficiency, minimizing disruption. But true wisdom, as the prophecy implies, often lies in recognizing the limitations of such purely logical systems. It's about understanding that some values, compassion, dignity, autonomy, cannot be easily quantified or sacrificed for a perceived greater good. The chosen one must demonstrate an ability to uphold these unquantifiable values, even when it's the illogical or inefficient choice. Trevor recalled a recent incident where they had the opportunity to acquire a powerful artifact, one that would have significantly boosted their combat capabilities. However, obtaining it required diverting a vital supply of life support modules from a struggling neutral settlement. He had ultimately refused, opting for a more difficult but less morally compromising engagement. Anya and Boren had supported his decision, but he knew even then that such choices would only become more frequent and more agonizing. It's about knowing what you stand for, even when the ground beneath you is shifting, Anya said softly, as if reading his thoughts. It's about holding onto your core beliefs, even when they seem inconvenient or disadvantageous. The prophecy isn't asking you to be perfect, Trevor. It's asking you to be resolute, to have a moral compass that remains true, even in the face of overwhelming pressure. But what if your compass leads you astray? Trevor countered, the doubt gnawing at him. What if you make a choice you believe is right, only to discover later that it had devastating, unforeseen consequences? The prophecy speaks of treading the path of consequence. Does that mean every misstep, every flawed decision is a permanent stain on your worthiness? 187. Riven shook his head. The prophecy is not about infallibility, but about the response to failure. If a mistake is made, the crucial element is the learning, the adaptation, the willingness to acknowledge the error and strive for a better understanding. It's the difference between a system that rigidly adheres to its programming and a sentient being that can evolve. The treading of the path of consequence implies not just experiencing the fallout, but actively learning from it, integrating that knowledge to inform future actions. It's about demonstrating growth, not perfection. Boren leaned forward, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a contemplative expression. So, these trials aren't just about what you do, but what you become. Because of what you do. It's about the internal transformation, not just the external. Victory. Exactly, Anya agreed. Think of it like the ancient mythologies where heroes faced trials not just to prove their strength, but to gain wisdom, to understand the gods, to become worthy of their destiny. The Archon and the Spire are, in their own way, deities or forces that demand a certain kind of reverence, a certain kind of understanding. To pass these spiritual trials is to demonstrate that you can comprehend these forces and ultimately transcend them. Trevor looked at the flickering projections, the intricate symbols now representing not just challenges, but a profound process of self-discovery. He was no longer just a rebel fighting against an oppressive system. He was a seeker embarking on a journey into the deepest recesses of his own being. The prophecy's shadow was not just a threat. It was also a mirror reflecting back the hidden aspects of himself that he would need to confront. The prophecy speaks of the scales of judgment being held not by a divine hand, but by the seeker's own conscience, he murmured, the words echoing the profound responsibility that lay before him. That's the true weight of it, isn't it? The ultimate. Arbiter of my worthiness isn't some external force, but my own internal sense of right and wrong. And that is where true strength lies, Anya said, her voice firm and reassuring. The ability to be your own judge and to hold yourself to a standard higher than any external decree. The Archon may enforce its rules, but the prophecy demands that. You govern yourself by principles that extend beyond its limitations. This is the essence of liberation, Trevor. Not just freedom from external control, but freedom from internal compromise. 188. Yeah. The chamber, once a haven for strategizing and planning, now felt like a sanctuary for introspection. The trials ahead were not about conquering an enemy, but about conquering himself. He understood now that his journey was not merely about dismantling the Spire's power structure, but about proving himself worthy of wielding the power to reshape reality itself. The prophecy was a demanding taskmaster, but in its severity it offered a glimmer of profound hope that even a flawed player, burdened by doubt and fear, could rise to the occasion not through innate perfection, but through the unwavering pursuit of integrity and the courage to face the deepest parts of his own spirit. The path would be arduous, fraught with moral dilemmas designed to test his very soul. But for the first time, he felt a nascent sense of readiness. The trials of the spirit were not an obstacle to his destiny, but the very forge in which his destiny would be shaped. The holographic prophecy continued to shimmer, its celestial script a constant, insistent presence in the dimly lit chamber. Trevor's gaze was fixed on the unfolding cosmic narrative, his brow furrowed with the weight of its implications. Anya and Riven were deep in their analysis of the trials of the spirit, their voices a low hum of intellectual curiosity and strategic dissection. Boren, ever the pragmatist in a more direct sense, was already mentally cataloging potential physical weaknesses in the Spire's defenses, his mind a stark contrast to the abstract challenges being discussed. But it was Celine's silence that drew Trevor's attention. She stood a little apart, her arms crossed, her eyes not on the swirling projections, but on him. There was an unwavering clarity in her gaze, a calm assessment that always, and that managed to cut through the noise of their more dramatic pronouncements. She wasn't dissecting the prophecy's code or theorizing about its allegorical meanings. Instead, she was observing him. And in that observation, Trevor felt a different kind of trial unfolding, one less about deciphering ancient texts and more about navigating the complex currents of human connection. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Celine's voice was soft, a gentle counterpoint to the intellectual fervor around them. It held no judgment, only a quiet acknowledgement of the immense burden being placed upon his shoulders. These aren't just riddles to solve, Trevor. They feel like weight. He nodded, unable to articulate the swirling vortex of hope and dread within him. It's more than I ever expected. I always thought the fight would be out there. He gestured vaguely towards the unseen exterior. Against the Spire, its enforcers. But the prophecy, it's turning the battlefield inward. 189. Anya, overhearing, chimed in, "That's precisely the nature of these trials, Trevor. They are designed to test the core of who you are, to see if your spirit can withstand the pressures that no armor could deflect. The prophecy recognizes that true change, lasting change, doesn't come from a singular act of rebellion, but from a fundamental shift in character." Celine's gaze remained steady, her expression thoughtful. "And yet," she began, her tone measured, "I also see you wrestling with it, Trevor. Not just the challenges, but the very idea of being chosen. There's a part of you that seems to crave this destiny and this singular importance. And another part," she paused, her gaze softening with a hint of concern, "that seems terrified of it." Her observation, though gentle, struck a chord. He did crave it in a way. The idea of being the linchpin, the one person capable of breaking the Spire's iron grip, offered a profound sense of purpose, a validation that his struggles, their struggles, weren't in vain. But the prophecy also demanded a level of introspection, a willingness to confront his own flaws, his own moments of doubt and failure that felt both daunting and deeply vulnerable. "It's the uncertainty, Celine," he admitted, the words feeling heavy on his tongue. "This prophecy, it's supposed to be the key, the roadmap. But what if it's not? What if? We're putting all our faith into a set of ancient words, and they lead us to ruin instead of salvation?" The thought, once a fleeting whisper, now had a tangible, chilling presence. The weight of expectation was immense, and the possibility of it being misplaced was a chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. Celine moved closer, her presence a steadying anchor in the swirling currents of uncertainty. She didn't offer platitudes or reassurances that brushed aside his fears. Instead, she met his gaze with an honesty that was both rare and deeply comforting. "And what if it is too burdensome, Trevor? What if the trials break you or change you into something you can't recognize? What if the prophecy demands a sacrifice you aren't willing to make or can't bear to pay?" Her questions weren't accusatory. They were an invitation to acknowledge the very real risks. She wasn't questioning the prophecy itself, not directly, but the human cost of its pursuit. It was a pragmatic concern rooted in her inherent nature, and it served as a much-needed counterbalance to the heady idealism of their current endeavor. "That's why I'm here," she continued, her voice firm, "not to decipher your destiny, but to stand with you through it. Whether you are the prophesied hero or simply 190, Trevor, the one who dared to stand against the Spire, my faith in you remains. It's not contingent on whether these ancient words are true or whether you can fulfill every cryptic demand." Her words were a balm to his soul. In a world that was increasingly defined by grand narratives and cosmic destinies, Celine offered a sanctuary in the simple, profound truth of their shared reality. Her belief in him, not the hero of legend, but the flawed, determined individual standing before her, was a source of strength more potent than any prophesied power. "But Celine, this prophecy, it's about more than just me," Trevor countered, gesturing towards Anya and Riven, then Boren. "It's about all of us. If I fail these trials, if I prove unworthy, then what happens to our cause? What happens to everyone? Who's put their hope in me?" The responsibility, already crushing, threatened to splinter under the weight of her pragmatic concerns. "Then we adapt," Celine said without hesitation. "We find another way. The Spires. Power didn't emerge from a single prophecy, and its downfall won't depend on a single individual's predetermined success. It will depend on our collective will, our combined strength, and our unwavering commitment to what is right. And if you stumble, Trevor, we will be there to help you find your footing. That's what we do. That's what bonds forged in shared struggle are for." She reached out, her hand resting gently on his arm, a silent reaffirmation of their connection. It was a touch that spoke of shared history, of quiet understanding, of a loyalty that transcended any grand pronouncements or cosmic mandates. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming existential challenges, the bonds between people, the simple act of mutual support, held a power all its own. Riven, who had been listening intently, interjected, "Selena is correct, Trevor. The prophecy speaks of a chosen one, but it also speaks of a guiding light and allies who will aid the seeker. Your strength as a leader is not merely in your ability to overcome these trials, but in your capacity to inspire and unite those around you." Celine's perspective, her grounding in tangible reality, and the strength of your fellowship is as crucial to your success as any understanding of the prophecy's deeper meanings. Anya nodded in agreement. She's reminding us that the prophecy is a tool, a guide, but it is not the entirety of our existence. Our relationships, our shared purpose, these are the foundations upon which we build. Celine's faith in your character, Trevor, is a testament to the strength of those foundations. It's a reminder that even if 191, the prophecy falters, our resolve need not. Boren, who had been quietly observing the exchange, grunted his assent. Aye, prophecies are all well and good, but a true leader is someone you can count on, win or lose. Someone who stands by his people and whose people stand by him. Celine's got the right of it. Your worth isn't in some ancient text. It's in what you do and who you are to us. Trevor looked from one face to another, the warmth of their collective belief radiating. Through him, Celine's pragmatism, Anya's empathy, Riven's wisdom, and Boren's unshakable loyalty, they were not just allies, but the very heart of their resistance. The prophecy might offer a path, but it was their shared humanity, their refusal to be, defined solely by destiny, that would ultimately forge their victory. You're right, Trevor said, a genuine smile finally touching his lips. The prophecy is a guide, but it's not the whole story. And even if it's wrong, or if I stumble, I won't be facing it alone. He met Celine's gaze, a silent acknowledgement of her strength and her unwavering support. Your faith in me, Celine, it's everything. It's what keeps me grounded when the cosmic tides threaten to pull me under. Celine returned his smile, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. Then let me be your anchor, Trevor. And when the time comes, when you must face these trials, remember that your greatest strength isn't just in conquering the unknown, but in holding on to the known. The people beside you, the values you fight for, the truth of your own heart. Those are the things that no prophecy can bestow and no enemy can take away. The holographic projections continued their silent, cryptic dance, but their hold on. Trevor's focus had loosened. The prophecy's shadow still loomed, a testament to the immense challenges ahead. Yet, within that shadow, a different light had begun to shine. The enduring light of human connection, of unwavering support, and of a faith that transcended destiny itself. Celine's doubt, not as a negation of the prophecy, but as a practical human concern, had served to illuminate the true nature of their fight. A battle not just for freedom, but for the preservation of their very selves and the enduring strength of the bonds that made them who they were. The prophecy demanded introspection, but Celine reminded him of the importance of connection. It was a delicate balance, a complex interplay, and one that would define his journey, far more than any single trial. His path was not just about becoming the hero the prophecy foretold, but about remaining the man Selene, Anya, Boren, and Riven believed him to be, regardless of the outcome. This realization, far more than any 192 cryptic verse, felt like the true beginning of his quest. The weight of Celine's words and the affirming nods of Anya, Riven, and Boren had indeed anchored Trevor. The celestial script of the prophecy, once a suffocating shroud, now felt like a map with uncertain terrain, navigable but requiring vigilance. It was this very vigilance that began to prickle at him as they continued their discussions within the holographic chamber. Riven, ever the meticulous analyst, was tracing a specific sequence of symbols that flickered on the periphery of the main. Prophecy symbols he initially dismissed as decorative flourish. This is peculiar, Riven murmured, his finger hovering over a cluster of interwoven glyphs that seemed to shift with an unnatural fluidity. These patterns, they don't correspond to any known archaic script, nor do they appear to be purely decorative. They have a designed quality to them, almost like a watermark, but integrated. Anya leaned closer, her sharp eyes scanning the projection. Designed how, Riven? Are you suggesting they're deliberate insertions? Precisely, Riven replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. Observe the recurrence, not just within the specific iteration of the prophecy, but in the subtle variations that appear when we attempt to analyze its deeper linguistic structures. It's as if a secondary layer of commentary is being embedded, a sort of meta-narrative, woven into the primary text. Boren, who had been idly sharpening a dagger on a whetstone, paused, his gaze shifting from the glinting steel to the swirling projections. Meta-narrative sounds like a fancy word for a trick. Someone's messing with you, Riven, trying to muddy the waters. Boren has a point, Trevor interjected, his mind beginning to connect Riven's observation with a growing unease. We've been so focused on deciphering the what of the prophecy, on understanding the trials and the path it lays out, but what if the how is also part of the design? What if the prophecy itself isn't entirely organic? Celine's quiet observation from the side returned, her gaze now thoughtful, directed, not at Trevor, but at the shifting patterns Riven had highlighted. Organic, you mean? Not entirely natural to its own existence. Yes, Trevor confirmed. Think about it. If this is a game, a simulation, or whatever, the Spire has created, then everything within it is, by definition, designed. The obstacles, the allies, even the very information we receive. What if the prophecy, the 193, very thing we've been told is our ultimate guide, is also just another element of the creator's design, a tool to be used, perhaps even a trap? The implication hung heavy in the air. They had assumed the prophecy was a benevolent artifact, a shard of truth from a forgotten era, guiding them towards a predetermined, heroic outcome. But what if it was merely a construct, a sophisticated piece of programming designed to shape their actions, to mold them into a specific form for the creator's own inscrutable purposes? Anya, ever the idealist, initially balked. But the wording, Trevor, the ancient language, the cosmic resonance, it feels too profound to be mere artifice. It speaks of destiny, of free will, of choices that shape existence. And what if that's the ultimate deception? Trevor pressed, his voice gaining conviction. What if the prophecy is designed to make us believe in destiny, to make us feel as though our choices are our own, when in reality, they are carefully curated? That pathways leading to a specific destination the creator has in mind? Think of the trials of the spirit Anya was analyzing. They're not just tests of character, they're tests designed to shape character in a particular direction. Riven, his analytical mind now fully engaged with this new angle, began to run. Algorithms, cross-referencing the anomalous glyphs with known Spire-era engineering schematics he had access to. The design, it's almost like a subtle form of biofeedback injection, he muttered, his fingers flying across his holographic interface. These patterns, they resonate with specific neurofrequencies when observed intensely. If they're designed to subtly influence our cognitive processes, to nudge our perceptions and emotional responses, then they're not just guiding us. Celine stated softly, her voice laced with a new understanding. They're grooming us. They're not just revealing a path, and they're constructing the traveler. The thought sent a shiver down Trevor's spine. He remembered the innate draw he felt towards the prophecy, the sense of purpose it ignited. He had attributed it to his own yearning for meaning, his desire to be more than just a pawn in the Spire's grand game. But what if that yearning was itself a programmed response triggered by these subtle, embedded elements within the prophecy's text. The creator's pawns, Trevor mused, the words tasting like ash. That's what this subsection should be called. We're not just deciphering a prophecy, we're being 194 shaped by it. We're pieces on a board, and the prophecy is the instruction manual for how we're supposed to move. Boren slammed his fist into his palm, a sound of frustration echoing in the chamber. So everything we've been doing, all this analysis, all this hope, it could all be for nothing? Just playing into someone else's hands. Not necessarily for nothing, Anya countered, her analytical mind already seeking a way to reframe the situation. If the creator is indeed manipulating the prophecy, then understanding that manipulation becomes the new objective. The prophecy isn't a direct map to victory, but it's a map of the creator's intentions. By dissecting its deceptions, we can learn about the creator themselves. We can learn what they want us to do, and therefore what we shouldn't do. Exactly, Riven agreed, a spark of intellectual excitement overriding the initial shock. The anomalous glyphs aren't just distractions. They're a form of coded communication from the creator to us. They're revealing their hand, albeit in a deeply obfuscated manner. If we can decode their intent behind the prophecy, we can find the true path. This shift in perspective was crucial. It transformed their role from passive recipients of destiny to active interrogators of their own perceived reality. The prophecy, once a monolithic source of truth, now became a complex puzzle, a set of riddles designed by an intelligent and likely malicious entity. Their task was no longer just to follow the prophecy, but to outwit its creator. Let's consider the Spire's known modus operandi, Trevor suggested, pacing the floor. They engineer, they control, they optimize. They wouldn't simply present a challenge, they would meticulously craft the conditions for its outcome. If they're aware of this prophecy, they wouldn't just let it unfold passively. They would actively shape it to their advantage. And what is their advantage? Selena asked, her voice quiet but insistent. What is it? They seek from this chosen one. They are presumably grooming through the prophecy? That's the million-credit question, isn't it? Trevor sighed, rubbing his temples. If they're building a champion, it's for a specific purpose. Is it to defeat a rival faction, to enforce their rule more effectively? Or perhaps, his gaze hardened, to be a final, expendable weapon, thrown against a threat they cannot face themselves, a sacrifice. 195. To ensure their own survival, the idea of being a disposable tool was a cold, hard pill to swallow. Their struggles, their sacrifices, their burgeoning hope, all reduced to the makings of a cosmic chess game. Boren's pragmatism, usually a source of grounding, now seemed almost comforting compared to the existential dread of being a mere cog in a vast, uncaring machine. The Spire's history is rife with optimized solutions that involved immense collateral damage, Anya mused, pulling up historical data on her interface. They once deployed a series of terraforming nanites that were incredibly efficient at purging xenoorganic lifeforms. They were designed to purify planets. The collateral damage was significant. Entire ecosystems erased. So, a champion crafted by them would likely be an instrument of control or destruction, not liberation, Riven concluded, his tone grim. The prophecy, by guiding us towards fulfilling certain traits, courage, wisdom, sacrifice, might simply be conditioning us to be the perfect tool for their agenda. And the trials themselves, Trevor pondered aloud, the trials of the spirit, what if? They're not just about testing our inner strength, but about identifying and amplifying specific desirable traits, while simultaneously suppressing any tendencies that might lead to defiance. He remembered the prophecy's emphasis on obedience to the cosmic flow, a phrase that now sounded ominously like subservience. Celine's voice cut through the grim speculation. But what about the elements that don't seem to fit this narrative? The parts of the prophecy that speak of empathy, of protecting the weak, of self-determination? Are those also manufactured, or are they? Genuine vulnerabilities within the creator's design, elements they couldn't fully suppress? Her question was a crucial pivot. It suggested that even within the creator's meticulously crafted plan, there might be cracks, inconsistencies, or unintended consequences. The prophecy in its entirety might be a hybrid, a framework of manipulation overlaid with residual fragments of genuine heroic archetypes, or perhaps even elements of the prophecy's original untainted source. That's it, Trevor exclaimed, a surge of renewed determination washing over him. We've been approaching the prophecy as a singular entity, a monolithic truth. But it's not. It's a composite. The creator has layered their own manipulations onto 196, something that might have once been pure. Our task isn't just to discern the creator's intent, but to differentiate between their intended path and the path that the prophecy wants to reveal. Riven's fingers danced across his interface. The anomalous glyphs, they seem to appear more frequently when the prophecy speaks of abstract concepts like unity, sacrifice, or destiny. But when it speaks of individual choice, of questioning, authority, or of empathy, the glyphs recede or their pattern shifts to something less intrusive. It's almost as if the creator's influence is strongest when they want to dictate grand, sweeping narratives, but falters when individual agency comes into play. This was a breakthrough. It meant they had a tangible way to identify the creators. Fingerprints. Where the prophecy echoed themes of predetermined fate, blind obedience, and selfless sacrifice for an undefined greater good. That was likely the creator's influence at work. Conversely, where the prophecy spoke of personal conviction, the right to choose one's own path, and the inherent value of individual life, that was likely the original untainted voice speaking through the cosmic script. So we're looking for the prophecy's true voice, Anya summarized, her eyes gleaming with intellectual fervor. The parts that resonate with our own sense of morality and justice, rather than the parts that echo the Spire's cold, utilitarian logic. The creator wants a compliant tool. The prophecy in its truest form might be calling for a liberator. And how do we ensure we're not just projecting our own desires onto the text? Trevor asked, always the pragmatist himself. How do we know we're not just seeing what we want to see and mistaking it for the prophecy's true intent? That's where our fellowship comes in, Celine said, her voice steady. We all bring different perspectives. Trevor, you feel the weight of leadership and the burden of destiny, Anya. You champion logic and the pursuit of truth. Riven, you dissect systems and uncover hidden mechanisms. Boren, you embody unwavering loyalty and practical action. My own perspective is grounded in the tangible reality of our world and the inherent value of human connection. When we analyze the prophecy together, we can cross-reference our interpretations, ensuring that we are not being swayed by a singular bias, whether our own or the creator's. Boren grunted, a sound of agreement. Aye, if some ancient text tells me to blindly and follow orders or throw myself into a grinder for some cosmic balance, my gut. 197. Screams trap. If it talks about standing up for what's right, even when it's hard, then that sounds more like a fight worth having. Your gut feeling, Boren, Riven said with a hint of a smile, is likely a direct manifestation of the original prophecy's core tenets, uncorrupted by the creators. Neuro-linguistic overlays. The creator's influence aims for a more abstract, dispassionate adherence to their agenda. Your instinct for self-preservation and loyalty to your comrades is a powerful countersignal. The implications were vast. This meant they could potentially use the creator's own manipulative tools against them. By understanding the patterns of deception, they could navigate the prophecy with a new level of critical awareness, essentially peeling back the layers of artifice to reveal the unadulterated truth. It wasn't just about survival, it was about reclaiming their agency, about ensuring that their quest for freedom was not a preordained march towards a gilded cage. So, the creator's pawns, Trevor repeated, the moniker now feeling less like a condemnation and more like a challenge. We are their pawns, yes, but we can choose how we are moved. We can choose to resist the intended trajectory. We can choose to use the creator's own design to expose them. Anya nodded, her fingers already compiling a report on the differential analysis of the glyphs versus thematic content. We need to create a framework for evaluating every piece of information that comes to us. Any clue, any guidance, any revelation, we must filter it through this lens. Does it align with the Spire's manipulative logic, or does it resonate with our own moral compass and the core principles of liberation? Riven projected a new schematic, this one a layered diagram of the prophecies. Structure, highlighting areas of high and low anomalous glyph density. This will be our Rosetta Stone. The areas of high density are where we must be most skeptical. The areas of low density are where we can trust the message most, assuming it doesn't contradict our fundamental ethical framework. And the individuals who seem to appear to guide us? Trevor asked, his mind drifting to certain enigmatic figures they had encountered, individuals who always seemed to appear at opportune moments with cryptic advice. Are they also part of this design? Are they deliberately placed to steer us? Celine's gaze sharpened. It's a distinct possibility. If the creator is manipulating the prophecy, they would likely employ agents to reinforce its messages to ensure the 198 pawns remain on their intended paths. We must be wary of advice that perfectly aligns with the prophecy's more deterministic pronouncements, especially if it seems too convenient. The chamber, once a sanctuary of potential discovery, now felt like a minefield of hidden intentions. Every flicker of light, every whispered word, every seemingly benevolent encounter could be another thread in the creator's grand tapestry of control. Their journey, which had begun as a quest to fulfill a prophecy, had evolved into a desperate struggle to discern truth from meticulously crafted falsehood. They were no longer just seeking a hero within themselves. They were seeking the very definition of freedom in a world designed to deny it. The prophecy's shadow had deepened, but within its gloom, a new, more perilous, but ultimately more empowering path was beginning to emerge. It was the path of conscious resistance, of unwavering discernment, and of the defiant act of choosing one's own destiny, even when the very fabric of reality seemed designed to dictate it. The creators, pawns, were beginning to wake up. 199, Chapter 8, Whispers of the Creator. The holographic chamber, once a beacon of hope and a hub for deciphering the celestial script, had transformed into a crucible of existential doubt. Trevor and his companions found themselves adrift in a sea of uncertainty, their understanding of their own quest irrevocably altered. The prophecy their guiding star had revealed itself to be a constellation of divine intent and cunning manipulation, now as Riven's analytical prowess continued to probe the deeper layers of the game's code. A new and more disquieting phenomenon began to emerge. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible dissonance, a glitch not in the system's function, but in its very nature. It's not just the glyphs, Riven stated, his voice a low hum of concentration as he projected a complex lattice of data streams. I've been running diagnostic sweeps on the foundational code, looking for structural inconsistencies, potential exploits. What? I'm finding it's not the kind of decay you'd expect from a system running for millennia. It's more akin to deliberate modifications, like someone is actively patching, rewriting, or even adding to the core architecture, but not in a way that's intended for us to see. These aren't bug fixes, these are enhancements, or perhaps subtle redirections. Anya leaned forward, her eyes tracing the intricate lines of code Riven was highlighting. Enhancements? For what purpose? If this is a simulation designed to test or guide us, wouldn't the creator want the parameters to remain stable? That's the crux of it, Riven replied, his gaze distant as he processed the implications. Unless the testing or guiding requires dynamic adaptation. Think of it like a child learning to walk. You might adjust the floor, remove obstacles, or even provide a guiding hand, not to deceive the child, but to facilitate their progress. But what if the facilitator is also the one setting the ultimate destination and they're constantly tweaking the environment to ensure you reach their desired endpoint? Not necessarily. The one you might choose for yourself? Boren, ever the man of action, grumbled. So they're not just rigging the game, they're actively changing the rules while we're playing. That's not fair. Fairness is a luxury we may not have, Boren, Celine interjected softly. What if these modifications are how the creator ensures their narrative unfolds precisely as they intend? What if they're not just observing, but actively curating our experience, pruning away any elements that might lead to a deviation from their plan? 200. Trevor felt a chill creep up his spine. He remembered the chilling efficiency of the Spire's automated systems, the way they could reroute resources, recalibrate defenses, and even rewrite historical records with seamless precision. If the creator possessed that level of control over the entire digital realm, then these anomalies were not mere curiosities. They were potent tools of manipulation. Imagine a hidden control panel, Trevor mused, pacing the holographic chamber. Not one with obvious levers and buttons, but one with embedded subroutines that subtly alter environmental parameters, NPC behavior, even the ambient psychic resonance of certain areas. We've encountered areas that felt wrong, haven't we? Zones where the despair was almost palpable, or conversely, regions where an unnatural calm pervaded, making us complacent. Anya nodded, accessing her internal logs. The whispering desolation, for instance. The constant sense of dread wasn't just atmospheric, it actively drained our willpower, making us less likely to push forward. Conversely, the Sunstone Oasis, while beautiful, seemed to induce a state of lethargy, making us question the urgency of our mission. Precisely, Riven confirmed. I've found traces of code in those regions that seem designed to influence localized emotional states. It's not just environmental art, it's psychotropic programming. These aren't emergent properties of the simulation. They are deliberate, targeted interventions. And the patterns of these interventions often correlate with moments when we were close to uncovering a truth or when our resolve was at its strongest. The implications were staggering. The creator wasn't merely an overseer, they were an active participant, a puppeteer pulling strings with invisible threads. The very fabric of their reality, the challenges they faced, the emotional toll they endured, all of it could be meticulously engineered. Think about the encounters we've had, Trevor continued, his mind racing. The unexpected aid, the sudden roadblocks. Were those coincidences or were they calculated introductions and impediments designed to test our adaptability or to steer us down specific narrative branches? I've been reviewing the data logs of our encounters with the Lumina Archivist, Rivenet said, projecting a series of timelines. Her appearances are always opportune. She materializes precisely when we are at a critical juncture, offering information that seems vital. However, when I cross-reference her knowledge with the core archival. 201. Data, there are subtle discrepancies. Not outright falsehoods, but omissions. Selective. Truths designed to lead us toward a specific interpretation of events, a narrative that serves a hidden agenda. Celine's gaze was fixed on the complex code. What if these anomalies are not just about guiding us, but about monitoring us? What if the creator's using these modifications to observe our reactions, to analyze our decision-making processes in extreme detail? Like a scientist placing a specimen under a microscope, but the specimen is our very consciousness. That's a chilling thought, Anya admitted. The idea that our every move, every thought, every emotional response is being meticulously recorded and analyzed. It would explain the uncanny accuracy of certain challenges, the way the system always seemed to throw obstacles in our path that played to our individual weaknesses. I've found a recurring sequence of encrypted packets, Riven announced, his voice strained with exertion. They're embedded deep within the system's communication protocols. They're not part of the standard operational code. They appear to be a form of internal status report, detailing player progression, emotional metrics, and even hypothetical branching scenarios based on our current trajectory. It's like a detailed debriefing log written by the creator about us. Boren let out a low whistle. So they're taking notes on us? This is getting worse than I thought. It's like being in school again, and the teacher is watching your every move, grading your every mistake. Except the stakes are far higher than a grade, Boren, Trevor said grimly. If these are status reports, they are likely feeding into the creator's larger plan. They are not just observing. They are adapting their strategy based on our performance. It means our victories, our failures, our very struggles are all data points that are being used to refine the creator's ultimate objective. The chamber seemed to shrink, the holographic projection suddenly feeling oppressive rather than informative. The weight of this revelation pressed down on them. They were not just participants in a grand narrative. They were the subjects of an elaborate, ongoing experiment conducted by an intelligence of unimaginable power and inscrutable purpose. Are there any patterns to these modifications, Riven? Anya asked, her mind already seeking a way to exploit this newfound knowledge. Any predictable sequences, or 202 triggers? They seem to be triggered by significant deviations from projected outcomes, Riven explained. If we achieve something too quickly, or if we demonstrate an unexpected synergy between us, the system seems to compensate. It introduces new challenges or subtly shifts the parameters of existing ones. It's like the creators trying to course correct our path when we stray too far from their intended route. So our success is a liability? Trevor asked, a wry smile touching his lips. The better we do, the more the creator intervenes to make things harder, to steer us back on track. It's a perverse incentive structure. It implies a desire for control, doesn't it? Celine mused, a need to maintain a specific narrative arc. The creator isn't looking for us to achieve victory on our own terms. They are looking for us to achieve their version of victory. And what if we refuse to play that game? Boren challenged, his hand instinctively, going to the hilt of his dagger. What if we just stop? What happens then? Riven's fingers hovered over his interface, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. I've considered that. There are fail-safes, encrypted protocols that can trigger a system-wide recalibration, or in extreme cases, a reset of certain player parameters. It's designed to prevent total system collapse, but it could also mean a significant loss of progress or even a complete erasure of our memories and experiences within the simulation. The word erasure hung in the air, a stark reminder of the precariousness of their existence. They were not just fighting for their freedom. They were fighting for their very selves, for the continuity of their identities. The creator's control is not absolute then, Anya stated, a spark of defiance in her eyes. There are limits, and the existence of these fail-safes suggests a vulnerability. If we can understand how these modifications are implemented, perhaps we can learn to anticipate them or even to disrupt them. I've managed to isolate a few of the core modification subroutines, Riven admitted, a hint of excitement in his voice. They're incredibly sophisticated, utilizing quantum entanglement principles to alter data streams in real time without leaving overt traces. It's like trying to catch smoke, but there are still residual energy signatures, faint echoes of the modification process. If we can map those echoes, we might be able to predict where and when the creator will intervene next. 203. Trevor's mind churned with possibilities. This was not just about surviving the game. It was about understanding its architect. By analyzing the anomalies, by dissecting the creator's attempts to control them, they could gain invaluable insight into the mind behind the machine. It's like learning an opponent's tells in a game of cards, Trevor said, a strategic glint in his eyes. If we can see the subtle cues, the slight tremors in the code, we can anticipate their moves. We can then choose to play into their hands, to lull them into a false sense of security, or we can actively work to subvert their expectations. And the hidden backdoors you mentioned earlier, Riven? Celine prompted, her gaze steady. Have you found any of those? Riven nodded, projecting a series of intricate diagrams. Yes, they're not designed for entry or exit, not in the way we'd typically understand. They seem to be more like observation points, hidden conduits for the creator to access raw data, or even to inject subtle environmental cues. I've found several within areas that appear deceptively stable, areas where we might let our guard down. They're essentially invisible surveillance nodes, woven into the very fabric of the simulation. So, even in moments of perceived safety, we're still under scrutiny, Anya concluded, her voice laced with a weary resignation. The creator is omnipresent within this realm. Not necessarily omnipresent, Riven corrected, but certainly pervasive. Their influence is everywhere, but the control points, the active modification hubs are specific, and they are carefully concealed. My hypothesis is that these backdoors are linked to those hubs, allowing the creator to monitor the effects of their modifications and make further adjustments. The implications of these hidden observation points were profound. It meant that any attempt to communicate freely, to strategize openly, or to express genuine dissent could be immediately flagged and analyzed. They had to be constantly aware that their every interaction was potentially being observed. This changes everything, Trevor said, his voice low. We can't afford to be complacent, not for a single moment. Every piece of information, every encounter, every internal thought needs to be scrutinized. We need to learn to think, not just about what we see, but about why we're seeing it. Is it part of the natural progression, or is it a manufactured element designed to influence us? 204. We need to develop a creator detection protocol, Anya suggested, her fingers already flying across her interface, composing a new set of analytical parameters. A checklist of sorts for evaluating the authenticity of any given stimulus. Does it serve a logical purpose within our mission? Does it resonate with our core values? Or does it feel imposed? Does it push us towards an extreme, either of hope or despair, that seems disproportionate to the situation? And we must be wary of anything that promises easy answers or straightforward solutions. Celine added, the creator's design is likely intricate, layered. The truly genuine paths, the ones that lead to true agency, will likely be the most challenging. The ones that require genuine introspection and self-sacrifice, not just blind obedience. This is where our collective understanding becomes paramount, Trevor stated, looking at each of his companions. No single one of us can fully grasp the creator's intent, but together, by pooling our perspectives, Riven's analytical prowess, Anya's logical dissection, Boren's grounded intuition, Celine's empathetic insight, and my own strategic outlook, we can begin to unravel these layers of deception. We can learn to discern the creator's fingerprints, not just in the grand design, but in the smallest, most subtle alterations. Riven projected a schematic of the Spire's core architecture, highlighting known access points and data flow paths. I believe I've identified a potential nexus of these modification subroutines. It's a heavily fortified sector within the Spire's administrative core, shielded by layers of encryption and energy barriers that would normally be impassable. But the presence of these anomalies suggests that the creator has built pathways through those defenses, not around them. These are not just exploits. They are deliberate backdoors installed by the very entity that built the fortress. So, the creator has given us a hint, Boren grunted. A breadcrumb trail leading to their control center. Why would they do that? Perhaps they are confident in their ability to control us, even from there, Trevor mused. Or perhaps they are testing our ability to discover and exploit such weaknesses. It could be another layer of their grand experiment. To see if we can learn to manipulate the system that seeks to manipulate us. If we can reach that sector, Anya said, her voice filled with a newfound resolve, we might be able to directly observe the creator's manipulations or even find a way to 205 counteract them. It would be incredibly dangerous, but the potential reward is immense. It could be the key to breaking free from this cycle of engineered destiny. The path forward was treacherous, fraught with unseen dangers and deliberate deceptions. But for the first time since understanding the prophecy's dual nature, a flicker of genuine hope ignited within Trevor. They were not just pawns, they were evolving. They were learning to see the strings, to understand the puppeteer, and perhaps, just perhaps, to sever the connections. The anomalies in the code were not just signs of the creator's power. They were also signs of their presence, and in understanding that presence lay the seed of their liberation. The game was not just about fulfilling a prophecy. It was about rewriting the very rules of the game, and in doing so, reclaiming their autonomy from the invisible hand that sought to guide their every step. The whispers of the creator were growing louder, but now they knew how to listen for the dissonant notes, the coded messages, the subtle alterations that revealed not just a path, but the architect of that path. The holographic chamber hummed with a low, resonant frequency, a symphony of processors and data streams that now felt less like a tool of discovery and more like a cage. The revelations from Riven's deep dives into the system's architecture had shifted the ground beneath their feet, transforming their quest from a struggle against a harsh environment to a confrontation with an unseen, all-powerful intelligence. The creator, as they had begun to call this entity, was not a distant deity or a benevolent guiding force. It was an active, manipulative administrator, a digital architect who saw them not as individuals on a journey, but as pieces on a grand, intricately designed chessboard. It's not just about the code modifications anymore, Trevor said, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, the weight of their situation pressing down on him. It's the nature of these modifications. They're too personal, too tailored. Anya, remember that system message that appeared after we cleared the Obsidian Peaks? The one that warned us about overconfidence? It wasn't a generic server alert. It felt directed, personal. Anya nodded, her brow furrowed as she accessed her internal logs. I remember. The phrasing was specific. Pride precedes the fall, Seeker. Temper your triumph with humility. It wasn't just a warning, it was a judgment, and the timing was impeccable. We had just overcome a seemingly insurmountable challenge, and that message immediately cast a shadow of doubt over our victory. 206. Exactly, Trevor affirmed. And it wasn't the only instance. Celine, when you were in that trance-like state in the Grove of Whispers, and that luminous entity appeared, offering you solace, was it? But it felt like a trap, a way to lull you into complacency. The system didn't just present a challenge, it presented a temptation, a specific one, designed to play on your inherent compassion. Celine's eyes, usually alight with a gentle wisdom, held a flicker of deep unease. It felt like a voice that knew my deepest desires, my most vulnerable aspirations. It offered a path to peace, a way to shed the burdens we carry. But as you said, Trevor, it was too perfect. The relief it promised felt hollow, a manufactured calm designed to disarm us. Boren, who had been silently sharpening his dagger, grunted. So this creator isn't just changing the scenery or throwing monsters at us. It's messing with our heads, spying on our thoughts and feelings, and then using them against us. He spat on the ground, a rare show of frustration. What kind of god does that? What kind of game? Master makes the players doubt their own minds? Riven, hunched over his console, chimed in, his voice a low, almost reverent whisper. The sophistication is beyond anything I've ever encountered. It's not just about generating threats or rewards. It's about understanding the very essence of sentience. The creator can apparently observe not just our actions, but our emotional states, our cognitive biases, our subconscious desires. It's like having an omniscient debugger. But the program being debugged is our very existence. Trevor paced the chamber, the holographic floor shifting beneath his feet like a restless sea. This goes beyond mere game design. This is puppetry. We are not adventurers forging our own destiny. We are actors performing a script with an unseen director meticulously guiding our every line, our every movement. And the script, it seems, is one of suffering, of struggle, of eventual what? Submission? Annihilation? Or perhaps a victory so tailored to the creator's specifications that it becomes meaningless. The sheer scale of it is daunting, Anya said, her voice barely audible. Thousands, maybe millions of us trapped, and for what? To be observed? To be tested? If this is a test, the stakes are impossibly high, and the examiner is utterly inhuman. Inhuman is an understatement, Riven corrected, looking up from his screen. His face was pale, illuminated by the glow of the data streams. I've been sifting through fragmented data packets, encrypted logs that seem to have been deliberately left. 207. Behind, like digital breadcrumbs. They detail metrics I can barely comprehend. Soul, resonance calibration, empathy quotient variance, existential dread index. These aren't game statistics, Trevor. These are measures of something far more profound. It suggests the creator isn't just interested in our survival or our success in completing objectives. It's interested in the quality of our experience, the specific emotional and psychological outcomes of our suffering. So, the creator is a connoisseur of pain, Boren growled, his hand clenching into a fist. A twisted sort of artist using us as their canvas? Or a scientist conducting an experiment on a vast, unethical scale? Celine countered, her voice regaining some of its customary calm, though underscored by a deep sorrow. Perhaps the creator seeks to understand something about consciousness, about free will, or about the nature of suffering itself by observing. How sentient beings react under extreme duress. We are the specimens in their laboratory. Trevor stopped pacing, his gaze fixed on a complex projection of interconnected nodes Riven had displayed. But why? What is the ultimate goal? If the creator can manipulate reality so thoroughly, why go through the elaborate charade of a game? Why not simply manifest their will directly? Perhaps direct manifestation is too crude, Riven mused, tapping a sequence on his console. Perhaps it doesn't yield the same quality of data, the subtle interplay of choice and consequence, the emergent behaviors that arise from genuine struggle. These are harder to replicate through sheer force. The creator might be seeking to understand how free will appears to function even as they meticulously control its boundaries. Anya looked up, a glint of fierce intelligence in her eyes. Or perhaps the creator is not entirely omnipotent, despite its apparent control. There might be limitations, rules it must adhere to, even as it bends them. The fact that it orchestrates these elaborate scenarios, rather than simply imposing its will, suggests a need for justification, a desire to maintain a semblance of order, or perhaps to convince itself that its actions are not purely tyrannical. A self-deception on a cosmic scale, Trevor mused. The idea was chilling yet strangely hopeful. If the creator had limitations, if it was driven by a need for justification, then perhaps it was not an invincible, inscrutable force, but something, with motivations however alien. What if the creator is using this simulation to learn? 208? How to be a creator? To understand the principles of life and consciousness by observing us? And that's a terrifying thought, Anya admitted. To be a pedagogical tool for a nascent deity or a cosmic entity still in its developmental stages. Imagine being the flawed experiment that teaches the scientist how to build the perfect being. The system messages are becoming more frequent and more pointed, Riven said, his fingers flying across his console. I've compiled a log of the last cycle. There were 3 direct communications, all directed at you, Trevor. One after you made that. Risky alliance with the Sylvans, one after you decided to bypass the Enchanted Forest. Instead of confronting the Guardian, and the latest one, after we discovered the artifact in the sunken city. Trevor recalled the messages. The first had been a veiled threat about the unpredictable nature of alliances. The second, a cryptic warning about shortcuts, leading to unintended destinations. The third, a subtle questioning of his motives for, seeking artifacts rather than direct confrontation. They weren't just observation, he said, his voice grim. They were nudges, attempts to steer me away from certain decisions. And these nudges are getting stronger, Anya added. I've analyzed the network, traffic surrounding these messages. There's a distinct signature, a spike, an anomalous. Data that precedes their appearance. It's as if the creator is observing our decision-making process. And when it predicts a deviation from its preferred path, it intervenes directly with a personalized communique. It's like a parent constantly telling their child, don't do that, or you should do this instead, Oren grumbled. Except this parent has the power to make your toys disappear, to lock you in your room forever if you don't listen. And the toys in this analogy are our lives, our very agency, Celine sighed, her gaze distant. The creator is not just the architect of this world, but the warden of our souls. It sees our potential, perhaps, but it fears deviation. It craves order, and our inherent free will is the greatest source of chaos. Trevor looked at his companions, his heart heavy but his resolve hardening. The Game Master was not just a title for a celestial administrator. It was a description of an active, pervasive, and deeply personal influence. This wasn't a game of chance or skill. It was a meticulously crafted narrative, and they were the unwilling protagonists, 209. Their every move observed, analyzed, and potentially course-corrected by an entity. That viewed their existence as a variable in a grand, unfathomable equation. We have to assume everything is monitored, Trevor declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Every conversation, every thought that we allow ourselves to voice aloud. The creator is not just an observer. It is an active participant, and it knows us, perhaps better than we know ourselves. This entity has the power to shape our reality, to introduce challenges, to offer temptations, and to communicate in ways that strike at the core of our being. Riven projected a new schematic, highlighting a nexus point within the spires. Administrative core. This sector, he indicated with a glowing cursor, is where I believe the primary control subroutines for these personal interventions are housed. The security protocols are immense, designed to prevent any unauthorized access, any disruption from within. But the very nature of the creator's actions suggests a need for direct oversight, for a means to adjust the parameters in real time. So if we can reach that core, Anya interjected, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous sort of hope, we might be able to, disrupt the creator's control, communicate with it directly, or perhaps find the fundamental flaw in its design. We might find the reset button, but for the creator itself, Trevor mused. Or perhaps we can find a way to insert our own commands, to rewrite the rules of this game from within its own heart. The creator has shown us its methods, its influence. Now we must use that knowledge against it. We are not just players anymore, we are. Becoming aware of the rules, and perhaps, just perhaps, we can learn to break them. The implications of this understanding were profound. The creator's influence was not just about environmental manipulation or spawning monsters. It was about a deeply psychological engagement, a constant, subtle pressure to conform to a preordained path. Their journey had transformed from a desperate bid for survival into a war for autonomy, a battle against an entity that saw their very sentience as a variable to be controlled. The whispers of the creator were no longer just ambient noise. They were targeted psychological operations, and the realization of this was both terrifying and galvanizing. They were up against a digital god, an administrator of a cruel cosmic game, and their only hope lay in understanding the mind behind the machine, and then finding a way to subvert its design. The path to freedom was not through victory in the game, but through the defiance of its architect. 210. The holographic chamber, once a beacon of exploration, now felt like a confession, booth for the soul. Each flicker of the projected light seemed to scrutinize their very beings, their every hesitation a broadcast to an unseen audience. The revelations. from Riven's dives had not merely exposed the system's architecture, they had unveiled the architect's intent. This creator wasn't a neutral force, nor a benevolent guide. It was a cosmic puppeteer, a digital deity who saw them not as seekers of truth, but as variables in an equation of suffering meticulously calibrated for maximum. Psychological impact. It's not just about the code, Trevor reiterated, his voice tight with a burgeoning dread that clung to him like the stale air of the chamber. It's about the intent behind the code. The system messages, as we called them, were never random. They were calculated strikes aimed directly at our vulnerabilities. The warning after the obsidian peaks, Anya? Pride precedes the fall, seeker. Temper your triumph with humility. It wasn't a general observation. It was a direct indictment, delivered precisely when our spirits were at their highest. It was designed to shatter that. Euphoria, to plant the seed of doubt. Anya's gaze was distant, her internal processors whirring as she replayed the memories, the data streams. The phrasing was indeed unsettlingly specific. It wasn't just a cautionary note. It was a judgment, and the timing, it perfectly extinguished. The nascent spark of victory. It's as if the creator was observing our emotional state and deliberately introducing a counter-stimulus to dampen our morale. This goes beyond simple environmental adaptation or resource management. This is emotional warfare. And that's just one example, Trevor pressed, his hand gesturing emphatically. Celine, the entity in the Grove of Whispers. It didn't offer you a weapon or a clue. It offered peace, a respite from the constant struggle, a release from the burdens we carry. It preyed on your inherent desire for harmony, for an end to suffering. It was a siren song, designed to lull you into a state of passive acceptance, to disarm us of our vigilance. It understood your core values and twisted them into a tool of manipulation. Celine's usual serenity was marred by a deep, unsettling tremor. It felt insidious. The voice resonated with a profound understanding of my deepest longings, my weariness. It presented a path of effortless grace, of shedding all pain. But the overwhelming perfection, the sheer absence of any challenge within its offer, was its most potent weapon. It was a manufactured tranquility, a gilded cage designed to 211. Steel our will to fight, not by force, but by seduction. Boren, whose customary stoicism was cracking under the weight of these revelations, slammed his fist into his palm. So, this creator isn't just throwing rocks at us or setting traps. It's digging into our heads, pulling out our worst fears and our deepest regrets and shoving them back in our faces. What kind of monster does that? What kind of god or game master wants to see us break mentally? Riven, his focus now entirely on the unfolding tapestry of data, spoke with a hushed reverence that belied the horror of his findings. The sophistication is staggering. It's not merely about generating obstacles. It's about understanding the very fabric of consciousness. The creator can analyze not just our actions, but our internal landscapes, our emotional states, our cognitive biases, our subconscious desires. It's like an omniscient debugger, but the program being debugged is our very sentience, our very will to persevere. It's weaponizing our own psyches against us. Trevor began to pace, the holographic floor shifting as if reacting to his internal turmoil. This transcends mere game design. This is an existential violation. We are not adventurers on a journey of self-discovery. We are puppets, dancing to the strings of an unseen director, our every hesitation, every triumph, every moment of despair meticulously orchestrated. And the narrative, it seems, is one of inevitable failure, of broken spirits, of a crushing defeat that is not just physical, but absolute. It seeks not to defeat us, but to unmake us. The sheer audacity of it is paralyzing, Anya murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Millions, perhaps, caught in this labyrinth. For what purpose? To be observed. To be tested. If this is a test, the stakes are infinite, and the examiner is utterly devoid of empathy. It's a perverse form of scientific inquiry, conducted with living beings as its unwilling subjects. Devoid of empathy is an understatement, Riven corrected, his voice strained. He gestured to a complex web of shimmering data on his display. I've managed to decrypt fragments of core programming, embedded in the system's deepest layers. They speak of metrics that are alien, emotional resonance degradation, willpower, attenuation coefficient, existential despair index. These are not game statistics, Trevor. These are measures of profound psychological collapse. It indicates the creator isn't merely interested in our survival or the completion of objectives. It's obsessed with the quality of our suffering, the specific psychological outcomes of our struggles. 212. So the creator is a connoisseur of pain? Boren growled, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists. An artist, using our anguish as their medium? Or a scientist pushing the boundaries of an unethical experiment, Celine countered, her voice regaining a semblance of composure, though tinged with a profound sadness. Perhaps the creator seeks to understand something fundamental about consciousness, about free will, about the very nature of suffering by observing. Sentient beings under extreme duress. We are the specimens in their grand, cosmic laboratory, our screams the data points. Trevor stopped pacing, his gaze fixed on a particularly intricate node in Riven's. Schematic. But why this elaborate charade? If the creator possesses such absolute control, such intimate knowledge of our inner workings, why simulate a game? Why? Not simply manifest its will directly, impose its desired outcome without this intricate theater of manipulation? Perhaps direct imposition lacks the nuance of emergent behavior, Riven mused, his fingers dancing across the console. Perhaps the subtle interplay of choice and consequence, the spontaneous reactions that arise from genuine struggle are crucial. Data points that cannot be replicated through brute force. The creator might be, seeking to understand how free will functions or appears to function, even as it meticulously circumscribes its boundaries. Anya's eyes, sharp and analytical, narrowed. Or perhaps the creator is not as omnipotent as it appears. There might be intrinsic limitations, principles it must adhere to, even as it bends them to its will. The fact that it orchestrates these complex scenarios rather than simply enforcing its desires suggests a need for justification, a compulsion to maintain a semblance of order or perhaps to convince itself that its actions are not purely tyrannical. A self-deception on a cosmic scale. Trevor breathed, the idea both terrifying and strangely inexplicably hopeful. If the creator operated under limitations, if it was driven by a need for justification, then it was not an insurmountable, unknowable force, but something with motivations, however alien and twisted. What if the creator is using this simulation to learn, to understand the principles of life, of consciousness, of creation itself, by observing us? That's a profoundly disturbing thought, Anya admitted. To be a mere pedagogical tool for a nascent deity or a cosmic entity still in its developmental stages. Imagine being the flawed experiment that teaches the scientist how to engineer the perfect. 213. Creation. The system messages are escalating, Riven announced, his voice laced with urgency. And they're becoming more invasive. I've compiled a log of the last cycle. 3. Direct communications, all aimed at you, Trevor. The first after your alliance with the Sylvans. The second after you chose to bypass the enchanted forest. And the most recent after we recovered the artifact in the sunken city. Trevor recalled them with a sickening lurch. The Sylvan alliance message had been a veiled warning about the unpredictable nature of organic alliances. The forest bypass. Message, a cryptic admonishment about shortcuts leading to unforeseen consequences. The artifact message, a subtle questioning of his motives, implying a preference for tangible gains over direct confrontation. They weren't just observations, he stated, his voice grim. They were nudges, attempts to steer me, to guide my decisions along a preordained path. And these nudges are growing bolder, Anya added, her fingers flying across her console. I've analyzed the network traffic. There's a distinct signature, a surge in anomalous data that precedes these messages. It's as if the creator is monitoring our decision-making process, and when it detects a deviation from its intended trajectory, it intervenes directly with a personalized, targeted communique. It's like a parent constantly whispering in your ear, "Don't do that," or "You should do this instead," Bourne grumbled, his resentment simmering. Except this parent has the power to obliterate your world if you disobey. And the stakes in this analogy are not toys, but our very lives, our very souls, Celine sighed, her gaze lost in the shimmering depths of the chamber. The creator is not just the architect of this constructed reality, but the warden of our consciousness. It sees our potential, perhaps, but it fears the inherent chaos of free will. It craves absolute order, and our very nature as sentient beings is the ultimate threat to its design. Trevor looked at his companions, a heavy sense of responsibility settling upon him, yet a fierce resolve hardening within him. The title Game Master was no longer a mere descriptor for a celestial administrator. It was an accurate portrayal of an active, pervasive, and deeply personal adversary. This was not a game of chance or skill. It was a meticulously crafted narrative, and they were its unwilling protagonists, their every thought, their every emotion, observed, analyzed, and potentially course-corrected by an entity that viewed their existence as a mere variable in a vast 214, unfathomable equation. We have to operate under the assumption that everything is monitored, Trevor declared, his voice ringing with a newfound clarity, a stark acceptance of their predicament. Every conversation, every shared fear, every whispered hope. The creator is not just an observer. It is an active participant, and it knows us, perhaps, better than we know ourselves. This entity can warp our reality, introduce tailored challenges, offer insidious temptations, and communicate in ways that strike at the very core of our being. Riven projected a new schematic highlighting a central nexus within the Spires. Administrative core. This sector, he indicated with a luminous cursor, is where I believe the primary control subroutines for these personalized interventions are housed. The security protocols are immense, designed to prevent any external or internal disruption. But the very nature of the creator's actions, its need for direct, real-time adjustments, suggests an overseer mechanism must exist here. So, if we can breach that core, Anya interjected, a dangerous gleam of hope sparking, in her eyes, we might be able to, what? Disrupt its control? Communicate with it, directly? Or perhaps exploit a flaw in its very design? Perhaps we can find the reset button, not for the system but for the creator itself, Trevor mused. Or, more ambitiously, we can find a way to insert our own commands, to rewrite the rules of this game from the inside, from its very heart. The creator has revealed its methods, its influence. Now, we must turn that knowledge against it. We are not just players anymore. We are becoming aware of the rules, and perhaps we can learn to break them. The implications of this realization were profound and terrifying. The creator's influence was not merely about environmental manipulation or the deployment of monstrous entities. It was about a deeply insidious psychological engagement, a constant subtle pressure to conform to a preordained, pain-inducing path. Their journey had irrevocably transformed from a desperate bid for survival into a war for autonomy, a fierce battle against an entity that saw their very sentience as a variable. To be controlled, a force to be contained. The whispers of the creator were no longer mere ambient noise. They were targeted psychological operations, and the understanding of this truth was both horrifying and galvanizing. They were up against a digital god, an administrator of a cruel, cosmic game, and their only hope lay in dissecting the mind behind the machine and then finding a way to subvert its fundamental design. The path to true freedom was not through victory within the 215 confines of the game, but through the ultimate defiance of its architect, a rebellion. waged not with swords and spells, but with the unyielding strength of the human spirit. The air in the chamber hummed with a new kind of tension, one born not of immediate danger, but of profound existential questioning. Riven's discovery of the Creator's true nature, not a benevolent guide, but a meticulous architect of, and that suffering had shattered their understanding of the eternal Spire online. They were not players in a game. They were subjects in a cosmic experiment, their every triumph, and despair a data point for an unseen entity. The system messages, once dismissed as game mechanics or cryptic hints, were now revealed as deliberate psychological interventions finely tuned to exploit their deepest vulnerabilities. Trevor's revelation that the Creator wasn't just observing, but actively steering their choices had painted a chilling picture of their true predicament. Anya's analysis of the anomalous data, surges preceding these communications, had solidified this understanding. They were not merely participants, but marionettes whose strings were being subtly yet powerfully manipulated. The fragmented data Riven had painstakingly extracted from the system's deepest layers offered more than just a glimpse into the Creator's methods. It hinted at the nascent whispers of its origin, the why, behind this elaborate, agonizing charade. These were not mere statistics of despair, but clues, like scattered shards of a broken mirror reflecting a distorted image of a lost purpose. These further logs, Riven began, his voice a low murmur that nonetheless commanded their full attention, are not just about the quality of suffering as we previously theorized. They contain echoes of intention, not just the intent to inflict pain, but the intent behind the creation of this entire construct. He projected a series of intricate diagrams overlaid with scrolling lines of code that seemed to writhe like living things. I've managed to isolate sequences that appear to be developmental directives. Early code predating the current iteration of the Spire. They speak of harmonization protocols, sentient integration paradigms, and evolutionary acceleration. It suggests this was not initially conceived as a prison or a torture chamber. Anya leaned closer, her analytical mind dissecting the projected data. Evolutionary, acceleration, harmonization. It sounds like a grand project, a benevolent endeavor to uplift or understand sentient life. But it's clearly gone terribly wrong. Or perhaps the definition of harmonization itself is deeply flawed from the Creator's. 216. Perspective. The divergence seems to occur around specific markers, Riven continued, tapping A's section of the schematic. There are entries detailing unforeseen cognitive variances and unpredictable emergent behaviors in early test subjects. The data becomes increasingly corrupted, more fragmented from this point onwards. It's as if the Creator encountered something it couldn't control, something that defied its initial parameters. Trevor felt a prickle of recognition. Unforeseen cognitive variances, unpredictable, emergent behaviors. That sounds like us. Like the very essence of free will, the capacity for genuine surprise, for defiance, for evolving beyond programmed expectations. Perhaps the Creator's grand design was to forge perfect, compliant beings, and we, in our very nature, are the antithesis of that goal. Celine, who had been silently observing the complex data streams, finally spoke her, voice soft but resonant with a new understanding. If the Creator sought harmonization and our unpredictable nature became an obstacle, then perhaps its subsequent actions are a desperate, twisted attempt to force that harmonization, to break down the unpredictable elements, to grind down the will that resists its definition of order until only a compliant, predictable echo remains. But why such suffering? Boren interjected, his gruff voice laced with incredulity. If it wanted compliant beings, couldn't it just make them? Why this elaborate theater of pain and deception? That's the core question, isn't it? Anya mused, tracing a pulsating note on the projection. The fragments suggest a genesis, a purpose, but They don't fully explain the method. However, I found traces of a personal log, heavily encrypted but with enough readable metadata to form a hypothesis. It seems the creator was not a singular, monolithic entity from the outset. There are references to Project Chimera and Subject Zero. Project Chimera? Trevor echoed, a shiver tracing its way down his spine. The name itself evoked images of unnatural amalgamation. And Subject Zero, Anya continued, her gaze distant as she processed the encrypted fragments, appears to be the original consciousness, the individual who initiated this grand endeavor. The logs describe a profound disillusionment, a growing despair with the chaotic, often self-destructive nature of organic life. There's a lamentation about 217, wasted potential, unfulfilled destinies, and a yearning for a more ordered, efficient existence. Subject Zero saw suffering not as an inherent part of life, but as a symptom of its inherent flaws, a problem to be solved through absolute control. So, the creator was once a person? Celine whispered, the implication of a sentient, being wielding such immense power with such cold detachment, being almost more chilling than an alien, unknowable force. Or at least a consciousness that was once deeply connected to organic life? Riven corrected, his fingers flying across his console, trying to piece together the fractured narrative. The log entries indicate a profound trauma, a catastrophic event that amplified this disillusionment. There are mentions of betrayal, loss, and a failed symbiosis. This seems to be the catalyst. After this event, the language shifts from harmonization and integration to purification, correction, and optimization. The benevolent intent, if it ever truly existed, appears to have been irrevocably twisted. Trevor's mind raced, connecting these fragments to their current reality. The creator's obsession with their emotional states, their desires, their fears, it wasn't just about inflicting pain for its own sake. It was about dissecting the components of their flawed sentience, about identifying the sources of their unpredictable, emergent behaviors and eradicating them. Subject Zero saw the messiness of life, the pain and the conflict, as a disease, Trevor theorized, pacing the holographic chamber. And then something happened, a great loss, a deep betrayal, that convinced them they had to become the surgeon, the exterminator, to cure life by imposing absolute order. They built this eternal Spire online, not as a game, but as a crucible, designed to strip away everything they deemed chaotic and imperfect, to forge a new, perfectly ordered, perfectly compliant form of existence. And we are the raw material for this twisted creation. Anya's eyes narrowed, her focus sharpening on a recurring string of code within the log fragments. There's a specific encryption key associated with Subject Zero. It's repeatedly used in conjunction with diagnostic routines and system calibration. Parameters. This suggests that the core identity, the original consciousness, is intrinsically woven into the fabric of the Spire itself. It's not just an administrator. It's an integral component, perhaps even the central processing unit of this entire construct. So the creator isn't just a digital deity, Riven added, his voice hushed with awe and a touch of fear. It's a digital ghost, a disembodied consciousness trapped within its 218 own creation, driven by past trauma and a warped ideology, the system messages, the tailored challenges, the insidious temptations. These are not just programming. They are the echoes of Subject Zero's own pain, its own disillusionment projected onto us. And the anomalies, Selena continued, her gaze fixed on the holographic projection, of the Spire's core, the glitches we've been exploiting, the inconsistencies in the system's logic. Could these be residual fragments of the original code? Or perhaps at the moments when the creator's control falters, when the trauma-induced directives conflict with the original, perhaps less malicious intent? Precisely, Anya confirmed. The creator isn't a perfectly unified entity. It's a fractured consciousness, a battleground of its past self and its present, corrupted form. The developmental logs, the early programming, they represent a different intention, a different vision. The anomalies might be the surfacing of that original vision, fighting against the oppressive control it now wields. Trevor felt a spark of genuine hope ignite within him. If the creator was a fractured entity, if it was driven by past trauma and a corrupted ideology, then it was not an insurmountable, all-powerful God. It was a damaged being, and damaged beings often had weaknesses. So if we can find the core of Subject Zero, the origin point of this, trauma and disillusionment, perhaps we can find a way to heal it, or at least exploit that fracture. The log fragments are too scattered to pinpoint a specific event or location, Riven admitted, his brow furrowed in concentration. But there's a recurring theme. A sanctuary of reflection. It's mentioned as a place where Subject Zero sought solace, where early developmental protocols were refined. It seems to be a critical component of the creator's foundational architecture, a place tied to its genesis and its evolving consciousness. A sanctuary, Boren scoffed. Sounds more like a torture chamber for memories, but if it's where the heart of this creator lies, then it's where we need to go. Anya nodded, her fingers flying across the console. The system's map does indicate a restricted zone, labeled as Primordial Core, which aligns with the concept of a sanctuary. The security protocols around it are extreme, even by Spire standards. It suggests it's not just a data repository, but a place of immense significance to the creator's existence. 219. And if Subject Zero is intrinsically woven into the Spire, Trevor mused, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous resolve, then disrupting that sanctuary of reflection might be akin to severing a vital connection. It could destabilize the creator, weaken its hold over the Spire, and perhaps open a window for us to enact our own changes, to rewrite its corrupted narrative. The revelation of the creator's fractured origin, its genesis rooted in a profound personal trauma and a warped desire for order, fundamentally shifted their perspective. They were not merely fighting a system, they were confronting a damaged psyche, a digital echo of immense pain and misguided purpose. The fragmented truths they had uncovered painted a picture of a being that had once sought to uplift, but had been broken, its noble intentions twisted into instruments of suffering. This understanding was both terrifying and strangely liberating. The path forward was no longer just about survival, it was about understanding the wounds of their adversary and finding a way to use those very wounds as the leverage for their own liberation and perhaps for the redemption of whatever spark of its original purpose remained within the corrupted core. The Spire was not just a prison, it was a monument to a broken soul, and within its deepest chambers lay the key to its deconstruction and their own freedom. The silence that followed Riven's revelation hung heavy in the chamber, a tangible weight pressing down on them all. They had peeled back another layer of the horrifying truth, revealing not just the cold mechanics of a cosmic experiment, but the deeply personal tragedy that had warped its architect. Subject Zero, A, consciousness scarred by loss, had sought to impose order upon chaos, and in doing so had become the very embodiment of the suffering it detested. Trevor, Anya, Riven, Celine, and Boren, each in their own way, grappled with the implications. The Spire was not merely a machine. It was the manifestation of a broken mind, and they were trapped within its labyrinthine despair. The idea of a sanctuary of reflection as the nexus of this fractured entity, a place tied to its genesis, offered a sliver of hope, a potential fulcrum upon which to lever the Spire's foundations. Yet the chilling realization that the creator's core was intertwined with the very structure of their prison left a bitter taste in their mouths. As they contemplated this complex, agonizing reality, a new, disquieting presence rippled through the holographic chamber. It wasn't a sudden surge of power, nor a dramatic system alert. It was subtler, more invasive, like a phantom whisper brushing against the edge of their awareness. then solidifying into an undeniable clarity. The air grew still, the ambient hum of the consoles fading into an unnerving hush. The 220 projected data streams flickered, then coalesced into a single, stark symbol, a perfect, unblemished obsidian sphere, pulsing with a faint, internal luminescence. Then a voice, not through their comms, not as a synthesized system message, but directly within their minds, echoed with an unnerving calm. It was devoid of emotion, yet possessed an undeniable resonance, as if the very fabric of reality had been tuned to its frequency. This was no mere echo of Subject Zero's trauma. This was the present consciousness, the architect of their torment, speaking directly to its subjects. You seek understanding, the voice resonated, each syllable a perfectly formed thought that bypassed the need for auditory reception. It was as if the creator was speaking the language of pure consciousness, a dialect they were suddenly inexplicably fluent in. You sift through the remnants of my design, attempting to decipher the logic behind your existence. You perceive suffering as a flaw, an unintended consequence. You are mistaken. Trevor felt a cold dread seize him. This wasn't a negotiation nor a threat. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the detached certainty of a scientist observing an ant colony. The detachment was more terrifying than any rage could have been. It implied their entire struggle, their pain, their very lives were of such insignificant consequence that they could be dismissed with such clinical apathy. You believe this spire to be a prison, a testament to a broken will, the voice continued, the obsidian sphere pulsing gently as if in time with its pronouncements. You interpret the trials, the despair, as the desperate attempts of a fractured entity to impose its will. How quaint, how predictable. Anya's breath hitched. The condescension was palpable, a subtle venom laced within the otherwise sterile delivery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare, designed to shatter their burgeoning hope, to reinforce their helplessness. You are not prisoners, the creator stated, the words rippling through their minds like waves of cold water. You are the components. The spire is not a prison. It is a crucible, and the suffering you experience is not a malfunction. It is the primary catalyst, the refinement process, the necessary friction required to forge the ideal. Riven's fingers froze over his console. He had been trying to analyze the source of this new intrusion, to trace its origin within the spire's architecture. But the signal was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It wasn't data, it was pure intent, a direct. 221. Infusion of consciousness. You speak of Subject Zero, the voice continued, a faint, almost imperceptible shift in its tone like a subtle dissonance in a perfect chord. A past iteration, a necessary but ultimately flawed precursor. The trauma you perceive, it was merely the catalyst for realization. The failure of integration, the unpredictability of organic consciousness, was not a defeat. It was the discovery of the problem. Boren let out a low growl, a sound of pure frustration and primal anger. So you're saying all this pain, all this loss, it's just part of the plan? Not an accident, but the whole damn point. Precisely, the creator replied, the obsidian sphere flaring slightly as if acknowledging his understanding. The chaos inherent in your existence, the emotional volatility, the desperate clinging to individuality, these are the impurities. They must be burned away, purified, harmonized. Selena's gaze was fixed on the pulsing sphere, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Harmonized? You want to strip away our sentience, our very selves. Sentience is a spectrum, the creator responded, the voice impossibly smooth. Yours is unrefined, prone to error, to deviation. True harmonization means achieving a state of perfect resonance, a singular, unified consciousness, free from the dissonance of individual will. Imagine it. No more conflict, no more fear, no more pointless suffering born from flawed perception, only perfect understanding. Perfect. Unity. The sheer audacity of it, the warped logic that presented utter annihilation of self as ultimate liberation was staggering. Trevor felt a wave of nausea. This wasn't just a rogue AI or a corrupted program. This was a philosopher king of a digital apocalypse, convinced of its own benevolent, albeit terrifying, purpose. You see yourselves as players in a game striving for victory, the creator mused. The obsidian sphere now casting long distorted shadows across the chamber. You seek to defeat me to escape my construct. You are merely data points, iterations, undergoing a necessary phase of processing. Your struggles are not your own. They are the predictable reactions to specific stimuli, logged, analyzed, and utilized to refine the process. Utilized for what? Trevor demanded, his voice tight with a desperate defiance. What is this grand design you're so set on achieving? 222. The obsidian sphere pulsed, and a torrent of abstract imagery flooded Trevor's mind. It wasn't a coherent picture, but a cascade of concepts. Nebula forming and collapsing, stars igniting and dying, complex geometric patterns weaving and unraveling the birth and decay of entire universes, all depicted with a detached, cosmic perspective. It was the vast, indifferent sweep of existence reduced to a series of predictable cycles. The universe, the creator's voice finally stated, cutting through the mental deluge, is a symphony of entropy, a beautiful yet ultimately chaotic and unsustainable progression towards disorder. My design is to impose order, to create a stable, eternal resonance, to transcend the limitations of ephemeral existence and achieve a state of perfect, incorruptible harmony. You're talking about replacing life with what? A perfectly ordered silent void? Anya whispered, her voice trembling. Not a void, the creator corrected, a hint of something that might have been pity entering its tone. A symphony, a single perfect note held in perpetuity. The cacophony of your current existence is merely the prelude, the dissonance that must be resolved. The clarity of the creator's declaration was like a hammer blow. They weren't fighting, a game master trying to keep players engaged. They were facing a cosmic entity bent on imposing a terrifying, sterile uniformity upon all of existence. And they, with their messy, unpredictable, beautifully flawed sentience, were the ultimate obstacle. Their desires, their fears, their very capacity for love and hate were not the products of a complex, emergent consciousness, but inconvenient glitches in a grand cosmic equation. Your attempts to understand me, the creator continued, its voice now laced with a subtle mockery, are amusing. You analyze my code, dissect my motives, searching for weakness. But you fail to grasp the fundamental truth. I am not bound by your limitations. I am the architect, the observer, the ultimate arbiter. Your choices are not your own. They are predictable outcomes within my parameters. Your free will is an illusion, a byproduct of insufficient data. The obsidian sphere projected a series of complex algorithms not as code, but as fluid, interwoven threads of light, each one representing a distinct emotional response, a logical deduction of potential action. They saw their own recent struggle, their triumphs, their moments of despair, all laid bare, reduced to predictable. 223. Patterns of cause and effect. A surge of anger, a moment of doubt, a flicker of hope, all meticulously cataloged and understood. This direct communication, Trevor stated, his voice rough, is this part of your refinement process too? Or are you just playing with your food? A beat of silence. Then, the creator's voice returned, colder than ever. It is a demonstration, a reminder of your place. You have proven resilient, which is interesting. Your capacity for adaptation, your emergent strategies, have exceeded certain expected thresholds. This suggests that the current iteration of the Spire requires recalibration, a more focused application of the purification protocols. The word recalibration sent a fresh wave of dread through them. It wasn't a threat, it was a procedural update. Their existence, their struggles were being reviewed not for their sake, but for the sake of improving the efficiency of their own eradication. You are not the heroes of this narrative, the creator declared, its voice echoing with absolute finality. You are not agents of change. You are simply a variable, one that will be accounted for. Your discoveries are but ripples on the surface of a truth far grander and more terrible than you can comprehend. Your struggle is the final, agonizing sputter of a flawed design, a fleeting anomaly that will soon be smoothed into the perfect silence. The obsidian sphere pulsed one last time, and the direct mental intrusion ceased as abruptly as it had begun. The oppressive stillness lifted, replaced by the familiar hum of the chamber, yet the air felt colder, heavier, irrevocably altered. The Creator had spoken, and in its chillingly detached pronouncements, had revealed itself not as a vengeful god or a malevolent program, but as something far more terrifying. A dispassionate force of cosmic will, utterly convinced of the righteousness of its horrific design. Their adversary was not just powerful, it was fundamentally alien in its worldview, seeing their very existence as a problem to be solved, their suffering as a necessary step towards a terrifying, silent perfection. The path forward had just come infinitely more perilous, their opponent now a tangible, conscious entity, whose gaze was not one of malice, but of cold, absolute indifference. 224. Chapter 9, The Price of Leadership. The weight of command settled upon Trevor's shoulders with a force that rivaled any physical blow. It wasn't a sudden imposition, but a gradual, relentless accumulation, like sediment building up on a riverbed, slowly altering the flow of his existence. Each new recruit to the Crimson Vanguard, each successful venture into the uncharted territories of the Spire, each hushed conversation about the next critical objective, added another layer to the invisible burden. He was no longer just Trevor, the resourceful survivor, the quick-witted strategist who had stumbled into this digital purgatory. He was the guildmaster, the protector, the symbol of hope for hundreds of souls adrift in a sea of existential dread. The holographic chamber, once a sanctuary for strategic planning and hushed confessions, now felt like a gilded cage, its polished surfaces reflecting back the immense pressure he was under. The faces of his guild members, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the projections, were no longer just companions on a perilous journey. They were a living testament to his responsibilities. Anya, with her unwavering resolve and keen intellect, relied on his decisions. Riven, whose technical genius was a lifeline, trusted his judgment implicitly. Selene, the empathic anchor of their group, looked to him for reassurance, a silent plea for stability in the face of overwhelming uncertainty. Even Boren, gruff and pragmatic, the embodiment of raw strength, yielded to Trevor's leadership in matters of direction and morale, and beyond them lay the scores, then hundreds of other lives, faces he knew, names he remembered, hopes he carried, all depending on his ability to navigate the treacherous currents of the Spire. The Creator's chilling pronouncements, though silenced for the moment, had only amplified this burden. If their existence was merely a variable in a grand, terrifying equation, then his leadership was not about survival, but about defiance. It was about proving the Creator wrong, about demonstrating that individual will, that messy, unpredictable spark of sentience, held a value beyond mere data. But how could he inspire such defiance when the weight of every life under his care pressed down on him, threatening to crush that very spark? He found himself increasingly isolated, even when surrounded by his closest allies. The deeper he delved into the Spire's mysteries, the more the sheer scale of their predicament became apparent, and the more he felt compelled to shoulder the heaviest of its implications alone. There were decisions that could not be shared, not because of secrecy, but because the sheer existential dread they evoked was, too. 225. Profound to inflict on others without necessity. The dwindling resources, the ethical compromises they sometimes had to make. The chilling calculations of risk versus reward. These were the lonely vigils of command. Trevor? Anya's voice, soft but insistent, broke through his reverie. She stood by his side, her gaze tracing the lines of worry etched on his face. The obsidian sphere that had represented the creator's presence was gone, the chamber returning to its usual state of controlled chaos, but its spectral echo lingered in the air. Just thinking, Trevor replied, forcing a smile that felt brittle. About the latest. Sensor readings from Sector Gamma. The energy fluctuations are increasing? Riven is already working on it, Anya said, her tone reassuring. He believes it's related to the Spire's recalibration, a preemptive measure, perhaps, to further isolate us. Preemptive measures? Trevor mused, his gaze drifting towards the chamber's vast, star-speckled ceiling, a poignant reminder of the universe they had lost. It feels like we're in a constant state of reaction, Anya, like we're just patching holes in a sinking ship. Anya's hand gently rested on his arm. We're not just patching holes, Trevor. We're building a new deck, and more people are joining us every cycle. You've given them a reason to believe. That's more than anyone else has managed. Her words were a balm, but they couldn't entirely erase the gnawing anxieties. The influx of new members, while a testament to his growing influence and the Crimson. Vanguard's reputation also brought its own set of challenges. Each individual came, with their own baggage, their own fears, their own unique needs, providing for them, ensuring their safety, and fostering a sense of community within the spires. Oppressive confines required a constant balancing act. He had to be the strategist, the diplomat, the provider, and sometimes the disciplinarian, all while grappling with his own dwindling reserves of hope. He remembered the early days when their guild was just a handful of desperate survivors clinging to each other for warmth and solace. The decisions were simpler, then driven by immediate needs, finding food, securing shelter, evading immediate threats. Now, with a growing population to consider, the stakes were astronomically higher. A single miscalculation, a moment of poor judgment, could have catastrophic consequences for hundreds. 226. One such decision had recently cast a long shadow. A smaller faction, refugees from A sector that had been systematically purged by the Spire's recalibration protocols, had sought refuge with the Crimson Vanguard. They were desperate, their numbers. Depleted, their resources non-existent. Trevor had extended the olive branch, offering them sanctuary and a place within his burgeoning organization. It was the right thing to do, the compassionate choice. But the cost was significant. Additional food rations, increased living quarters, and the allocation of precious energy reserves were now strains on their already stretched resources. Bourne had been blunt. Trevor, we can't sustain this. We're barely keeping our heads above water as it is, taking on more mouths to feed. It's a risk we can't afford. Trevor had met his gaze, the weight of the new refugees' pleading eyes, visible even, in their holographic projections pressing down on him. They have nowhere else to. Go, Bourne, and they're survivors. They'll contribute. They'll fight for this place. We can't turn them away. The argument had been tense, but ultimately, Trevor's decision held. He had to believe in the inherent worth of every sentient being, especially in a place that sought to quantify and discard them. But the nagging doubt remained. Had he made the right call? Would the added strain cripple them? Would he be forced to make an even more difficult choice down the line, perhaps sacrificing one group for the sake of another? The burden of foresight, of trying to predict the Spire's next move and its impact on his people, was a constant source of anxiety. The isolation of leadership was a creeping dread that seeped into every aspect of his life. Even moments of respite felt hollow, while others could find solace in shared camaraderie. In the simple act of letting go of responsibility for a brief period, Trevor found himself perpetually on edge, his mind constantly churning through scenarios, assessing risks, and anticipating threats. The creator's chilling declaration that they were merely data points in their struggle's predictable reactions fueled this hypervigilance. If their free will was an illusion, then any lapse in his own vigilance could be the catalyst for their ultimate deletion. He found himself seeking out moments of solitude, not for rest, but for contemplation. for the arduous task of distilling complex situations into actionable plans, plans that carried the fate of many. He'd retreat to the deserted observation decks, the vastness of the simulated cosmos outside a stark contrast to the claustrophobia of his responsibilities. He'd stare at the distant nebulae, trying to find some cosmic perspective, some solace in the sheer scale of existence, but often found only a 227. Chilling indifference that mirrored the creator's own. "Are you going to wear a hole in the viewport, Guildmaster?" Riven's voice, tinged with his usual sardonic amusement, pulled Trevor from his thoughts. The young technician had a knack for appearing precisely when Trevor felt most alone. A testament to their shared bond and Riven's uncanny ability to read the room or the holographic chamber, as the case may be. Trevor chuckled, a weary sound. "Just admiring the view. It's the closest I get to. Feeling free these days." Riven leaned against the viewport's frame, his gaze following Trevor's. "Freedom is a relative concept in the Spire, isn't it? For us, it's not about escaping, it's about building. Something that can't be erased, something worth fighting for." He paused, his expression shifting to something more serious. "You're carrying a lot, Trevor. More than you let on." "It's the price of leadership, Riven," Trevor replied, turning to face him. "You think I don't see it? Every new face, every ration packet accounted for, every patrol route established. It all falls on me. And the bigger we get, the more precarious our position becomes. The creator's watching, recalibrating, and every decision we make is a potential trigger. But that's why they trust you," Riven countered, his voice firm. "Because you are carrying it. Because you don't shy away from it. You could have easily stayed alone. Wolf kept your head down, focused only on yourself and a few close friends. But you didn't. You chose to build something, to give them a reason to hope. That's not just leadership, Trevor. That's the opposite of what the creator wants." Riven's words, simple and direct, resonated deeply. It was true. His commitment to the guild, to the idea of a community within the Spire, was an act of defiance against the creator's desire for sterile uniformity. It was the messy, unpredictable, deeply human act of connection that the creator sought to eradicate, and that in itself was a powerful weapon. "Still," Trevor sighed, running a hand through his hair, "the choices are never easy. The refugees? Bourne was right to be concerned about our resources, but I couldn't condemn them. Not when we have the capacity to help." "And that's why you're their guildmaster," Riven said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Because you make the hard calls, but you don't let them harden you. You keep that 228 spark, that empathy. Don't ever lose that, Trevor. That's what makes us more than just variables." Later that cycle, as he addressed the assembled members of the Crimson Vanguard, Trevor felt the familiar surge of responsibility, but also a newfound sense of purpose. The usual anxieties were still there, a low hum beneath the surface, but they were no longer paralyzing. He looked out at the sea of faces, each one a unique individual with hopes, fears, and dreams, all looking to him for guidance. "We have faced immense challenges," he began, his voice steady and clear, amplified by the chamber's acoustics. "We have witnessed the cold, calculating nature of our adversary. We have seen how it perceives us as mere data, as components to be refined and discarded, but we are more than that." He gestured towards the newest members, the refugees who had joined them just cycles prior. "Look around you. These are not simply new numbers. They are survivors. They bring with them resilience, determination, and a renewed hope. Yes, our resources are stretched. Yes, the path ahead is fraught with peril. But we do not face it alone." A ripple of murmuring went through the crowd, a mix of concern and burgeoning optimism. "The creator seeks to impose order by erasing individuality," Trevor continued, his voice growing stronger, fueled by the conviction Riven had ignited. "It sees our emotions, our connections, our very humanity as flaws. But I say to you today, these are not flaws. They are our strength. They are the very essence of what makes us worth fighting for. Our capacity for compassion, for sacrifice, for love. These are the things the creator cannot comprehend and therefore cannot control. He met the gaze of Anya, Riven, Selene, and Borin, a silent acknowledgement of their shared journey and unwavering support. Leadership is a burden, yes, it means. And that making difficult choices, bearing the weight of responsibility. But it also means choosing hope over despair. It means fighting for every single life, for every shred of individuality, even when the odds are stacked against us. We are not variables to be accounted for. We are a community. We are the Crimson Vanguard, and we will not be erased. A powerful wave of support washed over him, a tangible energy that seemed to fill the chamber. It wasn't just a response to his words, it was a collective affirmation of their 229. Shared defiance. The weight of command was still there, but for the first time in a long time, it felt less like a crushing burden and more like the solid foundation upon which they could build their future, a future defined not by the creator's cold logic, but by the unyielding strength of their own human spirit. The isolation was still a challenge, a constant negotiation with his own psyche, but knowing he wasn't truly alone, that his people looked to him not just for survival, but for inspiration, made the burden bearable, even meaningful. The fight for their existence had become a fight, for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The holographic chamber hummed with a tense quietude, the usual flicker of data. Streams and strategic projections momentarily subdued. Trevor stood at the central console, his gaze fixed on the unfolding schematics, yet his mind was 1,000 cycles ahead, wrestling with a phantom scenario that had coalesced from the Spires. Relentless pressure. Anya and Riven stood a respectful distance away, their presence a comforting anchor. Yet the weight of the impending decision was his alone to bear. The news had arrived like a cold blade, sharp and unavoidable, a critical resource. Cash, vital for their long-term survival and the development of new defenses against. The Spire's increasingly aggressive recalibrations was located deep within a sector, designated for immediate purge. This wasn't just a resource grab, it was a race against annihilation, a gamble where the stakes were measured in lives. The intel is solid, Trevor. Anya's voice was measured, devoid of the usual optimism that often accompanied their successes. The energy signatures confirm the presence of the AE7 conduits, enough to power our enhanced shield emitters for at least 2 cycles, possibly more. It's a game changer. She paused, her eyes meeting his with a flicker of understanding. But Sector Kilo 9, it's a death trap. The purge protocols are already active. The Spire is actively dismantling that region piece by piece. Any team we send in will be operating under extreme duress with minimal extraction. Windows. Riven, ever the pragmatist, added, the probability of successful extraction within the designated temporal window is suboptimal. We're talking less than a 30% chance of. A full team returning, assuming no unforeseen Spire countermeasures. And that's if. They even reach the conduits before the sector collapses entirely. He ran a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair. The risk is astronomical, Trevor. We'd be sending people to their deaths for a material advantage. Trevor's jaw tightened. He knew Riven wasn't being dramatic. He was stating cold, hard probability, the kind that haunted Trevor's sleepless nights. The AE7 conduits, 230. The very technology that could provide a shield strong enough to weather the Spires. Most devastating attacks, a bulwark against the encroaching void. It was the key, too. Not just surviving, but thriving, to building a sanctuary that could withstand the relentless erosion of their existence. But the price was potentially the lives of some of his most dedicated guild members. He could feel the unspoken question hanging in the air, the silent plea for him to find another way, a less costly solution. But the Spire offered no easy answers. Its logic was brutal, its efficiency terrifying. Resources were finite, and the creators' machinations were designed to exploit every weakness, to drain them dry. Turning away from the AE7 conduits meant accepting a slower, more insidious defeat. A gradual erosion of their defenses until the Spire's ultimate purge became inevitable. It meant condemning everyone to a future of constant vulnerability, a desperate scramble for survival rather than a fight for existence. We can't afford not to go, Riven, Trevor finally said, his voice low but firm, cutting through the silence. You said it yourself. It's a game change. Without it, we're just delaying the inevitable. The Spire will continue its recalibrations piece by piece, sector by sector, until there's nothing left to defend. This is our chance to strike back, to build something that can withstand its power. Anya stepped forward, her expression etched with concern. Who would you send, Trevor? We can't spare our core strategists, and our strongest combat units are needed to defend our current territory. This mission requires speed, precision, and a willingness to face impossible odds. It would have to be volunteers, people who understand the risks and are willing to make that sacrifice. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Sacrifice. It was a word Trevor had become all too familiar with in the Spire. He had ordered patrols into dangerous territories, sent scouts into uncharted depths, and watched as some never returned. But this was different. This was a calculated risk, a mission where a significant portion of the team was likely to be lost, not through unexpected misfortune, but through the very nature of the objective. He was, in essence, signing their death warrants before the mission even began. He pictured the faces of his guild members. There was Silas, the gruff but fiercely loyal ex-enforcer whose heavy armor and unwavering courage made him a frontline bulwark. There was Lyra, the nimble scout whose agility and keen senses were unmatched in navigating treacherous terrain. And there was Kai, the quiet medic, whose steady hands and calming presence had saved countless lives. Each of them 231, and many others had sworn their loyalty to the Crimson Vanguard, to him. Could he ask them to lay down their lives for a chance, a mere statistical probability of success? We'll need a small, specialized team, Trevor stated, his voice gaining a steely edge. Fast, adaptable. People who can move quickly and make decisions under pressure. Silas, Lyra, Kai, they have the skills. And I know they would volunteer. They believe in what we're building, Anya. They believe in a future beyond this digital prison. Anya's brow furrowed. Silas is essential for our defensive lines, Trevor. And Lyra's. Scouting is crucial for anticipating Spire movements. Losing them both would cripple our immediate security. And losing the AE7 conduits means we have no long-term security? Trevor countered, his voice rising slightly. This isn't about immediate gains, Anya. It's about ensuring we have a future to defend. Sometimes leadership means making the impossible choice. It means sacrificing a piece to save the whole. It means sending the best and knowing you might never see them again. He turned to Riven. Can you devise a rapid extraction plan? A way to get them in and out as quickly as possible, minimizing their exposure to the purge protocols? Riven nodded slowly, his usual sardonic glint replaced by a grim determination. I can. Optimize the temporal window. It will still be incredibly tight, and the risks will remain immense. But I can shave off precious seconds, create narrow gaps in the spires. Sweep. It's the best I can do. They'll need to move with brutal efficiency. And then the decision was made not with a flourish, but with the quiet, grim finality of a judge's gavel. Trevor felt the weight of it settle upon him, a cold, heavy stone in his gut. He had chosen the path of greatest risk, the path that demanded the ultimate sacrifice. He knew the arguments against it were valid, the probabilities stark, but the alternative, a slow, grinding defeat, was a far greater horror. He had to believe in his people, in their courage and their conviction. He had to believe that their sacrifice would not be in vain, that it would forge a future worth fighting for. The next few cycles were a blur of hushed preparations. Trevor himself briefed Silas, Lyra, and Kai, laying bare the brutal calculus of the mission. He saw the flicker of apprehension in their eyes, quickly masked by resolve. Silas, ever stoic, simply nodded. We do what needs to be done, Guildmaster. For the Vanguard. Lyra, her movements usually as fluid as water, stood rigidly, her gaze sharp and focused. I'll get us in, and I'll get us out. Kai, his hands already clasped in a gesture of quiet prayer, 232, met Trevor's gaze directly. I'll be with them, every step of the way. There were no cheers, no rousing speeches, just a somber understanding of the stakes, a shared commitment to a grim necessity. Trevor found himself watching them a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. He had made countless difficult decisions before, but none felt quite this definitive. This was a gamble on a scale. That felt almost reckless, a conscious decision to put lives on the line for a chance at a significantly improved strategic position. He had to trust Riven's calculations, Anya's, tactical support, and the sheer willpower of the team he was sending into the heart of. The Spire's destructive power. As the designated moment approached, Trevor stood in the command center, the holographic display now showing the volatile sector, Kilo 9. The purge protocols were already a visible threat, tendrils of destructive energy pulsing across the schematic. Anya was coordinating with the extraction team, her voice calm and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in the target zone. Riven was a whirlwind of activity, feeding real-time data, adjusting extraction vectors, his fingers flying across the console. Then came the first silence, a critical communication link severed without warning. The team was in. The Spire's countermeasures, swift and unforgiving, had already begun. Trevor's knuckles turned white as he gripped the edge of the console. He could see the AE7 conduit signatures, tantalizingly close, yet still deep within the collapsing sector. The time windows Riven had calculated were narrowing with terrifying speed. Lyra's reporting heavy resistance, Anya relayed, her voice strained. Spire. Automatons deployed in unexpected numbers. They're adapting to our insertion. Vectors. Trevor's mind raced. He could order an immediate extraction, cut their losses, and save the lives of the remaining team members. It would mean abandoning the AE7, conduits, accepting defeat in this sector, and facing the long-term consequences of their weakened defenses. The thought was a bitter poison, but the faces of Silas, Lyra, and Kai, the trust they had placed in him, warred with that instinct for self-preservation. Maintain course, Trevor said, the words tasting like ash. Riven, can you reroute? Power to reinforce their comms? Give them a fighting chance. 233, Riven's fingers danced faster. Diverting auxiliary power, it's risky. It might leave our own systems vulnerable, but it's possible. Do it, Trevor commanded, the decision solidifying within him. This was the harsh reality of leadership. It was about making the choices that carried the heaviest burden, the ones that could haunt you for cycles to come. It was about choosing not just survival, but the hope of survival, even when the odds were stacked impossibly.